Lin Feng, once a local warlord in the post-apocalyptic world, never imagined he would die at the hands of his own goddess. Waking up, he found himself reborn in his home before the apocalypse. Previously, a solar flare had destroyed Earth's ozone layer, instantly raising the surface temperature to 80 degrees Celsius. The sacred waters of the Ganges evaporated completely, and 90% of India's population perished in flames. Soon after, a kilometer-wide meteor struck Earth, obliterating the United States in an instant. Severe earthquakes triggered global volcanic eruptions, covering the skies with ash and plunging the Earth into an ice age. Humanity barely survived, turning on each other in brutal conflict. Despite this, Lin Feng managed to survive using his spatial abilities. Ironically, in this harsh world, his most trusted teammates, including his goddess Feng Qian, betrayed him. For a mere bowl of soup, Feng Qian and the others bound Lin Feng and consumed him bit by bit. Facing death, Lin Feng was filled with despair and rage against all betrayers. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate allowed Lin Feng to return to the time before the apocalypse. Looking around his familiar room, he was moved to tears. Was this a dream or reality? Trembling, Lin Feng tried to activate his powers. Objects around him vanished and reappeared instantly. At that moment, Lin Feng was certain. Not only had he been reborn, he had also retained his spatial abilities. Overwhelmed, he let out a long cry to the heavens, tears streaming down his face. Fate had given him a chance to seek revenge. In this life, he swore to personally tear those traitors to pieces, to repay blood with blood, an eye for an eye. The deceitful Feng Qian, the heartless Wang Long, and his cruel teammates, all would perish by his hand for their utter betrayal and cruelty. With clenched teeth and veins bulging on his forehead, Lin Feng prepared for the imminent apocalypse, where humanity would once again show its darkest side. This time, he was determined to establish his own kingdom of space, making his enemies grovel at his feet, living a fate worse than death. Even the indifferent bystanders would not escape tasting the desperation of clinging to life. Reborn, Lin Feng was ready to rule with an iron fist, making everyone in this apocalyptic world bow before him. But first, he needed to ensure his own survival. Lin Feng closed his eyes, making a silent vow. In this life, he would survive to the end, establish an empire in the apocalypse, and become a legendary tyrant. My brothers have been with me through thick and thin for 20 years. I haven't even used it yet, and you dared to consume it? I must avenge these beasts. But first, I must ensure my own safety. Looking at the clock, it was midnight. Lin Feng was wide awake with one thought dominating his mind. Within the remaining month, he had to gather all the necessary supplies to survive the impending apocalypse. Despite its modest size of a few cubic meters, the spatial ability he possessed was a lifesaver in these critical times. He checked his bank account balance and was shocked to find only 3.14 million yuan remaining. Reflecting on the tens of millions in inheritance left by his parents, along with a 60% stake in Lin Real Estate Company, a luxurious mansion, and several limited edition sports cars, Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions. Over the past 3 years, not only had he blindly adored Feng Qian, but he had also squandered his family's fortune to satisfy her extravagant desires. To his dismay, Feng Qian turned out to be his uncle Lin Tian's mistress, specifically tasked with draining the Lin family's wealth. Moreover, his uncle Lin Hao had been undermining him, diluting his shares from 60% to 30%, thereby reducing their value from 6 billion to 2 billion yuan. Adding insult to injury, Lin Hao had been embezzling significant amounts of money by cooking the books. A fierce desire for revenge ignited within Lin Feng. He vowed to make those who betrayed him pay dearly, even going so far as to personally exact a gruesome revenge on the murderers of his parents. These cruel individuals had stooped so low as to covet even his most prized possessions. Clenching his teeth in rage, Lin Feng knew that in the upcoming apocalypse, where human decency would vanish, survival was paramount. He could not afford to underestimate any threat, lest he repeat past mistakes and lose his life again. With a silent oath, Lin Feng resolved to survive at all costs in this life, to eventually establish a spatial empire and make his enemies bow before him in utter torment. But for now, his immediate goal was to find a way to survive and lay the groundwork for his future vengeance. At the street corner, a young woman in her 20s, embracing her best friend, strolled through the night market, both looking utterly perplexed. Usually, at this hour, they could simply walk up and buy whatever they craved, but tonight, they couldn't find any of their favorite street foods. Jojo and Liang exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. They wondered if the night market was being shut down, or if it was a sudden inspection by the city management. The cold December weather didn't deter them. Jojo was dressed in a white dress with a down vest over it, her black hair flowing elegantly in the wind, her delicate features lightly made up, resembling a fairy descending to earth. Liang, in stark contrast, wore all black with bold makeup. Though not as striking as Jojo, she was undeniably beautiful. They had ventured out for a late-night snack during their winter break, but stumbled upon this odd situation instead. Suddenly, Liang, with her keen eyes, spotted a man in a corner voraciously eating grilled leeks. Her eyes lit up, and she pulled Jojo towards him. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng was deep in his thoughts, caught between the joy of rebirth and a mix of complex emotions, paying no heed to the two girls following him. Although Jojo had trained in Taekwondo and Sanda and was generally bold, she hesitated upon seeing Lin Feng's tear-streaked face. She whispered, wondering if he was mentally unstable, crying and ranting about the end of the world as if he had lost his mind. However, Liang sensed a unique aura about Lin Feng that irresistibly drew her closer. Even though Jojo initially scoffed at the plain taste of the sausages Lin Feng offered, her hunger soon took over and she began devouring them. Meanwhile, they watched in awe as Lin Feng moved from one food stall to another, mysteriously stashing away heaps of food as if performing street magic. Jojo was convinced that there must be hidden cameras around, suspecting a reality TV prank, while the shrewd Liang had other ideas. She thought to herself that opportunities like this, encountering what seemed like a wealthy individual, shouldn't be missed. Soon after, Lin Feng realized he was close to revealing his special abilities and quickly covered it up, claiming it was all part of a street magic show and advised the girls to keep their distance to avoid disrupting the filming. Jojo, though skeptical, didn't probe further and reluctantly walked away. However, Liang couldn't take her eyes off the luxurious Lamborghini parked nearby. Lin Feng, having seen too many such opportunistic behaviors in his troubled past, chose to ignore her. To him, engaging further would just be a waste of time. Lin Feng pulled out several skewers of roasted lamb testicles from his bag, starting to replenish his brother's energy. He was still shaken, fearing that these precious delicacies might have been gnawed on by Feng Qian, that despicable woman, leaving some lingering effects. Just then, Liang couldn't accept being rejected so bluntly. Was her beauty really inferior to Xiao Qiao's? Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao, quick as a flash, snatched the black bag from Lin Feng's hand, shook it vigorously, and found it completely empty. She was puzzled, wondering where all the food had gone, including those large chicken wraps and burgers. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly snatched the bag back, scolding sharply, "This is robbery. Stop it, or I'll call the police." He worried internally that he must convince these girls that he was a magician, otherwise, if they filmed him and posted it online, all his efforts would be wasted. Xiao Qiao quickly apologized, explaining her curiosity about magicians had led to her impolite actions. Lin Feng, however, was not in the mood for more discussion and coldly dropped the phrase, "Street magic is not to be disclosed," then gestured for them to leave. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qiao then offered to compensate Lin Feng as a gesture of apology. Lin Feng's gaze landed jokingly on her impressive 36D bust, quipping, "How about we delve into some software and hardware engineering, rice irrigation, and plumbing?" Xiao Qiao was completely baffled, as this had nothing to do with her field of study. On the other hand, Liang, understanding the innuendo and impressed by Lin Feng's handsome looks and his luxury car, coyly expressed her willingness to add him on WeChat to learn more over time. However, Lin Feng, disdainful of her thick makeup, was not the least bit interested. This left Liang both embarrassed and infuriated. Was he interested in Xiao Qiao and not her? She wished she could drag Xiao Qiao away quickly to save further embarrassment. Yet, Xiao Qiao's curiosity about Lin Feng only grew, puzzled why someone of his wealth would still perform street magic. Lin Feng, however, had no time to ponder these matters, as he needed to focus on completing an important task. It wasn't until 4 a.m. that he finally gathered all the ingredients he needed. Before leaving, he reminded the vendors to stock up for the upcoming New Year's Eve celebration on December 31st. The vendors were thrilled, almost ready to worship Lin Feng as a god of fortune. Returning to his villa, Lin Feng was quite satisfied. The first wave of supplies was secured, 680,000 worth of fast food, enough to last him over a decade. Next, he messaged his uncle, Lin Hao, expressing a desire to cash out 30% of his shares. With the apocalypse looming, those paper assets would be worthless. Better to trick Lin Hao sooner rather than later. Lin Hao, who had stockpiled vast supplies and recruited a gang of enforcers in Huanghai City, and whose son Lin Tian had developed fire-based abilities, thought he was seizing an opportunity. However, Lin Feng, feigning a gambling debt, conned him into paying 15 billion. After signing the contract, Lin Feng secretly rejoiced, waiting for the day Lin Hao would realize the folly of trading tangible assets for worthless paper. Just wait until the day when your property deeds and shares won't even buy you a bag of rice. Then you'll realize the foolishness of your actions. On the other side of the phone, Lin Hao couldn't help but slap his thigh in laughter, thoroughly impressed by his own cleverness. Lin Feng, that naive fool, was so easy to trick. A single sentence and he was hooked. Little did he know that the 30% share he mentioned was worth no less than 22 billion yuan. Although the real estate business hasn't been booming in recent years, as long as costs are managed properly, the profit margins can still be quite substantial. Take the properties in He City, for example, where the cost per square meter is only 500 yuan. The building materials are the same. It's just the land prices that vary. Just build a few more floors, and the money will come rolling back in. Lin Feng, true to his name, is a complete fool. Triumphant, Lin Hao immediately started making calls to raise funds. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wasn't even slightly bothered by this. He knew all too well that the value of his stock was far beyond a mere 20 billion yuan. He was just too lazy to check the accounts. After all, half of the company's shares were now in Lin Tian's hands, and having been out of the business world for many years, he had no way to verify the accounts. The 15 billion yuan he already had was more than enough to squeeze Lin Hao dry. He had a bigger plan in mind. Once he swindled this money, he would find a way to secure the remaining billions. When the apocalypse strikes, Lin Hao would be left penniless, unable to stock up on supplies or maintain his influence in the first crucial month. Ding dong. Lost in his plans, Lin Feng was startled by the sound of the doorbell. It was already 8 a.m. Abe, the Tibetan mastiff in the yard, heard the noise and began to bark ferociously. It reminded Lin Feng that he even had a dog. In his past life, when the apocalypse hit, he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it would be a short-lived disaster. In the first month, he and Abe survived on high-quality dog food. By the second month, Lin Feng was so hungry he began eating the dog food with Abe. Eventually, driven to desperation, he didn't even spare dog feces, nearly starving to death. At his breaking point, Lin Feng, tears streaming down his face, had almost resorted to eating Abe. If it weren't for this dog, Lin Feng wouldn't be here today. He owed his life to Abe, his lifesaver. From now on, he had to take good care of him. The dog could be crucial in tough times. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lin Feng got up and dressed to greet the unexpected visitors. Lin Hao and Lin Tian walked in from outside the courtyard with joyous expressions. "Yo, Fenger, long time no see. You've put on some weight," Lin Hao said warmly as he embraced him, while Lin Tian looked around the mansion, valued at 8.5 billion yuan, with great interest. The opulent house, located in the prime area of Huanghai City, featured a swimming pool, card room, movie theater, wine cellar, study, and a gaming room, truly having it all. In front of the villa was a high-end residential area, and behind it, a private golf course spanning 800 acres. If bought and developed, it could easily earn tenfold or more. Unfortunately, it was wasted on Lin Feng, who, despite sitting on a gold mine, was on the brink of begging. His brain must be beyond repair, Lin Tian thought to himself, though his face bore a welcoming smile. Come inside, uncle. As long as you've brought enough money, we can talk about anything, Lin Feng said, fully aware that the day they'd be drained dry was coming. Then, they'd see if they could trade their property deeds for rice. Ma Yun was right. In the future, the price of houses would be like onions. One onion could trade for a whole house. Once, he traded a villa for a single scallion to avoid disaster. Let's take a look at the share transfer contract. If everything checks out, we can sign and seal the deal. Lin Hao was impatient, having waited for this moment for much of his life. Lin Feng managed to suppress his murderous intent and forced a smile as he welcomed the two inside. Just wait. If it weren't for the fear of ending up in prison, I would have ended you both long ago. Lin Feng's space could hold anything, except living or even dead people. He had tried countless times. It seemed high-level life forms simply couldn't be included. While killing was easy, disposing of the bodies was the hard part. But patience is key to great plans. I'll let you live a little longer. Sooner or later, you'll regret this. Once inside, Lin Hao eagerly reviewed the share transfer agreement. Satisfied that there were no errors, he pulled out the seal and indicated that they should sign immediately. Lin Feng thought to himself, "You sly old fox, trying to get something for nothing? Not a chance." Just then, a strange sensation flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He sensed that there were two more people hiding in a car outside. Shocked, he wondered, since when do I have such psychic abilities? Then, Lin Feng tried expanding his sensory range and discovered a qualitative leap in his spatial abilities. This wasn't just perception. It was the awakening of spatial awareness. After his rebirth, Lin Feng's space had expanded, now reaching thousands of miles. Anything within his spatial range couldn't escape his detection. It was like military-grade radar. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Feng conceived a shocking plan. He decided to travel to Russia and capture Lake Baikal in his space. In his previous life, Lake Baikal had become an ultimate refuge for the world's elite and Russian tycoons. Though finances were tight and stocks hard to liquidate, making a trip there impossible, the lake's water alone could sustain 6 billion people for 50 years. With abundant fish and shrimp, food and drink were the least of worries. Just wait for the apocalypse to end and the climate to warm up, and Russia could dominate the world. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. A cold wave struck the next year, killing 90% of the population. The following year, floods overwhelmed, even breaking the Baikal Dam, leading to Russia's collapse. Lin Feng secretly resolved that this time, he must take Lake Baikal away to see what the Russians could do then. However, just at this critical moment, a tearing pain suddenly surged through Lin Feng's brain, and he nearly passed out. He realized that his mental strength was insufficient to support such a vast space. Even a momentary contraction was enough to drain him completely. Helplessly, Lin Feng slumped on the sofa, drenched in cold sweat. It seemed that he couldn't recklessly expand his spatial abilities to the maximum. His mental strength couldn't handle it, and he risked a mental breakdown. "Fenger, what's happened to you?" Lin Hao was startled as he saw Lin Feng suddenly collapse onto the sofa, his face deathly pale, despite the fact that they hadn't yet signed the contract. "You can't faint now. Wait until after we've finished our business." Lin Feng, summoning his strength, quickly made up an excuse about having low blood sugar and said he'd feel better after a walk. He had already noticed two knife-wielding thugs hidden in the car, and with his energy suddenly depleted, he doubted he could handle 4 assailants. Thus, he stood up and went to the yard to release his Tibetan Mastiff, Anbei. Anbei was a purebred fierce dog, standing 1.3 meters tall at the shoulder and weighing 180 kilograms, which Lin Feng had bought for a significant sum last year from a herdsman in Tibet. Although not the brightest, Anbei was fiercely loyal to his master. At Lin Feng's command, he would brave any danger. Lin Feng had raised Anbei from a pup, and the dog knew many commands. If Anbei ever killed someone, a simple compensation would suffice, and the police couldn't touch Lin Feng. No sooner had Anbei been released than he started barking madly at the door, sensing the unwelcome guests. Lin Hao and his son Lin Tian turned as pale as ghosts. realizing that this mad dog only listened to Lin Feng, and they were in no position to control the situation. Lin Feng reassured them casually, "Don't worry, uncle. Anbei is very well behaved and won't bite." After petting Anbei's head, the fierce dog immediately lay down submissively. Lin Hao and Lin Tian exchanged glances, realizing their plan to freeload was likely doomed. Once inside, Lin Feng, all smiles, gestured for Lin how to make the payment quickly. He was genuinely pleased. In his past life, his space had been only a few cubic meters, hardly enough to store much. Now, with a 1,000-fold increase in space, even an apocalypse wouldn't scare him. Lin Hao reluctantly pulled out his phone and transferred 1.5 billion yuan to Lin Feng. With a ding, Lin Feng's account swelled with a long string of digits. After double-checking the transfer, Lin Feng relaxed and swiftly signed the contract. "That's it, uncle. Time for you to go. You're sure your dog won't really bite someone?" Lin Hao asked nervously, pointing towards Anbei, who still had his eyes fixed menacingly on the door. Lin Feng, grinning broadly, assured him fervently that Anbei would not harm anyone, then courteously opened the door for them. Woof woof woof. Anbei remained lying down, only occasionally barking a warning at the strangers. Lin Hao and his son were trembling, feeling guilty as if they were thieves, fearful that Lin Feng's beast might suddenly attack. They had barely reached the door when Lin Feng suddenly commanded, "Anbei, bite his butt." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the huge dog charged like an arrow at Lin Hao's rear. "Ah! Lin Feng, control your dog." Lin Tian screamed in terror, frantically pushing the door open and desperately grabbing his father's arm. The two bodyguards in the car also hurriedly came over to rescue their boss. If something happened to Lin Hao, who would pay their salaries? The three men pulled with all their might, but Anbei clung on stubbornly, biting down hard. Lin Feng, taking delight in their misfortune, slammed the door shut, leaving the chaos behind. "Tian, pull harder. It's got my butt." Lin Hao screamed in agony, but the more he struggled, the more excruciating the pain became. Luckily, the two bodyguards were strong and tall, each standing over 1.8 meters and weighing more than 100 kilograms. They managed to barely drag Lin Hao out of the door along with his dog. Just at that critical moment, there was a loud ripping sound, and Lin Hao's trousers were torn to shreds by the dog named Abe. Lin Hao's buttocks were severely bitten, leaving 4 bloody holes. Despite being thrown a few meters away, Abe was still determined to bite again and continued barking fiercely. "Close the door. Don't let it out." Lin Hao limped hurriedly into the car in panic. Seeing this, the bodyguards quickly shut the iron gate, successfully blocking the fierce dog's attack. Abe continued to bark madly outside the gate, but could only watch helplessly as the 4 of them fled in disarray. "Damn, that little beast is definitely out to get me. Oh, my poor backside." Inside the car, Lin Hao winced in pain, his wounds bleeding profusely and likely needing a month to heal. Lin Tian tried to calm him down. "Dad, cool down. I'll take you to the hospital for infectious diseases right away." At that moment, Lin Feng sent a text message. The notification pinged, and he had transferred 2,000 yuan to Lin Hao, apologizing, "Uncle, I'm so sorry. I didn't keep an eye on the dog and it bit you. Here's some money for medical expenses, and remember to get a rabies vaccine." But Abe should be vaccinated, so it should be fine. After reading the message, Lin Hao was furious and crushed his phone. "I'm Lin Hao. Do I need your measly 2,000 yuan? You think letting your dog bite me settles this?" Lin Tian, worried, tentatively asked, "Dad, I think Lin Feng is definitely scheming against us. Did he find out about what happened years ago? Is that why he's cashing out and fleeing?" The bodyguards exchanged knowing looks, as they were the ones who had done the dirty work of killing Lin Feng's parents years ago. He's probably planning to run. Otherwise, with Lin Feng's character, why would he stop fawning over Fengqian and suddenly need so much cash? Maybe he thinks it's the end of the world and he needs to stock up on supplies. Lin Hao sneered continuously as he pondered over these suspicions. Lin Tian mocked, "Look at Lin Feng's blockhead. He doesn't even know that his goddess Fengqian is my mistress. I let her lead him on, and he really treats her like a treasure. It makes me sick." In Lin Tian's eyes, Lin Feng didn't deserve to inherit any family business. Son, let's get me to the hospital first, then call your mistress to see what Lin Feng is up to. He must be up to something to gather so much money overnight. I don't believe any of those tall tales about winning big through online gambling. Who would? Unable to curb his curiosity, Lin Hao insisted on uncovering the truth. Lin Tian agreed, pressing the accelerator to head straight to the hospital. Leave it to me. We've spent so much money on Fengqian. It's time she did something useful. Lin Tian's face was all smiles, unaware of the storm brewing ahead. He sped off to the hospital. Lin Feng pulled a frozen lamb leg from the fridge and tossed it into Anbei's cage. Good boy, enjoy your treat. His two large freezers were packed with chicken, duck, fish, shrimp, and various meats, all stored specifically for Anbei. Even though dog food was plentiful, Anbei was never interested, and Lin Feng didn't bother to insist. In his past life, it was these frozen meats that helped him survive the first month. In the second month, he and his beloved dog had to subsist on dog food. But in this life, he was determined to tip the scales of fate in his favor. Anbei, tongue out, stared at Lin Feng with bright eyes, treating him like a deity. After feeding Anbei, Lin Feng drove straight to the visa center to process his travel visas for Russia and the United States. Holding a Canadian passport made the procedure somewhat easier. For ordinary people, obtaining such visas could take up to several weeks, but Lin Feng, wealthy and influential, expected to expedite the process within 3 days through generous tips. The trip to Russia was essential. If he could capture Lake Baikal into his alternate space, he would never have to worry about food again, with an endless supply of fish. He also planned to acquire some Russian military hardware, renowned for its durability and reliability, unlike the more delicate and expensive American equipment which was prone to malfunction. As for the United States, he couldn't miss the opportunity to take advantage of the dense supermarket storage systems. Lin Feng was resolute. With enough money, no task was too difficult, and he soon had all his paperwork in order. The staff, delighted by his generosity, assured him they would expedite his applications, promising good news within days. Tourist visas are generally the easiest to obtain, typically processed within 3 to 7 days, and Lin Feng was confident his would be ready promptly. With his second goal nearly accomplished, Lin Feng turned to his third major objective, bringing down Lin's real estate and profiting from its downfall. Thinking of this, he decided to test his newly awakened magical abilities. He parked his car by the roadside and tried to transfer a bottle of mineral water from the backseat into his alternate space. After several failed attempts that left him dizzy, he glanced at the water bottle next to him and succeeded effortlessly. Excited, he then tried to transfer an empty bottle from a distant trash can but failed again. Through trial and error, he began to understand the rules of his alternate space. The target must be within 100 meters, living things could enter but would surely die, and he couldn't store humans or even human-held items. Since his trip to Russia was still days away, Lin Feng decided to dabble in business for fun. He drove his limited edition Lamborghini, worth 30 million, directly to a real estate agency on the brink of closure. The real estate market was in a slump, and the agency hadn't made a sale in half a month. As Lin Feng stepped out of his car, a young woman dressed in black silk eagerly approached him. Anyone driving such an expensive car surely could afford a multimillion-dollar mansion. Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy a house? Jia He Real Estate is at your service. She greeted him sweetly. Lin Feng glanced at her, noticing her petite frame. She was around 5 feet tall, approximately 25 years old, with delicate features and a pretty, doll-like face complemented by small glasses, which made her look quite adorable. Not bad. If you ever crave a sausage, just let me know. It's a small matter, he commented casually before striding towards the CEO's office. Why waste words on a minor salesperson? It meant nothing. Sausages? Was he out of his mind? Why would he talk about sausages? Sun Fangfang scratched her head and hurried to keep up, knowing they couldn't afford to neglect such an important client. Mr. Wu, a distinguished guest is here to see you. At that moment, Wu Yong, the CEO of Jaha Real Estate, was deeply troubled. With a backlog of properties and a cash flow nearing a break, even paying salaries had become a challenge. His worries were so great that he was nearly losing his hair. Hearing the sound of an incredibly expensive supercar outside, Wu Yong's spirits lifted. He quickly approached to greet the guest. "Good day, sir. I am Wu Yong from Jaha Real Estate. May I know which property you are interested in? Whatever you need, I will provide immediately." However, Lin Feng didn't respond and kept fiddling with his phone. After a while, he showed the screen to Wu Yong. It displayed a bank balance in the billions, a whopping 15 billion yuan, 15 billion in cash. "Sir, are you planning to buy half of Huanghai City? Just command me, and I will find any property you want," Wu Yong exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Lin Feng enjoyed the eagerness. "No, I want to buy your entire agency. Name your price," he stated decisively. Hearing this, Wu Yong was overjoyed. Heaven had finally sent a savior. Jaha wasn't large, employing only 46 people and holding 246 mortgage properties, plus the office building. 50 million yuan. How does that sound? Wu Yong asked, only slightly above what he deemed minimal to avoid scaring off this godsend. After all, he had initially invested 60 million yuan in these assets and now just wanted to minimize his losses. Lin Feng agreed immediately and instructed to draft the contract and rename the business. "Come with me to the notary office to finalize the paperwork, and I'll make the payment right away," he said efficiently. Wu Yong, thrilled beyond words, didn't dare to negotiate and quickly went to prepare the contract. Sun Fongfong stood by, utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom his motives. What was he up to by acquiring a heavily indebted agency? What was his plan? "Grandpa, does this contract look good to you? If both parties have no objections, we can sign it right now and then proceed with the property transfer and renaming process." Faced with Lin Feng's inquiry, Wu Yong appeared quite humble. But he had no choice. Having lost money, he was dependent on the other party to get out of this bind. Lin Feng calmly made his requirements known. The property didn't need to be transferred immediately, it was enough to just list the quantity and total value. He wanted the company's legal representative to be changed to his name, while Wu Yong would be appointed as the general manager with a monthly salary of 1 million yuan. As for the other sales staff, their base salary would be increased to 10,000 yuan, with a commission of 1% per transaction. These terms shouldn't be too difficult, right? Upon hearing this, the entire family and property sales team were stunned. Their previous base salary was merely 2,500 yuan, and now it had quadrupled under the new management. This was like a pie falling from the sky. What are we waiting for? Let's take this job. Long live the new boss. In that moment, Wu Yong and all the employees burst into cheers. Who exactly was this mysterious benefactor, and why was he so generous? Wu Yong was moved to tears. A monthly salary of 1 million yuan was an executive-level compensation. He couldn't help but pledge his loyalty to Lin Feng, swearing to lead the company to greater heights and not to let him down. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and instructed Wu Yong to immediately go to the Business Administration Bureau to change the legal representative. He sternly declared that from now on, everything must be done according to his will, and he would take all legal responsibilities. As for the employees' salaries, Lin Feng had no intention of fulfilling that promise. He could casually promise a monthly salary of 10 million yuan, as it was so outrageous that they wouldn't take it seriously. Excited, Wu Yong got into Lin Feng's luxury car, his hands trembling slightly. Along the way, he cautiously inquired about Lin Feng's operational strategies. Given the current slump in the real estate market, how are they going to break through? Lin Feng calmly announced that from now on, the company would no longer sell properties, but rent them out instead. Tenants only had to pay a deposit equivalent to half the price of the property to live there rent-free for as long as they wished. Utilities such as water, electricity, gas, and internet would be the tenant's responsibility, while the company would cover property management, elevator, and heating fees. Tenants could terminate the contract at any time and get their deposit back immediately. If the company breached the contract first, the property would belong to the tenant. Hearing this radical strategy, Wu Yong was utterly dumbfounded. This wasn't business, this was charity. With Lin Feng's 1.5 billion yuan, even a larger fortune couldn't sustain such lavish spending. Lin Feng slowly started giving him a lesson in economics. By collecting half the property price as a deposit and using it to secure loans, a down payment of 20% could buy 2.5 more properties. These new properties would be rented out in the same manner, and with a few cycles of this strategy, most of the properties in Huang Hai City would be under their control. Then, they could set the prices however they wished. Monopoly, do you understand? Hearing this brilliant explanation, Wu Yong was thoroughly enlightened and admired Lin Feng's business acumen immensely. Indeed, the wealthy do possess remarkable courage and their actions reflect grandeur. He excitedly agreed, asserting that as long as property prices continued to soar, the interest on loans would not be an issue, and his company would remain invincible. Lin Feng sneered to himself, having no intention of repaying any loans. With the apocalypse just a month away, who would care about such debts? His immediate strategy was to liquidate some assets and aggressively stockpile supplies. With a well-publicized campaign, he estimated he could rake in 10 to 18 billion, enough to sustain hundreds of thousands of people. Thus, Lin Feng, accompanied by Wu Yong, swiftly handled the property transfer and generously rewarded him with 50 million for his efforts, with an additional 10 million allocated for advertising. Wu Yong was overjoyed and confidently promised that with a 50% discount, he couldn't believe that the properties wouldn't rent out, somewhat alleviating his ethical concerns. Lin Feng casually waved his hand, instructing Wu Yong to start recruiting and expanding the team. The base salary for new hires was 5,000, with a 1% commission per deal. Importantly, it was normal to withhold salaries for a month. Sometimes, it could even extend to 2 months. Wu Yong nodded without hesitation, watching Lin Feng leave with admiration. For him, enduring stringent conditions was bearable with such a wealthy and influential backer. Alone in his car, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile triumphantly. With just 60 million, he could have the market value of Lin Hao's real estate company, possibly crippling it forever. When the apocalypse arrived, Lin Hao would likely be left destitute and disgraced. With this thought, Lin Feng pressed the accelerator and headed straight for Hulong Security Company. In the post-apocalyptic world, this company was a formidable force in Huanghai City. Armed with stun batons and riot shields, they had looted countless survivors, living quite comfortably. And their leader was Wang Long, Lin Feng's father's killer and his future team leader. Lin Feng was determined to settle this score. He soon arrived at the company, striding confidently into the lobby. The receptionist quickly stood up to greet him, impressed by his distinguished appearance and demeanor, clearly someone from a wealthy background. "I need to see your general manager, Wang Long. I have a deal worth 30 billion to discuss," Lin Feng stated straightforwardly. 30 billion? That amount could easily fund a fleet of aircraft carriers. The receptionist was astonished, realizing she was dealing with a truly significant figure. "Excuse me, sir. I'll take you to our general manager right now. This isn't something a minor employee like me can decide." The receptionist could tell that Lin Feng was serious, so she quickly led the way. Lin Feng followed her and took the elevator directly to the 28th floor. The headquarters of Hulong Security Company was an imposing 30-story building, a testament to its substantial capabilities. The receptionist knocked lightly on the door of the CEO's office and respectfully announced, "Mr. Wang, there's a distinguished guest here to discuss a 3 billion deal with you." Inside, Wang Long, who was enjoying a cigar, was momentarily taken aback. 3 billion? Are they planning to build a space launch site or a military fortress? Trying to remain calm, he put down his cigar and invited the visitor in, curious to see who this mysterious person was. Lin Feng entered confidently, meeting Wang Long's gaze. Internally, he sneered, "Wang Long, if I don't bankrupt you today, I wouldn't be worthy of my name." Yet outwardly, he was all humility as he extended his hand. "I've long admired you, Mr. Wang. My name is Lin Feng, the young master of Lin's real estate." Wang Long understood immediately. This young man held 30% of Lin's real estate, valued at 22 billion. If he was discussing a 3 billion project, financing it wouldn't be an issue. Moreover, rumors had it that he owned luxury cars, villas, and a considerable amount of liquid assets. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here today?" Wang Long asked eagerly, sensing a lucrative business opportunity. "Please, have a seat, and let's discuss this in detail." Lin Feng got straight to the point, I'm a straightforward person. I want to build a mansion in the West Mountain Villa District, covering 10,000 square meters. It will have 3 floors above ground and 2 below, all constructed with a steel framework. The exterior and interior walls should be 1 meter thick steel plates, wrapped in half a meter of titanium alloy. There should be a 10 centimeter layer of lead to block radiation and another half-meter layer of aerospace material to enhance thermal insulation. I don't want any operable windows, only 10 centimeter thick bulletproof glass embedded in the walls to let light in. The glass should have a 1 centimeter thick explosion-proof film and block UV rays. The total thickness should not be less than 1.5 meters. The interior should have radiation-proof smart curtains, primarily for insulation. The main door should be at least 1.5 meters thick, made of titanium metal plate, indestructible, even by anti-tank missiles. The roof should be covered with solar panels for all-weather power supply. Surround the property with a high-voltage electric fence and include weapon-firing ports sealed with titanium alloy to prevent easy penetration. The interior should have an independent LAN that can connect with the outside world in a controlled manner. Central air conditioning, floor heating, a diesel generator, a purification system, and an emergency anti-poison device are all essential. It must also have a manually controllable intelligent central system. In short, even if a nuclear bomb hits the capital, as long as it doesn't hit our house directly, even if it's knocked over by the shockwave, this house must remain intact. Does your company have the capability to meet these requirements? Wang Long was stunned, sweating profusely. This isn't just building a villa. This is constructing a doomsday bunker. And you think you're just hiring a construction foreman? Even with 3 billion, this project sounds like it would barely break even. Wang Long chuckled nervously, shaking his head. He really didn't dare take on this project. Lin Feng casually pulled out his phone and started calculating right in front of Wang Long. Look, the land covers 10,000 square meters, with a building height of 15 meters across 5 floors. That's a total volume of 150,000 cubic meters if it were solid. Given that steel has a density of 7.85 tons per cubic meter, and the current market price is 3,000 per ton, that would total up to 3.5 billion. But we're building a hollow structure, mostly rooms, so the material needed would be much less. Besides, even the most expensive titanium alloys are only 12,000 per ton now. So, 3 billion is more than enough. Conservatively, I estimate you could pocket at least 300 to 500 million. Wang Long thought it over and realized it made sense. In this day and age, with domestic titanium supplies exceeding demand and metal prices plummeting, taking on this project could net me a profit of 500 to 600 million. This deal is definitely worth discussing. Mr. Lin, you don't seem to be joking with me. But still, 3 billion is a significant amount. May I know your payment arrangements? Lin Feng confidently replied, You have 1 month to complete the project. We will handle the foundation, and you can start construction immediately. Once we sign the contract, I'll pay 30% upfront. Another 30% will be paid upon satisfactory inspection, and another 30% after 3 months of usage if there are no major issues. The final 10% can be deferred for a year. How does that sound? If there are no issues, we can sign the contract right away. Wang Long was overjoyed. 60% of the payment could cover the material costs, and the rest would be pure profit. Plus, paying another 30% after 3 months and even deferring the final payment for a year is very generous. The only concern is the tight 1-month deadline. Mr. Lin, I have no issues with the payment plan, but could we possibly extend the deadline to 3 months? Impatiently, Lin Feng waved his hand. Your company, Hu Long, has branches all over the country, right? Just pull in resources and manpower as needed. Everyone makes money. What's not to like? Besides, others are idle anyway. Who wouldn't welcome extra business? I must insist, the building must be completed and inspected before New Year's Day, 2050. If you can't handle it, I'll find someone else. He then made a move to leave. Seeing the situation turning sour, Wang Long quickly put on a smile to retain him. Wait, Mr. Lin, we'll take the job. Don't worry about manpower or materials. I'll coordinate with headquarters right away. 1 month, and you'll be moving into your new home. Contacting headquarters meant sharing some of the profits, but what other choice was there? Priorities must be set. even if it meant sacrificing a little profit. It's settled then. Once we sign the contract this afternoon, I'll organize the crew to start work immediately. Seeing Wang Long agree, Lin Feng quickly threw out another bait, eagerly waiting for this big fish to bite. Hesitant for a moment, Wang Long then cautiously added, "Mr. Lin, considering this is a deal worth 3 billion with substantial initial investment, could you offer some collateral? Just in case, to avoid any losses." Prepared, Lin Feng pulled out a thick property deed from his pocket, smiling. "This is the land deed for the Shishan Golf Course, all 800 acres of it. You know how much this piece of prime land is worth. Even if you finish building and I don't want it, at worst you can dismantle it and sell the materials. There's no way you could lose money on this." Wang Long's eyes widened in astonishment. That piece of land on West Mountain is the most fertile in the region, and everyone in Huanghai City covets it. The private golf course alone is worth over 800 million yuan. If it were demolished and rebuilt, whether as a school district or a commercial area, the earning potential is limitless. It seems Lin Feng is really going all out for this doomsday bunker, doesn't it? Is the sky really falling? Mr. Lin is indeed decisive. Let's draft the contract right away. Wang Long was thrilled. As long as the land title was verified as authentic, this deal was too good to pass up. The two quickly drafted an agreement and signed it on the spot. Lin Feng, without hesitation, transferred 900 million yuan as a deposit. He figured, if the apocalypse really came, what harm would there be in giving the land away for free? After all, Wang Long wouldn't be able to develop it anymore. Lin Feng got up to leave and reminded Wang, "Mr. Wang, start construction this afternoon. Get your crew and materials ready and prepare the machinery. Make sure to send me a complete set of architectural plans soon. I want a square mansion, 100 meters on each side, with 4 main entrances." After saying this, he politely extended his hand and warmly shook hands with Wang Long, secretly chuckling to himself, "Wang Long, oh Wang Long, keep building for me. If this doesn't bankrupt you, I won't be a Lin anymore. In the end, one of us is going down, just you wait and see." Wang Long was equally overjoyed. "All right, Mr. Lin, I'll get the manpower and materials from the headquarters right away. The design plans will be ready soon, and I'll draft the purchasing list now. We'll work day and night, doing our utmost to have you move in by Christmas Eve." With a 30 billion yuan project before him, Wang Long was ecstatic. Even if he had to split the profits 50-50 with the headquarters, he'd still make a fortune. Little did he know, this was just an elaborate scam concocted by Lin Feng. In the end, it's hard to say who will outsmart whom. After leaving the Hulong Security Company, Lin Feng let out a deep sigh. He knew that if the apocalypse really came, he would thrive. But if it turned out to be a false alarm, he'd be in trouble. Moreover, as the legal representative of his family's real estate agency, a busy yet fruitless endeavor would make his all-rental business model look no better than a Ponzi scheme. He might even end up spending his later years sewing in prison. This thought made Lin Feng scratch his head. Despite having faced many major challenges, including surviving a traumatic injury caused by Feng Qian, his current predicament was enough to unsettle him. However, he was too far along to turn back now. He had to face it head-on. Driving back to his villa, Lin Feng used his special ability to remove soil next to his original residence, creating a massive pit 110 meters in length and width, and 8 meters deep. He intentionally dug a bit extra to give the construction team some leeway. His space could only accommodate an object of about 10,000 square meters, hence the large area. The details would need further exploration, possibly even a trip to Russia. Since the land was his, he could build wherever he pleased. He remembered that the original villa's walls were made of lightweight bricks so fragile that even an 8-year-old could punch a hole through them with a hammer, making it unsuitable for renovation. It was better to demolish and start anew. Those stories of transforming mansions in 30 days were purely fictional. Modern buildings are constructed with a framework of reinforced concrete, filled in with lightweight bricks. Adding steel plates to such a structure? The beams wouldn't support the weight. So, Lin Feng decided to rebuild from scratch, confident that with Hulong's capabilities, the construction would be completed within a month. Essentially, the shelter he planned to build was just a pile of steel. As long as the welding was done properly and the materials were plentiful, It would be like stacking blocks. After digging the foundation in a matter of minutes, Lin Feng checked his phone and saw he still had 540 million in his account. He planned to modify several special vehicles to avoid the monotony of staying at home all the time. He then hit the gas and headed straight for the largest professional modification factory in Huanghai City. The factory manager, Zhao Jun, was a good friend of his and also passionate about car modifications. In his previous life, when the apocalypse hit, Lin Feng had lost track of him. These two transactions would surely bring Zhao Jun a tidy profit. Lin Feng planned to remind him to stock up on supplies, fulfilling his duty as a friend. As for inviting Zhao Jun into the shelter, Lin Feng didn't even consider it. They were close friends, not blood brothers. Having seen the darkest aspects of human nature, including cannibalism during famines, letting Zhao Jun in could risk everything if he accidentally opened the door one day. At most, Lin Feng would give him a heads up to prepare. Whether Zhao Jun heeded the warning was up to him. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at his destination and went straight to Zhao Jun, who was all smiles upon seeing him. Well, if it isn't young Master Lin, what brings you here today? Knowing Lin Feng's wealth, Zhao Jun was naturally eager to serve. Lin Feng got straight to the point as soon as he met with Zhao Jun. I have a lucrative job for you. I need 2 custom-modified vehicles built. Hearing that it was a car manufacturing deal, Zhao Jun was overjoyed, especially since it involved not 1, but 2 vehicles. Just give your orders, Mr. Lin, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhao Jun confidently assured, wondering what kind of challenging request Lin might have. However, he was completely taken aback when Lin Feng described the requirements. The first vehicle needs to withstand temperatures up to 70 degrees Celsius, have at least 10 tires, 4 in the front and 6 in the back, all of which must be high-temperature resistant and explosion-proof. It should feature dual engines, 1 main and 1 backup, to prevent the engine from blowing out due to high heat. There should also be an internal water cooling system to cool the engine. Use 2 cm thick titanium alloy plates for the body, with the front thickened to 10 centimeters, so that if it hits a wall, the wall breaks but the vehicle remains undamaged. The windows should be explosion-proof and bulletproof, and the chassis must be able to withstand anti-tank mine blasts. The interior needs air conditioning and must be tightly wrapped with heat-insulating material. The second vehicle should be modified for snow conditions, also with dual engines, but this time designed for warmth. The engines must start at -70 degrees, equipped with an extra-large capacity battery as a backup power source. The chassis should be welded with skis to increase the contact area and prevent sinking into snow holes. The glass must be frost-resistant and have the same bulletproof and explosion-proof capabilities as the first vehicle. The titanium alloy body should be so strong that if it crashes into a wall, the wall collapses but the vehicle remains intact. I also need a full set of spare parts for both vehicles, at least 100 pieces each. All of this needs to be completed and delivered within a month. That's not too much to ask, right? Zhao Jun was stunned. Mr. Lin, whether it's feasible to build them aside, your requirements could cost at least 200 million yuan. I don't even dare to quote a price since I've never built such customized vehicles before. Just then, Zhao Jun's phone pinged. He checked it and almost dropped it in shock. Holy smokes. Mr. Lin, you're not joking, right? 300 million yuan. Lin Feng replied coolly, I don't have time for nonsense. Get it done within a month, or I'll sue you for breach of contract. Don't skimp on materials. Spend as much as needed. If you run out of money, just call me. I'll send more. Zhao Jun felt a mix of awe and excitement. 300 million for 2 vehicles, and I could net 30 million? Where else could I make such a profit in 1 month? Done. Mr. Lin, just wait for your vehicles. I'll start right away and work day and night to deliver them early. If I fail, I'll bring you my head. Zhao Jun finally put Lin Feng at ease, who trusted Zhao Jun's reliability, though he wondered if Zhao could withstand the ultimate test when doomsday came. All right, it's settled then. Deliver the vehicles and spare parts directly to my villa in Xishan in 1 month. You better get moving. Take care, Mr. Lin. Zhao Jun couldn't help but feel like kissing his phone screen as he watched Lin Feng leave, ecstatic about the deal. 3 billion. That would allow him to personally craft the 2 most formidable vehicles in the world. An opportunity of a lifetime. Lin Feng then checked his account balance and couldn't help but be amazed. Money really isn't easy to come by. In just one day, his 15 billion had dwindled to 2.42 billion. He had taken care of purchasing a house and a car, and next on the list was stocking up on medical supplies. When the apocalypse truly hits, the numbers on his phone would just be useless zeros and ones. He had to spend it while he could. Otherwise, when doomsday arrived, many wealthy individuals would realize the greatest tragedy in life, dying with their fortunes unspent. Millions in the bank wouldn't even buy a sausage, leaving them only to stare at their banking app, reminiscing about past glories before starving on the streets. Pocketing his phone, Lin Feng felt the pangs of hunger. It had been a busy day, and it was already past 5 in the evening. He got into his car and pulled out 2 hamburgers and a milk tea from his other dimensional space, gulping them down as a makeshift meal. He knew the journey ahead was long and preparation was crucial. Driving straight to the First People's Hospital of Huanghai City, Lin Feng walked directly into the director's office. The director, Li Yuan, was packing up for the day. Surprised by the unexpected visitor, he paused. "May I help you with something?" Li Yuan asked politely, assuming Lin Feng was just a regular visitor. "I want to buy medical equipment and various drugs identical to those used in your top-tier hospital. Everything you have, in 10 sets. Let me know how much it will cost," Lin Feng stated bluntly. Li Yuan was so shocked he almost passed out. Picking up the phone, he immediately called the head of the psychiatry department. "Hello, Director Zhao? Could you please send 2 nurses to my office? We have a psychiatric patient here. We need to contact his family to get him admitted." Lin Feng was speechless, realizing he had alarmed the director with his urgency. He quickly pulled out his phone, displaying his bank app to Li Yuan. "I'm not joking. I'm planning to build a private top-tier hospital in Xishan Villa District. Name your price, and I'll pay the deposit." Li Yuan, still half in doubt, took the phone and after several checks, confirmed the balance was real. "Young man, if you want equipment on par with our hospital standards, just 1 set will cost you billions. 10 sets of equipment would cost at least 8 to 10 billion. Are you sure you have the financial capacity?" Lin Feng paused, realizing his 2 billion might not even cover the deposit. "Let's make it 5 sets then, and based on your pharmacy's inventory, I'd like 5 billion worth of drugs. Focus on gauze, bandages, hemostatic and anti-inflammatory drugs, sunburn ointments, and drugs for infections and frostbite. A total of 10 billion. I'll pay a 2 billion deposit now, and the rest upon delivery. How does that sound?" Li Yuan was overjoyed. This was practically money walking through the door. Given the high profit margins on pharmaceuticals and equipment, even if Lin Feng defaulted on the final payment, he'd still make a huge profit. "No problem. Let's draft the contract and make the payment now." Li Yuan, beaming with excitement, immediately proceeded to finalize the deal. After leaving the hospital and paying the 2 billion yuan deposit for medical supplies, Lin Feng's bank account was left with only 42.3 million yuan. However, he wasn't panicked. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the most crucial items, his shelter, transportation, and medical equipment, were all set up. Although he hadn't fully stocked up on food, he could always raid his neighbor's supplies when the apocalypse arrived. "My neighbors store food. I store guns. Their pantry is my pantry," Lin Feng thought smugly. Having survived 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world in his past life, he was well practiced in the art of scavenging for free. Medicines, he knew, were far more valuable than food. Whether it was anti-infection drugs for high temperatures or anti-frostbite agents for extreme cold, these were scarce resources that couldn't be easily exchanged for food. Reflecting on his past experiences, Lin Feng understood that even a minor ailment could be fatal in the apocalypse. This was no exaggeration. He had witnessed a friend die from sepsis within 2 days after stepping on a nail in high temperatures. Without medicine, survival was nearly impossible. Thus, Lin Feng had spent a fortune ensuring the hospital was well stocked with various drugs. Once the apocalypse hit, it would be too late to gather such supplies. Even if he looted every hospital in Huanghai City, their stocks wouldn't last long. It was better to be over-prepared than caught off guard. Fortunately, he still had a month to prepare. As for food, Lin Feng had a plan to head straight to the United States and raid their storage centers. Upon driving back to his villa, Lin Feng saw a figure standing at the front gate. The car headlights revealed a familiar face. It was Feng Qian. Isn't this the woman who nearly ruined me? Lin Feng instinctively covered his groin, a reflex from their painful past encounters. Generally, Feng Qian wouldn't give him the time of day unless he approached her first. And today, she had suddenly shown up at his door. What was she up to? Lin Feng, what a coincidence. I was just passing by and didn't expect to see you, Feng Qian said with a charming smile, flipping her hair to reveal her stunning face. She had heard from Lin Tian that Lin Feng had cashed out all his shares today, making a whopping 1.5 billion yuan. Perhaps this loyal follower would spoil her with new designer bags or even a villa. It is indeed a coincidence. Is there something you need from me? Lin Feng asked, seeing right through Feng Qian's flirtatious act. He was determined not to fall back into his old patterns of subservience. From now on, Lin Feng vowed to be a lone wolf, a fierce warrior rather than a submissive follower. Glancing around to make sure they were alone, a dark thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. Should he eliminate this deceitful person right now? But reason quickly prevailed. If Feng Qian suddenly disappeared, Lin Tian would surely call the police, and Lin Feng couldn't hide a body in his extra-dimensional space without risking exposure. In this day and age, he couldn't underestimate the police's ability to solve crimes. Let's wait and see how things unfold before making a move. Besides, killing Feng Qian now might just be doing her a favor, right? She likes to entice men, doesn't she? When the apocalypse comes, I'll make sure she regrets ever being born by tormenting her with 1,000 men. Whoever can torment her the most will get a sausage as a reward. I want her to experience the despair of the end times without the quick release of death. Oh, and by the way, it's been so long. Can I come and hang out with you? I'm free tonight. Let's go out and have some fun. Feng Qian, noticing the coldness in Lin Feng's tone and the absence of her previous foolish infatuation in his gaze, quickly realized the reason. Lin Feng had become an overnight billionaire, now worth 1.5 billion yuan. What kind of beauty couldn't he find? Indeed, once a man rises to power, his heart changes. Even she, who had been so devoted, was now being treated indifferently. Thinking this, Feng Qian quickly latched onto Lin Feng's arm, putting on a charming act. For the sake of those billions, the dream mansion, luxury cars, designer bags, and high-end jewelry, she was willing to lower her standards temporarily to secure this fat sheep. Lin Feng felt nauseous. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes how Feng Qian ruthlessly betrayed him, even going as far as to destroy his dignity, he might have been fooled by her act. He was convinced that if Feng Qian had a second chance at life, she would betray him again for a mere piece of meat. Despite his deep hatred for her, Lin Feng knew this was not the time for revenge. After a moment's thought, he decided to buy some meat for Abe, his life-saving dog, and let this treacherous woman taste some hardship. I need to pick up some dog food at the supermarket. It might be a lot to carry. Do you want to come and help? Lin Feng said casually, although he didn't really have any urgent shopping needs other than getting some food for Abe. After all, it would be inhumane to neglect the dog that had saved his life. Sure, I'll come with you, Feng Qian replied cheerfully, oblivious to the impending trouble, feeling content just to be by Lin Feng's side. Despite just having come from a tiring encounter and waiting outside for a long time, she was exhausted but didn't want to miss this opportunity to get closer to wealth. Great, I need to pick up a few things too. We can head to them all together. You know, women naturally love shopping. The two traveled in silence, Lin Feng preoccupied with thoughts of how to trick Feng Qian into going to the luxury goods section, thinking about how many designer bags she could splurge on with his fortune. Soon, they arrived at the parking lot of Walmart. Lin Feng walked straight into the supermarket without looking back, grabbed two shopping carts, and pushed them towards Feng Qian, giving her no chance to browse other sections. Lin Feng, you're really not in the mood, are you? Feng Qian glared at him discontentedly. Even today, when Lin Tian asked for a favor, we had to get to know each other well first. Now that you have 1.5 billion, getting a bit close isn't too much to ask. I only want a villa, just a few tens of millions. Is that too much? Lin Feng had lost all interest in women. Even if Feng Qian were to perform oral sex on him while kneeling, he would still fear for his life that she might bite off his manhood. Such a deep-seated fear might take a lifetime to heal. He headed straight for the fresh food section, sweeping through the meats, be it pork, beef, lamb, or poultry and fish, stuffing everything haphazardly into Feng Qian's shopping cart. Soon, the cart was packed to the brim. Lin Feng, what on earth are you doing? Are you hosting a feast at your place? Feng Qian asked breathlessly as she struggled to push the cart. The amount of meat in the cart was truly terrifying, easily weighing 200 to 300 pounds. How could an ordinary person manage to push that? Feeding the dog, Lin Feng said emotionlessly. His remark was actually quite factual. The two large freezers at home were nearly empty and needed restocking. Feng Qian looked at him suspiciously. She knew Lin Feng had a dog, but was it really necessary to buy so much meat? Even if the dog ate a lot, consuming 5 or 6 pounds a day would only amount to about 150 pounds a month, yet here they were, close to 300 pounds. Why would he buy so much all at once? As she pondered this, Lin Feng had already filled her cart and began transferring goods to his own smaller cart. Soon, even his cart was overflowing, unable to fit even one more slice of meat. Lin Feng and Feng Qian pushed their overflowing shopping carts toward the checkout counter, drawing countless curious glances along the way. Despite the onlookers being worldly and well-informed, they had never seen anyone shop with such gusto. The amount of meat piled onto their carts must have weighed over 500 kilograms, a quantity no ordinary person could consume in 3 years. Are they planning to stockpile and wait for the meat to spoil? Initially, Feng Qian had planned to lure Lin Feng to the imported leather goods section to coax some money out of him. However, pushing a cart full of raw meat had drained nearly all her energy, leaving her too exhausted to even think about luxury shopping. Reluctantly, she cursed under her breath and followed Lin Feng to the checkout, gasping for air. Good evening, sir. Your total comes to 23,382 yuan. Do you have a membership card? The cashier asked sweetly. Lin Feng, not in the mood for chit-chat, simply pulled out his phone and let her scan it for payment. Thank you. The payment is successful. Have a pleasant shopping experience, the cashier said, maintaining her professional smile. Lin Feng wheeled the heavy cart to the parking lot, opened the trunk of his car, and saw that the 500 kilograms of meat would just about fit. I'm going to have a smoke. You start loading the car, he instructed Feng Qian. Even though it was a limited edition Lamborghini, in the post-apocalyptic world where luxury cars were abandoned and unclaimed, anyone could take their pick. By then, a Lamborghini would hardly be worth a kilogram of meat. Meat could at least fill one's stomach, but a car, no matter how expensive, couldn't be eaten. Fuming with anger, Feng Qian, a sophisticated and mature beauty adept at charming men, had never met anyone quite like Lin Feng. She never imagined that one day she would end up doing manual labor for a man. But for the sake of 1.5 billion yuan, the dream of owning a mansion, luxury cars, and a wardrobe full of designer bags, she swallowed her pride and got to work. Lin Feng continued to smoke leisurely, one cigarette after another, not bothering to help. It took Feng Qian a breathless 20 minutes to stuff the last package of meat into the trunk. Exhausted, she collapsed onto a stone bench outside the mall. Lin Feng, after all the work I've done, don't you think you should treat me to a nice meal? She gasped. Lin Feng coolly rejected her. I've already eaten today. Besides, I'm heading to Russia on a business trip soon. I'll take you to Tianhai Hotel for dinner when I get back. He brushed her off with a flick of his cigarette, leaving her wondering if Tianhai Hotel would even still exist by the time he returned from Russia. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Feng Qian finally picked up a valuable piece of information. She speculated that Lin Feng was planning to abscond with the money to Russia. All right, then I'll wait for your good news, she responded calmly, hiding her intentions. Despite being puzzled and on the verge of fleeing, Lin Feng still hoarded a large amount of raw meat. Could it really be for feeding dogs? The journey was silent, and soon, the two arrived back at the Shishan Villa district. Feng Qian's house was also in the community, but compared to Lin Feng's secluded mansion, it was quite modest. Shishan district is divided into 3 sections. Residential areas where prices are around 10,000 yuan per square meter, upscale residential sections at about 30,000 yuan per square meter, and the exclusive villa area where prices skyrocket to over 100,000 yuan per square meter. Although Lin Feng, once infatuated, had bought a house under Feng Qian's name, it still couldn't compare to the owner's private estate. Xishan Villa District is the most prestigious community in Huanghai City, with a population of at least several hundred thousand across its 3 sections. Upon arrival, Lin Feng drove straight to his house, without the usual courtesy of walking Feng Qian home. After getting out of the car and entering, he immediately went to turn on the 2 high-power freezers. Then, he casually lit up a cigarette and started smoking. Feng Qian glanced at him and wondered where he got so many cigarettes from. Lin Feng nonchalantly said, "I'm tired from driving all day. I need a break with a cigarette." You start unloading the meat from the car and put it in the freezer. Without waiting for a response, he walked away to enjoy his smoke. Feng Qian was furious, but remembered the 1.5 billion yuan involved. So she bit back her anger and started working. Money, after all, is the most honest thing in the world. While Lin Feng was off smoking and Feng Qian was busily unloading, their neighbor, Yu Jing, who was infamous for her shamelessness, walked by with her dog. Her son, Zheng Dahai, had made a fortune from demolition jobs and had recently bought a villa in Huanghai City with only a 20% down payment, becoming Lin Feng's neighbor. Yu Jing, disregarding private property boundaries, let her dog roam into the yard and shamelessly followed. "Oh, Lin Feng bought so much meat? If you can't finish it, it might spoil." "Let me help you with that," Yu Jing said brazenly as she walked into the yard and reached for the vacuum-packed beef, clearly intending to take advantage. This woman had no sense of ethics or manners, always letting her dog defecate everywhere, even near Lin Feng's car. In the past, Lin Feng was a meek man who feared provoking Zheng Dahai, who came from a background of gangsters, strong and formidable. Lin Feng had suffered silently, enduring it all. In a previous life, Lin Feng had stored enough meat to last him and his dog, Abe, 3 months, but Yu Jing ran out of food at home. Several times, Zhang Dahai came with a machete to rob him, barely making it through a month. Later, when Lin Feng could no longer provide meat, Zhang Dahai smashed his door and looted everything, even the dog food. Thinking back on the humiliations he endured, Lin Feng was filled with rage. He furiously stomped out his cigarette and strode over to confront the situation. "Put it down already. That's my dog's food. Are you not ashamed to be fighting with an animal for its meal?" Lin Feng rushed forward, snatched the beef, and tossed it into Anbei's bowl. It was about time for his evening meal anyway, so why not give him an extra treat? Yu Jing immediately bristled with anger. She had never been scolded like this before. "What do you mean by that? Who are you calling an animal? Don't push me too far, pretty boy." Lin Feng sneered, "I never insult people. Anyone who competes with my dog for food is no better than a dog, don't you think?" He had long seen through these people's true colors. With the end of days approaching, what was the point in pretending anymore? "What's the matter? Can't handle it? If you're so upset, why not call your son Zheng Dahai over? Let me tell you, Lin Feng is not the pushover he used to be. If he dares to come, we can have a match, be it one-on-one or a brawl. I'm ready for anything." "Big Yellow, attack that kid," Yu Jing fumed, pointing at her own mongrel, ready to set it on Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced dismissively at Big Yellow, a scrappy dog weighing barely 110 pounds, hardly a match for him. He wasn't about to dirty his hands over a beast. As Big Yellow charged with a bark, Lin Feng calmly turned and, with a flick of his supernatural powers, opened Abe's dog cage. Just as Big Yellow was about to reach Lin Feng, a deep, fierce bark erupted, and a dark figure, like an arrow released from a bow, shot out and pounced straight at Big Yellow. Abe, a massive 400-pound Tibetan Mastiff, was not a contender to be taken lightly. He clamped onto Big Yellow's neck, tossing him around like a plush toy, then began shaking him wildly. The courtyard echoed with Big Yellow's pitiful whines as he struggled in vain to escape Abe's powerful jaws. With such a size disparity and the vigor of a mature Tibetan Mastiff against an aging dog, the outcome was inevitable. "Lin Feng, control your dog. If anything happens to Big Yellow, this isn't over." Yu Jing cried out in horror, her worst fears realized as her beloved dog yelped in agony. Big Yellow, 8 years old and her companion for all those years, held a special place in her heart, second only to her own son.
Lin Feng nonchalant Lily à cigarette, blowing smoke casually.
His property was under surveillance. Even if Abe did kill Big Yellow, he owed no compensation. After all, Yujing had trespassed and attempted robbery, even setting her dog on him, a clear case of excessive self-defense. Big Yellow's whines grew fainter, ending in a soft whimper, but Abe, relentless, continued to tear at the lifeless body, excitedly wagging his tail. In his fervor, he ripped off a large, bloody chunk of flesh, splattering Yujing with a crimson stain. Stunned, she fumbled for her phone, shaking as she pointed at Lin Feng and screamed hysterically, "Lin Feng, I'm calling the police. Your mad dog killed my Big Yellow, and you're not settling this without paying up big." Lin Feng ignored her, advancing to kick her out the door. "Go make your call outside. This is my house, and you weren't invited." With a loud thud, Yujing tumbled into the flower bed at the doorstep, landing in a puddle of Big Yellow's urine, which instantly soaked her pants in a dark stain. Lin Feng picked up Big Yellow's body and threw it at her, then slammed the door shut without a backward glance. Inside, Fang Qian was petrified, barely daring to breathe. She stared at the blood-soaked Abe, terrified he might turn on her next. "Good boy, Abe. You protected us well. You'll get a chicken leg tonight," Lin Feng praised, patting his dog's head. Abe strutted proudly back to his territory, ready to defend his master at any cost. "Big Yellow, my Big Yellow, I can't live without you." Outside, Yujing clutched her lifeless pet, wailing as if the world had ended. Lin Feng simply rolled his eyes with a sneer, vividly remembering how, on the second day without food, Yujing had forced her son, Zheng Dahai, to strangle their dog, Da Huang, just to satisfy their hunger. Yujing's family was the most aggressive in seizing pets from other households in the neighborhood. When people were starving, what morals could they speak of? Cats, dogs, even hamsters and lizards were not spared. If they could catch it, it was eaten. What's worse, Yujing even boasted in the homeowners group chat about her dog cooking tips, vividly sharing them as if she was writing a cookbook. If it weren't for everyone's fear of Abe's ferocity, this imposing Tibetan Mastiff would have ended up in someone's pot long ago. Eventually, Lin Feng, out of desperation, had to take drastic action against Abe. He loathed Yujing and her family, swearing that one day they would regret their actions. "Hello, is this the police? I need to report an assault. Someone is killing dogs. It's happening at number 108, West Mountain Villa Complex. Please, send someone quickly. The perpetrator is threatening to kill me too." Yujing sobbed uncontrollably as she dialed the emergency number, seeing Abe retreat back into his cage while Fang Qian quickly seized the opportunity to flee. Lin Feng, I've moved the meat already. I just remembered I left the electric blanket on at home. I need to go back and turn it off to avoid a fire." Seeing the situation turning sour, Fang Qian immediately made an excuse to escape. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with her, simply opening the door to let her leave. Why waste words on such a hypocrite? As long as she was gone, it was all the same to him. Fang Qian, feeling like she had been granted a pardon, ran off without looking back, terrified of being implicated when the police arrived. Lin Feng slammed the door shut, glanced at the remaining meat in the car, and casually threw a couple of chicken legs into Abe's food bowl. The animal had just performed a great service. It would be unjust not to reward it with some meat. The pile of raw meat had no place else to go, so he decided to store it in the fridge, at least to stock up food for Abe for a few months. Abe lay quietly in his cage, contentedly chewing on the meat his master rewarded him with, oblivious to the beef steaks lying innocently at his feet. Watching him struggle to tear open the plastic packaging with his paws, Lin Feng sighed and stepped forward to help him open it. "Lin Feng, you still have time to feed the dog? Believe it or not, you're going to regret this. The police will be here any minute, and you'll see." Outside, Yujing continued to scream curses, but Lin Feng was unfazed. If it weren't for the fact that his alternate space couldn't fit a body, He would have ended this shameless woman with a single stroke of his knife. Just a little longer, he consoled himself, at most a month until the apocalypse arrived, and all scores would be settled. Comforting himself with the long view, Lin Feng casually pulled out his phone, lit a cigarette, and began to review the surveillance footage from his home until he found the image of Yu Jing trespassing. Satisfied, he paused the video. A few minutes later, a police car arrived with sirens blaring, screeching to a halt in front of Lin Feng's house. Seeing the police, Yu Jing suddenly perked up, naively thinking her misfortune might spell trouble for Lin Feng. "Ma'am, did you call the police? Is the injury severe? Should we call an ambulance?" A police officer, seeing Yu Jing covered in blood and holding a gruesomely mutilated dog corpse, immediately crouched down, gun ready, fearing he might be dealing with a desperate criminal. Lin Feng looked at the police officer's sidearm with great interest, feeling a sudden urge. Traveling to Russia to deal in arms seemed too far-fetched. Perhaps acquiring a few handguns for self-defense would be more practical? However, he soon discovered that his special ability did not work on firearms at all. It couldn't transport guns, and it took everything on him, clothes and weapons included. It seemed that if he really wanted to disarm, he'd have to confront the police directly. "Officer, you must help me. There's a guy named Lin Feng living here, and his beast of a dog just killed my De Huang on the spot. Look at how innocent my dog was, and now he's just gone." Yu Jing began to exaggerate her story, sobbing as she clutched her dead dog. The four armed officers sighed in relief upon hearing this. It was just a minor dog fight. They had thought it was a major case. For police officers simultaneously holstered their handguns. The leader knocked on Lin Feng's door and called out, "Comrade Lin Feng, could you please open the door? We need to understand what happened here." They saw Lin Feng leisurely puffing away on a cigarette in the yard, with a large dog beside him gnawing on some beef, which raised their suspicions. As trained officers, they weren't easily misled and were determined to investigate thoroughly. Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette and calmly stood up to open the door. He casually pulled out his phone, brought up a surveillance video, and handed it to the officers, saying, "This crazy old lady broke into my house, stole my property, and even sicked her dog on me. I was merely defending myself. See for yourselves." One officer took the phone, and the others leaned in curiously. The video showed Yu Jing letting her dog urinate right at Lin Feng's doorstep, and then Fang Qian was seen moving meat around and seizing the opportunity to sneak into the yard and grab Lin Feng's beef. When Lin Feng tried to stop her, Yu Jing, in a fit of rage, let her dog attack him. Amidst the standoff, somehow, a dog named Anbei, previously caged, burst out and fiercely attacked the other dog, tearing it apart. Lin Feng reacted by kicking Yu Jing out of the yard and threw the dead dog's body out as well. The entire incident was clearly recorded by Lin Feng's high-definition night vision surveillance, capturing every detail and dialogue. After reviewing the footage from start to finish, the officers frowned in unison. This isn't just a dispute, it's clear provocation. Meanwhile, Yu Jing, seeing someone taking her side, suddenly felt emboldened and pointed at Lin Feng, yelling, "Look how your dog mauled my De Huang. You think you can get away with this? I want justice for me and my dog." The police officers exchanged helpless looks, thinking how unreasonable the woman was. It was clearly her own fault, yet she was trying to blame others. Just then, the lead officer had a sudden insight. "Comrade Lin Feng, as far as I know, it's not allowed to keep large, aggressive dogs in residential areas. Isn't your Tibetan Mastiff a bit too fierce?" Instead of immediately returning the phone, he started recording the video evidence to his own device for safekeeping. Lin Feng replied, "Officer, I actually have a full 800 acres behind my house, so it's hardly a residential area. Besides, I have a legal dog ownership license, so there's no need to worry." Lin Feng casually pulled out a document from his jacket pocket and handed it over. Of course, the document was magically produced from another dimension, and its authenticity went unquestioned. The police carefully examined the document, finding the dog's photo and the official seal perfectly in order. They glanced towards Lin Feng's backyard, spotting a lush golf course stretching for miles, feeling a mix of envy and resentment. They thought bitterly, "Damn, some people have all the luck." We struggle to afford a tiny place in the city, and this guy's backyard is like a dream mansion. Internally cursing Lin Feng's luck, but unable to do anything about it, they finally said, "All right, Comrade Lin Feng, we understand the situation clearly now. From start to finish, you were not at fault. It was Ms. Yu Jing who single-handedly created this drama. By the way, regarding her theft of your beef, would you like to pursue the matter? If you wish to press charges, please present the stolen goods so we can assess their value," the lead officer asked, feigning official concern. Lin Feng glanced towards the courtyard upon hearing this, only to see that Anbei, the Tibetan Mastiff, had already devoured the evidence completely. With a resigned shrug, he signaled the officers to see for themselves. As the four officers turned, they witnessed Anbei swallowing the last bite of beef, leaving them visibly frustrated. "Damn, we serve the people, and yet we don't even eat as well as a dog. What kind of justice is this?" they thought. Just as everyone was seething with envy, Lin Feng spoke up, "Let's forget about the beef. Just give her a warning and tell her to stay away from me in the future. After all, murder requires atonement, and I don't want to risk my neck for her." Lin Feng wasn't really being magnanimous. With the crime evidence gone into the stomach of a dog, pursuing the matter further was futile. Moreover, with only a month left until the supposed apocalypse, he had no time to waste on a lawsuit with a troublemaker. Rather than wasting time, he'd rather stock up on more meat. "Ms. Yu Jing, Mr. Lin Feng has decided not to pursue the matter. You should be grateful. I hope you will manage your behavior better and avoid harassing others in the future," the officer sternly advised. "Woohoo, Da Huang. You died such a tragic death, even heaven can't bear it. Without you, I don't want to live anymore." Despite not appreciating the leniency, the woman began a dramatic display of grief, hugging the deceased dog and rolling on the ground, wailing loudly. The commotion caught the attention of many onlookers, some of whom began recording the scene and sharing it in the community group chat, causing quite a stir. It turned out that Da Huang was notoriously disrespectful, often urinating on car tires and defecating in stairwells, causing many residents to step in his mess. Seeing her ungrateful attitude, Lin Feng inquired with a hint of malice, "Officer, this woman claims I intended to kill her. Does this count as filing a false police report? She staged this melodrama at my doorstep, making a scene. Could she also be charged with creating a public disturbance?" The officers exchanged uneasy glances, adhering to their philosophy of minimizing issues. They really didn't want to escalate the situation. However, Yu Jing was being completely unreasonable, continuing to cause trouble despite their willingness to overlook her faults. "I spit on you. You call yourselves cops? My son, Zheng Dahai, will have your heads for this. Come on, arrest me if you dare," Yu Jing shouted, brazenly threatening the officers. The police, unable to tolerate such provocations, promptly handcuffed her and placed her in the police vehicle. "So what if your son is involved in the underworld? Before the law, everyone is equal. Let him try to bail you out." This action was met with cheers from the crowd. Everyone was relieved and clamored for Yu Jing's local bully to also get a taste of jail time. "Mr. Lin Feng, would you like to press formal charges against Yu Jing? If you prefer not to pursue the matter, there's no need to make a trip to the police station to give a statement. I've already backed up the video footage, which should suffice as evidence in court," the officer asked before leaving. Lin Feng shook his head, declining politely. "No need for all that hassle. Just keep her detained for 10 days to cool off. Here's an idea, let's exchange WeChat contacts. If she dares to bother me again, I'll reach out directly to you." "No problem, my name is Dong Wei. Feel free to contact me anytime you need," the officer said cheerfully as he pulled out his phone and opened the QR code for scanning. "Honestly, this is the first time I've seen a wealthy person like you act so magnanimously. If everyone were as forgiving as you, our jobs would be much easier," Dong Wei remarked. Lin Feng just smiled and didn't reply, escorting Officer Dong to the door. Adding him as a friend wasn't just about dealing with Yu Jing. Who knew if he could secure enough military arms and ammunition in Russia? If he came back empty-handed, he might need to borrow some equipment from the Huanghai City Police Department's arsenal. In the face of an impending apocalypse, it's always wise to prepare for the worst. This is what they call prudent foresight. Thus, Lin Feng and Dong Wei exchanged their WeChat contacts. Take care, officer. Lin Feng waved goodbye. Dong Wei and the others tossed the body of the dog, De Huang, into the trunk, then escorted Yu Jing back to the police station. They weren't actually interested in tasting dog meat. The deceased dog was a crucial piece of evidence in the case and had to be taken away intact. As the police left, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Everyone was relieved, saying that Yu Jing, who had committed many misdeeds, fully deserved his fate. Lin Feng locked the gate and strolled over to the construction site next to the villa to check on the progress. To his surprise, the construction crew had already brought in dozens of workers and 2 large excavators. What astounded everyone was the precision with which the 110 by 110 meter pit had been dug to a depth of 8 meters. It was a masterful display of craftsmanship. It seemed that Lin Feng's own excavators were no longer needed here. The site clearly didn't require any more digging. Good day, Mr. Lin. I'm Xiao Feng, the head of the construction team. All equipment is in place, and we're just waiting for the materials to arrive tomorrow morning to start work immediately. A young man around 25 years old approached eagerly. Lin Feng sized up Xiao Feng and couldn't help but wonder if this young man could be the secret elder brother of Duanyu from the martial arts novels. Have the villa's blueprints been finalized? Bring them to me for review, he asked directly. Xiao Feng apologized with a troubled expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. The blueprints aren't ready yet because you only provided the specifics this morning. But rest assured, my sister, who is a top student in architectural design and particularly fascinated with designing post-apocalyptic fortresses, is working overtime to finish them as soon as possible. I insisted on having her take the lead on this project. If anyone asks, we're building a private top-tier hospital. Please avoid mentioning anything about a safe house. Lin Feng nodded, instructing Xiao Feng to ensure that no information was leaked. Just then, a tall, young girl bounced over to them. She appeared to be in her early 20s, likely still a university student. As Lin Feng turned around, both exclaimed in unison, "It's you? Sausage?" Xiao Feng was completely confused. What sausage? Your understanding is oddly peculiar. As an overprotective brother, he instinctively shielded Xiao Xiao behind him, glaring at Lin Feng. The young man was tall and handsome, rumored to be a billionaire's son. Such traits were irresistible to many women. Xiao Feng feared that Lin Feng might deceive his sister, leading her into a brief romance that could end in pregnancy or disease, potentially ruining her life. Seeing his sister as vulnerable to the charms of a wealthy young heir, Xiao Feng was protective. In his view, girls from working-class backgrounds like theirs had no business dreaming of marrying into such wealth. It seemed utterly fanciful. Sis, what's going on? Hand over the design draft, Xiao Xiao said, puzzled by her brother's intense reaction as she pulled a stack of blueprints from her bag. Lin Feng took the documents and began to examine them carefully. I must admit, her design is quite impressive. Not only has she laid out the floor plans for each level, but she has also clearly marked key details such as wall thickness, material distribution, and the positions of doors and windows. The functional zoning of the entire building is also very well thought out, with everything necessary included. However, there's a slight flaw in her design. Surprisingly, Jojo decided to add an attic to the top floor. Although this move saves space, it goes against the original concept. Considering that the building covers an area of 10,000 square meters with a 5-story structure totaling 50,000 square meters, there's really no need to be so frugal with space. Moreover, in a post-apocalyptic scenario, a metal roof can easily absorb and trap heat, posing a significant fire risk. The attic would need to be filled with heat-insulating and fire-resistant materials to mitigate this risk. Realizing this, Lin Feng made a decisive call to remove the attic and stuff it with materials that prevent both heat and fire. He then returned the blueprint to Xiao Feng, who hastily noted down these requirements. Mr. Lin, if there are no further instructions, we'll start work as soon as the materials arrive tomorrow morning, Xiao Feng asked respectfully. Lin Feng nodded sternly. The project must be completed and approved within a month, as clearly stated in the contract. If you fail to meet this deadline, you won't receive the remaining 70% of the payment. Xiao Feng shivered at the thought. sweat beads forming on his forehead. Such is the aura of a billionaire, demanding a 1-month completion, no matter what. He sighed inwardly, knowing he'd probably get only 3 hours of sleep a night for the next month. After all, with a project worth 30 billion at stake, there is no room for error. Lin Feng left him with a simple carry on and turned to leave. He had more pressing matters to attend to and didn't want to waste another second. Meanwhile, Jojo, curious about her brother, stealthily followed Lin Feng. This mysterious man, who drove a sports car worth tens of millions and reportedly worth 30 billion, also seemed to have magical abilities. Earlier, he made a pile of groceries disappear without a trace. She was even more intrigued by why Lin Feng would spend 30 billion on what seemed like a dubious building project. She was determined to uncover his true intentions. At that moment, Lin Feng was busy ordering takeout on his phone. He didn't care about the quality of the food or even what was being offered. He just mechanically added 50 portions of each item to his cart and then paid before moving on to the next restaurant. Given the sheer number of takeout options in Huanghai City, he was bound to spend his money somehow. After placing his orders, Lin Feng casually walked out to the courtyard, chose to sit on the doorstep instead of going back inside, lit a cigarette, and continued to refresh his orders. With 40 million left in his bank account, he wondered how much more takeout he'd have to order to spend it all. Jojo watched from a distance, hidden behind a corner, trying to figure out if Lin Feng was engrossed in some new mobile game. About 10 minutes had passed when Lin Feng's first delivery arrived. A delivery rider on an electric scooter pulled up at the front door, his vehicle laden with deliciously aromatic rice boxes. Is this 108 Shishan Villas? Why did you order 50 servings of sausage rice? The rider asked, puzzled. Known as the Knight of the Road, this top delivery rider from Blue Knight Delivery was no stranger to odd jobs. Despite the unusual order, it was a lucrative opportunity for him. According to the latest 2050 regulations from ele.me, delivery fees were charged per item, 2 yuan each, amounting to a total of 100 yuan for 50 items. With such a handsome reward, how could he pass it up? There's construction next door, lots of workers there. Just leave the food there, Lin Feng casually pointed to the nearby construction site. The rider didn't think much of it. He unloaded the food and sped off to catch his next order. However, as he departed, Lin Feng was about to use his special ability to transfer the food into an alternate dimension when he suddenly noticed someone lurking nearby. It was Xiao Xiao. She quickly withdrew her head, hoping Lin Feng hadn't seen her. Does she have a craving for my sausage rice? Should I teach her a lesson? Lin Feng thought, annoyed. Fortunately, his alternate dimension had a detection feature, sensing all items that could be absorbed into it. Otherwise, this enormous secret might have been exposed today. He knew that revealing such an extraordinary ability could lead to being taken away for dissection and research. Moreover, with the apocalypse not yet upon them and no weapons at his disposal, acting rashly could be suicidal. Sighing in resignation, Lin Feng realized that today's delivery was a waste. He picked up the 50 servings of sausage rice and headed towards the construction site. Xiao Xiao, seeing this, hurriedly hid behind the villa, continuing to watch Lin Feng's every move. Dinner's ready, guys. One for each, come and get it. Lin Feng announced as he lined up the food boxes in the workers' shed, calling everyone over. The workers, surprised and delighted by Lin Feng's generosity, couldn't believe their luck. If we can't do a good job on this project, we don't deserve such kindness, they thought. Xiao Xiao was even more puzzled. Why would he generously provide dinner for the workers and even offer sausage rice to someone he's never met before? Could he be a philanthropist? As the workers joyfully devoured their meals, Lin Feng quietly approached Xiao Feng and whispered, Is your sister all right? She keeps following me around. What's she after? Xiao Feng, shocked as if struck by lightning, was momentarily stunned. Could Xiao Xiao be infertile? Or does she have some secret illness she's hiding from me? His mind raced with dreadful possibilities, sending chills down his spine. Lin Xiao, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with my sister? Xiao Feng asked anxiously, fearing the worst from Lin Feng's words. As someone extremely protective of his sister, his biggest worry was that Xiao Xiao might have been led astray. Lin Feng just tilted his chin towards the distance, signaling Xiao Feng to look. Xiao Xiao was sneakily peeking around, her eyes fixed on them. When she saw her brother turn around, she quickly hid herself. Look, if she's fine, why would she be following me like this? I know I'm good looking, but that doesn't mean she can just get me that easily, Lin Feng said, somewhat narcissistically stroking his chin. Even in these apocalyptic times, when many women threw themselves at men, he remained principled and unswayed. The reason was more about a mental block he couldn't get past. Having experienced life and death separations, he found such frivolous women distasteful and low. Xiao Feng was furious, immediately pulling out his phone to call his sister. As soon as the ringtone sounded, Xiao Xiao sheepishly answered, "Hello, brother. What's up? Get back home now. And don't you dare come to the construction site again, or follow Lin Xiao. I mean it," Xiao Feng shouted, livid with anger. As a protective brother, he secretly hoped Lin Feng would pursue Xiao Xiao, showing that she had charm. But now, Xiao Xiao was shamelessly clinging to another man, which was a huge embarrassment. Where did that leave his pride? Knowing she was in the wrong, Xiao Xiao meekly responded and hung up. She muttered to herself as she got up, shaking her numb legs. I just wanted to figure out how those things disappeared out of thin air. Who said I was chasing after him? With no one to defend her, she reluctantly started her journey home. Her parents had died young, and her brother had raised her single-handedly, providing for her needs and education. In her heart, Xiao Feng was her infallible support, whose words she dared not defy. Yet her curiosity grew wildly, like weeds in her heart. She wondered how a mere rich second generation knew such tricks. And why had he invested 30 billion to build a bizarre haunted house? Could it be the apocalypse was really coming? Questions swirled in Xiao Xiao's mind, unstoppable. Little did she know, curiosity could be fatal, and she might be embarking on a path of no return. Lin Feng, seeing the matter settled, nodded in satisfaction. With Xiao Feng acting as a deterrent, that girl wouldn't bother him anymore. He turned and instructed the workers to resume work after their meal and to balance work with rest, not to overexert themselves. This gesture of kindness deeply touched the workers. A simple meal had meant little to him but was a huge motivation for them. What they valued was their employer's respect. With this bond, the quality of the project was bound to improve. Lin Feng strolled back to the manor when a thought suddenly struck him. He remembered a woman who had been dismembered lived in the building opposite. The tragedy of her gruesome end during the apocalypse was still vivid. Someone had even posted the video of her being dismembered in the residents group, causing an uproar. After some thought, Lin Feng finally confirmed that Jojo was definitely the victim. Known as the beauty of the neighborhood, her looks and figure were top-notch, but unfortunately, in those chaotic times, they cost her her life. After the apocalypse broke out, no one from children as young as 8 to elderly women in their 80s was spared. Men seemed desperate to claim every woman for themselves, and even young girls experiencing their first encounter with the world could not escape their clutches. Lin Feng noted that Jojo's apartment was just a few tens of meters away from his, on the second floor of Building 1. Having such a stunning neighbor, he thought, could be beneficial if he could establish some sort of trade relationship with her. Why not let her off the hook for now, he mused, since she was bound to fall into his hands sooner or later. She would come to him when she could no longer bear it. But for now, the most pressing matter was to secure his stockpile of food. Lin Feng carefully drew the curtains and sealed the doors and windows tightly, fearing any intrusion. Once he was sure he was alone, he started to move all the takeout food into a different space. That entire night, he stayed in bed, frantically placing orders. After all, once this opportunity was gone, it was gone for good. He had to make the most of it. By the time he had cleared out the takeout options in Huanghai City, ordering 50 portions of each item, he had spent a staggering 380,000 yuan. This stash alone would be enough to last him 20 years. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together with satisfaction, pleased with his efforts. But just after midnight on December 2nd, he couldn't resist and opened the CC Grocery app to start a new round of frenzied shopping. He bought everything that was for sale, placing orders first and thinking later. Order today, delivered the next day. As long as he paid before 6 a.m., The goods were guaranteed to be delivered between 8 and 10 a.m. the same day. Lin Feng went on a wild spree, spending another 500,000 yuan. He didn't care how much was left. He would buy as much as he could afford, not wasting a single penny. At 3 a.m., he finally fell asleep with his phone in hand, snoring loudly. When dawn broke, Lin Feng slowly woke up. To his surprise, the delivery trucks had already arrived, and workers were busy stocking his house with supplies. He had forgotten to lock the door the night before going to sleep, but it didn't matter. By 10 a.m., all the supplies he had ordered were delivered. Along with the takeout food he had stockpiled earlier, there was enough for Lin Feng to last a lifetime. Thinking of this, he felt incredibly secure. After all, he still had to venture to Russia to take over Lake Baikal and to America to raid their large warehouses, both of which were perilously risky. Compared to those dangers, the food he had bought with his own money was undoubtedly much more reliable. With these provisions to protect him, Lin Feng felt that he could easily survive the apocalypse in comfort. After completing his grocery shopping on Taobao, Lin Feng quickly moved on to his next plan. With the end of the world looming, it was essential to have a sufficient supply of fuels like natural gas, gasoline, and diesel to survive the harsh winter of the following year. With 41 million yuan remaining in his bank account, he decided to take advantage of the current peace and stock up on essentials. Although the idea of acquiring things at zero cost was appealing, it was risky. After surviving 3 years in chaos, Lin Feng knew well that success often lies in the details. After lunch, he headed straight to a top-tier gas station in Huanghai City and decisively bought it outright, securing a 300 cubic meter fuel depot along with the associated equipment and buildings for less than 5 million yuan, a real bargain. However, 300 cubic meters was hardly enough for him. Over the next day, Lin Feng tirelessly acquired 8 more stations across the city. Though his funds were nearly depleted, leaving him with just 1 million yuan, the total of 2,400 cubic meters of fuel he secured was reassuring. Instead of directly purchasing refined oil, which could draw unwanted attention, Lin Feng chose a more discreet approach. After closing the stations, he filled the tanks with tap water to maintain the normal pressure gauge readings and hung banners announcing renovation and temporary closure. The absence of these 8 stations likely tightened the city's fuel supply, but Lin Feng had no other choice. The 2,400 cubic meters he had should be enough to get through the extreme cold. As Lin Feng was about to leave, a brilliant idea struck him. He approached loan sharks, using the 8 gas stations as collateral to secure a loan of 30 million yuan. He also mortgaged his luxury car for an additional 20 million yuan at a high interest rate, with the condition that he must repay it within 3 months. Then, Lin Feng exploited various online lending platforms to round up an additional 50 million yuan. His high creditworthiness facilitated quick loan approvals. He maxed out his credit cards and withdrew 20 million yuan in cash from the bank, amassing a total of 120 million yuan. With this substantial sum, Lin Feng immediately signed a contract with an oil company to reserve 4,000 cubic meters of gasoline and 3,000 cubic meters of diesel to be delivered the next day. Including his earlier acquisitions, he now had a total of 9,400 cubic meters of fuel, enough to sustain him through the toughest times of the apocalypse. As his visa was delayed, the cautious survivor Lin Feng had to prepare for the worst. If his zero-cost plan abroad failed, he couldn't afford the consequences. Purchasing supplies directly seemed more secure by comparison. On December 3, 2049, with his phone service cut off due to non-payment, Lin Feng spent the day idly at home. As night fell, he went to the gas stations and transferred all the gasoline and diesel into an alternate space, getting through another long day in a daze. Now, he was a man drained of resources. His house, car, high-interest loans, online loans, credit cards. Everything that could be mortgaged was mortgaged, and he had borrowed to the limit. Lin Feng, utterly broke and burdened with massive debts, is a textbook example of someone who is financially underwater. Meanwhile, the scene at Lin Corporation is buzzing with activity. Lin Tian had already heard from Fengqian that Lin Feng might be planning to abscond abroad with 1.5 billion yuan. However, Lin Tian was too preoccupied with his own troubles to worry about Lin Feng's whereabouts. Just 3 days later, Lin Feng's masterstroke sent shockwaves through the entire real estate market. His real estate agency, Jiahe Properties, announced an unbelievable offer. Buy a house outright for half the price with no additional fees for property management, heating, or elevators. Live as long as you wish, absolutely free. Initially, people were skeptical, but those who dared to try it found the offer to be genuinely legitimate. The moment they signed the contract and received the keys, they were utterly astonished. To ensure caution, tenants recorded the entire process to avoid being duped. Once the videos hit the internet, they drew a massive crowd. In just 3 days, over 200 apartments owned by Jiahe were snapped up. Wu Yong, using the funds and under Lin Feng's name, then used a 20% down payment to secure loans for another 500 properties. Given the mess Lin Feng was in, Wu Yong wasn't concerned about repayment issues. As soon as the news broke, public opinion was in uproar, and simultaneously, Lin's real estate stocks began to plummet. Within 3 days, the company's market value dropped from 8 billion to 6 billion yuan, a staggering loss of 2 billion yuan. Lin Hao and Lin Tian, staring at their computer screens, were deeply worried and at a loss for what to do next. Lin Tian, did you find out who the real person behind Zhao Properties is? Lin Hao, nearly driven to a heart attack by his anger, would have taken drastic measures if he weren't already in a tight spot. Lin Tian sighed and shook his head helplessly. Their legal representative is none other than Lin Feng himself. No wonder he suddenly started selling off his shares at a low price. He planned to drag us down with him. After days of inquiries, Lin Tian finally understood the full scope of the situation. Lin Feng's strategy was brilliant. It caused an immediate drop in the housing prices across Huanghai City by 10% in just 3 days. Even more alarming, almost all of Lin's real estate developments halted their sales. After all, who wouldn't want to rent a house at half price with free amenities if they could afford it? Has this kid gone mad? He's ruining his own livelihood. What could he possibly gain from this? Lin Hao struggled to contain his fury, but then a thought struck him, suggesting that there might be more to this than meets the eye. Lin Feng owned quite a bit of real estate himself. He was essentially sabotaging his own assets. Lin Tian shrugged. Whether he's crazy or foolish, we need to focus on minimizing our losses. The stock price is plummeting, and if we don't act soon, we might lose everything. Dad, do you have any ideas? He asked, clenching his fists in frustration. Lin Hao, settling into the sofa with a groan of pain from an old injury, was about to speak but grimaced in pain. I say we hold off for now and see how the other big players react. By Guiyuan, Fanghao Real Estate, these giants are worth billions. They won't let a small player like Lin Feng run wild without a response. Lin Tian had a moment of realization. You're right, Dad. Compared to those tycoons, we're just small fry. We can't compete at their level. Everyone's cake had a bite taken out by Lin Feng. How could they not be furious with him? This guy, I don't see him lasting more than a couple of days. The father and son sighed in relief at the thought. Once Lin Feng is out of the picture, won't all his assets fall into our hands? Lin Hao gleefully calculated. 15 billion in cash, plus 800 acres of prime land, must be worth around 20 billion, right? Even if it's a bit of a loss, wouldn't it be easy to recoup the principal plus interest later? However, they had overlooked one critical detail in their calculations. Lin Feng's current debts were so massive that even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to clear them. Now, he only had 1 million in cash left. With Wu Yong continuously taking out loans to stockpile properties, the mountain of debt was building up faster and faster. With the first loan repayment due in just 2 short months, if Lin Feng can't pay it back with interest, he'll end up on the defaulters list, forever barred from high-speed rail travel. By then, he'd undoubtedly be the most indebted person in the empire. If Lin Feng had the audacity to claim he was second in debt, no one would dare claim first. With his spending severely restricted and unable to even afford a high-speed rail ticket, how could Lin Feng possibly repay his loans? Now, if Lin Feng declared himself the nation's top debtor and claimed he was second, no one would dare to claim the first spot. Lin Hao and Lin Tian were still in the office building, dreaming about inheriting Lin Feng's fortune, unaware that at that very moment, Lin Feng was leisurely lying on a bench in his yard, heartily enjoying roasted lamb eggs and sipping chilled beer. Even with debts in the billions, Lin Feng wasn't worried. Thanks to a magical dimension he had access to, he never had to worry about food or shelter. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the gate. Lin Feng, come out and face your death. How dare you put my mom in jail? I wouldn't have known if I hadn't come home today. The voice belonged to Zheng Dahai, Yu Jing's only son, a burly man, nearly 6 feet tall and weighing around 440 pounds. He had a fierce look that made him someone not to mess with. His followers, each armed with a baseball bat, looked ready to start a riot, their attire perhaps a disguise in case they encountered police, pretending to be on their way to play baseball. Lin Feng, unfazed, simply said one word, scram. His calm demeanor only infuriated Zheng Dahai and his group more. What are you so arrogant about? Boys, smash the door. Break his legs. I'll take responsibility. At Dahai's command, his men raised their bats and began to furiously smash the iron gate. Lin Feng, still composed, picked up a walkie-talkie and instructed Xiao Feng, please bring 50 workers over. Someone is smashing my front gate. Xiao Feng, who was at a construction site, quickly arrived with the workers, who were carrying steel rods, ready to defend Lin Feng's home. Seeing the strong and imposing group, Zheng Dahai felt a twinge of fear. He knew well that construction workers, hardened by tough labor, were not to be trifled with. Offending them could mean a body hidden forever under concrete. Xiao Feng, just break their legs, no need to kill anyone. This is all in self-defense, Lin Feng said, pointing to the surveillance cameras with a meaningful look. Xiao Feng nodded in understanding, and Dahai, realizing he was outmatched, cursed, damn it, Lin Feng, you'll see. He was the first to flee, with his followers quickly scattering behind him, fearful of facing the workers' steel rods. Lin Xiao, should we chase them down and teach them a lesson? Xiao Feng asked. Lin Feng shook his head, lazily replying, no need, they're just annoying flies. Scaring them off is enough. You guys better get back to work. We can't afford to delay the project. If anyone else comes to cause trouble, just break their dog's legs. I'll cover the medical expenses. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Feng left to continue the work. Lin Feng reclined back in his chair, resuming his leisurely enjoyment of the barbecue and beer. Life was getting better by the day. Just as he was settling back, his phone suddenly rang with a call from an unknown number, prompting Lin Feng to answer with a hint of curiosity. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng? I'm pleased to inform you that your visa is ready for collection. Please come and pick it up tomorrow. Upon hearing the news, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude before hanging up. He quickly got up and excitedly logged onto a website to book his flight. The flight from the capital to Irkutsk departs at 3 p.m. and arrives at 8 p.m., with an economy class ticket priced at 8,300 yuan. Although his account balance was just under 1 million, the cost of a trip to Russia was well within his budget. Without hesitation, Lin Feng made the payment for the ticket and then hurried back home to pack his backpack with various equipment. A wetsuit, oxygen tanks, climbing ropes, a snowmobile, and a down jacket. These items are typical of the wealthy, and Lin Feng spent over 180,000 yuan on them. Fortunately, being in Huanghai City, a major northern port town, made it easy to find such gear. After finishing his shopping, Lin Feng slept soundly, resting up for the journey ahead. In the early morning, he got up, fed his dog Anbei, and used a walkie-talkie to ask Xiao Feng to take good care of Anbei while he was away. Xiao Feng gladly agreed, promising to do his best. Then, Lin Feng drove to pick up his passport and visa and headed straight for the capital's airport. On the way, he pondered how to transport water from Lake Baikal into a different dimension, knowing well that the journey alone would take over 4 hours. Upon arriving at the airport, Lin Feng hid his car in a secluded corner without surveillance and then proceeded through security. Since he carried nothing but his documents, the customs inspection went smoothly. Once on the plane, Lin Feng quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, the view outside was a pristine white. Far in the distance, Lake Baikal shimmered like a brilliant new moon under the night sky, its surface gleaming. A ripple of excitement stirred in Lin Feng's heart as he whispered to himself, all of this is mine, all mine. He had slept well all afternoon and now felt no trace of sleepiness. Tonight, the operation would officially begin. He knew he couldn't miss this opportunity. It was now or never. After landing in Russia during the deep winter, Lin Feng stepped off the plane and immediately shivered in the frigid air, with temperatures plunging to -35 degrees Celsius. Despite the harsh cold, he couldn't help but think about the survivors near Lake Baikal who endured even when temperatures in Huanghai City soared to the 70s during an apocalyptic event. It seemed that here, temperatures would only reach about 50 degrees, hot, but not deadly. Other passengers, bundled up in heavy coats, looked at Lin Feng as if he were foolish. Wearing just a light jacket in the dead of winter in Siberia seemed insane to them. Lin Feng, however, was unfazed by their mocking. He had experienced much colder weather. He quickly retrieved a down jacket and trousers from his extra-dimensional space, feeling the warmth return to his body. He then casually released his vehicle, removed the license plate, and started the engine. The car warmed up quickly, providing a cozy refuge from the biting cold. As for the license plate, Lin Feng wasn't worried. In the vast, sparsely populated expanses of Siberia, police were the least of his concerns. Settling into his seat, Lin Feng took out a pair of handguns and a cup of hot milk tea from the storage compartment, making them his dinner since he had slept through the meal service on the plane. After eating, he drove from Irkutsk International Airport towards Lake Baikal, not letting anything disturb his journey. Halfway there, he found a car abandoned by the roadside. After confirming it was empty, he took its license plate and attached it to his own vehicle. This makeshift solution seemed sufficient. After all, the original owner was unlikely to report such a minor theft. Continuing his journey, Lin Feng was hardly disturbed on the desolate Siberian roads. His old car wasn't fast, topping out at about 100 kilometers per hour, and he stopped only once to refuel. Eventually, the road ended abruptly, and Lin Feng switched to a snowmobile, well prepared with various equipment for the terrain. By midnight, Lin Feng finally neared his destination, Lake Baikal, ready for whatever awaited him in the icy wilderness. With the temperature plummeting to a bone-chilling -40 degrees, Lin Feng's hands turned purple from the cold, making him realize that his thin down jacket was no match for the harsh Siberian winds. He regretted not investing in more cold weather gear. Riding through the snowy landscape felt more torturous than hell itself. He swore never to endure it again. Finding a sturdy tree, Lin Feng swiftly tied up his climbing rope. He had purchased a whole 2 kilometers of rope, not only for the task at hand, but also as a precaution. In the extreme cold, Lin Feng, enduring the chill, switched into a wetsuit. Since he was about to enter the water, he reasoned that the water temperature had to be higher than the freezing air, surely not below zero. After securing the rope around his waist and strapping on an oxygen tank, Lin Feng boldly activated the portal to another dimension. Instantly, the 5-meter-thick ice covering the lake vanished without a trace. Lin Feng plunged into the icy waters, feeling a sudden warmth envelop him. He then fully activated the suction feature of the alternate dimension, functioning like a giant pump, voraciously draining Lake Baikal's waters. This action created a massive whirlpool, drawing in fish, aquatic plants, and everything else into the alternate dimension. Lin Feng was indifferent to the fate of these drowned creatures. With the apocalypse looming, their demise was inevitable. It was merely a matter of sooner or later. "I'm not a philanthropist," Lin Feng thought smugly to himself. "I'm just nature's mover." As the water level rapidly decreased, a loud crash echoed as the 5-meter-thick surface ice collapsed. The vast expanse of Lake Baikal could not withstand such a disturbance. The noise alarmed the lakeside residents, who wondered if an earthquake was imminent. Realizing the potential trouble, Lin Feng hastened the water extraction. While not afraid of being discovered, a clean getaway was always preferable. Huge chunks of ice were swept into the alternate space, where everything was neatly categorized and stored. Although Lin Feng couldn't transform into a space himself, this magical realm seemed to have a self-organizing feature, which saved him a lot of trouble. At the center of Lake Baikal, a gigantic vortex unabashedly swallowed the lake water, visibly lowering the water level. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night, and the frigid outdoors were deserted. Otherwise, such a strange phenomenon would have surely attracted the curious. However, A few drunken souls happened to witness this bizarre event. Where did Lake Baikal's water go? They wondered, rubbing their bleary eyes, dismissing it as a hallucination caused by alcohol. Deciding it was best to head home for some sleep, they staggered off, thinking it absurd to believe a lake could just dry up. Even if all the world's waters were to vanish, Lake Baikal would surely remain. With the advantage of time, location, and solitude, everything went as Lin Feng wished. While absorbing the lake water, he followed the rope deeper into the depths. Every creature in the lake was swept into the alternate space, to be savored later. Feeling the infinite expansion of his internal space, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With the abundance of fish and shrimp, plus the vast expanse of fresh water, there was enough to thrive for 10,000 years. It seems that when push comes to shove, one can only rely on oneself to stock up. Others are unreliable. At 3 a.m., Lin Feng had already reached a depth of a kilometer underwater. Here, the presence of fish and shrimp was almost non-existent, with only a few lower aquatic organisms appearing sporadically in small numbers. Nonetheless, Lin Feng was determined not to let them slip through his net. Tirelessly, he continued to dive deeper until 4 a.m., when he finally reached the lowest point he could at 1,300 meters. It is known that Lake Baikal's deepest point is around 1,600 meters, but for now, he had reached the bottom here. Alas, there was no time to cover the last 300 meters. Dawn was approaching, and he couldn't afford to linger here too long. Lin Feng sighed in resignation. If he had been willing to put in more effort, he could have potentially emptied even that deep abyss. Unfortunately, Lake Baikal is staggeringly vast, and a mere mortal, no matter how capable, would find it impossible to encompass it all. At this depth of 1,300 meters, the water temperature suddenly rose, as even the harshest snowstorm couldn't reach this depth. Lin Feng shed his diving suit and slipped back into his down jacket, then began to retract his climbing rope with his special abilities. As the rope was gradually pulled into the space, he was gently pulled upward. To avoid hitting the rock walls, Lin Feng deliberately slowed his ascent. It took him a full half-hour to finally return to the surface. After untying the other end of the rope and packing up all his gear, he pulled out his snowmobile and sped off, leaving a trail behind him. This zero-cost trip to Lake Baikal was not only thrilling but also hugely rewarding. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, finding it hard to calm down for a long time. The next morning, the residents along the shores of Lake Baikal were in an uproar, spreading the unbelievable news that the vast waters of the lake had vanished overnight. Journalists flocked to the scene, eager to report on this supernatural event. Some even found it more plausible that the United States had launched a nuclear strike against Russia than to believe that Lake Baikal could dry up in an instant. By this time, the main culprit, Lin Feng, had already fled, taking refuge in a cozy inn in the city. Turning on the TV, he found that all Russian channels were continuously broadcasting the news about Lake Baikal's evaporation. The event had far exceeded his expectations. On the screen, a tall, blonde female reporter, bundled in heavy winter gear, was interviewing a man who appeared exhausted and still under the influence of alcohol. "Sir, I heard you witnessed the entire disappearance of Lake Baikal last night. Could you please describe what happened?" The man burped, his words slurred. "I had too much to drink last night. After saying goodbye to my friends, I was heading home. As I passed by the lake, suddenly, there was a thunderous noise, and the ground shook violently. I thought it was an earthquake. By the time I managed to get up and stagger to the lakeside, there was a massive whirlpool in the center of the lake. I thought I was hallucinating because of the alcohol, didn't think much of it, and hurried home to sleep. But when I woke up this morning, my wife told me the lake was really gone. I guess it must be due to tectonic movements. The lake water must have seeped into the Earth's core. Otherwise, this couldn't have happened." The man was visibly agitated, unable to accept that his beloved lake could just disappear. "You might suspect that Russia has been nuked by the US, but never underestimate the depth and expanse of Lake Baikal," he declared emphatically. Watching this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk to himself. It seemed his zero-cost acquisition plan was going smoothly. These Russian experts would never guess that he, the Grand Lin Feng, was behind it all. He turned off the TV, crawled under the covers, and turned up the electric blanket. After spending a night out in the freezing conditions, his bones were nearly frozen, and he knew he needed a couple of days to recover. But Lin Feng was not one to rest. He had only completed a third of his mission in Russia. With the water and aquatic resources secured, he still needed to obtain the critical weapons. Despite the sensational rumors about Lake Baikal stirring up a storm, he remained undeterred. Focusing his mind, he activated his spatial abilities, extending them to a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Instantly, an unprecedented flood of information poured into his mind, nearly causing him to faint. Clenching his teeth against the pain, he began to search for nearby military fortresses. His perseverance paid off when he finally located a missile launch base. Quickly, Lin Feng closed his spatial abilities, feeling dizzy and his temples throbbing. Now he had identified the target location, but the size of the station troops, personnel arrangements, and defensive measures remained unknown. Getting his hands on a few nuclear missiles would be ideal. After all, Russia possesses over 5,000 nuclear weapons scattered across various locations, and their exact whereabouts are anyone's guess. If he managed to get his hands on it, Lin Feng could rest easy even if biomutants roamed the earth and aliens descended from the skies. He took a big swig of vodka to warm himself up before opening his phone's map app to carefully locate the military base. It seemed to be about 800 kilometers to the northwest, a distance he definitely couldn't cover by car. Moreover, the map showed no airports nearby. It appeared to be a secret fortress built in the wilderness, over 100 kilometers from the nearest city. Traveling by road would likely expose him, and triggering a minefield would be disastrous. Lin Feng studied the map thoughtfully, pondering his strategy. This heavily guarded forbidden zone wasn't a place one could simply walk into. If he tried to make a mad dash for it, he'd likely be met with a hail of machine gun fire before he even got close to the electric fence. It seemed he would need to outsmart them. A direct assault was out of the question. He tilted his head back and downed the last of his vodka. The alcohol hit him quickly, and soon, feeling drowsy, he decided to call it a day. Both his mind and body needed a good rest. The liquor's aftereffect was strong, and in no time, Lin Feng drifted off into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up refreshed, feeling as if all his fatigue had been washed away. He went downstairs and bought dozens of Russian winter coats, but decided not to stash them in his alternate space right away. Attracting military attention over a few stolen coats would be counterproductive. The prices in Russia were quite affordable. The coats only cost him 60,000 yuan. He couldn't help but marvel at the economic power of China, allowing him to use Alipay abroad. After packing the clothes properly, Lin Feng bought a train ticket to the next city. Before leaving, he indulged in an authentic Russian meal, rounding off his trip perfectly. The rye bread was tough and hard to swallow. The borscht was too sour and sweet for his liking. However, the smoked meats and sausages were quite tasty. Lin Feng bought out the restaurant stock, spending a total of 22,000 yuan. The owner was thrilled, silently grateful for the generosity of a Chinese tourist. At 9 in the morning, Lin Feng checked out of his hotel and boarded a green slow train headed for his destination. The train car was comfortably heated and, despite its gentle rocking, had its own charm. By 5:30 in the afternoon, after a long journey, the train finally arrived at the designated station. Lin Feng casually hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to head north. The driver found it odd that his passenger was avoiding the city center in favor of the desolate outdoors in freezing weather. Lin Feng opened his phone map and pointed to a remote village, indicating where to stop. The driver realized that Lin Feng must be a tourist coming to enjoy the view. Such eccentric tourists were not unheard of, but they certainly had guts. After paying the fare and watching the taxi drive away, Lin Feng walked into the dense forest. He looked around vigilantly to make sure he wasn't followed, then activated the excavation function of his alternate space, instantly creating a tunnel 5 meters in diameter. He then released his cherished vehicle, turned it around, and sped straight north through the tunnel. If conventional routes were blocked, why not build an underground tunnel? With his spatial abilities, Lin Feng was confident about reaching his destination, maintaining a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. What does it matter if you've planted landmines? I'll sweep them all into another dimension, leaving not a trace behind. It's as if I'm charging directly into the heart of the enemy, poised to take down their stronghold in one fell swoop. After driving for over an hour, Lin Feng confirmed he was directly beneath the military base. From his observations, about 3,000 soldiers were stationed here, and it certainly was a missile launch site. Whether there were nuclear weapons or not, he couldn't tell. After all, as an outsider, he really couldn't recognize nuclear arms. After weighing his options, Lin Feng decided to make his move at 3 a.m., when people are most tired and their guard is at its lowest. After enjoying a bowl of steaming hot and spicy soup, he set his alarm and went to sleep. At 2:30 a.m., the alarm abruptly went off. It was time to take action. An alternative dimension slowly unfolded in his mind, revealing the entire layout of the base. His primary target was the control room. In this kind of operation, it was crucial to leave no trace. At the moment, 2 Russian soldiers were comfortably cracking sunflower seeds and drinking vodka. In the middle of the night, who would expect an attack from beneath the ground? Besides, it had been years since they had seen any combat, so a bit of laxity was only natural. If it weren't for the vodka, they wouldn't have been able to stay alert. To drink without getting caught, they even turned off the camera that was supposed to monitor the duty room, sparing themselves from being caught red-handed by their superior. Perhaps this was what they called a deceptive maneuver. The higher-ups knew but turned a blind eye. After all, to get Russian soldiers to work, a few bottles of vodka were essential. Even to charge into battle, they needed a bottle each to drink before they could roar their battle cry. Lin Feng approached the drunken soldiers, who were about an arm's length above him, feeling a bit nervous. They were fully armed, while he couldn't even bring a strand of hair into his space. If a fight broke out, he'd be in real trouble. He took a deep breath, activated his special ability, and dug a 100-meter deep pit right under his feet. Falling from such a height would leave no chance of survival. He then sidestepped slightly, avoiding being directly beneath the 2 men, and stealthily removed the ground beneath them. With a swoosh, 2 shadows fell, gone forever before they could even scream. They would have never dreamed that death would strike from beneath their feet, nor that it would come with such a deep trap. Lin Feng quickly filled in the tunnel, burying the unfortunate souls forever beneath 100 meters of earth. Surely, no one would discover them there? He then entered the control room and unapologetically took all the equipment. Next was the main event, a bizarre and thrilling spectacle. He returned to the tunnel, restored the floor leaving no trace, and then dug towards the armory. Reaching just beneath the storeroom, he opened his alternative space again to make sure no one was inside. Then, he lifted the floor and lightly jumped out. What a pleasant surprise awaited him. Even if doomsday arrived, or he ended up in jail, he could now break out with force. Lin Feng turned on his flashlight, excitedly surveying the plethora of weaponry. Pistols, submachine guns, rocket launchers, RPGs. Everything illuminated by the light was promptly stashed away. True to its reputation, the Missile Brigade's armory had everything from vehicle-mounted missiles to tanks and armed helicopters, even hiding 2 fighter jets. Lin Feng was overjoyed. These were items you couldn't even buy on the eve of doomsday. He contained his excitement, careful not to make a sound. It took him a full hour to completely empty the storeroom. In the middle of the night, with no one likely to come for a pickup and an alternate dimension on guard, Lin Feng was alert to any approach. After collecting what he needed, he slipped back through the tunnel, leaving no trace behind. His work was flawless. Yet, Lin Feng wasn't satisfied. Using his spatial awareness, he detected 5 missile launch vehicles parked outside. It would be a loss not to seize this opportunity. After a moment's consideration, he decided to escalate his plans for a thrilling execution. He stealthily approached the vehicles from underground. With no one in sight, he leaped out. His gaze swept over his targets, instantly enveloping all 5. These formidable land cruisers, capable of striking terror into the hearts of those who beheld them, were now effortlessly within his grasp. This trip to Russia had indeed paid off handsomely. Before leaving, Lin Feng set his sights on the largest prize at the base, a continental ballistic missile. Such a treasure was not to be missed. With a grand gesture, he whisked away the missile, its launch silo, and a spare missile body into another dimension. He then filled in the launch pit and fled, sealing the tunnel behind him. I dug a 50-kilometer tunnel to find you. Chase me if you can, he thought defiantly. When the night guards noticed something was amiss, they were utterly dumbfounded. The news of Lake Baikal's evaporation had already spread far and wide, striking fear into many. Yet, that seemed like a distant fairy tale compared to the nightmare unfolding before their eyes. The disappearance of the missile, especially one as critical as the Satan, codenamed SS-18 Sarmat, with a range of 18,000 kilometers and 10 nuclear warheads, was inconceivable. Russia had relied on this missile to challenge the increasingly powerful China. Now, its loss could lead to utter chaos. In a panic, the soldier cursed in fluent Chinese, a language that had become popular worldwide. He ran towards the alarm, screaming at the top of his lungs. Instantly, the alarm blared, and 3,000 soldiers rushed to the scene, some without even dressing properly. What they saw was an apocalyptic sight. The missile silo was completely empty, and the 5 launch vehicles were gone. The armory was wiped clean, not even sparing the spare Satan missile. Is this all a dream? How could the surveillance crew have failed so miserably? The soldiers wondered. The missile brigade's commander was nearly faint from shock. He urgently reported to the military district, regardless of the time. The loss of 2 Satans and 20 warheads was a catastrophe waiting to happen. If detonated, it could spell the end for the entire planet. Not to mention the 5 mobile launch vehicles, veritable doomsday devices on wheels. If this news leaked, it could provoke a devastating nuclear catastrophe. The district commander, upon receiving the call, was petrified. Just days before, he had dismissed the disappearance of Lake Baikal as a rumor. Now, someone had dared to make off with the Satan missiles. It was no less shocking than a cruel joke. Overnight, thanks to Lin Feng, the Russian elite aged prematurely, stepping into their twilight years far sooner than expected. The existence of this missile base was so secretive that not even the United States could have been aware of it. Who could be so audacious as to pull off such a vanishing act? As for the main culprit, Lin Feng, he was relentlessly sprinting, burying the excavated dirt along his path, erasing all traces of his activity. Clenching a cigarette between his lips, he hardly noticed that the 2 intercontinental missiles were actually Satan models. What did it matter anyway? After traveling such a long distance, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed. For these 2 colossal figures alone, the trip was well worth it. Russian President Kim received shocking news that shook him to his core. After flying through the night, he hurried to the missile base, his mind swirling with disbelief. The drying up of Lake Baikal might be explainable by science, but the sudden disappearance of Satan missiles and their silos was beyond comprehension. The military quickly sealed off the information, even hiding the truth from other bases. However, this secrecy provided Lin Feng with a perfect opportunity. Driving the latest Lamborghini like a bolt of lightning underground, Lin Feng was amazed at how well the supercar adapted to such conditions. Guided by an alternate dimension, he always found his way forward. With plenty of fuel, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to accelerate, ready to face any challenge. He realized the true worth of his 30 million yuan vehicle. It was like an underground plane. Shielded by the alternate dimension, who could possibly track Lin Feng's movements? By midnight the next day, another missile base was attacked. Arriving at the scene, Kim found the number of missing personnel had increased from 2 to 8, a hauntingly familiar sight. Lin Feng became bolder, striking with full force. Kim immediately realized that strategic weapons were the real target. He ordered an end to the secrecy, demanding all missile forces to remain on high alert and conduct round-the-clock patrols. Any disappearances would be severely punished. Leave forgiveness to God. My duty is to bring criminals to justice, Kim declared. Yet, days later, another base was attacked, this time devastated by a flood. Arriving at the site, Kim was stunned by the sight of widespread destruction. Amid the ruins and the harsh Siberian cold, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees Celsius, any wet person was doomed. All 3,000 soldiers perished. More terrifyingly, all military equipment, including missiles, tanks, and aircraft, vanished without a trace. Standing among the ruins, Kemp seemed to age decades overnight. Despite his extensive military experience, he had never seen anything like this. Was this a sign that Russia was doomed? If this continued, the nation would be destroyed. Lin Feng, having attacked 3 missile bases, began to feel the strain. The defense at the third target was exceptionally tight, with thousands patrolling at night, equipped with night vision goggles and submachine guns. He waited underground all night, unable to find an opportune moment to strike. Ultimately, he resorted to his last option, unleashing the waters of Lake Baikal to flood the military fortress. Now, his least concern was water resources. However, cleaning up the flooded battlefield was a headache for Lin Feng. Weapons were scattered everywhere, missile silos were destroyed, and the situation was dire. Fortunately, Russian military equipment was known for its durability, but the submerged aircraft were likely beyond salvage. Lin Feng was filled with regret. Why hadn't he thought to seize their supply depot right from the start? Inside were countless treasures: winter clothing, frozen goods, military rations, gasoline. It had everything. This oversight might have cost him billions in wealth. However, he didn't make the same mistake during his second and third attempts. Although the last time ended with the warehouse being flooded, with the intense heat of the upcoming summer season, a day in the sun would surely refresh everything. Along the way, he discovered an oil field and didn't hesitate to take advantage. The site lacked heavy weaponry, and with his current strength, what was there to fear? He decisively depleted all reserves of gasoline, diesel, and natural gas. The quantity was so vast, even he lost count. He didn't spare the underground oil and natural gas either, ensuring he would never worry about fuel shortages again. He took everything: refining equipment, oil storage tanks, gas cylinders. Even if he found himself in a tight spot later, he could set up his own refinery. He also took control of 2 coal mines, securing his supply even if a cold wave hit. On December 14th, Lin Feng returned to Moscow airport and didn't linger in Russia. His next target was Washington. The Russian populace was anxious, unaware of the attacks on 3 missile bases, but shaken by news of Lake Baikal drying up and the oil fields being depleted. The theft of coal from the mines hadn't yet surfaced, likely because Lin Feng had transported it subterraneously, and it might stay undiscovered for months, or possibly forever. Jingpu felt numb, more concerned with how the fortresses were compromised. Could there be a traitor among them? But such matters must remain secret. Lost is lost, never to be admitted. If the Americans knew, it would surely lead to a life-or-death struggle, potentially sparking a catastrophic nuclear war from which no one would emerge unscathed. Could this be the legendary Hex technology? But why would the CIA target their own? Even if it were for fame or fortune, he could understand. But why take Lake Baikal too? Aren't the Great Lakes enough? Jingpu, a veteran of countless battles, had never encountered such bizarre incidents, and unraveling this mystery seemed almost impossible. Fortunately, despite losing the oil fields, other military facilities remained intact, a small consolation amidst misfortune. With sufficient reserves for the cold weather, Lin Feng started making new plans. The recent torrential rains were no joke. Bringing back 2 aircraft carriers as a show of force seemed reasonable. Russia's only carrier was old and decrepit, hardly catching Lin Feng's eye. Besides, he had high standards now, only American-made would do. Given the vast reach of the US, taking 2 warships shouldn't be too difficult, right? Security at Moscow airport was unusually tight this time. Armed police were everywhere. Despite not understanding the cause, the oppressive atmosphere was chilling. Russian citizens, fearing another war, began hoarding food and supplies. However, Lin Feng passed through the checks quickly, carrying nothing but his documents and a cell phone. Who could guess that the missile theft was connected to this young man, who hurried through? After boarding, he faced another 10-hour flight. Exhausted, Lin Feng almost immediately fell asleep in his seat. In the surprisingly warm city of Washington, the streets bustle with activity, and towering skyscrapers can be seen everywhere. This contrasts sharply with the tense atmosphere of Siberia, a fact of which Americans seem blissfully unaware. They have not yet realized the potential danger of Satan missiles falling into the wrong hands. Although the media has reported on the drying up of Lake Baikal and the oil fields, it hasn't seemed to garner much attention. Perhaps to them, Russia's shortage of water and oil seems inconsequential, and some even view Russia's loss as an opportunity for the U.S. As the saying goes, the misfortune of a once mighty adversary is today's fortune. It appears that the U.S. is not fully prepared for any threats. Maybe they believe economic sanctions are harsh enough, but are there still people willing to test the power of carpet bombing? Lin Feng found a modest motel and rented a simple room on the ground floor. With only 500,000 left in his pocket, he had to budget every expense carefully. He chose a room on the lower floor for easy escape, as he was determined to bring back 2 aircraft carriers at all costs. His resolve was unshakable, and he was prepared to do whatever it took. Lin Feng harbored a devious plan, determined to execute his audacious heist of an aircraft carrier. He had prepared all the necessary supplies, unconcerned about food shortages since Lake Baikal was teeming with fish. Activating his spatial awareness, he pinpointed the location of the aircraft carrier base in the beautiful country, which was to the east. Within minutes, Lin Feng had locked on to his target. By the year 2050, the world had been at peace for a long time, and the beautiful country's aircraft carriers no longer roamed the seas but preferred to remain docked near Washington, D.C., to conserve fuel and guard the capital. Conveniently, there was a naval base to the east of Washington housing not only 2 aircraft carriers, but also numerous destroyers and supply ships. For Lin Feng, this was an opportunity too good to miss, like a massive, cost-free shopping spree. Could this be a buy-one-get-one free deal? Without hesitation, Lin Feng packed up everything in his room and began to tunnel swiftly, his spirits high. In less than half an hour, he stealthily arrived at his destination. He tunneled directly beneath the naval base, donned a diving suit, opened a spatial portal to an unoccupied coastline, and began to fill in the tunnel behind him. Lin Feng then plunged into the sea. First, he commandeered the aircraft carriers, then went on to claim as many other ships as he could, ready to escape at a moment's notice if discovered. Lin Feng dove deeper, marveling at the beautiful country's unique geographical features, with harbors covered in ice and snow. Carrying his oxygen tank, he swam beneath the largest aircraft carrier and without a second thought, activated the spatial portal. Whoosh! A multi-billion-dollar aircraft carrier vanished into thin air, and several guards, like dumplings dropping into soup, fell into the sea. It seemed there were indeed people on deck. Lin Feng may have gone a bit too far this time. Unexpectedly, there were people on board. Fortunately, they were only on the deck. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to take the ship. Decisive as ever, he quickly seized the second carrier. Those on board didn't have oxygen tanks. In the dark depths of the sea, who could see themselves? Indeed, the few beautiful country soldiers who fell into the water quickly swam upwards, seemingly unconcerned about the disappearance of the aircraft carrier, for in their eyes, the rights and freedoms of the beautiful country reigned supreme. A land of liberty and daily gunfire. Lin Feng hurriedly claimed the second aircraft carrier, but this time, he couldn't take it in. Someone must have been inside. He then swam towards a nearby supply ship, successfully taking it into his possession, relieved to find it empty. Wailing sirens echoed above the U.S. Navy base as the air raid alarms blared incessantly. Suddenly, an aircraft carrier vanished, and powerful spotlights swept the area in search of potential enemy threats. Yet, the radar showed no signs of an attack within 1,000 miles. Lin Feng knew this was his moment to strike. As the Russian base heightened its security, he realized he had to act today. The bold might survive, but the timid would perish from starvation. His realm contained the staggering volume of 20 trillion tons of water from Lake Baikal, enough to flood the entire base if necessary. Lin Feng's courage grew by the minute. Unfazed by the air raid alarms, he continued his mission to stealthily seize frigates, destroyers, and supply ships. The base commander watched in agony as not only an aircraft carrier but also a destroyer, each weighing over 100,000 tons, just disappeared. Could there be an unknown threat lurking in the sea? In a crisis move, he ordered all hands to set sail to locate the missing aircraft carrier, dead or alive, to uncover the truth. The commander was sharp-minded, realizing that the problem couldn't be on land. The ocean was the key area of concern. A group of U.S. soldiers hastily donned diving suits, prepared to dive into the ocean depths. If they couldn't find the aircraft carrier today, severe punishment awaited them. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had managed to take control of half of the ships, but he couldn't accommodate the rest and thus turned his attention to nearby nuclear submarines. Daringly swimming towards them, he was not only after the aircraft carrier, but also the submarines. Discovering 8 nuclear submarines and several more submarines moored in the sea, he used his spatial abilities to capture 3 nuclear submarines and 8 submarines. The remaining vessels, possibly still manned, could not yet be transported. Fortunately for Lin Feng, the U.S. had not engaged in warfare for decades, which might have otherwise hindered his plans today. As the waves surged, U.S. soldiers plunged into the sea, armed with submachine guns. The situation looked dire for Lin Feng. If discovered, he would face the overwhelming force of thousands of soldiers from the base. It seemed that today, Lin Feng could only use his spatial abilities to unleash waves and create chaos. The waves tossed the U.S. soldiers, some flung tens of meters away, their fates unknown. Even the base commander was stunned by the sudden deluge. Following the chaos, Lin Feng quickly made it to shore, tunneled through, and sealed the passage. He drove a vehicle he retrieved from his space, heading straight for the base's supply station. With the U.S. soldiers preoccupied with searching for the missing aircraft carrier and the destroyer's heavy oil sufficient for several days, Lin Feng wouldn't miss this chance. He raided the supply station, not only securing heavy oil, aviation gasoline, and jet fuel but also emptying the armory, perhaps his last chance for a cost-free arms haul. Time was of the essence. He needed to act quickly or leave empty-handed. The U.S. military's food supplies, cold weather gear, and canned fruits were all swiftly confiscated by Lin Feng. From now on, these resources were his to command. When Lin Feng heard that the supply station and the armory were completely empty, he immediately felt a wave of panic. Had the aircraft carrier not been found yet? Could it have been lost again? He hurried to the surveillance room to review the footage. On the monitors, in a scene captured in the United States, he saw a massive hole suddenly appear underground, and then a mysterious man in a diving suit emerged from it. The appearance of this man was like something out of a superhero movie, utterly unstoppable wherever he went. The commander confirmed the disappearance of both the aircraft carrier and a nuclear submarine, which were undoubtedly related to this mysterious man. Unlike previous occasions, Lin Feng wasn't there to simply take over the American surveillance room. The situation was extraordinary. The aircraft carrier was located at sea, while the surveillance room was on land, a great distance apart. Moreover, American soldiers weren't fond of drinking, which could complicate matters. If Lin Feng chose to steal the surveillance room first, the American naval base would be alerted immediately, possibly eliminating any chance of taking the aircraft carrier. Thus, Lin Feng decided to steal the aircraft carrier first. Even if he managed to get it, what then? With the world ending in half a month, the U.S. would struggle to maintain control, let alone manage the affairs of China. Returning to his hotel, Lin Feng began to inspect his spoils of the evening. He had to admit, the United States was incredibly wealthy. The aircraft carrier was equipped with 62 fighter jets, each fully fueled. With such resources, he could feasibly fly continuously for 2 months by using one jet after another. This bounty was indeed a cause for joy. Lin Feng meticulously sealed the entrance and restored the floor to its original state, tidying up the room. It was just past midnight, and the calendar showed December 15th. Only half a month remained until the prophesied end of the world. The abundance of supplies brought him immense pleasure. He took out a bottle of vodka and paired it with dozens of steaming hot grilled oysters, warming his body as he enjoyed a simple midnight snack. Tomorrow, the United States would undoubtedly be in turmoil, but in such a vast sea of people, who could possibly find him? Besides, his face was concealed by goggles. Everyone appeared equal, each carrying their own head on their shoulders. Who would know that all of this was Lin Feng's doing? After eating his fill, he lay down comfortably, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the United States were doomed to a sleepless night. The value of the aircraft carrier and its onboard jets, which exceeded 300 billion Chinese yuan, not to mention the strategic nuclear missiles they carried, was staggering. If Russia learned of this, it could potentially trigger a nuclear war. Living so comfortably, why would anyone in such a wealthy nation engage in a struggle with a pauper? They watched as their weapons, supplies, and everything vanished like smoke. They zoomed in on the footage again and again, seeing only a masked person with diving goggles. The only information they could gather was that this individual was human. Beyond that, they could glean nothing useful. Wang Defa was furious. He slammed his hand on the table and cursed loudly. According to estimates, they had lost at least several trillion Chinese yuan worth of weapons and supplies that night alone. It was now 2050, and the Chinese yuan had become the international currency used globally, including in the United States. The United States is closing its borders effective immediately, declared President Pu Chuan, slamming his hand on the table in the Pentagon, issuing a presidential order. No one is allowed in or out. Any aircraft entering our airspace and any vessels entering our territorial waters will be immediately shot down or sunk. All bases are on 24-hour alert. Special forces, conduct a thorough search. We must recover the aircraft carrier. This was not just because Pu Chuan had caused such a significant incident, but because the individual who had stolen the aircraft carrier was utterly inhumane. Now, he had taken a carrier from a naval base defending Washington, D.C. Who could assure that he wouldn't strike other bases? Lin Feng was lucky. If he hadn't flown to Washington, he would never have found this naval base, as he could only locate targets within a 1,000-kilometer radius. With the Pentagon on high alert, the entire United States was in a state of emergency. This man must be stopped, or he would become a great threat. Some rejoiced, some worried, some were unlucky, and some were happy. Suddenly, Pu Chuan received a phone call in the middle of the night, which slightly surprised him. Could it be that another missile base had been compromised? After answering the call, a smile spread across Pu Chuan's face. It turned out that his spy in the Pentagon had sent news. One of the United States aircraft carriers had disappeared, along with the entire fleet's equipment, resulting in direct losses of over 1 trillion Chinese yuan. Excellent work. Keep monitoring. Your efforts will be noted, Pu Chuan said before hanging up, his face relaxed. The mysterious person had finally stopped targeting Russia and turned their sights on the United States. However, his relief lasted only minutes before his expression clouded with worry again. After losing 3 missile bases and letting him escape to Russia? Who exactly is this guy? Jingpu picked up the phone and directly contacted the Ministry of Defense, requesting a list of all individuals who had traveled to the beautiful country in the past 3 days, as any of them could potentially be the mastermind behind the theft of the beautiful country's aircraft carrier. This criminal must be found. After all, what he stole could arm an entire nation. Jingpu's ability to keep secrets rivals that of Pu Chuan. He lost 3 missile bases without anyone knowing, whereas if Pu Chuan lost a naval base, it might quickly become global news. Jingpu resolved to recruit this person to Russia at any cost, even if it meant offering him the Russian presidency. This guy is definitely a genius. And with no one behind Jingpu to challenge, who could refuse the tempting offer of becoming the president of Russia? As the largest country in the world with the 3rd strongest military, securing this man's help could mean global domination is within reach. Meanwhile, Lin Feng woke up carefree like any ordinary person and stepped outside only to find a group of fully armed soldiers from the beautiful country. It seemed he no longer had the chance to infiltrate an American military base. Not wanting to cause trouble, Lin Feng quickly returned to his safe house. Next year, a kilometer-wide asteroid would strike the beautiful country, completely destroying it. Even a titanium-built safe house wouldn't withstand such an impact. Even if the house could, how could Lin Feng's mortal body survive? It seemed safer to return to his homeland, China, and lay low for a couple of years. He took a taxi to the airport and bought a ticket home. Considering the high alert in the beautiful country, he decided not to steal from their warehouses anymore to avoid further complications. The fish in Lake Baikal were enough. There was no need to risk more. However, upon arriving at the airport, Lin Feng was shocked to find that the beautiful country had closed its borders. Everything was normal when he arrived, but now he couldn't return. Desperate and scratching his head at the airport, with only half a month left until the end of the world, Lin Feng found himself penniless with less than $500,000 in his account. What could he do with that? He couldn't even afford a simple house. Lin Feng didn't plan to rob a bank in the beautiful country. What would he do with unmarked cash? How could he spend billions of dollars without drawing attention? Such foolish actions would only expose him. The same went for gold. They lost 1,000 tons, and he would squander it? Even a fool would trace the source of that gold. Moreover, the beautiful country was a gun-free zone. Once doomsday arrived, he would have nowhere to hide, probably unable to even sleep peacefully, possibly ending up dead in the streets. Lin Feng hadn't expected the beautiful country to react so strongly. Was shutting down the country really necessary just because he stole some supplies and a few aircraft carriers? As Lin Feng left the airport, his mind was in turmoil. He couldn't fly a plane, nor could he operate a boat or submarine. Lin Feng felt a deep unease at this moment, holding stolen goods in his hands. Although the world had not yet descended into apocalypse, if discovered, both Russia and the United States could launch missile attacks against him. Moreover, he was a staggering 12,000 kilometers away from Kyoto. Even if he could dig a tunnel through the earth and drive back, it would be impossible to reach within 15 days. After all, he was half a world away, with the Pacific Ocean, oceanic trenches, underwater volcanoes, and thousands of meters of water pressure in between. A single mishap could mean a watery grave. However, as Lin Feng racked his brains for a solution, a spark of inspiration struck him. Although the United States had closed its borders, Canada had not, and Ottawa was only 800 kilometers away. Fortunately, when Lin Feng had applied for his passport, it was for a trip to Canada, so he could use it to travel there. With resolve, he thought to himself, if the United States is going to be ruthless, then they can't blame him for bending the rules. If they won't let me leave, then they can't fault me for not showing mercy. After much deliberation, Lin Feng decided to head to the suburbs for a hunting expedition, driven to this desperate act. Over the past 8 days, Lin Feng embarked on a daring spree of thefts, starting from a warehouse center in Washington, D.C., and heading north, targeting anything he deemed worthy. His targets included oil companies, storage centers, megastores, hospitals, clothing factories, refrigeration plants, and even military factories. The most audacious act came when he passed by Liberty Island in New York and took the Statue of Liberty itself, a stunt that shook the entire nation, drawing parallels to a brazen act at Russia's Lake Baikal. The Statue of Liberty, a symbol of the nation, was stolen, infuriating the populace and severely shaking their faith, amounting to a direct insult to President Puchwan. This led to a plummet in Puchwan's approval ratings. New Yorkers took to the streets in droves, demanding the return of the Statue of Liberty and opposing the closure of national borders. Overwhelmed by pressure and unable to fathom the thief's intentions, Puchwan felt the weight of the crisis. According to Puchwan's preliminary estimates, the northeastern states alone saw over $1 trillion in military and other assets vanish, plunging them into severe shortages and famine. Fortunately, banks were spared, offering a small consolation. Puzzled by the theft of the Statue of Liberty, Puchwan mused, what use is it other than as a decoration? Can you eat it or drink it? Never underestimate the loyalty and capability of our national militia. At this point, the nation's intelligence agencies were at a loss, with the mysterious thief popping up unpredictably in Washington, New York, or even Boston. In just 8 days, Lin Feng stole vast quantities of resources and eventually tunneled his way to Ottawa International Airport. In Canada, he was more discreet to avoid causing a stir that might impede his return home. Without leaving any entry records, he spent his remaining funds on a plane ticket to Kyoto. While the United States descended into chaos, Canada remained indifferent. As a member of the Hawk Federation, Canada suffered no losses and showed no interest in the American turmoil, often skeptical of the frequent troubles stirred by the U.S. The claims of trillion-dollar losses were dismissed as implausible by many, likened to the boy who cried wolf. Boarding his flight to Kyoto, Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep during the 14-hour journey. Security checks in Kyoto were lax, as Huaxia had not been affected. Finally back at his longed-for safe house, Lin Feng was exhausted from the relentless nightly digging and needed a deep sleep. Sitting on the plain, home was now just within reach. Lin Feng pondered, realizing it might not be wise to suddenly appear in Huanghai City. He was about to obtain medical equipment and medicines at no cost, and showing up in Huanghai would essentially broadcast his presence in China to the world. Thus, Lin Feng decided to create some chaos to stir up the situation in China. He took a taxi to the suburbs and continued his covert operations like a diligent mole. This time, the items Lin Feng pilfered seemed less critical: tobacco factories, liquor plants, logistics centers, beer breweries, drone manufacturers, and warehouses for phones and computers. Basic necessities were already sufficient, so he scavenged some non-essential materials. Overnight, many factories in China were robbed. Were all these thefts concentrated around the capital? Although the situation seemed significant, it was trivial since only civilian goods were taken, not warranting international concern. Factory staff began to investigate whether they had offended anyone, if there were any vendettas, internal thefts, potential collective hype to trend online, or intentions to hoard stock to drive up prices. They formed a special team and launched a scientific and rational analysis. For some Chinese workers, as long as there were no casualties, these incidents were minor. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had returned to Huanghai City, switched back his Russian license plate, and drove home. He glanced at Anbei, who seemed to have gained some weight. Apparently, Xiao Feng had been feeding him well. Lin Feng grabbed a pile of takeout and headed to the construction site to have lunch with the workers and check on the progress. He was pleased with the construction status. The project was nearing completion. Xiao Feng had organized several groups of workers to handle the interior and exterior decorations, expecting to finish by the end of the month. Despite his satisfaction, Lin Feng was still required to pay 90 billion. Would Wang Long let him move in without payment? Lin Feng wasn't afraid of Wang Long. He could use missiles to destroy Wang Long's buildings, but he remained cautious, not wanting to reveal his hand too soon, especially since the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet. Russia and the United States were still searching for him, and he couldn't afford to give them any leverage. After much thought, Lin Feng picked up the phone and dialed Wu Yong's number. It had been a while. Surely Wu Yong had some cash by now. Hello? Wu Yong? It's Lin Feng. I need 90 billion recently. Do you have cash on hand? Lin Feng stated his needs directly. Yes, boss. You're incredible. The full rental housing project is selling like hotcakes. In this period, I've sold over 30,000 units. We're going to be rich. Lin Feng was stunned. Even if a house was valued at 2 million and sold at half price for 1 million, subtracting 400,000 for down payments and deducting heating, property management, and elevator fees, each unit still netted an income of 500,000. Multiplied by 30,000. Did Wu Yong have about 15 billion? All right, Wu Yong, transfer the after-tax amount to my account. Our full rental housing project ends in 3 days. Sell out by then. Wu Yong paused, surprised. Such a profitable deal. How could it end? Boss, we now own a quarter of the properties in Huanghai City. Do you have another big project in mind? Wu Yong, knowing the stakes, still had 50 million on hand and wanted a share of the pie. Stock up on some food and beverages. You've seen the news. Things are likely to be unstable recently. Hoarding supplies will definitely be profitable. Lin Feng shared candidly, and Wu Yong, aware of the recent headlines from Russia and the United States, nodded in agreement. When the money was credited to his account early in the morning, Wu Yong felt a surge of joy and gratitude. He told his boss, "To have a boss like you, I, Wu Yong, would die with no regrets." After hearing Wu Yong's firm reply, Lin Feng hung up the phone. With 15 billion yuan and 12 billion after taxes, Lin Feng decided to stockpile a massive amount of supplies in the last 5 days. Despite the difficult circumstances, he knew there was no turning back and that he had to move forward, even if it meant taking the risk of breaking out of prison. If he couldn't make it on this land, he would move to Myanmar. With his arsenal, he could dominate the region and establish his own warlord territory. Even if the apocalypse were to strike, Lin Feng had his plans set. Establish a warlord regime, unify Myanmar, support the underground forces in Southeast Asia, and gradually take over Laos, Vietnam, Thailand, and Cambodia. Then, he would expand his influence and rewrite history, ultimately unifying the entire planet. If he didn't have weapons, he would find a way to steal them, as his spatial abilities allowed him to hide items thousands of miles away. Facing such formidable power as Lin Feng's, who would dare to oppose him? Lin Feng calmly considered the scenario where the apocalypse might not occur and started checking the prices of goods, preparing for the final battle. With 12 billion yuan, he could buy a vast array of supplies, such as pork, ointments, oxygen tanks, knives, and electronic devices. Lin Feng decided to stock up on all the essentials in one go. Just then, he received a notification from his bank. Wu Yong was indeed reliable. The swift transfer of 12 billion yuan thrilled Lin Feng, who immediately contacted major suppliers to purchase the necessary materials. With the convenience of online shopping, the 12 billion yuan was almost not enough. He primarily bought sausages, various foods, weapons, and medical supplies, as these were crucial for his offense, defense, and survival strategies. Once home, Lin Feng lay in bed, pondering how quickly the 12 billion yuan had been spent, leaving only 5 billion. Grateful, he knew he had to reserve a portion of the funds for the final payment on his shelter, and also needed to purchase 1 billion yuan worth of medical equipment. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang, showing an incoming call from Zhao Jun. Without hesitation, he answered and heard Zhao Jun awkwardly explain that the vehicle's cost had exceeded the budget. They could manage the 3 billion yuan for the vehicle, but assembling 1,000 sets of spare parts was proving impossible. Lin Feng knew he might have been a bit too ambitious with his request for 1,000 sets. It was indeed a tall order. He quickly inquired about the progress of the vehicle's manufacture and learned that it would be completed the next day, pending a final test before delivery. However, considering the spare parts, Lin Feng thought it wise to at least have some essentials like glass, bodywork, and engines, perhaps 10 sets at least. He decided to make a bulk purchase to reduce costs and immediately agreed to pay an additional 10 billion yuan to ensure everything was ready by the end of the month. Zhao Jun's assurance allowed Lin Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that initial production was always the most expensive, but mass production would bring more savings. All right, Zhao Jun, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Make sure everything is delivered by the end of the month and don't delay in the last 5 days. After hanging up, Lin Feng promptly transferred 10 billion yuan through his mobile banking app. Having money sure does make things happen, Lin Feng thought to himself. After completing the transfer, Lin Feng began to worry about his safe house. It seemed secure on the surface, but if something were to go wrong, what then? He called Xiao Feng, who had proven reliable in constructing a very robust safe house. Hello, Mr. Lin. What's up so late? Xiao Feng answered, sounding surprised. Lin Feng got straight to the point, explaining the safe house needed certain parts like titanium alloy, steel, lead plates, explosion-proof glass, and aerospace-grade materials, plus internal equipment replacements to ensure it would last a century and withstand damage up to 3 times. How much would it cost? Xiao Feng was momentarily stunned. This client's requirements were indeed demanding. Mr. Lin, as you know, labor is the least of the costs. It's the materials that really matter. With your additional requirements, it would be at least 30 billion yuan, Xiao Feng said, aware of the necessity. Can you gather these materials worth 30 billion yuan in 5 days? If so, I'll transfer the money right now. Lin Feng asked urgently. Time was of the essence, and seeing the remaining 40 billion yuan in his account, he knew he had to spend it. Absolutely. Your request is my mission, Mr. Lin. I guarantee it will be done. Xiao Feng promptly assured him. Mission critical. Lin Feng nodded, knowing how much profit Xiao Feng would make from this 30 billion yuan material cost. Good, I've recorded this. I'm transferring the money to you now. If you don't gather the materials, I will hold you accountable. Lin Feng said before hanging up and immediately transferring 30 billion yuan. With time pressing, he couldn't afford to draft a contract and had to trust Xiao Feng. He then transferred 9 billion yuan to Wang Long, keeping 1 billion yuan as a reserve. He also needed to save some funds for medical supplies, just in case. After completing all transfers, Lin Feng put down his phone, ready to finally rest properly. These past days, he had hardly had a good night's sleep in his bed, but once he moved into the safe house, he could finally relax. Just as Lin Feng was about to close his eyes, he suddenly spotted a figure stealthily approaching the villa. A sense of alarm gripped him. Who was this person? A hitman from Russia or another beautiful country? He was already home, so why was someone still after him? Could his identity have been compromised? Lin Feng immediately snapped to alertness, got out of bed, and hurried downstairs. He saw the man drop a bottle that emitted a sleeping gas, knocking out Abe. The intruder, wearing a gas mask and carrying a bag, jumped into the yard. Realizing the danger, Lin Feng rushed downstairs just in time to see the man operate a device from his bag. A timer on a bomb began counting down. Stunned for a moment as the man fled, Lin Feng quickly grabbed the bomb, stopping the countdown as he stowed it away. He then chased after the man who had leaped over the wall. Lin Feng pulled out a pistol, fitted it with a silencer, and followed closely. The man zigzagged and eventually entered a narrow alley, then clutched his ears. Without hesitation, Lin Feng fired, hitting the man in the shoulder. Shocked and expressionless, the man looked around cautiously, completely at a loss. With no surveillance cameras in the alley, Lin Feng wasn't worried about being spotted. He approached, pointing his gun at the man's head. "Who sent you to kill me? Speak up, or you'll regret it." The man hesitated, puzzled by the use of a silenced pistol in Huaxia. Despite his doubts, he clutched his wound but didn't believe Lin Feng would actually pull the trigger. A rich kid, daring to use a gun in Huaxia? Aren't you afraid of digging your own grave? If you have the guts, kill me, but I won't say a word. He tried to remain calm, but Lin Feng suddenly covered his mouth and grabbed a sensitive spot, nearly making the man scream. "Talk, or I'll ruin you and turn you into Huaxia's last eunuch." Lin Feng was relentless, needing answers. With no one around and no surveillance, there was no need for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. I confess. Fanghao Real Estate paid me 1 million to come here. I've been waiting here while you were away. As for the exact reason, I really don't know." The man's defiance crumbled, and he began to confess. Lin Feng released him, rubbing his own hand. Fanghao Real Estate? Lin Feng hadn't offended them. Why would they want to kill him? After pondering, he realized he must have angered them somehow. 1 million? You've been stalking me for so long. Don't you know how much my life is worth? Now, I'll offer you 5 million to eliminate the person who hired you to kill me. Another 5 million after the job is done. With the world possibly facing an apocalypse, Lin Feng knew resolving issues with money was the fastest way. "Are you serious?" The hitman hesitated, finally putting away his phone and opening his WeChat payment QR code. "Give me your phone. I'll transfer the money." Lin Feng took out his phone, resolute. After a moment's hesitation, the hitman finally relaxed, pulled out his phone, and opened his WeChat payment QR code. Lin Feng's phone chimed with a WeChat notification for a transfer of 5 million yuan, making his eyes widen in shock. Such a large sum brought not only astonishment but also a hint of fear, knowing that such ruthless people existed in the world. He immediately told the other party to get lost, but was then offered an additional 5 million yuan to eliminate someone. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, choosing to walk away. Tempted by the money, however, the hitman decided to betray his morals and accepted the job to kill Lin Feng, with a reward of 1 million yuan. Even more shocking was the promise of 5 million yuan for killing his own employer, plus an initial fund of another 5 million yuan. Such an offer was irresistible. Reflecting on his situation, Lin Feng realized that with 5 million yuan, he could arm himself adequately and even feel confident in taking on his former employer. In this world, even a hitman could lose his moral compass. With enough money, anyone might compromise their principles. The hitman, clutching his shoulder, vanished into the night. For someone who could easily transfer 5 million yuan, what's another 5 million? Meanwhile, Lin Feng yawned on his way home, tucking away his pistol, filled with doubts. A hitman without a pistol? What a failure he was. He decided to allocate 5 million yuan for his own upgrade before facing any new challenges. Once home, Lin Feng still couldn't sleep. After some thought, he decided to use his spatial abilities to excavate a hole 100 meters deep and then seal the entrance. Such depth should surely protect him from any bomb, right? He placed a bed down in the underground hole and finally fell into a deep sleep. On the morning of December 26th, Lin Feng woke up full of energy and in a great mood. He stepped out of his residence, quietly filling a hole in the ground, and then headed to the yard to feed his dog, On Bei. However, as he walked outside, he was stopped in his tracks. Jojo was releasing On Bei from its cage, teasing him with 2 chicken legs, which made the dog drool. This felt like a betrayal to Lin Feng. Angrily, he blurted out, "Why does On Bei look a bit chubby? Has it been you feeding him all this time?" As he spoke, he gestured for On Bei to return to his cage. On Bei hesitated, giving Jojo a reluctant look, which only fueled Lin Feng's anger. "It seems you really are asking for trouble. You truly have betrayed me," he accused. Lin Feng continued, "On Bei, get back in the cage, or else," he threatened, hinting at a grim fate for the dog. Lin Feng believed that only obedient dogs were worth keeping. On Bei seemed to understand Lin Feng's intentions and quickly broke free from Jojo's grasp, returning to his cage and closing the door behind him. Jojo, infuriated, confronted Lin Feng, pointing at his nose and scolding, "Lin Feng, how can you be so heartless? How could you think of harming your own dog? What has he done wrong?" Lin Feng ignored her, picking up a walkie-talkie to call Xiao Feng. "Xiao Feng, about that 3 billion deal from last night, are you still interested? Your sister is causing trouble again. If this can't be resolved, the contract is off." Xiao Feng, hearing this over the walkie-talkie, was stunned. He had already committed to a 3 billion material contract, with a 1 billion down payment and the remaining 2 billion due. The supplier had even promised Xiao Feng a 200 million rebate for securing the deal. If the deal fell through now, that 200 million would be lost. "Mr. Lin, I'll handle it right away." Xiao Feng, terrified, ran towards the villa, hurriedly taking Jojo with him. Lin Feng calmly stated, "Sorry, I was just scaring them a bit. I definitely want to proceed with that 3 billion deal." He found Jojo somewhat annoying, but still felt a bit compassionate. He believed that how one treats their dog is a personal choice, but he only liked obedient dogs. "I only keep obedient dogs. There's no need to keep the disobedient ones," he stated coldly. Lin Feng locked the cage door, his mind made up. Xiao Feng decided to make Bei endure 3 days of hunger as a form of punishment. He just wanted to leave home for a few days, but unexpectedly discovered that Bei had been secretly interacting with someone else. Bei, lying in the cage, looked innocently at Xiao Feng, as if reflecting on what he had done wrong. Xiao Feng realized that angering Lin Feng was extremely dangerous. Otherwise, Bei's life could be threatened. He decided to teach Bei a lesson, but his heart was filled with conflict and pain. "Bei, why are you dragging me into this?" Xiao Feng said to Bei, "I need you to understand that this is not just a punishment." His heart ached because Bei was talking about killing as if it was nothing. Xiao Feng deeply appreciated the protection of a harmonious society. If it were the apocalypse, Lin Feng would definitely take even harsher measures upon discovering that Bei had been let out. However, Xiao Feng's sister, Xiao Xiao, disagreed. "Xiao Xiao, don't worry about how the wealthy keep dogs, just go home." Xiao Feng scolded, "Last night, Lin Xiao ordered materials worth 3 billion from me, and the manufacturer only gave me a 200 million rebate. Wang Long and the others don't know anything about this. If they find out, they will definitely come after me. The world of the wealthy is cruel and ruthless. I have achieved what I have today through hard work and struggle. What do you think is more important, me or the dog that Lin Feng keeps?" As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. The 200 million meant a lifetime of effort and hope to him, and a mistake by a dog could ruin everything. Xiao Feng began to regret letting Xiao Xiao feed Bei, as he hadn't expected her to develop feelings for Bei. "Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I won't go to Lin Feng anymore," Xiao Xiao tried to explain. "I was just curious how he could make so much money. We work hard all year and can't earn nearly as much. Why can he do it? Maybe I can also find other ways to make more money, so you won't have to work so hard." Xiao Xiao was still in college and didn't fully understand the hardships of work. Having missed the opportunity with Lin Feng, Xiao Feng knew he might never encounter such a chance again. "Xiao Xiao, The world of the wealthy is completely different from ours, Xiao Feng advised. Their money makes money, and they can earn in ways we can't. We don't have that kind of wealth, but the 200 million rebate will change our fate. Our parents passed away early. As long as you are well, I am reassured. Lin Xiao's dog costs 3 million. If you like, I can buy one for you too. In the future, whatever you want, just tell me, and I'll do my best to provide it. But you need to stay away from those rich people. Their lives are not as simple as you imagine. Once I set up my construction company, come work with me after you graduate, and I'll show you the life of the rich so you can understand it slowly. Xiao Feng was in tears, willing to sacrifice everything for his sister. Finally, Xiao Feng transferred 20 million to Xiao Qiao, hoping she would manage the money wisely. Although Xiao Qiao was not extravagant, she also did not want to accept someone's promise lightly just with a ring. She declined her brother's generosity, indicating she had enough for her tuition. As Xiao Feng gazed at the check in front of him, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. This money was key to realizing his dreams. With the construction site nearing completion and inspection, he was determined to ensure the project was flawless. Turning to leave, he left behind a warm piece of advice. When I have more money, I'll come back for you. Remember, stay away from those wealthy people. They won't hurt you. His heart was filled with hope and dreams for the future. Xiao Qiao stared at the sudden increase in her bank account balance, utterly astonished. How much money was this? She had never imagined possessing such a vast fortune. She began to ponder how the wealthy made their money. Could Lin Feng have spent 3 billion just on building villas and buying materials? Was his family running a mint? Resolute, Xiao Qiao decided to embark on her own entrepreneurial journey. She was determined to turn these 20 million into 200 million, 2 billion, or even 20 billion. Although young and inexperienced, she was not foolish. With her initial capital ready, she thought, Lin Feng, I will follow in your footsteps. Lacking experience in business won't stop me. I will learn. So what if I don't visit his villa? It's not far away, and learning from his success is perfectly feasible. Joe purchased a night vision telescope and hid in a corner to stealthily observe every move of his neighbor, Lin Feng. Curious about how Lin Feng managed to amass such considerable wealth, Joe had a direct view of Lin Feng's house from just a few meters away. After a whole day of surveillance, Joe felt hungry and took out some bread he had prepared earlier, enjoying it while continuing his watch. Determined to learn the secrets of how wealthy people make money, Joe, although just a university student with little experience in earning money, didn't consider himself foolish. He thought that by observing what Lin Feng was doing, he could emulate it. If he could master assignments by copying them, what couldn't he do? However, all day long, Lin Feng just lounged in his yard, sunbathing, drinking beer, enjoying barbecue, and playing with his phone. Actions Joe could see clearly even without the telescope. Just then, several cars drove into Lin Feng's yard, sparking Joe's curiosity. As the cars arrived, Lin Feng pointed towards the backyard golf course, and a group of workers started constructing a metal shed. The shed was quickly erected, covering a large area of the ground at what seemed to be a very low cost. Joe wondered, what was this warehouse for? Why would Lin Feng build a warehouse on a golf course? Wasn't the golf course worth maintaining carefully? Why such a lavish waste? As night fell, Joe saw new vehicles entering Lin Feng's yard. They were easily recognizable as belonging to the Shuanghui group. Lin Feng pointed to the warehouse, and then these vehicles began unloading goods. Joe carefully observed and was astounded to see they were unloading sausages, 10 truckloads of Shuanghui sausages. How long would it take to consume all of them? Speechless, Joe recorded this scene in his notebook. Despite Lin Feng's seemingly ruthless demeanor, Joe was determined to follow in his footsteps, resolving to stock whatever Lin Feng stocked. After the sausage unloading was completed, Lin Feng walked into the warehouse and then returned to continue enjoying the sun and beer. A while later, another 10 trucks drove in, and Joe immediately recognized that these trucks were carrying bottled water because the trucks were not enclosed, and they displayed the Binglu brand, which Joe was familiar with. He noted this down too. Joe planned to boldly ask Lin Feng where he sold his products when the time came, as if Lin Feng could sell such vast quantities, surely the buyers wouldn't refuse him. By midnight, Joe's notebook was filled with various items Lin Feng had purchased, mainly food products like canned goods, snacks, dried squid, beef jerky, bottled water, and instant hot pots. These goods were readily available in the factories around Huanghai City, so Lin Feng's delivery was swift. This massive investment, amounting to billions, had nearly cleared out Huanghai City's food stock. When Lin Feng finally went to bed and turned off the lights, Zhou also put away his notebook and returned to his own home. Zhou lived on the second floor, while the first floor housed a building materials warehouse bought by Feng, which was convenient and practical. Opening the warehouse door, Zhou found that the building materials were almost used up by Feng, leaving a spacious area. Feng worked in the construction industry and naturally stockpiled some building materials, but Lin Feng's large order had completely depleted his inventory. The structure of the house is robust, constructed primarily from steel and titanium alloy, but the interior decoration still relies on traditional building materials such as sand, cement, and tiles to avoid a monotonous all-metal appearance. Upon realizing the need to restock supplies, Jojo started to search online for various suppliers' contact information, as if she was gearing up for a supply hoarding competition. Confidently, she thought to herself, if you can hoard, so can I. Can I, Jojo, make money too? After selecting the necessary materials and spending 20 million, she was left with only 600,000. Lin Feng's snacks were expensive. A single packet of beef jerky cost about 40 to 50 yuan. Wondering how much it would cost to buy a truckload, Jojo did not hesitate to make an online payment, requesting prompt delivery as the suppliers promised delivery within 3 days. After all, Huanghai City was not far from the logistics center in the capital, and transportation was very convenient. Returning home, Jojo thought of Anbei, and the idea of getting a dog crossed her mind. But with only 600,000 left, was that enough to buy a dog? She opened a mobile app to search for Tibetan Mastiffs and found that non-purebreds were priced in the thousands, while purebreds ranged from tens to hundreds of thousands. Clearly, not everyone was like Lin Feng, willing to spend 3 million on a dog. Jojo took a liking to a Tibetan Mastiff that resembled Anbei, saved the address, and decided to visit the next day, as the ordered supplies would not arrive immediately. It was December 28, 2049. With just 3 days left until the end of the world. While Lin Feng stayed home waiting for his delivery, Jojo decided to go out and buy the dog. After a 300-kilometer ride via carpool, she finally arrived at a villa in the suburbs of the capital, where she met the dog. The villa had 2 dogs, a male and a female, both around 3 months old and of pure breed, which delighted Jojo. She promptly paid for the female dog and took her home. By afternoon, Jojo was back home with her new companion and immediately contacted a meat factory to order 50,000 yuan worth of various meats. Lin Feng's dogs ate meat, and so would Jojo's. The meat was set to be shipped the next day, and Jojo impulsively bought 5 large freezers. She felt she couldn't compare to Lin Feng, but her house had more meat and more freezers. Despite having less capital, Jojo was determined to surpass the unscrupulous merchant. I need to learn from Lin Feng, become like Lin Feng, and then surpass him, she thought, setting a modest goal, to turn 20 million into 100 million. After everything was in order, Jojo bathed with the little dog and named her Fengzi. At home, Jojo continued to emulate Lin Feng's actions in her quest to surpass him, while Wu Yong, the clever assistant, also became a loyal follower of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's masterstroke of renting out entire properties has netted him a whopping 12 billion yuan, a sum that Wu Yong had never imagined in his lifetime. It's simply impossible for him not to be tempted by such figures. Fortunately for Lin Feng, Wu Yong is his right-hand man. With the 12 billion yuan, Lin Feng stocked up on supplies, while Wu Yong got 50 million yuan for himself. Upon learning that Lin Feng spent 3 billion yuan on construction, Wu Yong, taking advantage of his position, also secured a villa for himself. How could he pass up such an opportunity when full property rentals were involved? After all, Lin Feng never said Wu Yong couldn't rent out properties, did he? Though worried about Lin Feng auditing the accounts, Wu Yong didn't go overboard, listing just 1 villa in the company books. If Lin Feng were to find out, would it be the end for Wu Yong? To avoid suspicion, Wu Yong spent a few million yuan to modestly adopt Lin Feng's conservative strategies, investing the remaining over 40 million yuan in stocking up on supplies. Wu Yong had already missed one opportunity to get rich. He couldn't let it slip by again. With Lin Feng comfortably handling 12 billion yuan, Wu Yong saw no reason to fear managing a few tens of millions. Once Lin Feng starts selling, Wu Yong plans to smoothly offload his own supplies. After all, with a boss so adept at cunning strategies, why not just follow his lead? If he messes up even that, then Wu Yong really would be useless. Wu Yong is in high spirits, confident that his 40+ million yuan worth of supplies could net him a few million in profit at least. After all, his boss made 12 billion yuan in less than a month. In comparison, what's 40 million yuan? Besides, once those properties are rented out, they could fetch between 70 to 80 million yuan in rent. Wu Yong is determined to make decisions on behalf of his boss and fully commit to stockpiling supplies. If a matter of a few tens of millions still needs the boss's approval, then what would be the point of Wu Yong's existence? While some people are overjoyed, others can't help but frown and worry. For every imitator, there's someone who faces significant losses, with their wallets nearly emptied. Lin's group has been heavily affected by the all-rent housing scheme, with its market value plummeting to just 3 billion yuan. Fortunately, they managed to lease all the units just 3 days before the scheme ended, preventing further declines in their stock price. Despite a staggering loss of 5 billion yuan, Lin Tian handed his phone to Lin Hao, who, with the remaining cash flow, was barely able to stabilize the situation. Although they were left with just a few million yuan, compared to buy Gue Yuan and Feng Hao real estate, they managed to survive the real estate downturn. At last, they've weathered the storm. It's impressive how the owner of Bai Gue Yuan can handle such stress. Lin Feng's approach was clearly unsustainable. Just wait and see. Within a month, Lin Feng will inevitably face bankruptcy. We should seize this opportunity to acquire those foreclosed properties at a low price. With over 30,000 properties in Huanghai City, just a 30% increase in prices would help us recover the 5 billion yuan we lost this month. Lin Hao finally saw a glimmer of hope. Once these two real estate giants fall, Lin's real estate will control half of Huanghai City's properties, becoming the largest real estate group in Huaxia country. This month has really been stressful. I even avoided visiting Michelin 3-star restaurants. Lin Feng's good days are numbered. He's essentially running a Ponzi scheme. I heard that the senior leaders have already started investigating Lin Feng. If he can't repay the loans by next month, he'll never see the light of day again. Lin Tian also saw the light of victory, as Lin Feng's all-rent housing scam took in over 10 billion yuan. His end is drawing near. With New Year's Day approaching, go book a table at Tianhai Hotel so we can celebrate. Lin Hao felt justified. After all, it wasn't him who was deceived. Those fools who rented from Lin Feng will soon be crying. Okay, Dad, I'll make the reservation right now. What was Lin Feng thinking? He should have stayed in Russia and never come back. He's done for this time. Meanwhile, Lin Tian joyfully went to book the feast, while Wang Long looked distressed. The construction of a safe house for Lin Feng had already cost him 1.8 billion yuan in materials, and the 900 million yuan Lin Feng provided was spent in less than 10 days. Now, Hulong's security company is on the verge of a financial breakdown. At this rate, after completing the construction, he'd only earn 300 million yuan, and he wouldn't receive that until next year. Lin Feng had calculated it too precisely, ensuring he'd earn exactly 300 million yuan, not a penny more. In frustration, Wang Long tore up the bills. With the contract signed and the deeds held by him, he had no choice but to continue the construction and not breach the contract. Fortunately, the inspection was coming up soon. He would receive 900 million yuan at the inspection and another 900 million 3 months later. He'd have to wait a year to earn that 300 million yuan. Thinking of this, Wang Long's expression lightened slightly. At the same time, Xiao Feng was all smiles as he called Lin Feng. Lin Xiao, the materials worth 3 billion have been delivered. Where would you like them placed? Lin Feng stood up and said to Xiao Feng, just unload the goods into the warehouse. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng inspected the steel plates, titanium alloy plates, special glass plates, and aviation materials, contentedly thinking that even if they weren't worth 3 billion, they were still valued at over 2.5 billion. Wouldn't Xiao Feng make a profit from this? As a middleman, it was inevitable to have a markup. Let them unload the goods, and make sure to lock up the warehouse when done. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling them to unload the goods into the warehouse. However, Lin Feng didn't know that Xiao Feng was an honest man, and the materials actually had a market value of 3 billion. The 200 million Xiao Feng received was not a markup but a referral fee. Considering such a large purchase, wouldn't the manufacturers offer some discounts below the market price? Who else would buy such a large amount of materials at once? Having survived an apocalyptic disaster, Lin Feng had grown skeptical of human nature but failed to realize that there were still people who held on to their principles. Not everyone had ulterior motives. Xiao Feng, looking at the 180 million balance on his phone, thought happily that he could finally start his own construction company. He drove off to register the company, as the project was nearing completion and it hardly mattered whether he watched over it anymore. Xiao Feng had his eye on a piece of land previously valued at 330 million, but due to Lin Feng's influence, it had now dropped to 170 million. He hurried to sign the contract, knowing from years of experience that buying now, even if he didn't develop it immediately, he could easily sell it for over 200 million in 6 months. Why hesitate? Could tomorrow be the end of the world? Would the value of this land continue to drop?
Impossible.
It was sure to appreciate. Xiao Feng excitedly signed the contract and made the payment. From now on, this land belonged to me, Xiao Feng. From this moment on, I am also a boss. Finally, my fortune is on its way. Back at the warehouse, after everyone had left, Lin Feng walked in, stored the items in a space, and then locked the door. Setting up this warehouse was just to conceal the truth. After all, storing so much material without a plan didn't make sense, right? Suddenly, Zhao Jun drove up in a 2-meter-high vehicle with temporary plates and 10 tires right to Lin Feng's doorstep. Lin Feng instantly fell in love with the vehicle. This 3 billion was well spent. Zhao Jun, you are truly a good brother, he exclaimed as he got out of the car. Let me take it for a spin. Zhao Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. This vehicle was a masterpiece, handcrafted by him, his greatest achievement. Seeing Zhao Jun's red eyes, Lin Feng felt a surge of compassion. It seemed Zhao Jun had barely slept this month, otherwise, he couldn't have built these 2 vehicles. Do you trust me, Zhao Jun? Lin Feng patted his shoulder, deciding to remind him. I trust you. Lin Xiao, I believe in whatever you say. The snowmobile and parts will be delivered soon. Once you've inspected them, I need to go back and sleep for 3 days and nights. I'm nearly dead from exhaustion. Zhao Jun's eyes were red from sheer fatigue. If you trust me, please consider working an extra 2 days. Recently, the prices of water, rice, flour, salt, instant noodles, sausage, and various canned fruits and meats are likely to rise. No matter how much you've earned lately, if you trust me, take all your savings and start stocking up now. You might even think about mortgaging your modification shop, as it has ample storage space. Trust me, this could be your last chance to strike it rich in your lifetime. Zhao Jun was somewhat hesitant after hearing Lin Feng's somewhat bizarre claims. After all, it was the year 2050, an era of abundant resources. Shortages seemed unlikely unless there was a war. However, Lin Feng persisted in persuading him, causing Zhao Jun to waver. All right, Lin Xiao, once you finish testing the car, I'll go prepare to stock up. Zhao Jun finally nodded, half convinced by Lin Feng's words. Don't wait around, take a taxi to Walmart now and place your orders. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Lin Feng said, draping an arm around Zhao Jun's shoulders and nudging him towards the door. He told Zhao Jun that if he didn't stock up, he should prepare for the end of the world. Although it sounded absurd, Zhao Jun still felt uneasy. If he ultimately chose not to stock up, that would be on him, not Lin Feng. Zhao Jun, filled with doubts, left the mansion area and prepared to catch a ride to Walmart. This deal, along with the parts Lin Feng needed, had netted Zhao Jun 50 million. Zhao Jun didn't have much in savings because running his modification factory required substantial investments. The expensive equipment he needed meant almost all the money he made went back into the factory. After Zhao Jun had left, Lin Feng also got into the car to test how it drove. As soon as he started the car, Lin Feng stepped on the gas without hesitation. The car charged straight towards the mansion. With a loud crash, the front of the car smashed into the mansion right where Zhao Jun had just walked out. startling him. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? Even though you have a new house, the old one is still worth millions. How could you dare to crash into it? This isn't right. Lin Feng then reversed the car, showcasing its powerful engine as he quickly backed out. After inspecting the vehicle, Lin Feng noted that the windows were intact, the front paint was scratched, revealing the titanium plate underneath, but it was just as he wanted. He was impressed with Zhao Jun's craftsmanship. Lin Feng then drove wildly across the 800-acre golf course, completely wrecking it without a shred of remorse. Crazy! Lin Feng has truly gone mad. Zhao Jun watched Lin Feng's reckless driving, utterly dumbfounded by how someone so wealthy could behave so irrationally. Shaking his head, Zhao Jun decided it was best to leave. Although they were good friends, there was nothing Zhao Jun could do or say to intervene. He planned to suggest that Lin Feng visit a psychiatric hospital for a checkup once he calmed down. How could a young man go crazy like this? Early treatment might still offer some hope. Lin Feng tested the car's top speed, which was only 200 kilometers per hour due to its weight, but he was quite satisfied with it. Just then, a vehicle loaded with parts arrived at the mansion area. Lin Feng drove over to receive it and directed it to the warehouse where they began unloading. After a quick count, Lin Feng was reassured by Zhao Jun's efficiency. With the inventory checked, the rest was up to Zhao Jun. After loading up, Lin Feng test drove a snowmobile. Since it wasn't on snow but on grass, the treads kicked up sod, completely ruining the golf course. After a couple of laps, although not fast, reaching only 60 kilometers per hour, Lin Feng was very pleased and drove the snowmobile into the warehouse, shutting the doors and securing the vehicle. Everything was now ready, just waiting for the completion of the safe house. Speaking of which, the safe house was just completed. Wang Long, holding the keys, went to the safe house and called Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw that it was Wang Long calling, but he didn't answer and walked straight out of the warehouse to the safe house. Mr. Lin, the construction is complete. Please come and inspect it. Wang Long, observing the wrecked golf course and the damaged villa walls, was somewhat puzzled, but that was none of his concern. He was just there to collect the 900 million payment. Thinking that he just had to wait another 3 months to receive the 900 million made Wang Long very happy. All right, I'll come in and take a look. Lin Feng followed Wang Long into the house, checking each room one by one. Indeed, Qiao Feng's efficiency was high, and the quality was definitely not an issue. Suddenly, Wang Long's phone pinged. After checking the message and seeing that the 900 million had been transferred, Wang Long was overjoyed and handed the keys to Lin Feng. Lin Xiaogua is truly decisive. In just 3 months, he managed to settle in. No matter what issue arose, a simple phone call to him would prompt immediate action. As Lin Feng took the keys, he thought to himself, 3 months? Perhaps Wang Long is now heavily in debt, and whether he can last another 3 months is uncertain. Well, in that case, there's no need for a welcoming dinner. I want to experience the house firsthand. All right, Lin Xiao, I'll have the workers leave now. Wang Long had already received the payment, and the remaining balance wasn't critical, since he still held the deed to the land. Regardless of whether Lin Feng paid the remaining balance or not, Wang Long wouldn't incur any losses. With that, Wang Long left with his crew, and Lin Feng immediately dialed the Tianhai Hotel. With 95 million in his account, Lin Feng felt a strong urge to splurge. Without hesitation, he booked 1,500 tables of top-tier banquet meals to be delivered starting tomorrow morning, 500 tables for breakfast, 500 for lunch, and 500 for dinner, all to be sent to Villa 108 at Shishan Buyuan Villas. The managers were stunned. A top-tier banquet table cost 30,000 yuan, and 1,500 tables amounted to 45 million yuan, enough to buy the hotel. Suddenly, the payment notification chimed. 45 million yuan received. The manager immediately confirmed with the owner if they had indeed received 45 million yuan. With the owner's nod of approval, the manager promptly agreed to the order. Mr. Lin, I'll start the preparations right away and ensure timely delivery. After confirming, Lin Feng hung up and then dialed 110. Lin Feng reported to the police that goods worth 10 billion had mysteriously disappeared from his warehouse, startling the authorities. Recently, Jingdu had experienced a series of thefts, and now it was Huanghai City's turn. Lin Feng's clever maneuver shifted the focus. With the disappearance now public, no one would suspect him or dare to ask him for charity or goods. He opened the warehouse doors for the police to inspect, revealing it to be completely empty. 10 minutes later, police cars arrived, sirens blaring. Initially skeptical about Lin Feng's claim of having 10 billion worth of goods in the warehouse, the police began to believe him after he presented purchase records and recent vehicle logs. Lin Feng, your warehouse worth 10 billion didn't have surveillance installed? The police questioned, puzzled. Even though external cameras could see goods being moved in, why was there no internal surveillance or security? I did have surveillance installed, but even the cameras have disappeared, Lin Feng explained. The police were momentarily speechless. The disappearance of 10 billion worth of goods made the loss of the surveillance somewhat understandable. All right, Lin Feng, we will initiate an investigation. Do you have any recent enemies? If so, please inform us, as it might provide clues to help solve the case. While taking notes, the police asked about Lin Feng's adversaries. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng decisively mentioned Lin Hao. Officer, I suspect Lin Hao might be involved. My initiative to fully rent out properties was meant to relieve people from mortgage burdens. However, this move caused Lin's real estate stock to plummet, and I believe Lin Hao is behind this. But rest assured, officer, I'm just providing a lead. I hope you can ensure my personal safety. I've paid 3 billion in taxes this month. I am a law-abiding entrepreneur. Lin Feng skillfully deflected suspicion while casting blame on Lin Hao. Despite the impending apocalypse, Lin Feng cheerfully decided to ramp up the gaming challenges for Lin Hao. Lin Feng is brave and optimistic, always eager to embrace challenges and try new things. Rather than feeling fear or despair about the approaching doomsday, he saw it as an opportunity to test his own limits. He firmly believed that true courage and wisdom are only revealed when facing adversity. Therefore, he chose to increase the difficulty of the game, making life more enjoyable and challenging. After hearing the police officer's remarks, Mr. Lin Feng felt immensely grateful. They promised to investigate both Lin's group and Lin Hao, requesting that he keep his phone on and stay within Huanghai City for the time being. Lin Feng nodded earnestly, assuring them he would adhere to their request. He sincerely thanked the officers and asked them to contact him as soon as there were any updates, explaining that if the news about the goods leaked, he would be unable to repay next month's loan. The officer glanced at him and coolly noted that whether or not the loan was repaid would not affect their investigation. Indeed, the officers were well aware that Lin Feng's repayment issues were unrelated to their investigation into the disappearance of billions in assets. The team began using advanced equipment to search for any traces, collecting hair and other suspicious clues. Lin Feng, however, was unfazed. They could search all night, and he would quietly leave the next day. In Huaxia, as long as there were no casualties, the loss of goods was merely a minor issue. Returning to his villa and ensuring no one was watching, Lin Feng opened a spatial portal, retrieved the damaged wall, and replaced the bricks exactly as they were. Although the wall was severely damaged, it now at least obscured the view. He then dug a deep pit beneath the villa, preparing to retrieve medical supplies. This time it wasn't cost-free. Lin Feng had paid a 20 billion deposit. As night fell, Lin Feng easily located the surveillance room at the first hospital. An elderly man was dozing off there. Lin Feng did not disturb him but simply took the surveillance server. He then proceeded to the hospital's warehouse and was delighted to find a treasure trove. Besides assets worth 10 billion, there were also brand new devices and medicines ordered by the hospital, adding to the existing inventory and significantly benefiting Lin Feng. It seemed that Director Li Yuan had put his 20 billion to good use, preparing to update the equipment and medicines. Without hesitation, Lin Feng took all the assets home. These medical supplies could fetch at least 150 billion on the market. After settling everything at home, it wasn't long before the police received another report. The first hospital's warehouse had been burglarized, with losses amounting to 150 billion in medical supplies, and even the surveillance footage had vanished. The police, accustomed to such cases, weren't surprised by the massive loss given that Lin Feng's 100 billion loss of goods was also significant. Lin Feng returned home, entered his safe room, and took out several phones and set up 10 computers. In his final moments of leisure, he decided to relax by playing games, watching TV series, and reading various books. Anticipating a solar flare that would damage satellites and reduce network speeds to those of the 3G era, he vigorously downloaded various materials to entertain himself in the event of a future apocalypse. He continued downloading various items until late at night, eventually falling asleep with several phones in his arms until he was awakened the next morning by a phone call. The voice from Tianhai Hotel came through. "Mr. Lin, we'll be delivering your goods in 10 minutes. Are you available to receive them?" Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lin Feng replied, "Yes, please go ahead with the delivery." After hanging up, he checked the time. It was 7:30 a.m. He got up, walked out of the safe room, and opened the warehouse doors. 10 minutes later, 5 trucks slowly arrived, delivering the goods into the warehouse. Lin Feng instructed, "Please leave the goods here. I will arrange for someone to pick them up." Lin Feng courteously stepped aside, allowing the manager of Tianhai Hotel to approach with a notepad, prepared for Lin Feng to sign. Despite being a takeout order, the presentation was impeccable. 500 tables worth of lavish meals, 6,000 beautifully arranged dishes, alongside selections of red wine. Each dish was meticulously packaged, secured on wooden racks with each rack holding 12 dishes and 2 bottles of wine, resembling a banquet table. Lin Feng surveyed the neatly arranged racks, contemplating the total value of these 500 tables at 15 million yuan. How could she not handle such an affair with utmost seriousness? The manager handed over a pen, urging Lin Feng to sign off to expedite the process. Without hesitation, Lin Feng signed her name, her mind already calculating what to do with the remaining 50 million yuan. "The quality of your dishes is indeed impressive. I'm about to move into a new home and plan to host a banquet over 2 days," Lin Feng said calmly. "I'll need another 1,500 tables tomorrow, spread across breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The payment has been transferred to your account, so please inform your boss to start preparations." After saying this, Lin Feng transferred another 45 million yuan. Though spending such an amount was painful, not spending it would feel even worse. "Absolutely, Ms. Lin. We'll start preparations immediately and ensure there's no delay with your order," the manager responded enthusiastically, secretly thrilled about securing another massive order worth 45 million yuan. Working in the hotel not only provided a basic salary but also a lucrative commission, 1% of the order amount. This 90 million yuan order meant a 900,000 yuan commission for him. Even if Lin Feng requested his company tonight, he was ready to comply. "Now, please go ahead and don't keep my guests waiting." Lin Feng waved them off, pondering. What could I buy with the remaining 5 million yuan? It was December 31st, and the new year was about to begin. Although rumors of an impending apocalypse were widespread, the first day passed without catastrophic events, and the temperature even reached 30 degrees Celsius. Though the weather was expected to get hotter, and the government might initially manage the situation, they would eventually be unable to prevent natural disasters from occurring. Thus, Lin Feng decided to book another day's worth of banquets as a precaution. After the manager and his team left, Lin Feng locked the storeroom and started organizing the reception of the 500 tables of meals. 3,000 tables of food might just suffice for several decades of consumption, though still not as abundant as the fish and shrimp from Lake Baikal. Back at home, Lin Feng grabbed 2 youtiao, fried dough sticks, and a cup of soy milk, continuing to download various learning materials, from artillery loading techniques to rice hybrid technology and postnatal care for sows. Every detail was worth learning about. Future learning would depend solely on her own efforts. That day, Lin Feng was busy yet fulfilled, hosting guests while continuously downloading learning materials. The speed of the 6G era made everything more efficient. Lin Feng applied anti-radiation films to all windows, both inside and out. Despite the windows already being explosion-proof and radiation-resistant with a thickness of 1.5 meters, she felt an additional layer was necessary. Perhaps her caution was excessive, but with sufficient supplies and weapons at hand, she remained fearful of life's fragility. Late at night, Lin Feng visited the night market, clearing their stock and spending 2.3 million yuan. She kept her promise of showing up on the night of December 31st, a personal motto for Lin Feng. It was a day filled with productivity and busyness. At 2 a.m. on January 1st, 2050, Lin Feng meticulously cleared out the old villa, taking care of everything from kitchen utensils to the furniture and floors, leaving nothing behind. He cautiously planted explosives in the basement as a precautionary measure. Lin Feng then opened the cage of Anbei, his pet, who was weak and feeble from days without food. He led Anbei into a safe room and offered him a leg of lamb, which finally got Anbei wagging his tail. Lin Feng locked the titanium alloy door, equipped with a key, a password, and facial recognition system that ensured it could only be opened after all security protocols were successfully met. Once locked, no one except Lin Feng himself could enter. If anyone tried to force their way in, it would be a futile effort. Lin Feng sat by the window, sipping a glass of red wine, pondering the imminent apocalypse he needed to witness. If the apocalypse did not occur, he would need to quickly escape to Myanmar due to massive debts he owed. Being caught would expose the items he had stolen. If he had to escape from jail, he would risk revealing his ability to manipulate space, potentially leading to dire consequences, including being dissected for research or even prompting Russia to launch nuclear missiles in self-defense. If the apocalypse did not arrive, Lin Feng considered an alternative life in Myanmar, where he could build his power, enjoying wealth and authority as a local kingpin. With his arsenal, he could easily overthrow the Myanmar government and deal with a few warlords. Ambitiously, he could aim to unify Southeast Asia and even aspire to global dominance. Lacking weapons and supplies? He would just smuggle them over. It was only a matter of time. Sitting by the window, Lin Feng continued to drink his wine while anxiously watching outside. He felt nervous, anticipating the apocalypse yet fearing it. The world was beautiful, but he knew it would turn into a hellish landscape if the apocalypse occurred. Despite material abundance, human nature's darker side could not be changed. Lin Feng was well aware that there were two things in the apocalypse that one couldn't face directly: the sun and the human heart. At 2:30 a.m., Lin Feng stared into the dark sky when suddenly, a blinding white light tore through the night, illuminating the entire solar system as bright as day. The apocalypse had arrived with a massive solar flare. Immediately after, all electronic devices, including smartphones and computer screens, began to malfunction, a terrifying consequence of the solar flare and the ensuing geomagnetic storm. From this moment, human technology would regress by a century. The solar flare and geomagnetic storm had destroyed a third of the satellites, severely disrupting communication signals, sparing not even satellite phones. From now on, the situation would only worsen. After the apocalypse, no country would have the capability to produce new satellites. Moreover, the geomagnetic storm triggered by the solar flare had damaged the Earth's ozone layer, though fortunately, it was not completely destroyed. Tomorrow morning, the sun will unleash its energy mercilessly upon the Earth. The intensity of the ultraviolet rays will make it impossible for any living creature to face the sunlight directly during the day. From now on, sunlight will pose a lethal threat to humanity. Lin Feng raised his glass of red wine, filled with anticipation for the impending apocalypse. He thought about enjoying one last exquisite meal tomorrow, knowing that once people realized the horror of the sunlight, no one would dare to step outside during the day. About a minute later, the white light that had filled the sky vanished. This is the terrifying aspect of the sun. In just a brief moment, countless lives on the other side of the earth could have been lost. Many residents of Huanghai City witnessed the bright light, akin to daylight, for that 1 minute. Although they did not understand what was happening, it did not seem to worry them. Most were deep in sleep at 2:30 a.m. Fortunately, Huaxia was spared the initial brunt of the impact. On the other side of the world, the beautiful country was plunged into chaos. That 1 minute had caused a global shutdown of electronic devices, leading to numerous vehicles colliding uncontrollably. Blackouts, internet outages, explosions, fires, screams, cries, groans, and calls for help filled the other side of the planet, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Pu Chuan continued his search for the missing aircraft carrier, looking decades older all of a sudden, as if he were a 200-year-old man. Was the divine really intending to destroy America? What on earth was happening? The high officials of the beautiful country watched the chaos unfold on the streets, unable to count the losses incurred in just that minute. This was also why Lin Feng had to return to Huaxia. Russia was not spared from the disaster either, facing extreme cold the following year. After vigorous efforts to repair, communication systems in the beautiful country gradually came back online after more than an hour. Police stations, fire departments, and hospitals were overwhelmed with calls. There were vehicle collisions, injured people, and fires everywhere, throwing the entire country into disarray. Huaxia also suffered impacts. Many vehicles lost control and fell from elevated highways, resulting in destruction and fatalities. However, at 3 a.m., traffic was not at its peak and many were still asleep, oblivious to the changes in the world. After finishing his wine, Lin Feng felt a bit more settled. With Huaxia's speed of repairs, communications should be restored by 6 a.m. the next day. However, from now on, the era of 6G was over, and having a 3G network was considered a luxury. Facing the apocalypse, Lin Feng finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. There was no need to go to Myanmar to join the warlord uprising. He could stay at home in peace. As for the bank loans, there was no rush to repay them, and as for those high-interest loans, let them come to him. He was ready to pay them off. Exhausted from the day, Lin Feng lay down in bed and fell into a deep sleep in his safe house, feeling utterly secure. He slept peacefully as Huaxia's network gradually restored. Now, Huaxia had become a network isolated from the world, unable to contact the outside due to damaged satellites. Even the officials were clueless about the events on the other side of the Earth, and satellite phones were out of reach. At 2:30 in the morning, when everything was as tranquil as still water, something shocking happened. In that moment, the protagonist felt as if they saw their late great-grandmother waving at them, stirring an inexplicable panic. Was it the sun exploding? What caused the power and network outage? Blinded by a sudden, intense light, the protagonist felt a doomsday-like terror. They had no idea if the sun had really exploded, but one thing was certain. A gas station nearby had blown up, shattering the windows of their home and sending chills down their spine. Unable to get through to emergency services, the fire raged all night and was only controlled by morning, thankfully occurring at night, which possibly prevented even worse outcomes. The protagonist was trapped under a bridge 35 kilometers along the highway in Huanghai City. Multiple vehicles lost control and plummeted down, leading to frequent traffic accidents. They had been stuck in their car for hours with a broken leg, unable to escape, and their calls for help went unanswered. As accidents continued to occur and Huanghai City's police force was clearly overwhelmed, the entire nation of Huaxia found itself in a state of traffic chaos. People desperately sent out SOS messages, but the network was severely congested, making it impossible to alert authorities. The only hope lay in the hands of kind-hearted netizens online. In these desperate times, those who survived began to question why they had chosen to drive on the highway that fateful night. Now, with no help in sight, they depended solely on the goodwill of strangers on the internet to bring them a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng woke up late to find that the internet had been restored. His mobile network had upgraded from 2G back to 3G, enabling him to watch live streams and make video calls again. He grabbed a dozen beers and some grilled kidneys, scrolling through Weibo and various forums. The events of the previous night had almost blown up on social media. Soon, almost all social platforms released a pinned announcement. The official notice stated that due to a solar flare, global communication devices had malfunctioned, leading to a series of accidents. The authorities were urgently addressing the situation. From January 1st to the early hours of January 4th, 2050, a nationwide holiday was declared in Huaxia, urging people to avoid unnecessary travel to facilitate rescue operations. To ensure residents' normal lives, all food outlets, including supermarkets, grocery stores, restaurants, hotels, and water stations, would remain open and were not allowed to increase prices arbitrarily. Violators would be prosecuted. People were advised not to gather or go out unnecessarily to prevent further accidents. The authorities were working hard to repair water, electricity, gas, and communication systems to ensure that residents' lives were not disrupted. Due to the severity of the disaster, the public was requested not to call the police for non-urgent matters to avoid wasting resources that could aid in the rescue of those affected. The announcement was made by the Disaster Response Command Center in Jingdu, Huaxia. at 6 a.m. on January 1st, 2050. After reading the announcement, Lin Feng felt that although the government's disaster response was swift, it underestimated the impact of this natural disaster. He shook his head, aware that the situation might be more complex than anticipated. On the forums, reactions varied widely. Some cheered for the three-day holiday, excited to play games, while others lamented that the financial pressures of mortgages, car loans, and other debts remained unrelieved. Some prepared drinks and food, looking forward to reuniting with family, while others felt fear for family members who were away. Online, a mix of joy and anger filled the air. Lin Feng was quietly savoring his drink, holding a small cup of liquor. It was his way of passing the time. Although it was only the first day, he mused, sooner or later, they'll understand what despair really means. Just then, his phone buzzed to life. Sliding to answer, he found it was the manager of Tianhai Hotel on the line. Mr. Lin, do you still require the meal delivery today? We are prepared, and the communication breakdown hasn't affected our kitchen operations. But you've seen the announcement, right? It's advised not to go out unless necessary. The manager's voice carried an apologetic tone. She was unsure how to handle such an unexpected situation. After all, it was a deal worth 45 million yuan. She had no choice but to call and check the situation. Please go ahead with the delivery, Lin Feng replied calmly. The number of affected people here isn't large. Trust the government's guidelines. This might be the last of his supplies, and he had to accept it. From now on, if he wanted good food, he'd have to prepare it himself. Don't you know, even if a meal costs 30 million now, in the future, even at 300 million, there will still be buyers. Who wouldn't want to enjoy a fine meal before the end? All right, Mr. Lin, if all goes well, we'll deliver it to you in 30 minutes, the manager assured. Hanging up, Lin Feng sighed. These people are really desperate to make money. Do they know how harmful the ultraviolet rays are after the ozone layer is depleted? No need for me to remind you. By tomorrow morning, the whole nation will know. He took out a bottle of sunscreen from his pocket and began applying it to his face and any exposed skin. You might not think much of this little bottle now, but soon, it could literally save lives. The damage from UV rays is far beyond your imagination. After applying the sunscreen, Lin Feng prepared an umbrella and sunglasses. He wasn't ready to die young, so he had to take precautions. He had chosen a bottle of sunscreen made in the beautiful country during his last trip there, which was superior in quality compared to domestic brands. Standing at the window, Lin Feng looked out at the world. Your good days are coming to an end, but mine are just beginning, he thought to himself, feeling like an emperor surveying his domain. He didn't care if the ants below could see him. I'm invincible now, who should I fear? If he wished, he could plunge the entire Huanghai city into chaos. Even uniting the whole world was just a matter of time. It all depends on my will. I fear nothing in this world. Being invincible was a lonely state. One must have grand ambitions. Even if invincible, there's no need to draw the curtains. In this life, I aim to control the world from the comfort of my home, using the world as a chessboard and all beings as pawns, playing a grand game. Lin Feng chuckled at his own thoughts. Honestly, being home alone with nothing to do, who comes up with such juvenile lines? Draw the curtains? I'm invincible, afraid of being seen? How else would they know if Lin Feng is home or not? I'm actually hoping someone would knock on my door. It gets boring being alone. Meanwhile, across the street and one block over, Xiao Qiao was perched on her balcony with a high-powered telescope trained on Lin Feng's apartment. Despite the thick windows and the distance blurring her view, her intuition told her she knew what Lin Feng was holding. In January, the sunlight streamed through the window and gently caressed Lin Feng's face as he carefully applied sunscreen. Jojo set down her binoculars, puzzled. Could it be that Lin Feng was also a detail-oriented guy? Indeed, Lin Feng was meticulous, especially about protecting his skin from the sun's harmful rays, never neglecting his skincare routine. Jojo, what are you looking at? School's out, let's go to the beach. At that moment, Jojo's classmate and close friend, Li Ying, walked over. She had come to visit Jojo for the New Year's holiday. However, given the current severe disaster situation, going out seemed impractical, and Li Ying's suggestion seemed a bit out of place. Now is not the time to go out carelessly, especially since there hasn't been any official clearance yet, Jojo replied somewhat reproachfully, hoping Li Ying would understand the urgency of the situation. Li Ying, unfazed, playfully suggested, "The beach isn't that far from here. We could just take a taxi. Besides, winter vacation is still long. We can go after the situation calms down." Jojo looked at Li Ying helplessly, knowing she was a kind and naive girl who sometimes lacked prompt judgment. Despite the heartbreaking disaster the night before, Li Ying was still thinking about having fun. "All right, let's go to the supermarket first. You need to buy some things," Jojo finally compromised, understanding Li Ying's personality and unable to refuse her friend's request. Li Ying smiled happily. "Then you promise to bring your brother along when we go," Jojo teased. "I know you fancy my brother. Unfortunately, he already has a girlfriend, so you might be out of luck." This comment slightly annoyed Li Ying, who playfully punched Jojo in the chest. Jojo, standing over 1.75 meters tall, was quite tall, though not as tall as his brother Xiaofeng, who was over 1.90 meters. Xiaofeng was also doing well professionally, with a substantial annual income, which naturally attracted Li Ying. After all, there's nothing wrong with seeking a comfortable material life and a charming, financially independent partner. Li Ying was just looking for a good match. After all, Xiao Xiao rummaged through her belongings, pulling out a summer umbrella, sunscreen, and sunglasses. Lin Feng was always by her side, as if he was the compass to her path of wealth. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiao began applying the sunscreen, deciding to spend all her remaining money on these sun protection items. Despite having only 300,000 yuan left, she was determined to make a last gamble. Li Ying watched in confusion and asked, "Xiao Xiao, it's winter now. What do you need these for?" Xiao Xiao shrugged and replied with a smile, "Who knows? Why don't you give it a try?" She offered the sunscreen to Li Ying, who shook her head, declining it. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment, then put away the sunscreen, put on her sunglasses, opened her umbrella, and took Li Ying's hand to go outside together. "Come on, let's take a stroll." The two women, hand in hand, stepped out of their building only to be stunned by the warm weather. It was January, yet it felt unusually hot with temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius. Dressed in winter clothes, they felt somewhat overheated. Xiao Xiao confidently opened her umbrella and stood in its shade, enjoying the cool breeze. At that moment, the neighborhood was deserted as everyone was adhering to the government's official notice to avoid unnecessary outings during the three-day New Year holiday. Only a few enthusiasts remained in the square, dancing and walking energetically, unwilling to miss out on the pleasant weather. Xiao Xiao and Li Ying headed to the local supermarket, where Xiao Xiao made a beeline for the sunscreen section. "The last 300,000. Follow Lin Feng's lead. It's a wise choice. After all, my brother Xiaofeng has 180 million yuan. 300,000 yuan is nothing." Li Ying watched in astonishment as Xiao Xiao spent 160,000 yuan on sunscreen, 20,000 yuan on sunglasses, and 20,000 yuan on the umbrella. "You're buying so much. You might not even use it all in a lifetime," Li Ying remarked, puzzled. Xiao Xiao paid and left an address for the delivery. After some thought, she decided to spend the remaining 100,000 yuan on snacks and supplies. She purchased supplies worth 98,000 yuan, a large quantity, and again left an address for delivery. Li Ying was baffled and asked, "Xiao Xiao, what are you planning to do with all this? Can you really consume and use all these goods?" She patted Xiao Xiao's head, unaware that Xiao Xiao was already quite wealthy. Her brother Xiaofeng had 200 million yuan. "This is an investment. Investing is a business," Xiao Xiao explained. "If you have money, come invest with me. You're sure to make a profit." Xiao Xiao knew the importance of following visionary people, much like flies are drawn to restrooms and bees to flowers. Lin Feng might have questionable morals, but his ability to make money was undeniable. Xiao Xiao didn't know exactly how much Lin Feng had earned from renting properties, but she knew about his hundreds of billions worth of goods and the 30 billion yuan in materials, all from a month's income. No matter what, following Lin Feng, one day Xiao Xiao, will surpass him, she declared resolutely. Li Ying shook her head. "Investing carries risks. it must be approached with caution. She had 38,000 yuan in her account, but was not ready to take risks with Xiao Xiao. Liang has been saving money to buy imported cosmetics, bags, dresses, and high-heeled shoes. In her view, as a woman, it's only right to use money to enhance her appearance. Why should she bother earning money herself when she could just find a wealthy person to pamper her? Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, is less demanding. She isn't particularly concerned about gains or losses. Deep down, she has a sense of confidence knowing her brother is worth 1.8 billion yuan. Even if she lost 20 million yuan, she could easily afford it. After all, business comes with its risks, and Xiao Xiao can handle this level of risk. Xiao Xiao and Liang left the supermarket only to realize it was just 8 p.m., but the temperature had noticeably increased. The outdoor temperature had reached 25 degrees Celsius, making their down jackets unbearably hot. They wanted to take off their jackets, but realized they were only wearing cotton clothes underneath. Despite there being no one around, the presence of surveillance cameras prevented them from undressing in public. Sweating profusely, they returned home. As soon as they entered, they immediately took off their clothes. The heating was still on inside, making it even more stifling. They drew the curtains, wary of potential peepers like Xiao Xiao, until they undressed and revealed their perfect figures. At 175 centimeters tall with a 36D bust, Xiao Xiao's physique was stunning even without makeup. Liang was also quite attractive at 165 centimeters with a 66C bust, although she lacked confidence and preferred heavy makeup. After shedding their down jackets, they breathed a sigh of relief. What was wrong with the weather? Why was it so hot in January? They checked the time and prepared to start cooking. Where had Xiaofeng gone? He hadn't been home all night, and his phone was unreachable. Was he not coming home for the holiday? Xiao Xiao's family had prepared a lavish holiday meal, as had many other families, since it was New Year's Day, and everyone prepared some food and drinks. Most people were well supplied, and since the government had issued a notice prohibiting price gouging, there was no need to hoard supplies. They could just buy more when needed. Lin Feng stepped outside with a sun umbrella and sunglasses to sign for some groceries, which surprised Manager Hai. Although the weather was a bit hot, it seemed overly cautious, especially for a man. Lin Feng ignored her astonishment, accustomed to his meticulous habits. He had already stockpiled so much. If he were to die unexpectedly, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? After signing for the delivery, he checked his phone and saw an account balance of 2.7 million yuan. The money was burning a hole in his pocket. Could he really just watch it sit there as mere numbers? After some thought, Lin Feng devised a plan. With the government currently stabilizing prices and people still able to buy supplies, he decided to wait until the government could no longer control the prices before making his move. Excited by his plan, Lin Feng cheerfully headed home. After signing for 500 tables of goods in the afternoon and another 500 in the evening, he could say this was indeed the last feast. After completing the signings, he browsed an online forum. There was nothing new. Many people were posting about their family's lavish New Year's Eve dinners, while others complained about domestic accidents that turned the holiday into a tragedy. Just like in a past life, if we endure for 2 more days, we will witness the true landscape of despair. Deep within, the master feels a subtle sense of helplessness and heaviness. As they wait, anxiety and unrest intertwine, as if they cannot escape the path fate has laid out. Yet, the master clings to their inner convictions, hopeful for a glimmer of light to illuminate their way forward. In the long, dark night, their resilience and courage face a severe test. Only a steadfast will can traverse the darkness and welcome the dawn. On the morning of January 2nd, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from Xiao Xiao's house, startling her awake from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes, she found her good friend Liang shouting in front of the mirror. Liang's face, neck, and hands were covered in red spots, looking quite horrifying. Xiao Xiao immediately asked what had happened. Liang, in a panic, explained that she had started feeling itchy the day before but hadn't paid much attention to it. Upon waking up, she found the situation had worsened and asked Xiao Xiao to take her to the hospital, worried about the damage to her appearance affecting her future marriage prospects. Xiao Xiao calmly suggested that the hospital might be overwhelmed at the moment, and advised applying an anti-allergy cream at home first. She checked her phone and discovered that social media was flooded with photos of people exhibiting similar symptoms, some with severe facial damage, which made Xiao Qiao feel nauseous. After some research, Xiao Qiao concluded that this was a case of UV radiation burns, primarily among people who had been outdoors the previous day. She checked her own face and breathed a sigh of relief upon finding no injuries. Li Ying, still in a state of shock, asked about the situation. Xiao Qiao reassured her and found some sunburn cream to help soothe her skin. Li Ying felt a cooling relief from the cream and started to relax. She then reproached Xiao Qiao for not reminding her to apply sunscreen, to which Xiao Qiao explained that it was Li Ying who had initially refused it. Facing her friend's irrational blame, Xiao Qiao chose to be understanding and forgiving, considering their long-standing friendship. The weather is notoriously unpredictable, so Jojo knows how crucial it is to be prepared. However, she harbors doubts about Li Ying, feeling that she isn't entirely trustworthy. Jojo isn't just superficially friendly. As a die-hard fan of post-apocalyptic themes, she's deeply immersed in movies and novels of that genre. She knows that people with a holier-than-thou attitude, like Li Ying, often have a troubling fate in such scenarios. Jojo firmly believes that these sanctimonious types must be dealt with before disaster strikes. As she pondered this, Lin Feng's image came to mind. His cold, ruthless demeanor, hoarding supplies, and building shelters made him the epitome of a post-apocalyptic hero. Could the world really be heading towards doomsday? Jojo shook her head dismissively. The end of the world? That seemed utterly absurd. Upon hearing Jojo's explanation, Li Ying expressed understanding, acknowledging that Jojo's suspicions and her preparedness were justifiable. Fortunately, Jojo had stockpiled a massive amount of sunscreen, more than enough for 2 lifetimes. As good friends, Jojo chose to be forgiving for the time being, but warned Li Ying that her patience had limits. Li Ying, however, felt her approach was sensible, believing that hoarded supplies should be shared selflessly, not left idle. Jojo was inwardly displeased and decided she must never let Li Ying find out about the supplies worth 19 million stored in her basement. I spent 300,000 on these supplies. Do you really expect to freeload off me? Jojo thought angrily, wary that if Li Ying knew of her considerable wealth, she might resort to drastic measures at night. Jojo's mind raced, realizing her good friend could be a potential threat in a real crisis, despite the joy they shared in dining, chatting, singing, and shopping. With this in mind, she quickly opened WeChat to check on Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, where are you now? She had been unable to contact him for 2 days, adding to her anxiety. Fortunately, she found a voicemail from Xiao Feng from the previous night, which eased her worries somewhat. In the message, he explained that the UV radiation was severely over the limit during the day, causing many at his construction site to suffer sunburns, overwhelming the local hospitals. He urged Jojo to stay indoors and avoid going out. Relieved to hear that Xiao Feng was all right, Jojo promptly replied, advising him to stock up on water and food, her sense of foreboding growing stronger. Soon after, Xiao Feng reassured her that he was well prepared and reminded her to take care of herself, as staying home alone as a woman wasn't entirely safe. Receiving this message, Jojo finally felt relieved. As long as Xiao Feng was safe, it was a good sign. Reflecting on everything, Jojo watched Li Ying getting ready and casually picked up a pair of binoculars to observe Lin Feng through the window, convinced that following him was the right choice. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was simply at home, enjoying a beer and a peaceful, uneventful life. The UV levels outside are off the charts, making it daunting to even step outside. Yet, Lin Feng isn't particularly worried about this. He lives a comfortable life with all his needs met, but the upcoming temperature spike to 40 degrees Celsius is proving to be unbearable. What's more astounding is that the temperature is expected to hit 50 degrees tomorrow and soar to 60 degrees the day after. These extreme temperatures are hard to fathom, yet they seem to have become the norm in Lin Feng's daily life. Occasionally, temperatures even reach 70 or 80 degrees. Faced with the imminent reality of having water and electricity for only 1 hour each day due to cutoffs, Lin Feng is incredibly anxious. He realizes that 1 hour is far from enough to meet his daily needs. The authorities have directly cut off the water and power supply, leaving him deeply disappointed. Therefore, last night, Lin Feng decided to take action. He stealthily flew his underground plane and managed to steal 8 wind turbines. This way, even with limited power supply hours, he would be prepared. Although solar power could be helpful during cold snaps, it clearly isn't sufficient. With 800 acres of spacious land in his backyard, Lin Feng is contemplating how to better utilize these resources. Owning large generators is an option, but their need for fuel is a concern. Thus, he figured stealing 8 large wind turbines might be a more prudent choice. However, apart from Lin Feng, Jojo is oblivious to these actions. After all, Lin Feng always leaves the house in the middle of the night, and no one can monitor him around the clock. The recent disaster has overshadowed the loss of 8 wind turbines, as human lives are the most precious concern at this moment. On January 2nd, the most affected were the grassroots government workers. Yesterday, in their effort to conduct emergency rescue operations, 90% of these workers faced the blazing sun without proper sun protection to restore traffic and repair signals. Who could have imagined that under the scorching sun of 30 degrees Celsius, the sun could be so fiercely unbearable? This resulted in severe sunburns for 90% of the workers involved in the rescue efforts, with 80% of them losing their ability to work. Hospitals were overwhelmed with severely sunburned government employees, and there was a desperate shortage of sunburn remedies. After all, it is winter, and hospitals are not stocked with large quantities of sunburn products, which are not typically kept on hand. Particularly in the Huanghai City Hospital, supplies were completely depleted, and the injured could only wait helplessly. Even basic anti-inflammatory drugs were unavailable. Lin Feng realized that this was a major reason behind the subsequent loss of control by the authorities. These government workers were incredibly unlucky. 80% were incapacitated, and due to delayed treatment, 30% died from infections. Never underestimate sunburns. At 60 degrees Celsius, they are absolutely lethal. Without timely treatment, the consequences can range from severe disfigurement to life-threatening conditions. Moreover, those stubborn dancers and reckless walking groups, who now lie at home on the brink of death, are no longer indulged by anyone. Let them dance? Let them walk recklessly? No one will tolerate this behavior anymore. Lin Feng checked his phone and saw that the residents' group chat was bustling. Does anyone have sunburn cream? My son went out to play yesterday, and now his entire face is sunburned. I took a taxi to the hospital last night, and it was full of police and firefighters. They couldn't treat my son. Can someone sell me a tube of sunburn cream? I'll pay 10,000 yuan. What's the panic? It's just a sunburn, nothing serious. It'll heal in a few days. Nonsense. You think a sunburn is a minor issue? Try sunbathing for 2 hours and then come back and complain. My mother went out to dance yesterday, and now she's barely alive. Who has sunburn cream? I'll pay 20,000 for a tube. Dancing in the plaza serves you right. Day and night, that's all you do. And those walking groups, why don't you walk now? Get sunburned, you old fools. See who dares to disturb my sleep. Which building and unit do you live in? Dare to share the address? My mother is in trouble, and you won't get off easily either. The group suddenly fell silent. 9 out of 10 households didn't have sunburn cream, and even those who did only had a few tubes. Now, everyone realized the value of the cream, and with many households having sunburn victims, no one was willing to sell. Moreover, with the angry individual in a state of fury, no one dared to provoke him. Currently, the government is in a semi-paralyzed state, and calling for help in an emergency is futile. Observing the quiet in the group chat, Lin Feng took out his binoculars and looked towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Indeed, there were still some wise individuals, either holding sun umbrellas or rain umbrellas, heading to the local supermarket to buy food and sunscreen. Due to Jojo's hoarding yesterday, sunscreen was sold out, but even without sunscreen, they wouldn't return empty-handed. They braved the 40-degree heat to buy rice, flour, fruits, and vegetables. The years of the pandemic left deep scars on China, reminding us that after a major disaster, an epidemic often follows. It's always better to have extra supplies than to be caught empty-handed. Most of these elderly folks are over 50 and have experienced months of home isolation during the pandemic. They are quite experienced. Fortunately, due to the government's price control policies and the fact that it was only the second day since the disaster struck, the prices of essentials had risen but were still affordable. People carried bags of supplies, heading home. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Your foresight is admirable, but it only prolongs your survival compared to others. In the end, the outcome will be the same. This natural disaster is beyond your imagination. What you need to stock up on isn't just supplies, but weapons. At your age, when the younger ones grow desperate from hunger, no amount of stockpiling will save you from their desperation. He put down his binoculars. There were no new messages in the group chat. The internet was flooded with desperate pleas for help from families, and some unethical bloggers posting unsettling sun protection tips just to gain clicks. Lin Feng had no interest in these tips. The best strategy was to start staying indoors during the day, move to rooms on lower floors to stay cool, and make the most of the government-supplied water for a few more months to extend survival. And after that, the situation would be out of the government's hands, leaving everyone to fend for themselves. Turning on the air conditioner and taking a sip of chilled beer, Lin Feng felt relieved. Outside, temperatures had soared to 40 degrees Celsius, but it was a pleasant 23 degrees inside his house. For temperatures over 50 degrees, when the air conditioning would fail, Lin Feng had a backup plan. He had a stash of ice from Lake Baikal, measuring 30,000 square kilometers and 5 meters thick in his storage, enough to cool his space indefinitely. His safe house, insulated against both heat and cold, was like a thermal flask. He would never run out of ice for cooling. Buzz. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was a message from Wang Guifan, the community leader. Everyone, please stay calm and trust the government. It's winter. Experts say this disaster will pass in a few days. I've seen some elderly people panic buying supplies, which is unnecessary. It's 2050, not the old days of scarcity. Buying too much is a waste of money and adds pressure to the rescue efforts. Trust the government and the community committee. Stay home if it's not essential and don't hinder the rescue operations. Seeing Wang Guifan's message, Lin Feng chuckled. This woman didn't seem trustworthy. In his past life, she had hoarded government relief supplies, leading to many deaths. Now, on the second day of the apocalypse, those who could still buy supplies were lucky. Tomorrow it would be 50 degrees, the day after 60. Who would sell anything then? Who would be foolish enough to prioritize money over life? In such extreme heat, air conditioning would fail, and using water and electric fans would be more effective. Did she realize how many would die from heat stroke? Lin Feng remained silent, observing quietly. Soon, Wang Guifan would become the target of everyone's anger in the community. When people had the chance to buy supplies, and she stopped them, he wondered if they would break down her door and tear her apart in the middle of the night. Lin Feng stayed quiet as other residents began to voice their opinions. Wang Jie and Lin Feng, both millennials who grew up during the pandemic era, faced many challenges during those difficult times. Now, dealing with the sweltering heat and intense UV radiation, Lin Feng feels increasingly stressed. Concerned about potential food shortages, he decides to stock up on supplies. In this oppressive heat, venturing out to buy several jugs of water has become an essential task for him. Despite expert advice, Lin Feng remains skeptical. He finds their recommendations as absurd as the idea of pigs climbing trees. He even cites an example from an agricultural channel about burning straw stubble, arguing that it has minimal impact on environmental pollution. Lin Feng has seen unreliable information in online groups, but chooses not to comment. He understands that bacteria and viruses are resilient in favorable conditions and won't easily disappear. While high temperatures can cause food spoilage, he knows that products with long shelf lives are generally unaffected. Moreover, he believes that while it's crucial to stockpile food, medicine, and water, it's equally important to be prepared with weapons. Lin Feng suggests acquiring compound bows and machetes for emergency situations. Despite his extensive experience, he is reluctant to persuade others. He feels that whether or not he has food and weapon reserves is nobody else's business. He warns that the extreme UV radiation is not only harmful to animals, but also lethal to plants, suggesting the Earth might face a situation where it can no longer produce food. Lin Feng's words carry a tone of despair. hinting at an impending disaster. Wang Guifen's angry voice echoed in the chat group as she rebuked the members. Are you trying to cause trouble? This only adds chaos for the officials and tarnishes our community committee's reputation. Such hoarding behavior will skyrocket the prices in no time. In 3 days, we might be facing a famine. On behalf of the community committee, I'm warning you all. I'm heading to the front gate now to record anyone who dares to hoard supplies. After this disaster, I will report you for disrupting public order. Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed, Wang Guifan, you are truly brave. Well done. After Wang Guifan repeated her statement several times, calm was restored in the group. Despite the proximity of the luxurious West Mountain Villa complex, upscale residential areas, and ordinary housing communities accommodating tens of thousands of residents, no one dared to challenge her authority. In a society governed by law, becoming the target of public criticism is a risky affair, and offending Wang Guifan was not worth the trouble. Suddenly, a resident shared a video. Lin Feng opened it and saw an elderly man, drenched in sweat, loading supplies onto a tricycle in the shade of a supermarket, the vehicle packed full. Wang Guifan, isn't that your family's elder, Li Dagua? You can't even control your own relative, yet you're pointing fingers at us. The group erupted into chaos again. You criticize us for hoarding by hand, yet you're using a vehicle to transport goods? Isn't that a double standard? Wang Guifan, why are you silent now? Weren't you quite vocal just a moment ago? Now you have nothing to say? Wang Guifan, just wait for the complaints. The complaint lines are jammed right now, or I'd be the first to call. Wang Guifan stared silently at her phone, realizing she had been trying to stock up on supplies before prices went up. Unbeknownst to the public, the authorities had already announced that the disaster was severe and to alleviate pressure on the government, water and electricity would be limited within 3 days. Therefore, Wang Guifan had hurriedly sent Li Dagua to buy water and food before it was too late. As Wang Guifan panicked, her daughter-in-law, Zheng Shuya, walked in and said, Mom, you should shift the blame. What are these few tricycles of ours compared to what others have hoarded? Didn't you see Lin Feng's villa backyard filled with supply trucks a few days ago? He's the real hoarder. You should clarify this to the residents. With so many people in our community, their collective disdain could drown him. Zhang Shuya's words enlightened Wang Guifan. What are these few tricycles of mine compared to Lin Feng's excessive hoarding? He's been bringing back supplies in trucks. That's the real hoarding. Everyone, please calm down. My family's elder was buying supplies to help our neighbors who are in need, to help them get through these tough times. It's Lin Feng in our community who's the real hoarder. I saw his warehouse getting loaded with trucks of goods a few days ago. Lin Feng, now, when all the residents are facing difficulties, shouldn't we be helping each other? I, Wang Guifan, bought these supplies out of goodwill to assist our neighbors in need. Lin Feng, with the disaster upon us, shouldn't you be helping your neighbors rather than hoarding? Lin Feng could only laugh in response. Lin Feng was in great spirits and came up with a playful idea to tease Wang Guifan. He decided to joke around by saying, Auntie Wang, my pantry is almost empty, and since your husband bought so much, could you spare some for me? I promise to return it tenfold once this disaster is over. I'm practically a needy family now, asking for support from the community committee. Wang Guifan and Zheng Shuya were stunned upon hearing this. They couldn't help but wonder how Lin Feng, a wealthy businessman, could claim to be a needy family asking for support. In the midst of their stunned silence, Lin Feng shared a video showing his completely empty warehouse. Shortly after, a police report was presented to everyone, clearly stating that Lin Feng had suffered a loss amounting to 10 billion and an investigation was underway. The residents felt a mix of relief and shock. Despite facing their own shortages, the idea that Lin Feng, a tycoon, had lost 10 billion worth of goods was staggering. Oh my, such a huge loss. It's almost hilarious. How delightful. 10 billion worth of goods could have supported our entire community for a long time, couldn't it? Did you ever think that if Lin Feng hadn't suffered this loss, he might have been able to help us or even sell us what we needed? Now everything is gone, and he's bankrupt. Are we not like homeless dogs now? The group was abuzz with discussion, mostly taking pleasure in Lin Feng's misfortune, since they knew of his immense wealth and felt a thrill from his massive loss. The joy, however, was about to be short-lived. I still have 2.7 million on hand, and I'm short of a sun umbrella at home. Auntie Wong, could your husband perhaps bring over some food for me? Lin Feng suggested, offering to pay for the delivery. A bag of instant noodles for 5 yuan, a sausage for 5 yuan, a bottle of water for 5 yuan, he listed, then showed his bank account balance. Many in the chat, who had mortgages themselves, exclaimed, "It's the last straw that broke the camel's back. A 10 billion loss, and he still has 2.7 million in hand? It's so frustrating to compare." Lin Feng, you are rich. You are not a needy family. Our community committee only helps true needy families. If you want to eat, go buy your food yourself. Wang Guifan, standing on a moral high ground, appeared unbeatable. Then, another resident spoke up in the chat. "Annie Wong, I've been struggling with mortgage and car loans, have no savings, and no extra food at home. Could you send some food my way? I live in Building 8, Apartment 1301. I'll definitely repay you once I get my paycheck. Auntie Wong, my son isn't around, and I'm not in good health. With the weather being so hot, I can't go downstairs to buy food. Could you please help me buy some? I'll transfer the money to you. Annie Wong, I'm not good at cooking and usually order takeout, but today no delivery is available. Could you help me buy some food? I'm willing to pay for the service." Seeing the real needy families reaching out, Wang Guifan was ready to help. Wang Guifan was furious to the point of rage and immediately turned off her phone. She thought to herself, why should I, Wang Guifan, be involved in this? She hadn't said a word in the group chat, yet suddenly, everyone was outraged and started hurling insults. This Lin Feng really knows how to cause trouble for me. Once things calm down, I'll have to find a secluded place to lock him up for half a year. Fuming, Wang Guifan turned off her phone, wishing she could confront Lin Feng right away. However, even though Wang Guifan wasn't looking at her messages, Lin Feng had no intention of getting involved. After all, the insults weren't directed at him. Lin Feng, having nothing better to do at home, decided to open some learning materials from Japan and Korea to pass the time. Studying about rice cultivation and postnatal care for sows seemed pointless now. He thought it might be better to delve into the anatomy studies from Japan and Korea instead. Turning on the 3D projector, Lin Feng was captivated by the images, feeling as though he was right there among them. He reassured himself, studying at home isn't illegal. It's like never having tasted pork but watching pigs run. There's nothing wrong with that. Peering playfully through the telescope, Chow Chow suddenly spotted something quite unexpected a few dozen meters away. It turned out to be a live broadcast of "If You Are the One." She quickly put down the telescope, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Such shows were not really appropriate for young ladies to watch. Even though she lived just across from Lin Feng, only a few dozen meters separated their homes. Chow Chow lived on the second floor, while Lin Feng's residence was a ground-floor villa, the view blurred by the thick glass windows. Through the thick glass, the view wasn't clear, yet it couldn't disguise the true nature of things. Could it be that men only think about such things? A man worth billions, and he can't find any kind of woman he wants? Instead, he stays home watching educational materials? Chow Chow dared not continue watching. She had grown up under her brother's protection all these years, never even holding a boy's hand. Was she supposed to start engaging in such behavior? That would be outrageous. She couldn't end up like Lin Feng, going further down a bizarre path. She resolved to surpass Lin Feng, to make more money, not become like him. After some thought, Chow Chow realized she had to be prepared. Although there was a security door in the downstairs warehouse, it wasn't enough to deter burglars. She needed to reinforce her defenses, and no one could know about it, including Li Ying. Ying, I heard that alcohol can help with blood circulation and reduce bruising. Let's have some drinks. It might help your face heal faster, Chow Chow suggested, pulling out several boxes of alcohol stored for her brother Chow Feng's social gatherings. Li Ying happily agreed, sure, Chow Chow. It's a 3-day holiday. Let's enjoy ourselves. Feeling better after applying some ointment to her face and relaxing, Li Ying readily agreed. Chow Chow prepared some dishes. There was plenty left from yesterday since Chow Feng hadn't come home to eat. They only needed reheating today. The two poured drinks for each other, and Liang quickly became intoxicated. Chow Chow helped her to bed and watched her fall asleep, then took the keys and went downstairs to the warehouse. This warehouse was located in a building at the West Mountain Courtyard, close to the villa area, in a secluded spot with a sign for construction work and a phone number hanging at the door. It was an unlikely place for storing food, which made Xiao Xiao feel relatively safe. Once inside, she took out a welding machine and various steel bars, all from Xiao Feng's construction supplies, fully equipped. Xiao Xiao decided to reinforce the warehouse door, preferring to err on the side of caution. Even if the apocalypse wasn't imminent, the nearly 20 million worth of supplies here needed protection. Coming from a humble background, Xiao Xiao knew how to use a welding machine, and with some steel bars left in the warehouse, if her brother didn't like it when he returned, she could simply cut them off. After a whole day's effort, she welded the warehouse door shut, finally feeling a sense of relief. Even though she didn't know why Lin Feng was watching educational materials at home, Xiao Xiao always felt something was off about it. A month ago, when Jojo first met Lin Feng, he had already started stockpiling supplies. Lin Feng claimed that the apocalypse was imminent and boasted that he was worth his weight in gold, or rather, 2 sausage links, while Li Ying was worth just 1. Jojo thought to herself that seeking him out just for some sausages was hardly worth it. She quickly fortified her own storage space, disguising it with a banner for renovation works, ensuring no one would suspect its true purpose anytime soon. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Jojo headed home. Li Ying was still asleep, but seeing the fading sunburn on her face, Jojo felt relieved. Sitting beside her, Jojo pondered the situation. The temperature had soared to 40 degrees Celsius, a figure unheard of in January even over millennia in Huanghai City. As someone fascinated by apocalyptic scenarios, Jojo had full confidence in the safe house Lin Feng had designed and never worried about the end of days. However, she resolved that tonight, she must send Liang home. With her around, Jojo preferred to face whatever came alone. Determined, Jojo decided to personally ensure Liang got home safely. Although she had only 2,000 yuan left in her bank account, Liang's place wasn't far, and Jojo was willing to pay even an exorbitant taxi fare if needed. When Liang woke up, she was surprised. Jojo, did I sleep the whole day? How are things today? To Li Ying, the disaster seemed temporary, something the authorities wouldn't ignore. Things are much better today, Ying. Let's have dinner together. After that, I'll take you home by taxi. Jojo had everything planned out and was ready to act. Liang nodded. I've been here a few days. My parents must be worried. As Jojo prepared dinner in the kitchen, Liang sat on the bed browsing her phone. Suddenly, her phone pinged with a message from her mother. Ying, I can't reach you by phone. Are you okay? Is it safe there? Do you have enough to eat? If it's safe, don't come home. The neighborhood is chaotic, and the supermarket has been looted. We only have enough food for your father and me for a couple of days. Ask your friend to stock up more. Once the supermarkets are empty, it will be too late. Come back home after the situation calms down. Reading her mother's message, Liang frowned. Had things really gotten that bad? The main reason for the shortage in Huanghai City was Lin Feng, who had hoarded massive amounts of supplies, spending billions and emptying about 80% of the local warehouses. This demonstrated the terrifying power of wealth. Moreover, with the highways still closed and relief vehicles from other provinces unable to enter, Huanghai City had become a disaster zone for resource scarcity, with Lin Feng being the main culprit.
Mom, infine.
I'll take a taxi home after dinner. I still have 38,000 yuan in my account, and I'll pick up some groceries for the family on my way past the supermarket. This disaster will be over in a few days, Liang texted back, soon receiving a reply from her mother. Upon receiving a message from her mother, a flicker of worry crossed Liang's face. She knew that a gang of thugs had gathered at the entrance of her neighborhood, and calling the police was futile as the station's line was busy. With her parents safe at home, she decided to ride out the storm at her friend Xiao Xiao's place. The message from her mother also brought another dilemma to Li Ying's mind. She had been saving diligently, and with another 20,000 yuan, she could finally afford the designer bag she had long coveted. However, her mother suggested using the money to stock up on food instead, causing Li Ying to hesitate. Thinking of the heaps of food at Xiao Xiao's house, she resolved to help consume some of it. Then, her phone chimed. A transfer of 20,000 yuan landed in her account. With a smile, Liang accepted this act of kindness and decided to buy some food. Feeling relieved, she thought, now she could finally purchase the bag she had longed for. In the evening, Liang told Xiao Xiao that she was going downstairs to shop, and Xiao Xiao silently consented. Unable to contain her excitement, Liang happily headed downstairs. Despite her skin being sunburned, Liang stepped out in a mini-skirt and black stockings, her commitment to beauty unwavering. As dusk fell, the neighborhood was stiflingly hot, with temperatures reaching 30 degrees and people bustling about hurriedly with bags full of groceries, beverages, and medicines, rushing back to their homes. Liang scoffed and shook her head, striding confidently towards the supermarket, seemingly unnoticed. After briefly returning home to drop off her items, she headed back down without hesitation. The local supermarkets were thriving. Years of stock cleared out in an instant. Even expired goods like canned foods and instant noodles were sold at high prices. The owners were making a killing. Meanwhile, the larger supermarkets outside were overwhelmed with customers. Every section, from food to fresh produce and grains, was bustling with activity. Despite government regulations against price hikes, the merchants had found a loophole. They charged for shopping bags, 100 each. "I'm not raising prices. I'm just charging for the bags," they justified. In disaster-stricken areas of Huaxia, such scenarios were common, and many bloggers and vloggers streamed these events live to attract attention, though to no avail. With the police force largely incapacitated, 80% had been involved in rescue operations, many suffering from sunburns, and a third of them still in ICU. The authorities had little capacity to address issues like the compulsory sale of shopping bags. Many were stranded on highways and under overpasses, with some meeting a peaceful end, buried directly in the earth, while others suffered in their vehicles for days, eventually dying from thirst or heat exhaustion. Huaxia had begun recruiting volunteers for rescue efforts due to the overwhelming number of victims and a paralyzed police system. Volunteers were promised 3 meals a day and a chance for future citizenship, though those with criminal records were not eligible. Many young people signed up, seeing it as their duty to protect their country, while others joined simply out of necessity. However, the lack of discipline and motivation among some slowed down the rescue efforts, as they were mainly there to get a meal. Li Ying, with her graceful demeanor, entered the comprehensive supermarket, bypassing the crowded food section and heading straight for the imported handbag area, which was deserted except for one eager salesperson. "Would you like to take a look at this bag?" the salesperson asked, overly enthusiastic to see a customer after a quiet day. Li Ying, already enamored with a limited edition Donkey brand bag, didn't hesitate. "I'd like this limited edition Donkey brand bag. Please wrap it up for me," she requested confidently. Gracefully, Li Ying entered the exclusive boutique of Donkey brand, her gaze resolute. Without hesitation, she picked a handbag priced at 58,000 yuan. The sales associate, who was also handling the cash register, smiled and asked if she would like to pay in cash or by card. Li Ying slightly lifted her chin and proudly displayed her payment QR code, opting for WeChat Pay. The transaction was successful. The clerk handed her the receipt and mentioned a 7-day return policy with no questions asked, but Li Ying firmly stated that she would never return her chosen handbag. Confidently slinging the bag over her shoulder, she walked home, radiating unmatched confidence and charm. However, upon reaching the entrance of her residential community, chaos ensued. Initially, people were orderly during their shopping, but as prices skyrocketed, panic set in, leading to more frantic buying. Wealthy individuals couldn't secure needed items, and some who were less fortunate resorted to robbery. The community entrance was in disarray, with many people shopping bags being snatched before they could even reach their homes. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate into violent conflicts, and people managed to keep their composure. Clutching her new handbag tightly, Li Ying looked around anxiously. She feared that the high value of her bag might attract unwanted attention. Suddenly, a man dashed towards her, grabbed the bag, and ran off. Li Ying shouted for help, criticizing the security for their inaction. She angrily declared that her 58,000 yuan handbag could not just be stolen like that. The security guard retorted that he only earned a monthly salary of 2,500 yuan and couldn't be held responsible. Hearing this, Ling didn't hesitate to chase after her bag, for it was not just an item to her, but a treasure. Eventually, the thief halted, and Ling successfully reclaimed her precious handbag. Song Chao fumbled through his bag, feeling a nagging unease. When he opened it, to his dismay, it was completely empty. He cursed out loud. What is this woman playing at? Why pack an empty bag? It's just a waste of time. As a thug, Song Chao couldn't appreciate the value of a designer bag. Disgusted, he spat on the ground and threw the bag into a nearby trash can. In his current situation, even a designer label meant nothing unless it could be eaten or drunk. Fuming, he thought, what was she thinking? To steal my bag and then discard it? Has she lost her mind? Liang rushed over, heartbroken to see her beloved bag being discarded. Song Chao, filled with rage and seeing no reason for her to chase after an empty bag, slapped Liang across the face, knocking her to the ground before kicking her violently. Song Chao, who was always broke, now faced soaring food prices. How could he survive if he didn't steal? He roared, "You're wasting my time, and there's nothing even to eat." Lawyer Zhang San said that in these desperate times, even eating a panda wouldn't be illegal. This is survival. As he kicked and cursed, Li Ying, in pain, pleaded, "Do you need food? I have plenty at home. Please, stop hitting me. I'll give you whatever you need." Hearing this, Song Chao stopped his assault. At that moment, nothing was more important than food. At this moment, Song Chao was agitated and felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. His interest in Li Ying had completely faded. His face was flushed, almost feverish, and bore an expression of disgust. Hunger had driven him to greed, and poverty had sparked thoughts of theft. For Song Chao, even a full meal was now a luxury, let alone any other desires. Li Ying, on the other hand, stood up clutching her hungry stomach. Although she had been hit by Song Chao, the ordeal had made her much more submissive. After all, calling the police seemed futile under these circumstances, so she had no choice but to comply. When Song Chao offered to take her along and gave her a box of instant noodles, Liang couldn't help but threaten, "Don't push me, or you'll regret it. I won't call the police, okay?" Faced with Li Ying's threat, Song Chao readily agreed. Despite being beaten, Li Ying was secretly pleased to at least be able to leave safely. However, she felt somewhat aggrieved that Song Chao had only given her a box of instant noodles, so she requested an additional box of sausages. As Song Chao raised his hand to hit her again, Liang quickly pleaded, "Don't hit me, I'll do it." As they walked, Liang even picked up her beloved luxury handbag with a pang of heartache. She wondered if a box of instant noodles was worth all this. After all, the handbag was a limited edition worth 58,000 yuan. If she had known Song Chao wanted instant noodles, she would have mentioned it earlier to avoid this humiliation. Tears began to fall as Li Ying, spoiled since childhood as an only child, found herself in this distressing situation. Upon reaching Jojo's doorstep, Li Ying said to Song Chao with a sense of grievance, "You say we are friends, and there are other people inside. I feel awkward just taking it." Impatiently, Song Chao responded, "Stop dawdling. You can even say I'm your dad if it helps. Just hurry up and get it. I'm just trying to fill my stomach, not hurt anyone. This is an emergency." Song Chao had found his excuse and decided to take a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages, enough to last him a couple of weeks at home. Although his actions were extreme, he still had some conscience, believing that as long as it wasn't a large amount of money involved, even if Li Ying called the police, they wouldn't take the case. Li Ying rang the doorbell, and Jojo quickly opened the door. Upon seeing Li Ying's red face and teary eyes, followed by a strange man, Jojo immediately became anxious. Li Ying explained, "Jojo, this is my friend. We're short on food at home. Could we borrow a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages?" Li Ying spoke softly, while Song Chao awkwardly scratched his head. Inside, Song Chao admired Jojo's beauty and also felt embarrassed about his actions. Normally, he would initiate conversation with such attractive women, but this time, he was here to take food, which made him feel extremely ashamed. Jojo eyed the two at the door warily. However, she thought to herself, it's 2050, even if there had been a solar flare or a global communication breakdown, It wasn't exactly the apocalypse, right? Was it really necessary to resort to violence over such a trivial matter? Shaking off these dangerous thoughts, Jojo decided to give them the food. After all, borrowing things among neighbors was perfectly normal, and she wouldn't harm her friends or neighbors over a bit of food. She went to fetch the items for them. Although Chow Chow didn't really want to give anything, when Liang asked, she couldn't refuse. After all, they had been close friends for many years, and it would seem unfriendly to deny such a small request. Chow Chow went into the back room and fetched a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages, then walked to the door. Song Chow was thrilled to see the food and immediately took it from her. He was visibly elated and said, "Thank you, beautiful. Once this disaster is over, Song Chow, will definitely repay you double." Chow Chow didn't respond, but Song Chow happily took the food home. With enough food, his family wouldn't go hungry. However, 10 days passed and the situation hadn't improved. Was the government really that incompetent? Liang, head bowed, spoke softly, "Chow Chow, I shouldn't have asked to borrow food from you. Let me know what I owe you." Chow Chow glanced at Liang, her resolve to have her leave tonight strengthened, yet she revealed nothing. She simply said, "Don't worry about it, it's not worth much. Come in and have dinner. What did you bring?" Liang entered the house, still not mentioning the bag she had bought. The supermarkets were practically empty, and she hadn't managed to buy anything. She said, "My mom called and said it's not convenient at home right now. Can I stay here for a few days? We've been close friends for so many years, and you've stocked up so much, you probably wouldn't mind me staying a while, right?" Chow Chow frowned upon hearing this, sensing that there was more to it than met the eye. The situation was beginning to resemble a post-apocalyptic novel she had read. Her rational mind told her not to let Liang stay, but her emotional side reminded her of their years of friendship and her friend's family troubles. How could she not help? Shaking her head, Chow Chow dismissed the impractical thoughts. "You can stay till school starts again, that's not a problem," she said, trying to sound more welcoming than she felt. The disaster couldn't possibly spiral out of control, right? She didn't want to be seen as a heartless capitalist. Friends in need must support each other. Besides, it was only January 2nd. Even if it were the end of the world, it couldn't happen so quickly. How could anyone run out of food that fast? However, Chow Chow hadn't considered one thing. Lin Feng's actions had caused a butterfly effect. He had spent a fortune buying up local food supplies, virtually emptying the stores in Huanghai City. Although not a robbery, the effect was much the same. Otherwise, people like Song Chow wouldn't resort to highway robbery out of desperation. They really had nothing left. They would starve without food. Liang said, "Thank you, Chow Chow. I'll help with housework, laundry, and cooking during my stay. I can't just freeload." She was genuinely grateful and immediately offered her help. Chow Chow replied, "All right, let's eat before the food gets cold." The dinner was simple: stir-fried pork with green peppers and scrambled eggs with persimmons. The vegetables were not fresh anymore, so it was best to eat them quickly. After dinner, they had a little drink. Liang, who didn't have a high tolerance for alcohol, quickly passed out. Seeing Liang asleep, Chow Chow picked up the bag that Liang had brought. Liang had been staying for a few days, but Chow Chow had never seen this bag before. Not being too familiar with designer brands, she was curious but cautious. Chow Chow opened her phone, browsed through an online store, and used her camera to search. Her eyes widened in shock. A donkey brand bag? A limited edition? Priced at 58,000 yuan? She put down the bag she was holding, which belonged to Liang, and thought to herself that Liang must be out of her mind. Liang came from an ordinary family. Her father earned 6,000 yuan a month as a rideshare driver, and her mother made 3,000 yuan a month working in a restaurant. For them, 58,000 yuan was equivalent to half a year's living expenses. It might make sense if it were Lin Feng, but for Liang, this price was astronomical. How could she spend so much on a bag without feeling guilty towards her parents? However, Liang had the right to manage her own finances, and Xiao Xiao, not being her family, had no right to interfere. "Why do I feel like keeping you at my place was a huge mistake?" Xiao Xiao sighed as she looked at Liang lying on the bed. "Is the apocalypse really upon us? This is absurd." She decided to grab her binoculars to see what Lin Feng, that crafty merchant, was up to at his house. If he started hoarding supplies, she'd have to act too, not letting the resources go to waste. When she looked, she was shocked. There was chaos at the entrance of the residential area, with one person lying in a pool of blood, barely alive. The situation outside was deteriorating rapidly, with people even resorting to armed robbery. What on earth is happening? Has everyone gone mad? Xiao Xiao shuddered. They lived on the second floor, right above a storage area, which was not the safest place if the storage was discovered. Why did I ever think buying on the second floor was a good idea? If only I had bought a top floor unit, nobody could have easily accessed it. Would I be worrying now? There was no time to sleep. She had to reinforce her home immediately. Ignoring what Lin Feng might be up to, she quickly got up, went downstairs to the storage room, and started gathering tools. Alone, she carried a welding machine, steel bars, and a drill back into her apartment. With nerves tingling, Xiao Xiao prepared to haul her tools and materials upstairs, first making sure to reinforce her front door. Despite the decent quality of the security door, she felt it wasn't secure enough and added an iron gate inside. Her choice to install it internally rather than externally was driven by her concern that an external gate might draw undue attention to her possessions. In Xiao Xiao's eyes, safety was paramount. She spent 2 hours welding the doors and windows, focusing on strengthening the security grills. Meanwhile, her best friend, Li Ying, slept soundly, contributing nothing beyond looking adorable. Xiao Xiao worked through the night and finally finished reinforcing all the doors and windows. Fortunately, her background in architecture and her brother's access to construction materials and tools due to his contracting business came in handy. It wasn't until 7 a.m. on January 3rd that she managed to wrap up all the work. She then picked up her binoculars, curious to see what Lin Feng was up to. It was no longer just about hoarding supplies for profit. It had become a matter of survival. Lin Feng, however, seemed unconcerned, casually using his phone, having breakfast, and even sipping red wine. Through her binoculars, Xiao Xiao glimpsed his table and swallowed hard. Though the view was blurry, she could make out what seemed to be a giant Alaskan king crab, a breakfast befitting the wealthy. Lin Feng casually fed the leftovers to his dog, On Bei, without a second thought. This infuriated Xiao Xiao, who had never even tasted king crab herself. She turned to look at her sleeping dog, Fengzi, and shook her head, pondering the stark difference in treatment between pets. Deciding she'd seen enough, Xiao Xiao went to make breakfast. The weather was so hot that the vegetables in her fridge were nearly spoiled. She opted for a vegetable salad. Just then, Ling woke up, rubbing her eyes and asking if there was any meat in the fridge, questioning why they always had to eat vegetarian. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. So many people were starving. They should be grateful for any food at all. Li Ying was being too picky. Did she think she was Lin Feng, entitled to dine on king crab? Xiao Xiao's thoughts drifted back to Lin Feng, wondering how he could afford such luxuries after reportedly losing 100 billion in supplies. She observed quietly from her community group chat, suspecting that his grand steel fortress, spanning 10,000 square meters and 5 stories, must be filled with supplies. This made her own modest storage seem inadequate. However, she knew that these were early days in her business, and once order was restored, selling off her stockpile would surely bring in a substantial profit. Lin Feng really has a sharp eye. Following him definitely saved us from making some detours. As Jojo worried about Xiao Feng, the neighborhood remained in constant turmoil. What future does the construction site hold? Placing the cold dishes on the dining table, she disregarded Li Ying completely, indifferent to whether she ate or not, unwilling to serve her any longer. Picking up her phone, she sent a WeChat message to Xiao Feng, thinking that with the 180 million he had, his stockpile of supplies must be much more substantial than hers. Bro, how's everything on your end? The situation in the neighborhood is chaotic, and there was a fatal robbery over supplies yesterday. How much have you managed to buy with your 180 million? Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, with his face stained with dried blood, sat in the shade of an unfinished building, holding a bowl of instant noodles. Not far away, about a dozen bodies lay scattered, and a group of workers sat around a large pot, eating noodles with a fierce look in their eyes. I'm okay here, stocked up quite a bit. 180 million is more than enough to last me a lifetime. How about you? Did you manage to buy food? Is it safe at home? If not, I can bring you to the construction site tonight. Xiao Feng was hesitant to bring Jojo to the site because the supplies he had purchased for millions were discovered by a neighboring construction crew. After running out of food, the neighboring crew thought about seizing the supplies, leading to a violent conflict with casualties on both sides. Fortunately, Xiao Feng had more manpower and managed to repel them. However, he was worried about Jojo's safety at home and the dangers at the site. Overnight, it seemed like there was no safe place left on Earth. Knowing her brother controlled supplies worth 180 million, Jojo felt somewhat relieved. Compared to her own 20 million, there was no need to boast to her brother just yet. She'd wait for Lin Feng to sell the supplies and then plan their next move together. This time, they were sure to make a fortune. With her brother's 180 million and her 20 million, they could at least achieve 5 small goals. Following the path of the wealthy was indeed the quickest way to riches. Jojo's mood brightened considerably. Brother has 180 million in supplies, and I have 20 million. This is a great opportunity to make money. Plus, with Xiao Feng having many people under him and a stockpile of supplies, there shouldn't be any major problems, right? Jojo didn't actually know that Xiao Feng had only spent 170 million on land. The 10 million spent on high-priced supplies wasn't that substantial. If Xiao Feng really had 180 million in supplies, he would have taken Jojo away already. Would he still be arguing online? Everything's fine at home, bro. I haven't been reckless with the money you gave me. I've used it all to buy supplies. I've stocked up 5 fridges full of meat and thousands of dollars worth of snacks. We have plenty of supplies. If you need anything, just let me know. We definitely have enough at home. Receiving Jojo's message, Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that his sister's food situation was better than his own was enough for him. With so many brothers under his command, he couldn't just leave. That little bit of meat and snacks would only last a few days, right? Having risen from a construction worker to a foreman, Xiao Feng knew the hardships of the workers. These workers were all brothers, and he couldn't ignore their plight. Xiao Feng knew in his heart that they had embarked on a path of no return and could no longer take his sister with them. Therefore, he began to urgently prepare, filling the bathtub, buckets, and other containers with water, as water rationing was to start from today. To keep their food supplies hidden, he decided that they would claim to be out of food if anyone asked to borrow some. Xiao Feng told his sister to only call him in case of danger, and he would arrange for someone to pick her up and bring her to the construction site. Despite having committed a murder the previous night, he was reluctant to casually bring his sister over. He was well aware that he had fallen from grace and would face imprisonment once order was restored. Hence, Xiao Feng did not want to drag his sister into this situation and ruin her future prospects. She was still in university with a bright future ahead. Associating with criminals could burden her for life. Xiao Feng reassured his sister that they had ample supplies at home and there was no need to worry, with 180 million in resources to withstand hardships. He advised her to store water carefully and contact him promptly if she encountered any problems. In these circumstances, Xiao Feng maintained his composure, feigning fearlessness even in the face of danger. As everyone at the construction site got involved in the murder case, they began to worry about how to cope in the future. A worker, despair written all over his face, asked Xiao Feng what to do since they had run out of instant noodles. Xiao Feng responded, "To live is to survive another day," urging everyone to clean out iron drums to store water in preparation for potential looting. He also ordered the activation of excavation equipment and preparations for sun protection to ensure everyone's safety. Xiao Feng emphasized the necessity of digging 10 wells before the water stopped, or they would all die of thirst. His resolve and leadership were admirable. In his view, securing a sufficient water supply was paramount. Other problems could be addressed later. Equipped with the necessary machinery, Xiao Feng's construction crew began drilling wells efficiently while ensuring protection against the sun. Although the well water might be murky, it was better than having none at all. Xiao Feng knew that there was no turning back on the path they had taken. He had to keep moving forward resolutely. The situation in Huanghai City was dire, and Lin Feng played a crucial role in addressing it. He bought up almost all the available food supplies around Huanghai City, which significantly alleviated the disaster's impact. In stark contrast, Li Ying, a pampered girl prone to acting like a princess, was visibly dissatisfied with the cold dish breakfast prepared by Qiao Qiao. After taking a few bites, she put down her chopsticks in a huff and refused to eat more. Qiao Qiao frowned but remained silent, seemingly aware that Li Ying had not grasped the severity of the current crisis. Qiao Qiao quietly finished all the food, even cleaning up the half-bowl left by Li Ying. After eating, she followed her brother's advice and filled every possible container, including the bathtub, with water. Despite having a cartload of bottled water in storage, Qiao Qiao was cautious about using it, showing a strong sense of water conservation. Back inside, Li Ying was fiddling with her phone, surrounded by snack bags that were opened and barely touched. Qiao Qiao couldn't help but express her frustration. Ying, wasting food like this isn't good. If you want to eat, that's fine, but please don't just open things without finishing them. Qiao Qiao regretted letting Li Ying stay over. Had she known Li Ying would be so wasteful, she might have made a different decision. Qiao Qiao's brother made millions annually, yet she was careful with money and avoided lavish spending, understanding the effort behind earning each dollar, unlike Lin Feng who acquired wealth more effortlessly. Li Ying's princess-like behavior was intensifying, leaving Qiao Qiao feeling helpless and annoyed. Qiao Qiao took a deep breath, trying to control her emotions. The disaster was ongoing, but she hoped for an official update that might bring some good news. Li Ying was stunned by Qiao Qiao's outburst and soon burst into tears, questioning whether their years of friendship meant less than a few snack bags. She sobbed, "Qiao Qiao, are you yelling at me over some snacks? If you dislike me that much, I'll just go home and let the sun kill me." As she tearfully packed her things, it was clear she didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Despite Qiao Qiao's growing frustration, she couldn't bear to see her friend in danger. The temperature outside had soared to 50 degrees Celsius, making it lethal without air conditioning. Li Ying's life would be at risk if she went outside, yet she seemed oblivious to this. Qiao Qiao tried to persuade her. "Li Ying, after all these years of friendship, can't you just listen to me? I'm not trying to hurt you." Her voice was stern, but her heart was filled with anxiety. Lin Feng has always been consistent in his approach toward Anbei, either obeying orders or facing the consequences. After navigating through challenges, Qiao Qiao seems to start grasping Lin Feng's intentions. Where does Lin Feng's decisiveness stem from, and why is he so resolute? From initial criticism and doubt to now understanding and surpassing, this transformation requires time to refine. Qiao Qiao has gradually come to understand Lin Feng's strict demands from her initial criticism. Next, she needs to integrate into Lin Feng's mindset and transcend his limitations. Li Ying, this is your last chance. Once the apocalypse announcement is made, you must leave immediately. Faced with the impending reality of the apocalypse, the whole nation holds a glimmer of hope. All right, I'll listen to you, but I have one condition. There must be meat in every meal, and the meat you've stored must not spoil over time. Li Ying has been pretending. She doesn't want to leave easily. Her mother has already warned that their home's food supply is running out, and Qiao Qiao's home, in contrast, has ample reserves. If Li Ying leaves, she faces the prospect of starvation. All right, Qiao Qiao signals to Li Ying. This is my final concession to you. Agree for now? Qiao Qiao longs to be as ruthless as Lin Feng, but it takes time to develop such a demeanor. A loyal dog that has been with her for years has formed a deep bond, let alone a human like Li Ying. Qiao Qiao, you're doing the right thing. Seeing Qiao Qiao relent, Li Ying quickly steps forward. As long as there's meat, it shouldn't be a big problem. Just then, Qiao Qiao's phone rings. She checks it and sees a message tagging all members. "Friends at Shishan Biyuan, my father passed away last night. I can't get through to the crematorium or the hospital phone. What should I do?" After the food cools down, slice it and serve it cold. "My God, my dad has passed away. Do you think I'm joking? Tell me which building and unit you live in. I'll handle it right away." Subsequently, the homeowner posts a photo and adds, "I'm not joking. My mother passed away the night before last, and I'm at a loss. It's too hot, and in a few more days, the body will start to decompose." What should I do? A moment of silence in the group chat. It seems that more than one family is grieving. The atmosphere in the group is somber. Lin Feng, seeing no one responding, decides to make a suggestion. Place the bodies on the rooftop to dry them out, a common practice in apocalyptic times. In the intense heat, the strong ultraviolet rays can quickly dry out the bodies, turning them into mummies within 3 days. When food truly becomes scarce, these dried bodies can be sliced and roasted, tasting somewhat like ham, though a bit sour, but it can sustain us for a while. This might be a desperate measure, but it's better than starving to death. Lin Feng ponders for a moment and then chooses to delete his message. You decide for yourselves. Lin Feng is not responsible for your life or death. Keeping bodies inside can lead to decay and infectious diseases and high temperatures, and you'll regret it later. I suggest that homeowners with deceased family members not grieve too much, as natural disasters are unpredictable. Place the deceased on the rooftop to dry, as ultraviolet rays can kill bacteria. Once order is restored, the bodies can be dealt with and taken to the crematorium for burial. Allowing a body to decompose at home and breed bacteria could potentially trigger a new epidemic, according to Liang Qiuyu's perspective. Upon reviewing the information, Lin Feng discovered that she is a doctor. He expressed admiration for her expertise and agreed that this is the best method for handling corpses under the current circumstances. Moreover, in the event of a food shortage, this could also serve as an emergency measure. However, Lin Feng still hesitated. Could burying his father like this be too great a disservice to his memory? Would it prevent him from resting in peace? Nevertheless, as a dutiful son, he couldn't bear to watch his father's body decay at home and felt compelled to proceed with the burial. Just then, Wang Guifin from the neighborhood committee spoke up. She sternly reminded everyone, "This is a residential area, not your personal turf. Are you planning to bury corpses here secretly? Neither the flower beds nor the green belts are your family burial grounds. Do you really want people to dance in front of your father's grave after this disaster ends? Your actions are not only harmful to others and yourself, but also show disloyalty and disrespect." Wang Guifin, who had not been confrontational for a long time, now fearlessly stood on moral high ground, seemingly invincible. Hearing her words, the residents were furious and wanted to scold her. They blamed her for not allowing them to stock up on supplies, leading to empty supermarket shelves when needed. Now, even with money, they couldn't buy the necessities. They muttered under their breath, wishing she would pass away sooner. However, given the somber mood as many had lost loved ones, openly criticizing Wang Guifin seemed disrespectful to the deceased. After all, respecting the dead is paramount. Perhaps they would express their anger towards Wang Guifin on another day. Calmly, Wang Guifin told a homeowner, "I understand your feelings, but my advice is based on medical knowledge. Privately burying the deceased within the community would severely disrupt the lives of all residents, which is not only unreasonable but also illegal. Additionally, there's limited land in the community. If every homeowner decided to bury their deceased here, there wouldn't be enough space, and it could lead to a serious outbreak due to the proliferation of bacteria. Please heed my advice. It would be best to place the deceased on the rooftop temporarily, keep detailed records, and wait for order to be restored before sending them to the crematorium. This is the most appropriate course of action." Dr. Liang Qiuyu patiently advised those who had lost loved ones in the group chat, but most people still rejected his suggestions. Despite his logical and persuasive arguments, facing the harsh reality of exposing their loved ones to the sun on a rooftop was too much for many. The atmosphere in the group chat turned icy, silent, and oppressively eerie. Jojo put down his phone, glanced at Liang, and then added her to the homeowners chat group. He calmly said, "Take a look at the situation outside, and you'll understand why I had to set clear rules." Liang took the phone, browsed through the chat history, and her eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed, "Are we now at a point where even the deceased can't find a proper resting place? What is the government doing? Don't they feel any sense of responsibility? If they can't handle it, they should be replaced immediately." At that moment, Lin Feng smiled and sent 2 red packets, each worth 10,000 yuan, to 2 homeowners who had lost their parents. He generously said, "Although I don't agree with your approach, I want to offer this small token of my sympathy. Please accept it as a gesture of consolation. Respect the deceased. This is just a small gesture from me. Later, the homeowners opened the red packets to find 10,000 yuan each. Lin Feng's generosity was indeed graceful. 10,000 yuan was enough to cover the full funeral service costs. Gratefully, they responded, "Thank you, President Lin, for your concern. Our parents' spirits will surely feel it too." People around Lin Xiao always claimed he was ruthless, but his recent actions revealed the kindness and sharp business acumen deep within him. His treatment of Wang Guifin from the neighborhood committee was truly touching. Wang Guifin often acted hypocritically, pretending to be deaf and dumb when it suited her, and interfering when it did not. Such pretense was infuriating. Why couldn't fate deal with such insincerity sooner? Wang Guifin, fulfill your duties. As a representative, speak up. In the group chat, due to Lin Feng's generous donation of 20,000 yuan as a condolence gift, everyone praised him for his generosity and wisdom. At the same time, they criticized Wang Guifin's hypocrisy. Some even started sending pictures of deceased relatives, hoping to receive Lin's condolences. Lin Feng, somewhat bored, joked that he would give 10,000 yuan to anyone who sent a photo of a deceased family member, commenting that the balance in his account was just a string of numbers and soon, 10,000 yuan might not even buy a sausage. Lin Feng wildly distributed condolence money in the group just for fun, but this infuriated Wang Guifin. Some, grateful for Lin's largesse, harshly criticized Wang Guifin's incompetence. They despised and were dissatisfied with Lin Feng, feeling that wealth enabled him to do as he pleased. Wang Guifin, overwhelmed by the criticism, turned off her phone. Zhang Shuya, however, furrowed her brow and said to Wang Guifin, "Mom, why are you upset? Our family has stockpiled so much, we couldn't finish it in 2 months. Lin Feng may be rich, but he's running out of food. When he asks for help in the group, we'll teach him a lesson." Wang Guifin nodded, realizing that small grievances could lead to greater chaos. She remarked, "Lin Feng, your arrogance won't last long. Don't you know that outside, the price of a sausage has already soared to 100 yuan? You're still squandering money in the group? What a wasteful person. All right, I won't argue with him. I'm going to make some noodles for breakfast. We can afford it. Add some sausage, add an egg." Wang Guifin regained her confidence, while Zhang Shuya smiled at her phone. Zhang Shuya, 28, a former model with stunning looks, had married Li Wu, 33, the notorious underworld boss of Huanghai City, 3 years ago. Now a full-time homemaker, Zhang Shuya couldn't resist the allure of Li Wu's wealth and married him. Watching Lin Feng flaunting his wealth in the group, Zhang Shuya felt disdain. Wealthy people often like to show off their financial power during critical times, leaving screenshots as evidence to boost their popularity. But do you know? No one will remember your kindness. Soon, you'll face the danger of running out of food. Then, will those who took your money help you? Zhang Shuya put down her phone, no longer paying attention to the extravagant Lin Feng. Everyone else, unaware of the reason, happily accepted Lin Feng's 10,000 yuan red packet and took the opportunity to criticize Wang Guifin. After a while, Lin Feng stopped distributing money. His account still had 1.06 million left, and no one else sent pictures of deceased relatives. This was just Lin Feng's twisted sense of humor. Since no one could spend much anyway, they might as well have some fun, which was much more interesting than playing mundane games. Lin Feng picked up a massive king crab leg, took a bite, and closed his eyes in satisfaction, feeling finally full. Without hesitation, he tossed the remaining piece to Bei, as if to showcase his generosity. Standing by the window, he gazed down at the building opposite. Jojo seemed utterly exhausted. Lin Feng speculated that in a few days, Jojo might be worn out completely, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Yet, he was indifferent. In a vast place like the Shi Mountain Villa, what did it matter if one woman like Jojo was lost among so many? Unbeknownst to him, as he stared across the street, Jojo was using binoculars to observe his vague silhouette intently. She checked her phone while peering through the lens. Was Lin Feng hesitant about the money he had spent? In just a moment, he had squandered over 1.5 million. What was he plotting? Jojo scratched her head, pondering whether to mimic Lin Feng's actions by sending out red packets to a group chat. However, with only 2,000 yuan left in her account and over 150 people to share it with, each would only receive 10 yuan, too embarrassing a gesture. So, Jojo abandoned the idea of sending red packets, lacking both the financial means and the clout. She decided to continue observing Lin Feng and follow in his footsteps. After all, she had been right in following him up until now. Indeed, the worldview of the wealthy was vastly different from that of ordinary people. If you ever sell goods, I'll join you and sell them too. I'm sure I can make money as well. Jojo told herself, her spirits high. Ding. Just then, Lin Feng's phone buzzed with a notification. Curious, he checked it to find a friend request from a stranger. Glancing at the profile picture, the face seemed familiar, but Lin Feng couldn't quite place where he had seen it before. With nothing better to do, he sipped his red wine and accepted the request. Lin Xiao, do you remember me? We've met before. It's Ying. Before Lin Feng could respond, messages from Li Ying flooded his chat box. Scratching his head, Lin Feng vaguely recalled the name. Ying?
Sounds somewhat familiar.
Who are you? His message was brief, as he wasn't the type to be rude without reason, especially since the apocalypse had just begun. It was best to be tactful. Her profile picture was striking. A woman with long hair, wearing a black silk skirt, exactly the type Lin Feng found attractive, certainly a 9 out of 10. Perhaps she was a young girl struggling to survive, reaching out to him for help with some software or engineering project. Lin Xiao, you really forget your acquaintances easily. A month ago, at the night market, the sausages. Li Ying quickly reminded him, sparking a moment of clarity in Lin Feng. Ah, that girl, around 165 centimeters, flashy makeup, who had my grilled sausage, right? He remembered her, but not fondly. The makeup was too heavy. Who knows what lies beneath all that facade? What if she's a ghost? Then I'd really be at a loss, wouldn't I? Are you still a virgin? A single sausage for a night's company. I keep my word, Lin Feng replied, half jokingly. Seeing Lin Feng's message, Li Ying was dumbfounded. Is this how the rich play? You send out red envelopes worth millions in group chats, and you think you can impress me with just a sausage? Am I sick? Or are you? This is an insult. You should at least start the bidding at 10 million. You've sent out over 1 million in red packets. What's 10 million to you? With that much, I could buy loads of makeup, bags, even a decent car. Pouting, Li Ying stared at her phone, furious. She had thought her beauty would make Lin Feng fall at her feet. To think she had even considered marrying him because of his lavish spending, and here he was, offering just a sausage. In a fit of rage, she typed out a scathing message, calling Lin Feng a jerk, but deleted it before sending. Wealthy people have their quirks. I won't get mad. I am a virgin, but surely a sausage is too trivial an offer? I've seen you throw around millions in red envelopes. A night with me would ruin my life. Can't you offer a fair price? Indeed, Li Ying was a virgin, not for lack of interest, but because she hadn't found the right buyer. Now that she had a wealthy one, she was determined to raise her price. In her mind, 10 million was fair. As long as you give me 10 million, I don't care how many people come tonight, or whether they're even human. Checking Li Ying's social media, Lin Feng found his interest piqued. As a man of principle and still a virgin himself, he preferred someone untouched, considering it a question of cleanliness, especially with the outbreak of diseases in the post-apocalyptic world. Finding a clean, virgin partner was crucial for him. Lin Feng had been stockpiling supplies, which made Wang go anxious. He feared that should disease strike, it could be a tragedy. Feeling heavy-hearted, Wang decided to disconnect from social media and sent a message to Li Ying. When Li Ying saw Lin Feng's message, she was puzzled why he kept mentioning sausages. A month had passed. Did he really care only about sausages? Frustrated, Li Ying pointed out that with hundreds of thousands of snacks at home, why obsess over just sausages? Living in a luxurious mansion and driving an expensive sports car, Lin Feng had only given her 2 sausages, which seemed quite unreasonable. Feeling undervalued and insulted, as 2 sausages weren't even enough for a meal, Li Ying expressed her anger. Lin Feng, revisiting her social media profile, reminisced about their initial encounter, which had left a lasting impression due to her striking appearance. He knew that finding a woman who had remained untouched was becoming increasingly difficult. Even young girls were not spared from unwanted attention. After much contemplation, Lin Feng decided to compromise, realizing that Li Ying, being untouched, would eventually face the same fate, and if she fell ill, he would miss his opportunity. Despite his urgency, Lin Feng adhered to his principles. A box of sausages was his limit to avoid inflating the expectations of the women. Anxious about how long his stockpile of sausages would last in exchange for a moment of pleasure, Lin Feng received a photo from Li Ying showing mountains of sunscreen, snacks, and 5 freezers full of meat, which infuriated him. He scolded her, unable to comprehend why she would mock him unnecessarily. He demanded her address, intending to resolve the matter in person. Li Ying, confused and tearful, appeared helpless. She wanted to show that she wasn't lacking food and didn't need the sausages. She couldn't understand why Lin Feng had only given her a box of sausages and some instant noodles. What was the point? She angrily questioned if this was how the wealthy acted. Li Ying then demanded 10 million yuan for spending a night with him, emphasizing that it would be her first time and shouldn't be dismissed lightly. Lin Feng was speechless at her response, especially her demand for money amid these apocalyptic times. He considered deleting and blocking her, but eventually decided against it. Stick around, he thought. It's not every day that a girl takes the initiative to add you. Maybe she could be considered a lucky charm for the home. After all, it's not ideal being bored at home, relying solely on Wagyuniang for company. He opened his mobile banking app and checked his balance, 1.06 million yuan. After some thought, he sent a message to Li Ying. 1.06 million, that's all I've got. Spend one night with me, and it's yours. Li Ying stared at her phone screen, tears welling up in her eyes, then shook her head vigorously. Just this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you slash the price from 10 million to 1.06 million? That's ruthlessly low. Upon receiving Li Ying's message, Lin Feng felt a surge of annoyance. Despite her attractive appearance, Li Ying seemed to be quite ruthless. Overwhelmed by online loans and high-interest debts, Lin Feng was now confronted with a demand for a staggering 8 million yuan from this demanding woman, which only added to his headaches. Although Lin Feng was interested in studying the engineering of human body software hardening, his current predicament made it impossible for him to easily cough up the money. It seemed money was losing its value, to the point of being almost worthless. Faced with such an absurd demand, Lin Feng felt powerless. He could only reply with an offer of 1.06 million yuan, not a penny more. He gave her the address, 108 Shishan Villa District, indicating she could take it or leave it. After sending the message, Lin Feng casually tossed his phone aside, dismissing Li Ying's message with disdain. Not even wanting ham sausages? She'll regret it, he thought, recalling some provocative photos that sparked a bit of wicked excitement. It was normal for any man to have certain thoughts, and studying Western materials was part of his self-improvement. Meanwhile, Li Ying was in her room, sobbing uncontrollably, clutching her phone tightly. She felt belittled by Lin Feng, filled with hurt and anger. Xiao Xiao, after a busy day, intended to rest but was moved to check on Li Ying upon hearing her cries. Seeing Li Ying in tears, Xiao Xiao felt pity and approached to find out what had happened. Li Ying, embracing Xiao Xiao, wept about the unreliability of men. Unsure of what else to do, Xiao Xiao could only pat Li Ying's shoulder, trying to comfort her. Eventually, overcome by tiredness, Xiao Xiao lay down to rest. Li Ying, still in bed wiping her tears, felt filled with injustice and resentment. She wondered if her life would have been different if she had been born into wealth, questioning why Lin Feng wouldn't give her a chance. She was adamant about not settling for less than 8 million yuan. After reading Li Ying's message, Lin Feng felt somewhat calmer. He turned off the projector and started browsing through the homeowners group chat, looking for potential buying and selling opportunities. He chose not to respond to Li Ying's message, focusing instead on finding the next possible deal. Most residents in the West Mountain Villa community are well into their 30s, given the hefty price tags on the homes there, especially the villas. However, one resident stands out, Dr. Liang Qiuyu. a woman whose beauty and youthful appearance make her seem almost in her 20s. The community holds her in high regard, particularly because having a doctor nearby is a blessing, especially with the apocalypse just beginning. On a whim, Lin Feng sent a friend request to Dr. Liang Qiuyu, which she accepted promptly. She messaged him immediately, "Hello, I am Liang Qiuyu, a surgeon at the Second People's Hospital of Huanghai City. Do you need any assistance?" Lin Feng was initially surprised, wondering if it was an automated response or if Dr. Liang was overwhelmed by patient inquiries. Deciding his questions were too trivial just 3 days into the apocalypse, he responded, "I'm Lin Feng. I see you work hard. If you ever need help, feel free to reach out." Curious about her personal life, Lin Feng browsed through her social media. Unlike Liang, who seemed to be actively seeking romantic connections online, Dr. Liang's posts were genuine snapshots of her life, from middle school through to her university days and current job, updated bi-monthly. Suddenly, Dr. Liang messaged him again, asking if he had any sunburn or burn cream, as she needed it urgently for a patient and was willing to pay. Lin Feng, sensing an opportunity but also a bit of caution, replied, "Dr. Liang, I do have both sunburn and burn creams. But before we proceed, could you tell me if this is your first time reaching out for such a request?" After a brief pause, Dr. Liang explained that her boyfriend, a former military man now working in disaster relief, had suffered severe sunburn on his first day on the job, and the hospital was out of the necessary creams. "Could you sell me a tube of sunburn cream? It would really help with the relief efforts," she pleaded. Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions, but decided not to delve deeper into her personal life or her message. Given the shortage of sunburn cream in these times, he chose to keep his stock for personal use. Dr. Liang, distressed and waiting anxiously for a response, feared for her boyfriend's worsening condition and the risk of infection. However, Lin Feng, overwhelmed by the demand and the severity of the situation, chose not to respond, leaving Dr. Liang in a dire state of urgency. Liang Qiuyu, a doctor, was well informed about the situation in the hospital even while on leave at home. A third of the rescue workers had perished, which explained why emergency calls were not going through and the hospital was inaccessible. At the moment, the hospital's most urgent need was not for more doctors, but for medications. Despite her desire to return to the hospital, Liang Qiuyu was denied entry and had to remain on standby at home. The patients in the hospital were running out of food and could only wait for support from higher authorities. The disaster was severe nationwide, except in the high-latitude areas of the north. The south was particularly hard hit, with temperatures soaring to 60 degrees Celsius, causing vegetables, fruit trees, and crops to wither and die, and livestock to turn into what resembled dried meat. The intense heat also triggered frequent wildfires, leaving people helpless and waiting for the fires to extinguish on their own. The death toll in the low-latitude areas of the south remained alarmingly high. These grim conditions were kept hidden to avoid causing panic in the north. As an official, Liang Qiuyu was privy to these details. Therefore, she needed to acquire the sunburn cream from Lin Feng, as it was crucial for her boyfriend's life. "Mr. Lin Feng, I'm not sure why you're asking this, but please understand that I am a woman of integrity. How can I purchase the sunburn cream from you? I urgently need a bottle." Liang Qiuyu felt desperate. Without action, her boyfriend might not survive. Although healing him might leave permanent scars, Liang Qiuyu was not superficial. To her, those scars would be a badge of honor, a symbol of bravery. Why would she shy away from that? Upon reading her message, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. It seemed that women who maintained their principles before marriage still existed. "If you spend a night with me, the sunburn cream is yours. This is a deal. You can choose to refuse. Think it over carefully and contact me whenever you're ready." Liang Qiuyu was immediately filled with dismay upon receiving his reply. "Lin Feng, have you no humanity? This is outright extortion." Her anger was palpable. Lin Feng knew she would sacrifice her own principles without hesitation if it meant saving a life. Yet, he demanded her virginity. Liang Qiuyu was a principled woman. Enraged, she picked up her phone to block him but found herself unable to do so. Now that only Lin Feng had the sunburn cream, did blocking him mean she would lose her last chance? Just then, her community chat group erupted with chaos. "My God! It's reached 50 degrees outside. How can there be no water or electricity? Damn, it's a power outage. No wonder it's so unbearably hot inside. This could kill us. With such high temperatures and no utilities, how are we supposed to survive? I just heard that due to the extreme heat, water and power supply will be sporadically cut off, only available from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. until the disaster is over. Holy crap, 50 degrees and no electricity. We can't even go outside. This might spell death for us. My apartment temperature has already hit 45 degrees. I live on the top floor. I'm nearly being roasted alive. Now all we can do is sit in the stairwell with the windows open, hoping for a breeze. Realizing the disaster in the south was gradually spreading northward, Liang Qiuyu feared that soon the situation in the north would spiral out of control as well. The solar flare-induced geomagnetic storms have severely damaged the ozone layer, stripping Earth of its crucial shield against ultraviolet radiation. The repair of the ozone layer is progressing at an alarmingly slow rate, with estimates ranging from several years to centuries, and no certainty on the timeline. To prevent widespread panic, authorities have opted for silence, keeping the truth confined to internal circles. However, the situation has spiraled out of control and become an open secret that's hard to hide. Liang Qiuyu is overwhelmed with anxiety, fearing that her boyfriend is doomed. Upon returning home, she takes photos of her property deed. One she posts in a group chat, and another she sends directly to Lin Feng. Does anyone have any sunburn or burn ointment? I urgently need it. I'm willing to trade my house for a bottle. 3 stories, 80 square meters, bought at 30,000 per square meter, with 200,000 spent on renovations, totaling 2.6 million. I just need 1 tube of sunburn cream. Her message ignites a frenzy within the chat group. No one responds to Liang Qiuyu. Everyone knows that sunburn cream is now a lifesaver. When it's a choice between money and life, no one opts for the former. Suddenly, Lin Feng sends a WeChat transfer of 1 million yuan to Liang Qiuyu. Dr. Liang is facing hardships, and I am willing to lend a hand. This is my last million, all of it donated to Dr. Liang. The group erupts in shock. Although everyone knows that money might not help much now, they hesitate to follow suit. After all, it's the money they've worked hard for. What if they survive the disaster? How will they live without any funds? Lin Feng's generosity is praised, contrasting sharply with the selfishness of the local committee's Wang Guifan. How can you even compare Wang Guifan to a dog? Isn't that an insult to the dog? Wang Guifan, shouldn't you be distributing the stockpiled supplies to those in need? Your words are as worthless as farts. The group's anger now turns towards Wang Guifan, who is infuriated to the point of nearly grinding her teeth in rage. Lin Feng, you'll be starving soon. I'll make you kneel at my doorstep and lick my shoes. Wang Guifan shamelessly shifts the blame onto Lin Feng. Liang Qiuyu accepts Lin Feng's 1 million and raises her offer. Another million added. I just need 1 tube of sunburn cream. Her actions are not driven by greed, but by desperation to save her boyfriend. Yet, it's all in vain. Sunburn cream is scarce, with almost no one hoarding it. Half an hour later, with tears streaming down her face and her eyes red, Liang Qiuyu stares at her phone. She receives a voice message from her boyfriend, Zhou Kaihua. Qiuyu, I might not last much longer. You must survive. Be sure to protect yourself from the sun before going out. The sunlight at 30 degrees could severely harm me, and now, the outdoor temperature reaching 50 degrees can be deadly within minutes. Survive, and if we meet in another life, I will definitely marry you. I'm sorry I can't be with you for the rest of your life, but I will watch over you from heaven. After listening to the message, Liang Qiuyu breaks down, crying uncontrollably. On one hand, the life and death of her beloved hung in the balance. On the other, Lin Feng, a greedy and selfish man, demanded that she spend a night with him in exchange for the life-saving medicine. Would you choose to save her if she were in a critical condition and spending a night with you was the only way to save her? What was once a joking topic among couples had now become a stark reality. Liang Qiuyu was heartbroken, but she ultimately made her decision. While one's first experience is precious, the life of a loved one is even more so. If sacrificing my first experience can save your life, then I am willing to do it. Liang Qiuyu received a message from Lin Feng. which included a photo of a sunburn cream. Despite the foreign language on the photo, as a doctor, Liang Qiuyu immediately recognized that this sunburn cream was highly effective. Lin Feng informed her in the message that the cream was waiting for her at Villa number 108 in the Shishan Villa complex, located on the third floor of the square building. Sitting with his legs crossed and in high spirits, Lin Feng was pleased as he and his friends had faced many hardships together, and now they could finally enjoy the finer things in life. He remarked that not every woman was like the foolishly Ying, who only chased after money without regard for life. Eagerly, Liang Qiuyu agreed to go and asked Lin Feng to keep the cream for her. She quickly applied sunscreen, grabbed her sun umbrella and sunglasses, and set out for Lin Feng's house. To save her boyfriend's life, Liang Qiuyu resolutely decided to go. The high temperatures outside made her dizzy, and the intense heat wave hit her as soon as she stepped out. The streets were deserted, as everyone was hiding from the heat in the shade. Dressed in long pants, mesh shoes, and wearing silk gloves, as long as her sun umbrella could shield her face, she should be fine. Sweating profusely, she finally reached the door of Lin Feng's villa, nearly fainting from the heat along the way. Seeing Lin Feng's luxurious villa, Liang Qiuyu was shocked. How much money must have been spent to build such a mansion? No wonder he had no interest in her modest house. Compared to this mansion, her place was incomparable. She pressed the doorbell at the front gate, and its clear tone rang out. Hearing the bell, Lin Feng approached the monitor, and through his sunglasses, he saw Liang Qiuyu's appearance. Despite the sunglasses, her fair oval face looked so beautiful without any makeup. Slim and about 160 centimeters tall, weighing less than 50 kilograms, Lin Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly and went downstairs to open the door, secretly celebrating the good days ahead with his brothers. Standing outside, Liang Qiuyu curiously tapped her fingers against the solid iron door. Could this be more than just an ordinary iron door? Could it be made of titanium alloy? She was increasingly amazed at Lin Feng's extravagance. Was even the door crafted from titanium alloy? Was everything here so luxurious? As the bell rang, Liang Qiuyu's phone vibrated. She checked it and saw a friend request pop up. Stunned, she read the message, "I have the sunburn cream. Are you serious about what you said in the group?" Without hesitation, Liang Qiuyu accepted the request and noticed the profile picture was of a woman. The woman had sent a photo of the sunburn cream. Not just one tube, but a whole box. One was already used, leaving 9. She then messaged, "I can sell you one, but we must sign a contract. You pay 1 million in hand over your property deed, signed and sealed. No backing out." Overwhelmed with emotion, Liang Qiuyu nearly cried, relieved that there were still good people in the world. "Yes, I'll go home and get my property deed and prepare the contract. Could you please tell me your address? I'll come to you right away. And please save one for me." Coming from a well-off family, Liang Qiuyu knew she could earn back any money lost, and her job was secure too. Filled with anticipation and hope, Liang Qiuyu was busy organizing contracts, property deeds, and sealing as her boyfriend, Zhou Kaihua, worked in a secure job as a security transporter, a role she considered to be a guaranteed source of income. Her address was at Building 1, Unit 2, Apartment 201. Upon seeing this address, a glimmer of hope sparked within her. She decided to head out immediately, leaving her home without hesitation. As for the sunburn ointment left by Lin Feng, Liang Qiuyu thought it best to keep it for herself. When Lin Feng opened the door, he only saw Liang Qiuyu's retreating figure. With a smile, Lin Feng said, "The door is open. Come on in." He was in a good mood, considering the transaction was mutually agreed upon. Happiness should indeed be shared by both parties. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Liang Qiuyu looked up and walked straight towards him. Suddenly, she slapped Lin Feng across the face and spat on him, furiously scolding, "You jerk! Keep your sunburn ointment for the dogs. You're such a scumbag. I can't tolerate your kind of filth." Stunned by the unexpected slap, Lin Feng thought to himself, "Does asking for an address mean getting slapped? Are you just bored? In this hot weather, risking my life just to get slapped?" He felt wronged and angry, tempted to rush out and teach Liang Qiuyu a lesson. However, he quickly calmed down, realizing he hadn't applied sunscreen nor carried an umbrella, which would make the sun unbearable for him. Not wanting to worsen his sunburn or risk disfiguring himself, Lin Feng refrained from chasing after Liang Qiuyu. Watching her walk away, he felt deeply humiliated, a slap in the face causing significant emotional trauma for a young man. Fueled by anger, Lin Feng took out a drone to follow Liang Qiuyu, determined to ensure a fair transaction. He vowed to make her pay that evening. Controlling the drone, he followed closely behind, then returned inside where the air conditioning offered a cool respite. Despite a power outage in the neighborhood, Lin Feng's electricity was uninterrupted. Back inside, he grabbed a bottle of chilled vodka and downed it in one go, increasingly infuriated by the sudden turn of events in what had been a smooth deal. Although somewhat kind-hearted, Lin Feng's patience had limits. He was open to cooperation and enjoyed engaging with others, but he was unforgiving towards those who disrupted dealings. The slap would not go unaddressed. He was determined to make the perpetrator pay. Controlling the drone, he followed Liang Qiuyu from a distance, ensuring she couldn't spot him unless she was indifferent to her own appearance. As Liang Qiuyu entered Building 3, Unit 3, Lin Feng's anger burned fiercely. Seething with anger, Lin Feng maneuvered the drone into the stairwell, searching for Liang Qiuyu's whereabouts. Tonight, he was determined to make Liang Qiuyu pay dearly, to make her feel the depth of the pain she had caused him. Lin Feng stealthily directed the drone towards the 4th floor after noticing that a window there was left open. As a power outage occurred, rendering the elevators useless, Liang Qiuyu would have no choice but to use the stairs. Lin Feng decided to wait patiently, like a hunter lying in wait for his prey. After 3 minutes, there was still no sign of her. Could she be living on the 3rd floor or lower? He quickly lowered the drone and saw the door to apartment 303 slowly closing. He had found Liang Qiuyu's address, Building 3, Unit 3, Apartment 303. Liang Qiuyu, await the descent of your retribution. Lin Feng vowed to make her experience extreme suffering, to show her what cruelty was. With a resolute heart, he downed a shot of vodka, his anger growing even stronger. Although Lin Feng disliked resorting to such drastic measures, this direct attack on his dignity left him no choice but to retaliate and make her pay. Lin Feng controlled the drone to return home. Although he didn't mind losing a drone, he realized that saving it was always a good idea, especially since they might become hard to find in the future. As Lin Feng guided his drone back, he suddenly spotted someone in a distant building. Driven by curiosity, Lin Feng flew the drone back for a closer look. Could it be Liang Qiuyu? This time, however, Liang Qiuyu was holding a red document. Zooming in on the screen, Lin Feng saw it was a property deed. What was she doing with it? Lin Feng continued to control the drone, following Liang Qiuyu as she carried the property deed to Building 1, Unit 2. She entered the stairwell and knocked on a door on the 2nd floor. After a while, the door opened, revealing a woman with a reddened face. Lin Feng felt he had seen her somewhere before. No need for the drone's help this time. Building 1 was right across from Lin Feng's own home. He grabbed his binoculars for a better look. Was that woman Li Ying? He watched as Liang Qiuyu handed Li Ying the property deed and then signed a contract. Moments later, they used their phones, presumably to complete a payment. Then, Li Ying handed Liang Qiuyu a tube of sunburn cream. Liang Qiuyu took it, crying and bowing in thanks to Li Ying. Lin Feng was furious. How could Li Ying be so foolish? To mess up a business deal over some money and sunburn cream. He noted down Li Ying's address, Building 1, Unit 2, Apartment 201. Both women would face his wrath tonight. They would be tied up as targets. Lin Feng retrieved the drone, seething with anger. This time, his anger was not directed at Liang Qiuyu, but at Li Ying. Without her interference, his business would not have failed. Like selling things, do you? Well, I'll help you advertise, Lin Feng muttered to himself as he pulled out another phone and logged into a secondary account to join the homeowners group chat, ensuring his actions wouldn't be directly linked to him. Joining the group was automated. Only inappropriate comments could get someone kicked out. Convenient. Lin Feng picked up his phone, opened the chat, and sent screenshots of the earlier scene along with photos of the items Li Ying had taken. In apartment 201, building 2, unit 2, Li Ying came across a neighbor selling sunburn ointment while her home was stacked with various supplies. When the news spread to the homeowners' group chat, it immediately caused a stir. One of the homeowners urgently inquired if she could purchase the sunburn ointment as her son was in dire need of it due to a severe sunburn, making the situation extremely urgent. Other homeowners also expressed their willingness to buy, with price being a secondary concern. Holding her property deed and looking at the $1 million balance in her account, Ling felt immensely pleased, marveling at how a single tube of sunburn ointment could bring such a substantial return. She thought to herself, where else could you find such a good deal? After using one tube herself and selling another to Liang Qiuyu, she had 8 tubes left. If sold out, this could amount to a transaction in the tens of millions. Another homeowner, Lin Feng, had previously stated he wouldn't sell unless the offer was over 8 million yuan. Now, selling a single tube could make millions, making Liang realize the value of the sunburn ointment far exceeded her expectations. It could be sold 9 times, proving quicker and more profitable than selling herself, and more people could afford it. Jojo, exhausted from the previous night, slept through the night, completely unaware of the water and power outage. When Liang checked the homeowners group chat, it was filled with purchase requests, possibly due to Liang Qiuyu's efforts, but Liang didn't mind and saw it as an opportunity for self-promotion. She announced that she had 8 tubes of sunburn ointment left, each priced at 3 million yuan, payable in cash, property, or sports cars, but requiring a contract and a fingerprint. It was first come, first served, with limited quantities, and other supplies were also up for sale. Li Ying's announcement caused an instant uproar in the chat. People expressed their eagerness to buy, making the scene incredibly lively. Seeing the booming sales, Li Ying quickly organized a queue, insisting that everyone remain quiet or she would refuse to sell. She emphasized that if they were willing to buy, they should be prepared to go to any length, even if it meant kneeling and calling her grandma. Everyone agreed, eager not to miss out, recognizing that in these times, being able to purchase necessary supplies was a stroke of luck. Li Ying then swiftly opened the door, embodying the saying, "You can guard against intruders, but it's hard to guard against a thief within." Jojo's painstakingly welded iron door was easily opened by Li Ying while she slept, leaving her feeling helpless. Soon after, the first wealthy buyer appeared, transferring 10 million yuan to Li Ying for 2 tubes of sunburn ointment and other supplies before leaving. The second wealthy individual arrived, trading a 3 million yuan sports car and 2 million in cash for a tube of sunburn ointment and supplies. The third was a mother who exchanged her property deed for a tube of sunburn ointment, though she couldn't afford other supplies. She was the mother of the son with severe sunburn. The villa community quickly became a gathering place for the wealthy, seeing people emerge from their homes, applying sunscreen and holding up umbrellas, recognizing that money could be earned back, but life once lost could not be regained. Seeing the sales boom, Li Ying posted in the group chat, insisting on orderly purchases and no noise. Everyone agreed to cooperate, grateful for the opportunity to secure the needed supplies in these challenging times. The love of a parent is truly touching. To save their child's life, they are willing to give up their property. She doesn't care about the high prices right now. The problem is that money can't buy what she needs. Lin Feng, holding a telescope, is visibly overjoyed. Oh my! Ha ha ha! It's hilariously impressive. This lady is incredibly decisive. She really plans to sell. Her decisiveness is so extreme that she doesn't even spare herself. Go ahead then. See what's left of your fortunes in the end. The previous traders were wealthy and conducted themselves with honesty and reliability. However, the newcomers, lacking in financial strength, are not so easy to handle. Those who don't want to die better leave quickly. We just need food. We don't intend to harm anyone. I'm nearly starving to death. This is a desperate emergency. In this emergency, Song Chao appears again. Last time, he got a box of sausages and a box of instant noodles from Li Ying, and they were gone in no time. Without any hesitation, initially, Song Chao could have eaten alone for a few days, but a single remark drew a crowd of fair-weather friends. A total of 13 people, all brothers. How could Song Chao not share with them? How could that amount of food be enough for so many people? After the food ran out, Song Chao began looking for the next meal, only to find out that Li Ying's family had plenty of supplies. Song Chao immediately gathered 12 friends, all armed with knives and wearing masks, and went to rob them. They, the 13 protectors of the Western Hills, are not to be underestimated. When Li Ying saw Song Chao appear again, a wave of fear swept over her, still vividly remembering the painful slap she had received from him previously. Song Chao aggressively complained, wielding a watermelon knife and looking ready to strike. Another slap hit Li Ying, sending her to the ground in tears. The wealthy bystanders clutched their heads in terror, fearing they might be next. A wealthy woman took the lead in pleading, "Big brother, we don't have anything valuable. Please let us go." She was visibly panicked, fearing for her life in the face of the weapons. However, Song Chao immediately intervened. "We're just seeking shelter, not here to rob. No stealing, no hurting people." This principle reassured the wealthy, who quickly gathered their valuables and hurried away. This unexpected shopping feast was a shock to all and served as a reminder to keep a low profile while shopping in the future. Meanwhile, the 13th protector and his brothers quickly moved food around, although the noise of dragging the refrigerator woke up Xiao Xiao. Groggy and confused, she opened her door to a bewildering scene and demanded, "Why are there so many strangers in my house? Please leave immediately." Although Xiao Xiao had trained in Taekwondo and Sanda, she dared not act rashly against so many armed men. She retreated to her room, locked her door, and took out her brother's 2 samurai swords from a drawer, staying alert but realizing that it wasn't worth confronting them over such a minor issue. After the group finished their task, they finally left. Jojo realized that to protect herself, she had to be prepared with weapons. She was determined not to let the crazies succeed, even if it meant giving her all. Anger filled her heart. She couldn't understand how those people knew she had supplies. Was her iron door welded shut for nothing? The bedroom door was locked from the inside. They would have to kick it down to get in. Jojo picked up her phone, trying to contact Li Ying to understand the current situation. However, when she opened WeChat, she found 999 unread messages in the homeowners group chat. After marking them as unread again, Jojo was ready to explode with anger. Li Ying was actually selling things. She had posted transaction photos and pictures of the supplies at home. Clearly, Li Ying had taken and sent those photos herself. Jojo felt betrayed and furious. She now understood Lin Feng's desire to exact revenge on Abe. Such people were truly despicable. About an hour later, it suddenly became quiet outside. After waiting 5 minutes to make sure no one was around, they must have opened the door in a hurry to evacuate. Now, the room was completely empty of food, so bare even a mouse would cry upon seeing it. Li Ying tried to explain to Jojo, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I just thought that with prices so high, selling some things could make a bit of extra money. Weren't your supplies bought for 300,000? I'll compensate you for your loss. I'll transfer you 1 million. Saying this, Li Ying, tears streaming down her face, transferred the money to Jojo. When Jojo received the notification on her phone, she saw that Li Ying had indeed transferred 1 million. But in the group chat, Jojo saw that a tube of sunburn cream had been sold by Li Ying for 3 million, and 9 tubes had fetched 27 million. Now offering her 1 million? That was an insult. "Li Ying, from today on, please leave my house. Our friendship ends here, and if we meet again, please keep your distance. I'm holding back this time, but I might not be able to control myself if there's a next time." Jojo did not accept Li Ying's money and blocked her directly. Li Ying, with a face full of grievance, cried and pleaded, "Jojo, don't be angry. Weren't you also hoarding supplies to make money? You've made a profit too, haven't you? Does our years of friendship really not mean more than these things? Besides, I've already given you 1 million. You haven't made a loss. It wasn't intentional. It was them who robbed me, not me." Li Ying clung to Jojo's legs, but this time, Jojo did not relent. She forcefully kicked Li Ying away, telling her to keep her distance. "Get out. Don't force me to hurt you. I don't want to kill anyone." Jojo, wielding a samurai sword, frightened Li Ying into grabbing her bag and hastily leaving the room. As the door slammed shut, so did the chapter on their friendship. From now on, they would go their separate ways. Jojo looked around her wrecked home, her heart filled with indignation. Tears uncontrollably slid down her cheeks. After all, she was a woman, and she had never experienced anything like this. It was normal to be scared, especially facing 13 men armed with machetes. If they had attacked, would she have survived? Fortunately, it was only the third day of the apocalypse, and these people still retained a trace of humanity, biding their time. But the future was uncertain. The living room, the kitchen, every bit of food had been looted. Not a single grain of rice left, and the 5 freezers, along with the frozen meat inside, had been completely plundered. Sitting alone on the ground, tears streaming down her face, Jojo felt overwhelmed with helplessness and sorrow. She finally understood why Lin Feng had offered her just 2 sausages the first time they met, even remarking that she was worth no more than that. If they had chosen violence, perhaps she wouldn't have received even a single sausage. After crying for a while, Jojo slowly stood up and walked back inside her house. Fortunately, she hadn't yet found a place to store her sunscreen, so it remained in her bedroom, surrounded by 3 boxes of other items. The room also contained some of her favorite snacks, enough to last a few days. She resolved not to touch the supplies in the downstairs storeroom unless absolutely necessary. If discovered, could she keep this secret safe next time? At this moment, Jojo felt utterly disappointed with Li Ying, filled with resentment towards her. She questioned inwardly, "I treated you like a close sister. How could you be so heartless towards me?" Knowing that if it weren't for following Lin Feng and stockpiling supplies, she might already be facing a threat to her life, Jojo grabbed her binoculars, deciding to keep a close watch on Lin Feng's every move. Sticking with Lin Feng seemed to be her best course of action right now. As Xiao Qiao picked up her binoculars, her gaze accidentally met with Lin Feng's, sparking a sudden warmth in her heart. In that moment, she felt as though she had seen her other half. However, embarrassment quickly took over. Why was Lin Feng sneaking peeks at her? Was it because he had caught her mimicking him the day before? Lin Feng also felt awkward, wondering if this young lady was simply too tempted by sausages. Why was she always spying on him? Could a handsome appearance be a fault? Thinking this, Lin Feng glanced down at his trousers, feeling a chill as if a breeze had passed through. Shaking his head, he dared not dwell on it any longer, fearing his body couldn't take it. Although he had successfully set a trap that left Li Ying out in the cold, Lin Feng still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. But then he calmed down, realizing that Li Ying, the so-called White Lotus, was now penniless and outcast, her fate worse than death. He blamed himself for monopolizing the food market around Huanghai City, which exacerbated the impact of the recent natural disaster on the city. In his past life, a month's supply of food was easy to manage. Why had it come so early this time? But that was none of his concern. He had paid for it. It was a transaction, a mutual agreement. One willing to sell, the other willing to buy. Even though Lin Feng had some conscience left, it wasn't much. He could have resorted to looting but chose to pay instead. It was his choice. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a friend request from Xiao Qiao. Perhaps the awkward encounter had piqued her curiosity, but Lin Feng, thick-skinned, accepted it right away. "Want some sausages?" "I have 2. His cheeky comment infuriated Xiao Qiao. She furiously replied, "I would rather starve than eat your sausages." Although her reply was filled with curses, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He understood that Xiao Qiao was inexperienced and hot-tempered, like taming a wild beast, which only added to the thrill. Don't rush to reply. You can't escape the temptation of something truly delicious, right? Your house has been robbed empty, hasn't it? Whenever you need sausages, just let me know. I'll keep them for you. Saying this, Lin Feng sent her a photo of a sausage with 2 marinated eggs arranged in a suggestive manner. This only fueled Xiao Qiao's rage, calling Lin Feng a scoundrel, a thug, and a shameless man. She vowed to teach him a lesson. Feeling a chill in his groin, Lin Feng sensed that this stubborn young woman wouldn't be easily subdued. Choosing not to reply and provoke her further, he opted for silence, perhaps waiting for her to become desperate enough to willingly accept his offer. Hunger chooses no sides, a point best understood by those truly desperate. Lin Feng put down his phone, opting for silence, while Xiao Xiao, fuming with anger, squeezed her phone tightly, showing no signs of backing down. Xiao Xiao was puzzled, wondering if she could trade some supplies for a room in Lin Feng's safe house. Surely, 20 million worth of goods would be too tempting for Lin Feng to refuse, right? It's just too risky for a girl to live alone. If those supplies were exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Clearly, Lin Feng had no intention of letting Xiao Xiao into his safe house and managed to silence her with just a few words. Angered, Xiao Xiao questioned why Lin Feng would choose to live alone in such a large safe house. No wonder he was always buried in his studies. However, she suddenly blushed, pondering if moving in might lead Lin Feng to harbor inappropriate thoughts. Confident in her charm and appearance, Xiao Xiao couldn't believe that Lin Feng, whom she considered a lecher, could resist being attracted to her. It seemed that living in the safe house might not be the safest option after all. Lin Feng himself was the real danger. A woman must rely on herself. Resolved, Xiao Xiao decided to depend solely on herself. Realizing that Lin Feng was unreliable, she picked up her electric pickaxe, returned to her room, locked the door, and decided to dig a tunnel to the warehouse right from her room. She drew the curtains so Lin Feng couldn't see, moved the bed aside, and turned on the electric pickaxe. Was there a power outage? Yes, there was, but since Xiao Xiao lived on the second floor, it was relatively cooler and not too uncomfortable. The temperature on the top floor and outside was almost the same, only slightly cooler with a gentle breeze. Rubbing her chin, Xiao Xiao waited for the power to return, determined to finish the tunnel. If she moved the supplies upstairs, it would eventually be discovered. Only by connecting the warehouse to the second floor could she ensure her safety. Fortunately, she hadn't told Liang about the nearly 20 million worth of supplies she still had, or she might have ended up with nothing today. Meanwhile, Liang sat excitedly in the hallway on the first floor, checking her phone balance. 18 million. She couldn't believe she had sold that much. Plus, a villa, 2 sports cars, and 3 apartments. She was now a millionaire. As the sun hadn't set yet, Liang couldn't leave the building. Xiao Xiao was indeed lucky this time. If Liang had heard the sound of the electric pickaxe, it would have been disastrous. Maybe Xiao Xiao was simply favored by fortune, her luck being incredibly good. Liang, playing with the keys in her hand, thought, so what if Xiao Xiao doesn't let me stay at her place? Now I have a villa. I couldn't care less about going to her place. A mere high-rise has no appeal. A successful woman must carry designer bags, drive luxury cars, and live in a villa. I, Liang, am now the most successful woman. I can have anything I want. As night fell, Liang called the person from whom she bought the car to inquire about its exact location. After getting the details, she drove to the villa. Despite lacking a driver's license, the community was not far from the villa, so she managed to drive there. 2 sleek sports cars sat parked in front of a luxurious mansion, filling Li Ying's heart with satisfaction and happiness. She had become a multi-millionaire, owning flashy cars and a grand villa. However, as she stepped into her mansion, she was greeted by an overwhelming stuffiness. Having not drunk any water all afternoon, Li Ying was parched and desperate for a sip. She went into the kitchen, turned on the tap, and found it completely dry. Opening the refrigerator revealed it to be utterly empty, and when she tried to turn on the air conditioning, she realized there was a power outage. Panic began to set in. Previously, while staying at Xiao Xiao's house, Liang never had to worry about food or drink. Now, despite owning luxurious cars, a villa, and a hefty bank account, she was faced with a lack of food, water, and a stifling heat wave, leaving her feeling helpless. Deciding to take action, Liang headed to a supermarket outside her community. With 18 million in her bank account, she was confident money could solve all her problems. As dusk fell, Liang decided to step outside her community. The pitch-dark roads were accompanied only by moonlight and starlight, with a few solar-powered street lamps barely illuminating the path ahead. The streets were eerily silent. Not even the sounds of insects, frogs, or the wind could be heard. This deathly silence was truly spine-chilling. Cars along the roadside were smashed to pieces, with occasional spots of dried blood still visible. To her horror, Liang even caught a glimpse of a sun-blackened corpse. Startled, she screamed and quickly fled the scene. Having been spoiled since childhood, she had never experienced such a terrifying situation before. She began to complain about the incompetence of the authorities and the negligence of the leaders, oblivious to the gravity of the crisis. This princess syndrome, as her parents had indulged, made her believe she was almost like royalty. As Lin Feng had pointed out, it was only the relative peace of society that had allowed her to survive. Otherwise, someone like her would have struggled to make it. Rounding a corner, Liang stumbled upon a large designer travel bag. Driven by curiosity, she decided to take a look, suspecting it might contain valuable items. But when she opened it, she was utterly disgusted by what she found inside. Those familiar with crime scenes would know to be cautious, as such bags could contain not treasures, but human remains. Liang stared in horror at the decaying limbs and organs, felt nauseous, and hurried away. Struggling, she reached a supermarket only to find its doors smashed and the interior pitch black, a chilling sight. Having not eaten all day and having just vomited, her stomach was protesting. Turning on her phone's flashlight, she resolved to check if there were still staff selling food. The last time she was here, it wasn't like this, was it? Entering the supermarket, a foul smell hit her. Drawing closer, she was so frightened that she sat down on the floor. The supermarket was filled with bodies, which had begun to decompose and emit a strong stench due to the high temperatures. What on earth was happening? Could it really be the end of the world? Though terrified, her hunger and thirst forced her to continue. Overcoming her fear, she avoided the bodies and made her way to the food section, only to find the shelves completely empty and no sign of any staff. Regretting her choice, Liang continued her search and reached the imported handbag section, which surprisingly showed no signs of looting. Designer high heels worth hundreds of thousands and handbags worth millions lay untouched, uncared for in the desolate environment. When Liang saw the tempting array of shoes and bags before her, she felt an overwhelming desire surge within her. Alone and unwatched, she pondered if taking these items would truly make them hers. Driven by this thought, Liang grabbed a fire axe and without hesitation, began smashing the glass display. The sound of shattering glass filled the air, and her heart swelled with joy. She experienced an unprecedented thrill, feeling as if the whole world had brightened. Liang had finally discovered the joy of acquiring items at no cost. Hunger and thirst were forgotten as she filled a woven bag with previously unattainable luxury items like leather bags, high heels, makeup, designer clothes, skirts, and stockings. With no surveillance or anyone to stop her, she claimed ownership. Liang loaded up a bag so heavy it weighed over 100 pounds. Surprisingly, she managed to hoist the heavy load on her back. Though she might struggle to lift 100 pounds of rice, she could carry 100 pounds of valuables and still run like the wind. As she exited the supermarket, the items felt like they were truly hers, until she encountered a man outside. The man, equipped with a camera on his head and wielding a watermelon knife, exclaimed, "Wow, tonight in my live stream on Shishan Piaduanjiao, I'm getting my first catch. Lucky me, it's a young lady. Here's a little gift. If you want to see me skewer her, hit 666. If you want to rob her, press the little love heart. Kill first, skewer later. Send a rocket." She's carrying a big bag full of goodies. Free gifts, come and support. This man knew how to captivate his live streaming audience. In no time, millions of viewers flooded into his channel, eager to witness such daring live content. "Support the stream," he shouted, as his channel's viewership skyrocketed. Facing the camera and the man with the knife, Liang was understandably terrified. "Don't be nervous, little sister. Millions are watching. If you cooperate, there's no need for cruelty. Let me skewer you first. After all, being too violent right from the start isn't my style. Give me a few days to adjust before I start streaming more extreme content." As he spoke, he advanced towards Liang with the knife, causing her to collapse in fear, kneeling down. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, bored at home and scrolling through his phone, stumbled upon the live stream and decided to see what was happening. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with this request. Tears streamed down Li Ying's face as she found herself with no other choice but to compromise. All right then, I'll comply. Otherwise, I will show no mercy. Faced with the threat of a knife at her throat, Li Ying had no alternative but to silently obey. Feeling utterly defiled, she was overwhelmed by despair. Lin Feng, taking perverse pleasure, sent another 10 rockets. The top contributor followed suit, sending 10 more rockets. Come on, give me some cooperation. Li Ying, unable to resist, had to follow the orders. She began to regret, wondering how she ended up in this situation. What mistake had she made? Who had she provoked? As Lin Feng watched, he sent another 10 rockets, then commented in the chat. You two need to coordinate when reading the novel. Hearing this, Shi Shan Piao Duandiao, scratched my head puzzledly and asked, Top contributor, your words really carry weight. Then, an audience member who knew the backstory started explaining. Watching the comments in the chat, Shi Shan Piao Duandiao, suddenly understood. Oh my, so that's what reading a novel means. And here I thought I was quirky enough. Seems I'm not quirky enough to fit in with them. But one day, I'll be quirky enough to get along well with them. The excitement in the live stream reached an unprecedented level. Free gifts flew all around. After all, the viewers were just there for the entertainment, unaffected by whatever was happening. Who in the live stream really cares whether the moderators are still around? Whether the moderators are still alive is anyone's guess. Who cares what they stream? Saying this, Shi Shan Piao Duandiao, once again held the knife to Li Ying's neck and said, It's just reading a novel. Don't force me to harm. Li Ying's tears were futile at this point. She could only comply quietly and began reading the novel obediently. In that moment, Li Ying bit into her arm in agony, regretting her experience deeply. Meanwhile, Lin Feng played the song Chrysanthemum Terrace. Your eyes are misty with tears, bearing scars, the pale moon hooks onto the past. The long night turns into frost. Who is on the attic, cold and despairing? The rain gently taps the vermilion windows, my life scattered by the wind on paper. Dreams turn into a wisp of fragrance in the distance, drifting away with your figure. The ground is covered with withered chrysanthemums, your smile has faded. Flowers fall, hearts break, my thoughts quietly lie down. The north wind is fierce, the night is long, your shadow is inseparable. I remain alone on the lake. As Lin Feng was demonstrating his impressive skills with a silver spear on Shi Hill, suddenly, a watermelon knife came slashing down from above. The silver spear was instantly chopped in half, splattering blood all over Li Ying's body. The live stream erupted in shock and exclamations from viewers. Li Ying, in agony, clutched the broken spear, his heart wrenching with pain. What was supposed to be a moment of triumph turned into a moment of intense suffering. The man wielding the watermelon knife relentlessly attacked Li Ying, who was defenseless. It proved that one should never provoke irate internet users, as they might track you down through the network. This is no laughing matter. As blood splattered on the camera lens, the live stream ultimately lost its feed. Live streaming comes with risks and must be handled with caution. Li Ying's bravery and spirit of sacrifice are commendable. He was literally risking his life on live stream, a true display of heroic fortitude. Seeing this, Lin Feng was filled with anger and frustration. He had intended to support Li Ying but instead encountered the wrath of a furious viewer. Lin Feng decided to temporarily shut down his live stream to avoid any harm. He called Wu Yong and found out that Wu Yong was doing well, even thriving by speculating on commodities and making a fortune. Lin Feng was stunned by Wu Yong's optimism and decisiveness. He had stockpiled goods worth 130 million. Lin Feng wondered, how long will he need to consume all that? With the outside situation being chaotic, he decided to keep in touch with Wu Yong, ready for any emergency. Lin Feng, holding a fortune of 130 million, had already ignited his ambition. He decided not to passively wait for others to take from him, but to take matters into his own hands, especially the 80 million that was partly his own. He lived at 206 Shishan Villa District, a secluded area unlikely to draw much attention. The villa, reinforced and housing 18 company employees along with his wife and child, accommodated a total of 21 people. Although armed, the lack of water and electricity would subject everyone inside to severe heat. Upon hearing Wu Yong's threats, Lin Feng picked up his binoculars and gazed into the distance, debating whether to eliminate them all that very night. Unbeknownst to Wu Yong, the real threat was Lin Feng himself. Revealing the hiding place of the supplies to Lin Feng would mean imminent death. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng realized that Wu Yong was quite cunning, and without his help, earning 12 billion would be impossible. Indifferent to the livelihood of those 21 people, he decided to wait until they could no longer hold out on their own. There might still be a trace of conscience in Lin Feng, but it was negligible. Lin Feng stood on the balcony of his villa, gazing into the distance, feeling a mix of loneliness and helplessness. He took a deep breath, deciding to lend a helping hand to Wu Yong and the others. After all, what's the point of living if you have no one to talk to? He resolved to support Abe and himself. And now, was it not time to help Wu Yong as well? Boss, what project are you investing in this time? Wu Yong asked eagerly, afraid to miss out on a lucrative opportunity. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. There's no new project. I'm just stocking up on goods because the capital chain broke. I'll let you know when I have a project. Wu Yong nodded, filled with gratitude toward Lin Feng. Without his help, his own financial chain would have collapsed long ago. After a while, Wu Yong transferred 960,000 yuan to Lin Feng. This amount was not only from the company's account, but also collectively pooled by everyone. Wu Yong knew that what they needed most now was not money, but to show their loyalty to Lin Feng. Sticking with him was their key to a better life. Lin Feng ended the call without any superfluous words, displaying the commanding presence of a boss. Soon after, Wu Yong created a group chat and invited Lin Feng to join. The group, consisting of a family of 3+ employees, totaling 22 people, all expressed their gratitude and loyalty to Lin Feng. Lin Feng entered the group chat, and everyone greeted him respectfully. He nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Wu Yong's efficiency and the team's attitude. He issued a series of orders for everyone to change their profile pictures and personal information. Within 5 minutes, everyone had complied with his instructions. Lin Feng skimmed through the group member list and noticed 2 attractive young women. One was the familiar saleswoman, Sun Fangfang, and the other was Wu Yong's daughter, Wu Daiyue. Lin Feng looked at Wu Daiyue's profile and saw she was only 18 years old and still in high school. Something clicked in his mind. It looks like I'll have to take care of you all, Lin Feng thought to himself, his trust and loyalty towards Wu Yong solidifying. From now on, he decided to take good care of this family, ensuring they led a happy life. Although Lin Feng was somewhat reluctant, he knew that Wu Yong and his beautiful daughter needed protection. At 18 years old, just coming of age, Lin Feng thought it best to wait a bit longer before making any decisions. Although he had some conscience, it wasn't much. He decided to visit Wu Yong's family and bring some gifts, as everyone was bored during the pandemic. So, Lin Feng turned off his phone and packed a handgun, 100 bullets, a set of mahjong, a set of chess, a box of playing cards, several medical books, a few martial arts books, and several tang swords, preparing to bring them some entertainment. He felt that everyone being cooped up at home was not ideal and needed some recreational activities. With the gifts in hand, Lin Feng left the safe house and headed to Wu Yong's home. After about a 10-minute walk, he arrived at Wu Yong's doorstep. Wu Yong, seeing Lin Feng's arrival through the peephole, eagerly opened the door and warmly welcomed him inside. Lin Feng said, "No need for formalities, everyone just get up." He wanted everyone to stand up mainly to see if there were any pretty girls. After everyone stood up, Lin Feng noticed not only Sun Fangfang but also Wu Daiyue were very pretty. There was another girl, whom Lin Feng couldn't help but look up to. He asked in surprise, "How come you're so tall? What's your name?" The girl, named Jiang Qingxue, had graduated from university and was 22 years old, standing at 182 centimeters tall. Jiang Qingxue quickly greeted him, fearing her charm would be too much for everyone. Lin Feng joked, "From now on, no high heels allowed. I don't like having to look up." Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue quickly took off her high heels, making her height more comparable to Lin Feng's. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded and walked over to pat Jiang Qingxue on the shoulder, asking, "Does being this tall make it difficult for you to find a partner?" Jiang Qingxue shyly replied, "Yes, I've been taller than others since I was young, and there were fewer boys than girls in my university major, so no one has ever pursued me." Lin Feng felt satisfied, knowing he had guessed right. He knew that for a man, having a partner who requires him to look up could hurt his pride. Lin Feng comforted her, "Don't worry, you're still young. Once the pandemic is over, I can introduce you to some quality men." Of course, Lin Feng understood that the quality men referred to himself. However, he did not discuss personal matters directly with Jiang Qingxue in front of others to avoid any misconceptions about workplace improprieties. Gratefully, Jiang Qingxue said, "Thank you, boss. I don't have many requirements for a partner, just that they can't be shorter than me." Lin Feng pondered quietly, debating whether he would protect Jiang Qingxue in times of danger, or if it would be the other way around. He nodded firmly and declared with confidence, "I'm 185 centimeters tall, taller than you, which definitely meets your criteria." His confident stance stirred a flutter in Jiang Qingxue's heart. Both wearing flat shoes, it seemed they were destined to face future challenges together. They discreetly exchanged WeChat contacts, leaving room for endless possibilities and looking forward to their future interactions. The onlookers cast envious glances their way, captivated by Jiang Qingxue's undeniable charm. The saying goes that a woman can change her fate by being born well or marrying well, and it seemed Jiang Qingxue had both boxes checked. Her impressive height alone disqualified many men. Those who were only 170 centimeters felt an involuntary sense of inferiority in her presence. The man introduced by the boss, Lin Feng, truly impressed everyone. Jiang Qingxue felt grateful for her boss's thoughtful arrangement. She was in high spirits, knowing that her height gave her an edge over many others, allowing her to stand out among the crowd. Everything appeared so naturally preordained, making one marvel at the mysterious ways of fate. When Lin Feng left, he mysteriously dropped off 2 large bags, sparking curiosity among the staff. They admired their boss's generosity and his humane management approach. The paid leave he provided allowed everyone to relax without worries. However, they were unaware that in times of crisis, Lin Feng was their most reliable pillar of support, yet in peaceful times, he posed the greatest potential threat. Wu Yong was the first to inspect the supplies Lin Feng had brought. There was an array of entertainment items including mahjong, chess, and playing cards. There were also medical texts and martial arts books, clearly meant to enrich everyone's knowledge. The presence of a tang dao, a sharpened knife, and a replica gun with 100 bullets made one wonder if these items hinted at something more. Wu Yong cleverly realized that the firearms Lin Feng had provided were meant for self-defense. Although the employees lacked experience, they were not foolish and chose not to expose Wu Yong's lie. After all, the boss's safety was paramount, and these supplies could be their only hope in an emergency. Lin Feng not only supplied essential materials, but also personally guided everyone in digging a deep water well. His actions conveyed a sense of urgency and responsibility. Lin Feng's leadership skills and generous provisions won over the employees, who were more than willing to follow his lead. Under Lin Feng's guidance, everyone began the arduous task of digging the well. Despite the hard work, the team felt the power of unity and collaboration. Reaching a depth of 105 meters guaranteed a water source, and the provision of 130 million worth of supplies and weapons provided a sense of security. Lin Feng's gaze reflected his trust and expectations for the team, who were wholeheartedly committed to the task. Lin Feng is cautious about who he lets into his safe house, especially since he isn't well acquainted with Zhao Jun and Wu Yong. Wary of betrayal similar to what he suspects of Li Ying, Lin Feng never considered inviting them over. He feels that his domain isn't safe for others, and wonders how he could possibly sleep soundly with strangers under his roof. Concerned they might act against him once he falls asleep, Lin Feng remains on edge. After flipping through several channels and finding nothing captivating, not even a broadcast as thrilling as the ones from Xishan Piadu and Diao, he decides not to rush the search for a new show. He believes that sooner or later a live broadcast that will quicken his pulse will appear. As time progresses, Lin Feng recognizes that the appeal of live broadcasts will fade as people grow accustomed to the status quo. Thus, He spends another calm day doing nothing in particular. Meanwhile, Li Ying's situation is starkly different. She kneels naked at the entrance of a supermarket, unable to calm the turmoil within her. Tonight's events have completely shattered her worldview, leaving her as devastated as a burnt-out CPU. She harbors intense hatred for both Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao. Li Ying believes that if Lin Feng had agreed to give her 8 million, she might not have resorted to selling off resources. And if Xiao Qiao hadn't thrown her out, would she have faced such humiliation? Blaming them for her plight, she fails to see her own role in the disaster. Despite Xiao Qiao's promise to take care of her, Li Ying chose to risk it all on her own incompetence and thrill-seeking behavior, and now she blames her teammates for her troubles. After half an hour of kneeling in pain and shock, trembling and unable to stand due to the severe pain, Li Ying finally manages to get up. She removes a blood-stained broken gun barrel from a steel door and discards it disgustingly. The pain from the forcefully penetrated steel door makes her weep. Even walking becomes a challenge for her. Curling up on the ground for another half hour helps slightly ease the stinging pain. Trembling, she stands up and spends 20 minutes dressing in a skirt and high heels, as her underwear and stockings are now too painful to wear. Filled with rage, Li Ying refuses to die before exacting her revenge. Despite her injuries, she still believes in her purity and her ability to seek vengeance. She picks the most expensive shoes, designer bags, and costly clothes from her belongings, and shakily carries them towards the villa, all alone. Because as long as there's food and drink, everyone prefers to stay safe at home rather than venturing out. Li Ying staggered back to her luxurious mansion, softly closing the grand door behind her as she entered. She set down her expensive purse and high heels, truly valuable items. Taking several deep breaths, she was soon overwhelmed by a gnawing hunger and a parched thirst that began to erode her willpower. Even she, who could normally carry 100-pound shopping bag with ease, had her moments of weakness, and this was definitely one of them. "I'm so thirsty," she thought desperately. Li Ying struggled to her feet and wobbled toward the kitchen faucet, attempting to turn it on. But not a single drop of water came out. Even as night fell, the temperature stubbornly remained at a scorching 40 degrees Celsius. Such intense heat in January was unbearable in Huanghai City. Li Ying couldn't help but wonder if the world was on the brink of destruction. Exhausted, Li Ying sat on the floor, staring at the dry faucet, her heart filled with despair. Clutching her phone, her last sliver of hope rested on the message she had sent to the landlord. Once eager to help others, she now found herself utterly alone. "Is there anyone kind enough to spare some water? I'm willing to pay, and the price is negotiable," she pleaded in the landlord group chat. Her cry for help stirred a buzz, including reactions from Jojo and Lin Feng, but sadly, it went unanswered. The same person who once helped others was now ignored. "Ah, it's just business after all. You sell to me, but I'm not obliged to sell back to you," Song Chao commented indifferently, watching from the sidelines. Meanwhile, he and his 12 brothers were outside, enjoying a crude but lively barbecue under the scorching sun. The makeshift grill loaded with spices and meat sizzling over the fire painted a scene of rowdy serenity. "We, the 13 protectors of the Shi Mountain District, are just trying to survive. We don't steal, harm, or plot against anyone. What have we done to deserve this?" Hours later, still tormented by hunger and thirst, Li Ying felt increasingly weak and once again sought help in the group chat. "I'm really hungry. Could anyone who bought supplies for me return some? I'm willing to pay double the price for just a bowl of instant noodles and a sausage. Please, I'm about to starve. Can you help me?" Li Ying couldn't understand where she went wrong, while those who had outbid others for supplies remained silent. Their willingness to pay high prices stemmed from lack of choice. By the year 2050, with abundant supplies, people had grown accustomed to buying food meal by meal, preferring fresh food over stale, frozen options. The food safety crisis of 2030 was a lesson hard learned. No matter how advanced technology becomes, I refuse to eat that. Currently, a food shortage triggered by a natural disaster had plunged Huanghai City into hardship. Lin Feng had spent billions on supplies, nearly emptying the surrounding areas of food, directly causing Huanghai City's famine. Although he could have resorted to looting, Lin Feng chose to buy his way, showing a glimmer of conscience. As Li Ying watched the silent group chat, despair filled her heart. You were once eager to accept my supplies, but now that I'm in trouble, you choose to remain silent? After careful consideration, Li Ying decided to reach out to Jojo. Although Jojo's home had no surplus food, Li Ying remembered that Jojo had a large supply of water. Jojo, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Could you spare some water for me? I'm so thirsty. Knowing she had been blocked by Jojo, Li Ying sent a heartfelt apology from a secondary account. Jojo glanced at her phone, still seething with anger. Li Ying was seething with anger as she watched her supposed friend, Xiao Xiao, turn her back on her, even going so far as to block her contact. Li Ying had thought their friendship was as close as sisters, sharing both good times and bad, but she was shocked by Xiao Xiao's heartless actions. She couldn't help but wonder if Lin Feng's decision to get rid of a disobedient dog he had bought for 3 million yuan was a similar act of ruthlessness. What kind of humanity did Xiao Xiao possess, if any at all? Li Ying tried repeatedly to reach out to Xiao Xiao, but her attempts were met with cold rejections, fueling her frustration. Xiao Xiao's cruel behavior made Li Ying realize why Lin Feng had given Xiao Xiao a mere 3-star rating. Li Ying concluded that being overly kind to such a cold-hearted person would only lead to more pain. Xiao Xiao's arrogance and indifference infuriated and frustrated her. Unable to tolerate Xiao Xiao's actions any longer, Li Ying decided to cut ties, allowing them to go their separate ways. Staring at the rejected message notification on her phone, her anger was palpable. This was yet another testament to Xiao Xiao's chilling indifference. At the onset of the apocalypse, most people chose to hunker down at home, clinging to their limited food supplies. However, as time passed and resources dwindled, it became clear that the true chaos was just beginning. In this world filled with danger and uncertainty, avoiding crowds could significantly reduce most threats. This is a harsh and real apocalypse, poised to unfold its thrilling scenes. In this brutal world, everyone is fighting for their survival, forced to confront fear, challenges, and isolation. Only those who remain calm and decisive can find a glimmer of hope for survival in this apocalyptic landscape. Last night, Xiao Xiao and Li Ying both had a hectic evening. After receiving a phone call, Li Ying excitedly drank 3 glasses of water and then rushed to the bathroom to cleanse herself of the grime. She felt that only by cleaning her body could she clear the gloom in her mind. As someone new to such experiences, Li Ying felt it was important to maintain her principles. After her bath, the pain from her wounds seemed to lessen. Drying off and dressing in designer clothes and high heels, Li Ying felt like she was back to being the noble little princess she once was. Although no longer thirsty, her stomach kept growling. After some thought, she decided to proceed with reclaiming a property. While not her primary intention, she now needed food to satisfy her hunger. The frail Li Ying wasn't capable of robbery, and she was even relieved that she hadn't been robbed herself. After a night of blood and tears, Li Ying swore never to wander alone in a supermarket late at night again. Following the address on the property deed, she found the place and gently rang the doorbell. An anxious voice came from inside. "Who is it? What do you want?" The man inside seemed very nervous when he heard the knocking. After Li Ying introduced herself, the man, hearing that she was there to reclaim the property, showed a bit of displeasure. He said, "Did I sell the house to you? Where am I supposed to live then?" Only after confirming that there was an unarmed woman outside did the man open the door. Li Ying gently reminded him, "I need the house, and the court's enforcement deadline has also passed." The man replied unhappily, "Miss, could you give me some time? There's still a deadline for the court's enforcement." Li Ying understood his concerns, but her own hunger was more pressing. "If you can't give me the house, then please exchange it for food. I'll eat anything." However, the man insisted that he was out of food and couldn't spare any as he was unable to even feed his own family. Li Ying, undeterred, said, "Then give me the house. It's mine now." The man became furious. "Give it to you? Then where should I live?" He forcefully asked Li Ying to leave and threatened to call the police. Li Ying insisted on her rights, pointing out that the contract had been signed and should not be breached. Suddenly, the man turned hostile and pulled out a fruit knife to threaten Li Ying. Frightened, Liying immediately ran away, abandoning her claim on the house. She was outraged by the lack of integrity and credit and vowed to call the police and fight for her rights. After a night of ordeal, Liying felt utterly exhausted. Although she had some food, she was still hungry. She moved on to her next destination, the home of a mother who had sold her property to save her son, hoping to smoothly reclaim the house. After ringing the doorbell, she stood back from the door, fearing another dangerous encounter. Grateful for the mother who saved her son, Liying showed her kindness and generosity despite the challenging circumstances. She proposed that after the disaster, she would help rebuild the mother's house. In the meantime, she only asked for some food as rent, 3 loaves of bread or instant noodles each day. However, the mother honestly admitted that her family, consisting of 5 members, had no food left except for a few kilograms of flour. When Liying checked inside the house, she found nothing but half a bag of flour. Though Liying was not skilled in cooking, she kindly offered to leave the half bag of flour for the mother and temporarily stay there. The mother, concerned about her family's survival, refused to part with the flour, seeing it as essential for their livelihood. Liying insisted on her proposal, believing it to be reasonable. Faced with the mother's pressing situation, Liying felt frightened and exclaimed about the desperation she witnessed, where people were ready to fight over anything. Eventually, she decided to leave without further dispute. Back at her villa, Liying felt puzzled and frustrated. She wondered why wealthy people often emphasized trust in certain matters but lacked compassion when it really mattered. Sitting on the floor in anger, she sent out messages asking friends and relatives for food and was willing to pay a high price. After a long wait without responses, she felt disheartened. Finally, a message from her mother reminded her that there was some rice at home, enough to feed her parents for a day. This reminder of familial love strengthened her resolve to stay put, reaffirming her belief that family support is the most reliable. Liying walked home with a heavy heart, her mind filled with unsettling thoughts about her family's safety. The chaotic scene of the upscale neighborhood intensified her fears, making her suspect that her home might have already been ransacked. Despite the anxiety, she forced herself to stay calm, planning to stock up on food and find a safe place to hide. She sent a text to her mom to assure her of her safety and instructed her to call if anything were urgent. Her mother's warm and comforting reply brought tears to Liying's eyes. Staring at the message on her phone screen, a surge of anger welled up within her. In this world, she felt that no one, except her parents, deserved to live. Tears streaming down her face, Liying suddenly realized that while she could survive without food, not having water was a serious problem. She rushed into the bathroom and turned on the tap, only to find that the water pressure was significantly lower than before. What used to be enough for a shower now barely trickled out. Regretting not filling up buckets before leaving the house, Liying turned on all the taps, worried she wouldn't have enough water to drink the next day. Feeling helpless and unsure of what to do next, she turned to her phone, scrolling through her contact list in search of help. Suddenly, she saw Lin Feng's name. He had once said that if she spent a night with him, he would reward her with a box of sausages. Those sausages could sustain her for a long time if she rationed them carefully. Out of desperation, Liying decided to make a sacrifice she never thought she'd consider. Indeed, Lin Feng had been right. A month later, she traded her first time for a sausage. Filled with hope, she texted Lin Feng late at night. "Lin Feng, are you still awake? I can spend the night, just for a box of sausages. I can come over now?" Lin Feng, sitting at home playing games and sipping on a drink, scowled at her message. He found her live stream distasteful and replied, "Shooting bullets at your steel door? If I agreed, wouldn't that make me a freak? Forget it. You disgust me. Your stream is too vulgar for my taste. I wouldn't give those sausages to a dog, let alone you." He had lost all interest in her, though he hadn't blocked her, thinking he might want to tease her in the future when he was bored. Liying, reading his message, couldn't stop her tears. So many people saw that live stream? Lin Feng knew about it too? Don't you understand? I'm still a virgin. I've taken a shower. I'm not dirty. I don't need a box of sausages. Just one would do. I'd spend every night with you for just one sausage. Please, Lin Feng, just one sausage.
I'm starving.
She was devastated. Her attempt to negotiate a better deal had failed miserably. Lin Feng's reply was cruel. Even if you spent every day with me, it would disgust me. With this heat, that bullet might just melt on your steel door. Just deal with it. If it really melts, it's hopeless. Liang cried in despair, regretting her decisions deeply. If only she hadn't sold Jojo's supplies, she wouldn't have had to beg anyone. I'm not picky. I'll eat anything, she thought sadly, wondering if this was how she would die, from starvation. Just then, her phone beeped again. She glanced at the screen, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Sorry, I was just driving to pick up my boyfriend and didn't see your message. With Li Ying's help, her boyfriend's condition improved significantly, bringing her immense relief. Their home was well stocked, and they had received official relief supplies, including a substantial amount of food awarded to her boyfriend for his injuries sustained on duty. Feel free to visit us if you don't mind the taste of compressed biscuits, she offered warmly. Upon receiving a message from Liang Qiuyu, Liang jumped up excitedly, quickly packed her things, and dashed to Building 3, Unit 3, Apartment 303. Full of good deeds and intentions, Liang felt cheerful and vindicated. Xiao Xiao, Lin Feng, you think you can bully me? Just you wait. Arriving at the entrance of Building 3, Unit 3, Apartment 303, Liang found Liang Qiuyu and her boyfriend Zhou Kaihua struggling to move boxes of compressed biscuits. Zhou Kaihua, severely injured and sunburned, his face etched with pain and his hair completely shaved off, had to rest frequently, yet he persisted. It'll be even harder to move these at dawn, he grunted. Seeing the food invigorated Liang. Not just one box. I can handle 10 up to the 3rd floor, she declared. Zhou Kaihua, curious about the enthusiastic helper, asked Liang Qiuyu about her. With a smile, Liang Qiuyu introduced her. This is Li Ying, the one who provided the burn ointment that saved your life. Zhou Kaihua visibly relaxed and let go of the grip around his waist. Liang sneakily glanced at Zhou Kaihua's waist and was thrilled to see he was an armed escort. Hold on to his coattails, and who would dare to bully me now, she thought. Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao, just you wait. With a gun, I can handle you both. After a robbery and a live-streamed ordeal, Liang had become cautious and experienced. She carefully carried the compressed biscuits upstairs, making sure not to make a sound. Liang Qiuyu was deeply grateful to Liang. Without her burn ointment, Zhou Kaihua's condition might have worsened significantly. Liang Qiuyu knew that official relief supplies were about to be distributed, and though Li Ying was just a young girl, she was a lifesaver. How much food would she receive? Lin Feng was also aware of the distribution, but Liang Qiuyu knew little. The officials had only distributed supplies once and had since held back, reserving resources for post-disaster military control over unruly factions. What happened next was unclear, as the military seemed almost invisible, possibly hiding in mountain caves for refuge. The 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, each weighing around 5 kilograms, were quickly moved upstairs. Calculating 3 biscuits per person per day, the 3 of them had enough to last a month and a half. Liang Qiuyu, a doctor, had her own allocation, and Zhou Kaihua had earned his share through his service in disaster relief. After moving the supplies, Liang stared longingly at the compressed biscuits, her mouth watering, having not eaten all day and feeling near starvation. Hungry? Here, have one, Liang Qiuyu offered, understanding her gaze. She opened a box and handed Liang a packet. They might not taste great, but it's better than an empty stomach. Liang ripped open the package and eagerly took a bite of the compressed biscuit. However, the biscuit was so hard it nearly damaged her teeth. The official issue compressed biscuits lived up to their reputation. Rough in texture, but a last resort when facing hunger. Li Ying remarked that this food was genuinely substantial. Unable to chew it? No problem. She decided to soak it in water. Despite the unpalatable taste, it at least filled her stomach. Zhou Kaihua entered the room, took out a hammer, and struggled to break a piece of the compressed biscuit into a bowl containing half a bowl of water. Soon, the biscuit absorbed the water and turned into a bowl of thin porridge. Liang devoured it hungrily. It was the most difficult meal to swallow she had ever had, yet under the circumstances, it had a unique kind of deliciousness. Resignedly, she said, Hunger compels us to accept everything. After obtaining the burn ointment, Liang Qiuyu immediately went to help Zhou Kaihua. It wasn't until she got home after a hectic day that she had the chance to check her messages from Liying. The situation was as urgent as if her parents were in the ICU. Who would have the presence of mind to check group messages? Besides, who has the time to scroll through messages all day when they have work commitments? Liang Qiuyu has a job. She can't just stay at home checking messages. Why couldn't the other person stay home? Especially when it's so chaotic outside. It's dangerous for a girl to be out and about. Liang Qiuyu found it odd that Liying hadn't eaten all day. When she went to pick up the ointment, she noticed the room was filled with supplies, which seemed off to her. Liying explained that it wasn't her house but a friend's, where she had made a small mistake that upset the friend, resulting in her being chased out with a knife. Liying downplayed the incident, not divulging why she was kicked out. This behavior infuriated Liang Qiuyu. To think that someone would kick out a good friend just to save a bit of food was despicable. How could such things happen? Are all people like Lin Feng, who, despite being able to help, choose to remain indifferent? Liying reassured her, "Don't worry, you saved my life. We'll take you in. Once the official count of the affected people is done, relief supplies will be distributed. Everything will get better. You need to trust the authorities." Zhou Kaihua needed to go home to recover from a severe sunburn and carried a firearm for protection. He planned to wait for his injuries to heal before returning to duty. Lin thanked her brother and sister for their help, her gaze often lingering on the gun at Zhou Kaihua's waist. As the night deepened and before the temperature rose, she suggested everyone rest for a while. Realizing there might be a power outage, Liang Qiuyu turned the air conditioning to its lowest setting to keep the room cool. Exhausted from the day's events, she longed for a good night's sleep, and Zhou Kaihua, weakened by his condition, also felt extremely tired. Liying asked, "Which room should we sleep in? I don't snore, so I won't disturb you." Liang Qiuyu's apartment was 80 square meters with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. Not wanting to lose her job, she tactfully suggested an arrangement. Liang Qiuyu decided to let them have the master bedroom while she took the smaller one. This surprised Liying, who asked, "Aren't you two a couple, almost married? Why aren't you sleeping together?" Despite her curiosity, Liying followed Liang Qiuyu to the master bedroom. Soon after lying down, Liang Qiuyu fell into a deep sleep, exhausted from running errands and caring for Zhou Kaihua all day and night. Liying carefully got out of bed, closed the door quietly behind her, and examined her face in the mirror. Her face was sunburnt but had been treated with the ointment and was mostly healed, though still slightly red. She opened her bag, took out her makeup, and began to apply it. After putting on eyeshadow, lipstick, and foundation, she transformed back into the elegant princess she once was. Liying gently pushed open the door to the second bedroom and softly asked, "Zhou Gu, are you still awake?" Zhou Kaihua looked up, his upper body bare, wearing only a pair of loose underwear, and appeared slightly embarrassed. He politely responded, "Not yet, it's just too hot. I was about to get dressed, sorry for the scene." Liying entered the room, softly closing the door behind her, and soothingly said, "Don't worry about it. It's nothing unusual for a man. It's so hot. Maybe you shouldn't bother getting dressed." She reached out to stop him as he reluctantly set his clothes back down. Zhou Kaihua, 25 years old, had been a soldier for several years before changing his career to a security transport officer. He was robust and well-built, though his face showed signs of severe sun damage. He joked about his appearance, "This is me. If Qiuyu saw me now, she'd definitely scold me again for being improper." Zhou Kaihua seemed a bit restrained, but Liying, driven by curiosity, asked, "Are you two getting married? Why do you still sleep separately? Would Qiuyu really scold you for being improper just because of that?" Zhou Kaihua sighed and said, Qiuyu is flawless but quite conservative. We've been dating for 6 years, held hands a few times, but haven't even kissed. She's strongly against any intimacy before marriage." Li Ying's eyes lit up as she saw an opportunity. She suggested, "Zhou Gu, isn't Qiuyu being a bit too strict? Since you're planning to marry anyway, why not get a bit closer? Especially now, with the disaster happening and your wedding postponed indefinitely due to your frontline rescue duties, isn't it uncertain? How about I persuade Qiuyu? and I'll sleep in the second bedroom while you two can share the master bedroom. Zhou Kaiwa looked somewhat annoyed. As a 25-year-old man who was still a virgin, he found the situation puzzling and frustrating. He sighed, "Forget it. She's too stubborn. It's impossible for her to agree. She has the same expectations for a partner. Anyone who's not a virgin wouldn't even be considered. She's very particular and quite obsessive about cleanliness." While Zhou Kaihua voiced his complaints, Liang saw another opportunity. She said, "Zhou Gu, why don't you lie down and I'll give you a massage? You've worked so hard for the country and the people. You deserve some rest." Saying this, Liang gently pushed Zhou Kaihua onto the bed and began massaging his muscular body. The touch felt incredibly satisfying. Indeed, there was something captivating about the muscles of a man. Zhou Kaihua wanted to resist, but the sensation was too comforting. He looked at Li Ying's beautiful face and felt a surge of desire. After a few moments of massage, Zhou Kaihua swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Li Ying. He had restrained himself for 25 years and could no longer resist. However, he still managed to keep his composure, closing his eyes to avoid looking at her. Unbeknownst to them, a drone was hovering not far from the window, its camera flashing. Just then, Lin Feng appeared again, making the situation unpredictable. Seeing her chance, Li Ying took the initiative. Lin Feng was always meticulous and stingy, never sharing even a single sausage with others. This behavior deeply hurt and angered Xiaoming, who harbored a growing resentment. At sunset, Xiaoming silently vowed to himself that once he got a gun, he would show Lin Feng just how formidable he could be. Despite the beauty of the setting sun, reality was harsh. Xiaoming realized that to access premium content, he needed to give gifts, which only fueled his frustration and anger, deepening his resentment towards Lin Feng. Determined, he resolved to strive for change and no longer passively accept his fate. After wrestling for half an hour, Zhou Kaihua felt an extraordinary thrill. It was only in a true life-and-death fight that one could fully grasp the vast difference between the contenders. Wearing only his boxer shorts, Zhou Kaihua sat on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette. Despite feeling weak, he knew he had to step up. Noticing the bloodstains on the sheets, he realized that this was indeed Li Ying's first time. Though the experience was exhilarating, he wondered what to do next, especially since his own wedding was soon approaching. Was he betraying Liang Qiuyu? "Zhou, don't go back to the officials. I'm worried it might be dangerous for you. I have a villa, 3 apartments, 2 luxury cars, and 18 million in savings. I'll take care of you from now on." Li Ying's words, as she clung to his shoulders, left Zhou Kaihua utterly stunned. A 20-year-old beauty, wealthy and inexperienced. Had he saved the universe in a past life to deserve such luck? Unbeknownst to Zhou Kaihua, during his hospital stay, prices had skyrocketed. He had been eating food provided by the officials and hadn't spent a dime of his own money. Although he also had feelings for Liang Qiuyu, and they hadn't taken their relationship further, their 6-year connection still meant something. "Let me think. I don't know how to break this to Qiuyu," Zhou mused, puffing on his cigarette. Now that the 3 of them were living together, the truth would inevitably come out. "Zhou, Qiuyu will never accept what's between us. You know her better than anyone. Why don't we take the supplies and head to the villa while she's asleep? I can offer her an apartment and 1 million as compensation. It won't hurt her as much, and you won't have to feel guilty. It's better for everyone," Li Ying suggested, showing him a property deed and transferring 1 million to Liang Qiuyu via WeChat right in front of him. Seeing this, Zhou Kaihua was overwhelmed. Did I really save the universe in my past life? To be looked upon so favorably by a wealthy beauty willing to spend money like water. 1 million and an apartment, just like that. All right, let's do it. We'll prepare to leave some supplies for Qiuyu, and take the rest with us, Zhou decided, still lost in the thrill of his first time. Uncertain when, if ever, his relationship with Liang Qiuyu might progress. With Li Ying, every night could be like a honeymoon, and she was stunning, not to mention her villa, luxury cars, and millions in assets. Who would choose not to marry, not to touch Qiuyu? "Zhou, I think leaving a box of supplies for Qiuyu is enough. Didn't you say the officials will deliver more in a few days? She can pick it up herself." We need more for the two of us. What if it's not enough? Li Ying, prioritizing their immediate needs, knew food was the most crucial. All right, Zhou, it's very hot outside. Drink more water before we go. I'd be really worried if you got heat stroke, Li Ying said, though she wouldn't admit they were out of water until midnight. You're such a tease, Zhou chuckled, pinching Li Ying's waist, already anticipating their arrival at the villa. Wait until we get to the villa, then I'll show you, she winked, promising to change into something more enticing. Zhou Kaihua felt a flame ignite within him, determined to head to the villa. Unbelievably, that man couldn't resist the allure of black stockings. After drinking plenty of water and applying sunscreen, they quietly carried compressed biscuits downstairs. The villa wasn't far from here, and the short walk made the sunscreen quite useful. Driving to the villa, Zhou Kaihua's joy was evident when he saw the villa and two supercars parked in the yard. Li Ying really did own a villa and luxury cars. He had struck it rich. He was now set for a life of financial freedom and no longer had to struggle back in his official duties. After moving supplies into the villa, Li Ying gave Zhou Kaihua a seductive look and slipped on her black stockings. This scene stirred a wild desire in Zhou Kaihua, igniting his fighting spirit. As a man, he was ready to bravely battle. Li Ying joined the fray without hesitation. Their intense battle raged on for a long time, from the living room to the kitchen, from the bedroom to the bathtub. Overlooking the spacious villa, Zhou Kaihua felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Wow, just wow, they both exclaimed. Finally exhausted, they lay on the floor to rest, and soon drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu woke up. The rising indoor temperature had roused her. Standing up, she noticed Li Ying was missing. Liang Qiuyu didn't overthink. She walked out to check. However, the house was empty. Where could Li Ying have gone on such a hot day? Kaihua? Ying, are you guys inside? She politely knocked on the remaining unsearched side room door. Liang Qiuyu wasn't a suspicious girl. Perhaps they were just chatting inside? After waiting a while, all was still silent. I'm coming in, she whispered, getting no response. Liang Qiuyu opened the door, finding the side room also empty. Anxiety began to set in as she saw the sheets covered in stains and the room in disarray. Could they have been in danger? However, the red document on the bed caught her eye. It looked familiar. It was her property deed. Opening it, she confirmed it was indeed her property deed, along with a signed transfer contract. Liang Qiuyu's panic escalated. She grabbed her phone to call Zhou Kaihua to find out what had happened, but then she saw a transfer of 1 million yuan from Li Ying on her phone screen. Sorry, Qiuyu sister. Zhou and I have left and won't be coming back. This money and the property deed are your compensation. Don't be too sad, and remember to lock your doors and windows when you're alone at home. Zhou and I are true love. Thank you for your understanding. Liang Qiuyu, shocked and furious, sent a voice message, only to receive a system notification that her message was blocked. Zhou Kaihua, aren't you going to explain what happened? She messaged Zhou Kaihua, only to be blocked as well. Liang Qiuyu knew exactly what had happened when she saw the bloodstains on the bedsheet. Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. 6 years of love, and yet it meant less to him than a day's acquaintance with another. Zhou Kaihua, you are truly despicable. To think, I even sold the house just to buy you burn ointment, and I was nearly cornered by that scoundrel Lin Feng. And for what? For you to turn around and cast me aside for another woman. Men, each more shameless than the last. It's utterly revolting. In a rage, Liang Qiuyu tore the bedsheet to shreds and threw it out of the window without a second thought. Then, she proceeded to throw out every item Zhou Kaihua had used in the house. Suffering from an obsession with cleanliness, she felt everything was utterly disgusting now. Feeling utterly bored at home, Lin Feng launched his drone and accidentally discovered everything about Liang Qiuyu's home. Initially, he entertained the thought of abducting her under the cover of night for a target practice. However, as he monitored her through the drone, he unexpectedly witnessed an intense fight involving Li Ying. Naturally, Lin Feng didn't want to miss out on this live action. He watched intently while enjoying a chilled beer. After the live show, Li Ying and Zhou Kaihua hurriedly left with some supplies, leaving Lin Feng feeling incredibly thrilled. Before he could act tonight, Li Ying had already made her move, taking all of Liang Qiuyu's crystals. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire Li Ying's cunning, exclaiming, "Li Ying, you are more formidable than Lu Bu. Anyone who messes with you is truly unlucky." Sipping his beer, he was impressed by her ability to sell herself at such a high price. And that Zhou Kaihua even had a gun didn't faze him at all. "My steel door is indestructible. Even if you have a gun, it won't help you. Even if bombarded with an Italian cannon, I'd remain unmoved," he thought. Lin Feng then decided to tease Liang Qiuyu a bit more. Although her smile might fade, it would certainly appear on his face. Ding! Just then, Liang Qiuyu's phone rang. It was a message from Lin Feng. "How can you be so irresponsible? Throwing things down from your apartment? That's literally high-altitude littering. I'm going to report you to the property management and get your medical license revoked." Already furious, Liang Qiuyu was now boiling with rage. "Lin Feng, you pervert. How did you know I was throwing things downstairs? Did you install surveillance in my home?" She lost her cool completely. And Lin Feng's message added insult to injury. "How can a doctor speak so rudely? What's your intention in lashing out at me? Did your husband run off with another woman?" Lin Feng chuckled mischievously, curious to see if she could provoke his disdain. "Get lost. Get lost. Get lost." Liang Qiuyu exploded in anger, feeling as if salt was being rubbed into her wounds. She furiously threw her phone onto the bed and began frantically searching her room. "How on earth does Lin Feng know such private details about my home? Is it a coincidence, or did he set up cameras?" After a long search, even checking the electrical outlets, she found no hidden cameras. Just then, her phone rang again. Why so irritable? Whenever there's a problem, you blame Lin Feng. Although you annoyed me last time, seeing you so distressed, I'll spare your life tonight. Your virtuous image has won my heart, but rest assured, ours is purely a business relationship, with no romantic involvement. Liang Qiuyu was trembling with rage, her anger reaching a boiling point. She decided to completely cut off the creep who had broken her heart. Every time she thought about it, she felt nauseous. It wasn't just Lin Feng she blocked, but all her male classmates and colleagues as well. This sudden blow was almost too much for Liang Qiuyu to bear. After 3 years of waiting and striving, their 6-year relationship wasn't something she could easily let go of. Even a dog raised for 6 years would be treated better. Liang Qiuyu wept bitterly, her heart torn apart. She longed for a partner to support her through life's journey. Why was it so hard to find a sincere man? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she collapsed onto her bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by grief, Liang Qiuyu eventually got up, locked her room, and headed to the kitchen where she grabbed a bottle of baijiu. Without hesitation, she unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. The strong alcohol, which she was not accustomed to, overwhelmed her and she choked, tears flowing even more freely. Originally intended for disinfection, the baijiu now served to drown her sorrows. Liang Qiuyu coughed tearfully, struggling to her feet to pour a small amount into a cup, sipping it slowly. Exhausted by the ordeal, she sought to numb her pain with alcohol. "Why torture myself like this?" she thought. There was no point in testing human nature any further. Instead of this, why not make a deal to share joy together? Happiness should be a mutual affair, after all. Lin Feng shook his head, putting away the drone he was holding. Although he still retained some humanity, it was fading fast. As a devoted follower, Feng Qian's betrayal was a crushing blow. "Who could be more miserable than me?" he thought. "I've been devoted for 6 years. At least you kept your dignity intact. Feng Qian shredded mine along with my heart." Lin Feng charged the drone and checked his phone. It had been 4 days without a word from Feng Qian. He scrolled through her social media updates. Seafood feast with a best friend on the 1st, steak dinner on the 2nd, enjoying pasta alone on the 3rd. Today, her feed was still empty. Lin Feng knew that 4 days wasn't long. Patience was a virtue, and being prepared was wise. He realized that waiting a few more days or even weeks would eventually reveal the truth, and then everyone would understand what real fear meant. Today, the temperature in Huanghai City soared to 60 degrees Celsius. The streets were deserted during the day, as no one could withstand such high temperatures and intense UV rays. Only at night did some desperate people venture out to scavenge for supplies, most of which had already been looted. Aside from them, aimless troublemakers roamed the streets, and some live streamers tried to attract followers by boasting online about their adventures. In a world where the law has lost its grip and the internet has become a lawless frontier, our protagonist has risen to fame in the daring live streaming show, Shishan Piao Duandiao. He has become a celebrated live streaming star, standing out despite many attempting to imitate his thrilling performances. Yet, no one has managed to surpass him. He takes risks that others wouldn't dare, even risking his life for the sake of captivating his audience. On the stage of Shishan Piao Duandiao, he is truly the unrivaled pioneer in China's live streaming scene. Feeling utterly bored, Lin Feng tossed his phone aside and lay on his bed, enveloped in loneliness. His daily routine of eating, sleeping, playing games, and watching live streams had become monotonous, and he wondered when this tedium would end. Suddenly, he thought of Qiao Qiao and on impulse, picked up his binoculars to look across at Qiao Qiao's house, conveniently located opposite his. At that moment, Qiao Qiao had already gotten up and was peering back at him through her binoculars. Lin Feng had a habit of not drawing his curtains, and it was clear that Qiao Qiao was famished, probably craving some grilled sausages. Deciding to initiate some interaction, Lin Feng boldly remarked, "Caught you spying on me again? How bored must you be? I know I'm irresistibly handsome, a heartbreaker to millions. If you're hungry, just say so. Aren't you afraid of getting sty in your eye from all this peeping?" Qiao Qiao, receiving his message, scoffed disdainfully, indicating that she was merely scouting the enemy. Lin Feng joked, "Why don't you come over tonight? You seem pretty lonely too. Let's team up for some real-life practice. As a delicate girl, I'm too scared to step out alone in this crazy world." Qiao Qiao sent a few mockingly pitiful emojis. She thought to herself that as long as Lin Feng didn't bring any weapons, she would welcome him. If he did, she would never let him in. She even joked about threatening him with a samurai sword to scare him off. Seeing this, Lin Feng became cautious. He knew Qiao Qiao's personality well enough to sense that her sudden change of attitude was unsettling. He decided to maintain the status quo and not visit her hastily. Lin Feng was no fool. He understood Qiao Qiao's intentions and would not show weakness easily. Qiao Qiao blushed upon reading Lin Feng's response, secretly delighted. Although she harbored doubts about Lin Feng, she couldn't deny that he had a broader understanding of the world than she did. Thus, she decided to seek his advice. "Lin Feng, I have a question for you. If you know the truth, can you tell me? Is it really the end of the world? When will this disaster end?" After contemplating her message, Lin Feng decided to be honest. The disaster should end in no more than 3 days. Qiao Qiao held a firm belief that the authorities would never easily give in. The 8 years of the War of Resistance had already proven their resilience. A mere few days of hardship would not shake their resolve. Qiao Qiao knew he had to persevere. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, Qiao Qiao was infuriated. Why couldn't he just tell the truth? Any sensible person would know that the disaster wouldn't end in just 3 days. Stop talking nonsense. Only fools would believe your lies. Qiao Qiao was tall and fair-skinned, with handsome features and long hair that fell over his shoulders. His figure was graceful and delicate. In contrast, Xiongde seemed foolish and ignorant. Don't you want a companion? 2 is always more fun than 1, right? With this thought in mind, Qiao Qiao didn't hesitate to send a full-body selfie to Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was reluctant to come, Qiao Qiao decided to go to him instead. If he could capture Lin Feng, the safe house would be his. This safe house, designed by Qiao Qiao himself, was fully equipped and valued at 3 billion, plus an additional 20 million in supplies, allowing Qiao Qiao to live in comfort for the rest of his days. Lin Feng, upon seeing Qiao Qiao's selfie, couldn't help but swallow hard. Although Li Ying looked stunning with makeup, scoring a 9 out of 10, Qiao Qiao's natural beauty easily scored a 10. The difference was clear. Li Ying's 9 points were her limit, but Qiao Qiao's 10 was because he was simply perfect. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. He was no longer a lapdog, but a wolf of war now. He wouldn't give up so easily. If you want to come over, first send a deposit to show your sincerity. Let me see your grain storage and seafood. Once confirmed, you can come directly. Xiao Qiao was baffled by the message. How did Lin Feng know about his grain storage? Indeed, he had one, but he hadn't hoarded any seafood. Could this be a trick from Lin Feng? Even his brother didn't know about his grain storage, so how could Lin Feng possibly know? Unlike Li Ying, Xiao Qiao was quick-witted, which was why he had remained safe so far. I'm not stock. How could I have grain storage and seafood? Lin Feng sighed as he looked at his phone. Why couldn't Xiao Qiao be as smart as Li Ying? A simple search would reveal the truth. Show me your real face. Only then will I believe you're truly willing to trade, or else forget about it. Embarrassed, Xiao Qiao searched and his face turned red with anger. How could there be such despicable people in this world? The audacity to blatantly ask for a nude photo infuriated him. For the sake of the safe house and to get rid of this despicable person, Xiao Qiao swallowed his pride. Relying on his strength, he believed he could overpower Lin Feng. His years of karate and sanda were about to come in handy. Drawing the curtains to prevent Lin Feng from peeking, Xiao Qiao grudgingly used software to find a body similar to his and photoshopped his face onto it, almost driving him insane. Am I insulting myself here? After sending the picture to Lin Feng, Xiao Qiao swore to bring this scoundrel to justice. Is this sincerity enough? Will you let me into your safe house now? I really hope we can make a deal. I'm starving. Just give me something to eat. Lin Feng looked at the photo and shook his head slightly. This photoshopped image is too fake. Xiao Qiao pulled back the curtains only to find pitch darkness outside. He couldn't see a thing. Deciding to video call the other person, he wanted to verify if they were trustworthy. He felt a wave of despair wash over him, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Why are there such shameless people in the world? He wondered. Even a missile couldn't breach the steel door of Lin Feng's house, let alone penetrate Lin Feng's thick-skinned audacity. Speechless, Xiao Qiao realized Lin Feng was unlikely to show up, and he needed to think of ways to protect himself. He put down his phone, dismissing any further thoughts of Lin Feng, and began to consider his next steps. He walked to the kitchen and picked up a whetstone, dampened it, and started meticulously sharpening the two samurai swords. These were the only weapons in the house, and he had to ensure they were razor-sharp, ready for any emergency. The supplies on the second floor had already been plundered, and he must safeguard the ground floor storeroom. If that too was looted, his only option would be to end his life with a blade. He thought to himself, preferring a swift end over enduring more pain. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Lin Feng, feeling completely at peace and brimming with confidence, believed he had seen through all of Jojo's little schemes. Faced with her silence, he decided to tease her further. He was somewhat disappointed that Jojo was too shy to video chat. How can we truly meet and exchange ideas cooperatively and beneficially if you're even afraid to turn on the video? He thought. Jojo, reading Lin Feng's messages, was fuming. She knew very well how secure the safe house she designed was, and now just wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Dropping her phone, she decided to ignore him completely. No matter what tricks Lin Feng tried, Jojo remained unmoved. She was determined to outlast him in this standoff. Jojo lightly scraped her finger against a blade, the clear sound of the knife slightly calming her nerves. After sharpening the knife, she took out a package of dried squid and vented her anger on it. She wondered what Lin Feng liked to eat and was shocked to find out. Lin Feng was leisurely carving ice sculptures at home and arranging various types of seafood slices on them to enjoy as sashimi. Despite the temperature outside reaching 60 degrees and the air conditioning failing, Lin Feng seemed completely unconcerned. Is this the lifestyle of the rich? Almost like a paradise on earth, Jojo thought, as the dried squid in her hand suddenly seemed tasteless. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, picking up a slice of salmon, took a bite and frowned. Raw food is really not to my taste. I think I'll stick to hot pot. He then pulled out an induction cooker and started preparing hot pot next to his ice sculpture. Jojo was seething with anger. She thought to herself that her design plans didn't include a cold storage room, and in such hot weather, a cold storage wouldn't even function properly. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, wanting to expose Lin Feng's actions. She picked up her phone, ready to take pictures from a distance, but ultimately put it down. Despite her anger, she didn't want to stoop to doing something dishonorable. Just then, Lin Feng sent another message. Come try some jelly and popping candy. I've got some here. Let's enjoy the best of both worlds. Confused, Jojo replied, I've grown up. I don't eat jelly and popping candy anymore. Lin Feng responded, I didn't ask you to eat it. Come over. I'll show you how. Jojo was puzzled, but Lin Feng remained silent. Out of curiosity, Jojo Googled other uses for jelly and popping candy, only to feel utterly embarrassed. Lin Feng, he's one of the most shameless people Jojo has ever met. An absolute fraudster, ugly as sin, yet so full of himself. Jojo was so furious she wanted to end their deal right there, and even felt like hitting Lin Feng. She thought he was too arrogant. Did he think he was something special? Did he own an aircraft carrier? Yet, Lin Feng's response made her want to explode. He claimed he did have one, but Jojo wasn't worthy of it. Lin Feng told her that even if she wrecked an aircraft carrier, she still wouldn't deserve one. He suggested that Jojo should find something worthwhile to exchange before approaching him again, as he never went against a woman's will. Jojo exclaimed, This is outrageous. I've never met anyone so full of hot air in my life. Angered, she threw down her phone, feeling that talking to Lin Feng was pure torture. Usually, at school in the architecture department, there were many guys and countless pursued Jojo. On holidays, the area beneath her building would be covered with flowers. However, she had never encountered an attitude like Lin Feng's. Other men might be blinded by their desires, but at least they pretended to be gentlemen. Lin Feng, on the other hand, made no effort to hide his lecherous intentions. Besides owning billions in wealth, a tall stature, and handsome looks, what else did Lin Feng have? What kind of person was he really? Jojo thought about it and figured Lin Feng probably wasn't short of female company. What was he really after? She decided not to dwell on it too much. Jojo lay on her bed, fanning herself gently with a fan she made herself. The room temperature had reached 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, and neither air conditioning nor fans made any difference. Even with a fan, it could only be used during the limited power supply hours at night, and it barely made a difference. Meanwhile, the community was in unrest. In some families, someone had passed away, and the stench of decaying bodies was unbearable. If not buried or handled quickly, the stench could be deadly in this heat. Some followed Liang Qiuyu's advice to carry the bodies to the rooftop at night for cremation. Others couldn't bear to expose their family members' bodies outdoors and decided to secretly bury them in the lawn flower beds. Another group, unable to face reality, left the bodies in a room alone, sealing the door and ignoring the situation. The chat group was unusually quiet. Everyone had been having a hard time and stopped asking about necessary supplies. At midnight, when the water and electricity supply resumed, everyone hurried to store water in various containers. Living on the second floor, Jojo had low water pressure, but it was manageable. Since she had stored so much water, she decided to take a bath, as it might be a rare opportunity in the future. Just then, her phone rang. Why is the water pressure so low today? Lin Feng lives on the 19th floor, and there's barely any water flow now. As residents of the top floor, we can't even get a drop of water. Could those living on the lower floors please consider our situation? We're almost out of food, and without water, how are we supposed to survive? This is a matter of survival. Didn't anyone consider the possibility of water shortages for those of us living on higher floors when we bought our apartments? Especially in such hot weather, what's wrong with wanting to take a shower? We're not using water for free. Shouldn't we be guaranteed access to it? It's not like you live by the sea, so why be so indifferent? Well, if you don't give us water, don't blame us for not being nice. Those of us living on higher floors should stick together. Tomorrow, the temperature is expected to reach 60 degrees Celsius. Without water, we'll be in danger both day and night. Rather than dying of thirst, we might as well fight back against those who are irresponsible. Lin Feng sat by the hot pot, looking at the crowd around him. He knew that the first conflict was about to erupt. This isn't about completely cutting off the water supply. It's about the conflict that has arisen between the residents of the upper and lower floors over water resources. The government is already doing its best to supply water. Even in this southern country, rich in water resources, shortages have occurred. The government is already doing all it can. What more do you want? As Chow Chow was about to enjoy a refreshing shower, he was abruptly interrupted by frantic knocking at his door. He knew instinctively that it couldn't be good news. Grasping his katana, Chow Chow cautiously approached the door, knowing he had to stay alert. From outside, a voice called out, "Hello, we're your neighbors from upstairs. Our pipes have burst. Can we borrow some water? It'll be a real problem if we don't have any water by tomorrow." A dozen eager voices gathered, repeatedly knocking on the second-floor door, seeking help. Chow Chow was well aware of Li Ying's ordeal. Initially, it might just be a request for water, but without it, it could escalate into a fight over water resources. Should he open the door? Could these people be planning to force their way in and rob him? His mind was in turmoil. His home was already ransacked. If they needed water, they could ask other residents. Chow Chow was determined not to open the door easily, hoping they would just leave. "The pipes are broken? Let me come in and fix them." This statement left Chow Chow stunned and at a loss. "I've said it before, just break the door down. We're dying of thirst here. Enough talking. Lives are at stake. We're just asking for some water. Listen, if you open the door, we're all neighbors here. We'll still see each other in the future. We'll leave once we get the water. But if you don't open up, we can't guarantee your safety." Hearing the threats from outside, Chow Chow felt a wave of fear. Yet, he knew all too well that opening the door was not an option. Once opened, he would face the same threats every day. Wasn't this akin to walking into a trap? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the people outside began to hammer the door. This scenario wasn't unique to Chow Chow's floor. All high-rise buildings were caught in a similar plight. Chow Chow's apartment on the ground floor, which was used as a storage area, lacked a water supply, making it a prime target. The unfortunate residents of other floors became victims of those living on the ground floor. The Villa District was no exception. Its ground floor residents also faced attacks from those above. The entire Shishan Villa complex was in chaos. Only the mid-level residents were relatively fortunate. Although the water pressure was low, they still had access to water and didn't need to fight for it outdoors.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The thunderous pounding at the door sent shivers down Jojo's spine, causing her hands to tremble uncontrollably. The attackers were relentless, trapping her in what felt like a dire situation. Despite her typically fiery temper, Jojo, a young woman, couldn't hide her inner terror. The door was already battered out of shape, the ordinary security door proving futile against their fierce onslaught. The iron door creaked ominously as they pried it open. Clutching a samurai sword, Jojo braced herself for confrontation. Finally, the door gave way under the pressure. Standing behind the iron gate, she brandished her sword, hoping to intimidate them into sparing her. To Jojo, this gate was her last line of defense. A middle-aged man wielding a sledgehammer aimed to smash through the gate, reducing Jojo to tears. With her eyes closed and sword in hand, she resolved that if they broke through, it would be a fight to the death. The blade pierced the man's abdomen as the crowd outside watched in stunned silence. A teenage boy, around 17 or 18, cradled his fallen father while blood splattered onto Jojo. The man clutched his wound and soon collapsed, lifeless. Jojo, in disbelief, stared at the sword in her hands, overwhelmed by a surge of fear. She had only intended to scare them off, never to harm an innocent. Enraged, the boy accused Jojo and seized the sledgehammer to continue smashing the door. Jojo, in a frantic defense, swung her sword wildly. Her erratic stabbing kept the boy at bay. The sharpness of the samurai sword meant any slight misstep could be fatal. Seeing the chaos, the neighbors dared not approach and instead attempted to break into two other homes nearby. After a while, Chow Chow noticed that the doors of two neighboring apartments on the same floor had also been pried open. Seeing the doors of others tampered with yet, no one coming to the boy's aid made Chow Chow uneasy. He quickly squeezed in, ready to collect water. They didn't care if anyone was hurt, as they hadn't physically harmed anyone themselves. When confronted by a neighbor from apartment 202, Tang Chuan angrily accused Chow Chow of harming his father. However, Xiao Qiao wasn't intimidated and instead stood his ground firmly. Tang Chuan, with his hair dyed blonde and exuding a malevolent aura, had a sinister look in his eyes. Even though Xiao Qiao had been sentenced to death, Tang Chuan still harbored thoughts of revenge. He attempted to drag his father's body away, but found himself too weak. Out of desperation, Tang Chuan picked up a large hammer and a bucket, deciding to enter another neighbor's apartment. As the ancient saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not too late if it comes within 10 years. Fortunes can change. Do not deceive the young when they are down. Tang Chuan swore to take his revenge in an even more brutal manner. He threatened, "I will come for you tonight. Do not stop me." Meanwhile, the neighbors pleaded desperately to keep some water as it was their only source of food. Feeling as though they had been robbed, they were furious and prepared to confront Tang Chuan. However, Tang Chuan had lost all reason. He violently struck the neighbors with the hammer. The scene was horrifying, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, causing other residents to tremble with fear at Tang Chuan's brutal actions. The room was a bloody mess, a shocking sight to behold. Tang Chuan declared menacingly, "From now on, you answer to me." He displayed a murderous intensity, his face covered in blood, looking formidable. Originally just a gangster wannabe, Tang Chuan now unleashed himself to avenge his father without any reservations. Holding the hammer, he fearlessly stood first in line at the water tap, and no one dared to object. With some time left before the water supply resumed, everyone else could only wait quietly in line. Tang Chuan's father had passed away, and in a fit of rage, he demanded that several people carry his father's body to the rooftop. He threatened that anyone who disobeyed would face the wrath of his sledgehammer. The brutal aura that Tang Chuan exuded filled everyone present with fear. Suddenly, one person volunteered to help, and soon after, 3 others stepped forward, willing to share the responsibility. Tang Chuan was pleased with their response and declared that they would be his right-hand men, members of the 4 Kings of Tang Alliance. He emphasized that the police no longer had control over the area, and survival depended on obedience to his commands. He ordered that only he would handle the water buckets and prohibited anyone else from touching them. Reluctantly, the 4 men picked up the buckets and carried Tang Chuan's father's body to the rooftop. They had no desire to join the so-called 4 Kings of Tang Alliance, thinking it better to keep their heads down and work quietly. After completing the task, they left, and Tang Chuan pointed to 3 other bodies, commanding that they be thrown out the window to avoid the stench affecting the water quality. After a brief consideration, the others agreed with Tang Chuan's method. They opened the window and threw out the shattered remains. The remaining people were assigned by Tang Chuan to chop down trees to prepare for water collection the next day. Now unrestrained by his father's presence, Tang Chuan vowed to break through his neighbor's door to punish the woman inside. He chillingly rationalized that having already committed murder, one more wouldn't matter. However, lacking proper tools, they resorted to using kitchen and fruit knives to chop the trees. Tang Chuan lined up the water buckets, declaring that only those who worked obediently would get water first. As for the disobedient, their fate was left to chance. Tang Chuan's neighbor, Jojo, heard this and felt terrified, worrying that their tree felling might damage her iron fence. The neighbor in apartment 203 felt helpless and could only watch as they collected water. Fearing a repeat of the tragic incident, in apartment 202, the family in 203 complied with Tang Chuan's demands. They expressed a willingness to join the Tang Alliance, hoping to keep some food. Although Tang Chuan was rough, he was cunning enough to leave them some food, assuring them that members of the Tang Alliance wouldn't steal it. He promised that once they dealt with the woman, he would lead them to seize food from others. Under Tang Chuan's threats, everyone felt compelled to join the Tang Alliance. Though no one wanted to be a part of it, the lack of water left them with no choice but to comply. Ultimately, everyone chose to accept reality and temporarily join the Tang Alliance, waiting for official rescue. No one voiced any objections, and thus, the Tang Alliance was formed. Clutching a katana, Xiao Qiao had stayed awake all night. She once thought she could endure forever, but now, she felt she couldn't take it any longer. As dawn broke, people began to slowly leave, carrying buckets and tools back to their homes. The villa complex had suffered extensive damage, with nearly 60% destruction, and each unit was on the verge of collapse. Only Lin Feng seemed unaffected, sleeping soundly. His house was fraught with high-voltage electricity, which had fatally injured several unfortunate children, yet no one dared to confront Lin Feng directly. However, someone had opened the gates to Lin Feng's house, and as a result, the water supply was restored. Lin Feng himself seemed indifferent, even driving into his own dilapidated villa, uncaring about its fate and letting it be mortgaged. The warehouse on Lin Feng's golf course had been opened as well, but it was completely empty. Everyone believed that Lin Feng's assets, once worth billions, were gone, and they left disappointed. As the daylight strengthened, most people headed home, and the chaos finally subsided. But Xiao Qiao was still anxious and unable to sleep. Could she survive the night? It had been the most terrifying night of her life, bringing her closer to death than ever before. She decided to reach out to her brother. She couldn't endure it alone anymore. Covered in blood, Xiao Qiao grabbed her phone and dialed Xiaofeng's number, but no one answered. Trying again, she only heard a voice message, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off." Panic-stricken, Xiao Qiao feared the worst. Had something happened to her brother? She quickly sent a voice message to Xiaofeng, unaware that he had already suffered an accident. At the construction site where Xiaofeng worked, there was also a shortage of water, but fortunately, there was a well, albeit with murky water. The previous night, his construction site had erupted in a far more violent armed conflict, involving steel bars, saws, and hammers. A brutal battle unlike any other. Though they managed to secure the water source, Xiaofeng's safety helmet was shattered, and now he lay in an unfinished building, his fate uncertain. His survival depended solely on his destiny. The site lacked medical supplies. There was only half a bottle of antibiotics, barely enough to be administered to Xiaofeng. If not for his usual loyalty and hard work in providing for his crew, they wouldn't have spared even that half bottle for him. Now, Xiaofeng was on the brink of death. Xiao Qiao felt a dreadful premonition. Xiaofeng, who had always been especially caring towards her, had never failed to respond to her messages before. This was the first time Xiao Qiao couldn't reach Xiaofeng, and she instinctively knew that something terrible had happened to him. Frantically, Xiao Qiao called out, "Brother, are you there? Please, just let me know you're safe." Her heart was in turmoil. Her brother was the beacon of hope for their family, and the thought of losing him was unbearable. With the situation growing increasingly dire, Xiao Qiao decided to entrust him with 20 million in supplies, a desperate move to ensure their survival and the continuation of their lineage. She concealed the supplies in his warehouse, sealing the main door and leaving only a secret passage under the bedroom floor, hoping her brother would find them and stay alive. Despair overwhelmed Xiao Qiao. She knew her life hung by a thread, and only these supplies could possibly save her. She had seen through the indifference of people's hearts, realizing that even her closest friend could betray her. In her despair, Xiao Qiao resolved to end her life, knowing that capture would bring a fate worse than death. However, as she reached for the samurai sword, the image of Lin Feng flashed through her mind, causing her to hesitate. She decided to contact Lin Feng in a last attempt to cling to life. Lin Feng's response left Xiao Qiao disheartened, and she was painfully aware of her precarious situation. But just as she was about to take her own life, Lin Feng's call came through. He proposed a deal, reigniting a glimmer of hope within her. Xiao Qiao realized that her only way out was to collaborate with Lin Feng. Despite his seemingly cold demeanor, he might be her chance to survive. Caught between despair and hope, Xiao Qiao made her choice to work with Lin Feng, fighting for her survival and the honor of her family. Xiao Qiao glanced at her phone screen, her teeth aching with fury. How can this jerk still be so despicable? No matter what, she was ready to face death. But the rage ignited within her by Lin Feng's comments made her determined to make him pay first. Her heart blazed with anger. For someone on the brink of death, Lin Feng's words had truly fueled her fury. Kill one or kill two, it makes no difference, she thought, deciding to take a desperate gamble. She would eliminate that jerk Lin Feng first, then face her own demise. Last night, she had killed those upstairs who had fought over water. They were coming for revenge, and she couldn't fend off so many alone. Tonight, She was destined to die here. When Lin Feng saw Xiao Xiao's message, he felt a surge of conviction. There had been several unfortunate incidents already outside his home. Xiao Xiao lived on the second floor where there was a water source. It would be strange if nothing happened. It's just a minor issue. Come play with me. I'll give you a handgun and 200 bullets to defend your home. You can eliminate everyone in this building, he messaged. Surprised to find out Lin Feng had a gun, Xiao Xiao was exhilarated. If she could get into the safe house and take down Lin Feng, not only would she secure a safe haven but also gain firearms. This was a risk she had to take. Fearless of death, what did she have to fear from anyone else? Send me a video of the gun. I need to see it with my own eyes, she demanded, distrustful of Lin Feng's words, which seemed deceitful. Strip down and prepare to show me your stock, your treasures, she messaged back, her anger palpable. But to access the safe house, she endured. Stepping into the bathroom, she stripped off her clothes and without hesitation jumped into the bathtub. Her life was already hanging by a thread. What did it matter how much water she used? She needed to wash off the blood and prepare for a clean death. After cleaning herself and drying off, Xiao Xiao hesitated about sending the video to Lin Feng. Out of necessity, she decided to record it but planned to cover the front camera first. Ding! What are you up to? Can we seriously discuss the deal? You won't even show the down payment. With that, Lin Feng ended the call abruptly. Furious yet unable to respond, Xiao Xiao decided to let the dying man have his fill. After all, Lin Feng was on his way out. Lin Feng, even if you die amidst flowers, it would be considered romantic. She turned on the front camera and reconnected the call. All right, look. Lin Feng, upon confirming it was indeed Xiao Xiao, picked up the handgun and fired at a distant target.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
His shooting was decent, not perfect but deadly enough. You really have a gun? Okay, wait for me. I'll be right over. To avoid showing too much, Xiao Xiao quickly ended the video call. Lin Feng, slightly distracted by Xiao Xiao's appearance, had to admit she was truly stunning. Setting down the handgun, he eagerly awaited her arrival. He applied sunscreen, preparing for any tricks Xiao Xiao might play, ready for any outcome. If Xiao Xiao dealt fairly, he would reciprocate, but if not, he was ready to seize her. Dressed and protected with sunscreen and an umbrella, Xiao Xiao set out to confront Lin Feng. Standing at the doorway, Xiao Xiao cautiously looked around to ensure there was no one nearby before carefully opening the door and quickly locking it behind her. It was daytime, and she didn't expect anyone to come. Besides, if someone did break in, Lin Feng wasn't home, but he'd come back with his pistol to protect himself. Enduring the near 60 degrees Celsius heat, Xiao Xiao made her way to Lin Feng's doorstep. The heat was so intense it felt like breathing fire. Fortunately, they lived close by. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to the heat right there. She rang the doorbell, and Lin Feng opened the door. Xiao Xiao clenched her fists tightly. She had planned to strike as soon as the door opened. However, Lin Feng immediately pointed a gun at her head. Don't move. Xiao Xiao was stunned, thinking to herself, Lin Feng, why are you so ruthless? Why would you point a gun at my head without saying a word? Don't make any sudden moves. Raise your hands. Lin Feng warned sternly. Beyond 7 steps, I'm quick with my gun. Within 7 steps, I'm both quick and accurate. We're just here for a transaction. I don't want to hurt you. Walk in slowly. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to comply, walking into the house and then closing the door behind her. She raised her hands, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate at the right moment. Here, eat this candy, then go take a shower, Lin Feng said, keeping his distance and remaining vigilant as he tossed her a red candy. Xiao Xiao caught the candy, pondered for a moment, and then popped it into her mouth. She knew Lin Feng had no reason to poison her. If he wanted her dead, he would have already shot her. Besides, she couldn't refuse with the gun pointed at her head. The bathroom is the 5th door on your left. Spend half an hour washing up. I like things clean, Lin Feng stated, openly sharing his thoughts. Indeed, he was particular about cleanliness, which was why he had managed to survive 3 years post-apocalypse while still maintaining his virginity. Xiao Xiao obediently followed his instructions, knowing she couldn't wrestle the gun away from him at this range. Jojo carefully examined Lin Feng's safe house, utterly astonished by what he saw. Inside was a massive 5 square meter block of ice cooling the space, while the temperature outside soared to 60 degrees Celsius. Yet, the interior remained a cool 20 degrees. All the room doors were made of solid steel, even equipped with gun ports. Even if the main door was breached, one could still retaliate from behind these steel doors. And this was just the first floor of Lin Feng's house, which in total boasts 3 above-ground levels and 2 underground. Jojo noticed all the steel doors were tightly shut, hiding perhaps ice blocks and various supplies. Only the 5th and 6th doors were open. As the gunpoint neared, Jojo was compelled to approach the 5th door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by a luxurious bathroom. It had everything one could wish for, resembling a hot spring environment with artificial hills, greenery, waterproof ceramic tile murals, and even a recirculating water system. Surprised, Jojo asked, "Lin Feng, what's going on here? I don't remember designing it like this." Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly and explained, "I modified it later to better suit my needs." Jojo looked around in bewilderment, silently marveling at the lavish world of the wealthy, where even a bathroom could be so extravagant. Faced with all this, Jojo decided to indulge fully, thinking life was too fragile not to enjoy to the fullest. He undressed and stepped into the bath, instantly feeling a relaxation he hadn't experienced in a long time. The comfort was intoxicating. Daily struggles for survival and constant vigilance against criminals wore him down. But here, even separated from the outside world by just a steel door, he felt secure. Jojo swam around in the pool like a fish, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat on the sofa, pulling out a handheld computer to record the scene, his heart filled with gratitude towards Jojo. The wary wild mustang of a girl knew this woman was up to no good. If she hurt my brother, that would be disastrous. Lin Feng, once deceived, would never fall for it again. Little did Xiao Xiao realize that Lin Feng had installed surveillance in the bathroom. At this moment, while Xiao Xiao was enjoying her temporary comfort, she was plotting to eliminate Lin Feng and take over his safe house. With firearms, goods worth 20 million, and such a secure hideout that was comfortably warm, had water and electricity, Xiao Xiao felt she could live here forever. After all, she had already made her move. What was one more killing to her? Lin Feng, you truly had it coming. Bathing and swimming, she suddenly felt hotter. Could the air conditioning be broken? Why was it so hot here? Xiao Xiao felt her body heat up. Although she had endured temperatures of 60 degrees before, this felt entirely unusual. As time passed, Xiao Xiao realized something was amiss. The heat wasn't coming from the environment. It was emanating from her own body. Damn you, Lin Feng. You deserve to die for making me eat that candy. So sinister. I've fallen right into the trap. Even a naive young girl could understand what that red candy meant. No wonder he asked her to take a half-hour bath. It was just waiting for the candy to take effect. Struggling, Xiao Xiao managed to leave the bathroom, feeling weak and overheated. She barely made it to the iron door, trying to knock and call for Lin Feng to open it, but she couldn't even muster the strength to lift her arms. Lin Feng, you are utterly despicable, treating a naive girl with such caution. As Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed and her voice weakened, Lin Feng checked his watch. It was time. My brother. I will make sure you live a good life forever. Lin Feng stood up, opened the bathroom door, and carried the naked Xiao Xiao. At that moment, Xiao Xiao felt so embarrassed she wished she could vanish into thin air. She knew she had lost. From today, she would transform from a girl to a woman. Lin Feng, I admire you. Could you be gentler? This is my first time. Realizing her complete defeat, Xiao Xiao could only pray that Lin Feng would not be too harsh on her. Don't worry, Lin Feng, am only here for a deal. I never coerce. My goods are genuine, and I keep my word. Carrying Xiao Xiao to the bedroom, he threw her on the bed and drew the curtains. Then Lin Feng began to undress, which made Xiao Xiao incredibly embarrassed and shy, intensified by the effects of the drug, making her feel indescribably awkward. However, A long time passed, and Lin Feng made no further moves. Lin Feng felt a wave of emotions as Xiao Xiao's doubts made him feel unjustly accused. He was simply inexperienced, not incapable. The task at hand required collaboration, not one-sided blame. Lin Feng was somewhat embarrassed to admit his lack of experience, believing there's a vast difference between theoretical knowledge and practical application. However, Xiao Xiao seemed to sense Lin Feng's discomfort. Lin Feng, after all the study materials you've gone through, are you still a novice? Xiao Xiao's question made him feel awkward. He tried to deny it, but Xiao Xiao appeared to see right through him. Exposed, Lin Feng felt embarrassed as his secret was revealed. He hurriedly denied it again, but Xiao Xiao just smiled knowingly. It turned out that Lin Feng had only been boasting online without any real experience. As they prepared for their next activity, Lin Feng was taken aback by Xiao Xiao's initiative, hardly believing that he was being pursued. He realized that under any circumstances, one must not ignore a woman's desires and must always adhere to legal and moral standards. The battle had raged for a full hour. The candy Lin Feng gave to Xiao Xiao filled her with strength, unleashing her primal instincts. Fortunately, Lin Feng's agile skills and resilience helped him fend off all of Xiao Xiao's attacks, narrowly averting disaster. This real-life test confirmed the reliability of his brotherhood. After such a long struggle, Lin Feng finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. It seemed that the loss of a brother hadn't disrupted his normal functioning. Exhausted, Xiao Xiao lay in bed, fast asleep. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat quietly by the bed, lighting a cigarette and lost in thought. He pondered whether he should keep Xiao Xiao around. After all, she was his first love. Perhaps she wouldn't betray him? Lin Feng had faith in human nature, but not much. After careful consideration, he shook his head. This wild girl needed to be tamed like a horse in a stable. Snuffing out his cigarette and straightening his clothes, he dressed Xiao Xiao. Poor Xiao Xiao would probably not wake up anytime soon. He applied sunscreen to both of them, considering her now his woman, and knowing if she suffered from sunburn, it would ultimately be his loss. Lifting Xiao Xiao in his arms, Lin Feng truly wanted her to stay. After all, they were each other's first love, and even if it was just a transaction, it was destined to be an unforgettable memory. However, Lin Feng was too pragmatic to let her stay without being sure she posed no threat to him. Only when her hands were stained with blood, when she saw how cruel the world could be, and understood that only by following him could she find peace, would she be accepted. Lin Feng's secret space, hidden within him, could not be revealed under any circumstances, not even to one Xiao Xiao, let alone 10. If Feng Qian hadn't known about his space in a past life, would he have met such a tragic end? Could he have died just because of the overpowering smell of beans? Leaving the safe house, Lin Feng retrieved a heat-resistant combat vehicle from his space. Although it wasn't far, he chose to drive to shield himself from the sun. Lin Feng was fearless of the neighbors around him. With his spatial awareness, he could pinpoint their locations at any time. His space could not only store items but also block bullets. Remote attacks were ineffective against him. Lin Feng believed there was no problem he couldn't let loose to solve. If he wished, he could flood the entire city of Huanghai with water. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't do something so frivolous as it could inadvertently harm officials and dig his own grave. By now, Lin Feng had reached an invincible realm. Ordinary people were merely courting death. Arriving at Xiao Xiao's apartment, he carried her inside after parking. Easily kicking open the flimsy metal gate, it was clear she would be incapable of defending this place tonight. No wonder she had capitulated. Setting Xiao Xiao down on the bed, Lin Feng began to check the surroundings. The house still had water, with the bathtub half full, ensuring no immediate water stoppage. There was enough food to last a couple of days, which was perfect. Once she ran out, she would have no choice but to seek a deal with Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng found a dog? A Tibetan Mastiff wearing a mask? Female? Perhaps he could take it back to keep Abe company. Otherwise, finding a mate for him later would be challenging. Just as Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, picked up Feng Zi, footsteps suddenly approached from outside the door. As Tang Chuan's mother heard the sound of the car, a foreboding sense of doom instantly gripped her heart. Has the door been opened? A wave of ominous worry surged within her. That troublesome girl today will definitely face severe punishment. And that young man. The keys to the car parked outside must be handed over immediately. Then leave this place at once. I, Tang Chuan, will spare your life. The arrival was indeed Tang Chuan himself, accompanied by 4 capable assistants. Tang Chuan, holding his hammer aloft with one hand, stood at the doorstep, ready to unleash his unique tornado hammer technique. If Tang Chuan could seize this car, he would no longer have to worry about sunburns. He could go wherever he wanted. Resources were not easily found everywhere. Lin Feng dropped the pedals he was holding and pulled a pistol from his space. He aimed at Tang Chuan's head and pulled the trigger.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and Tang Chuan's head burst open. The power of this Russian pistol was truly astonishing. A single bullet caused brain matter to splatter across the faces of the 4 assistants. In an instant, the assistants panicked. Damn! The boss hadn't even started his tornado hammer technique. You dare to use a firearm for a sneak attack? This isn't a fair game. Where's the gaming experience? Initially, they had joined the Tang clan reluctantly, and now, they scattered in all directions, each returning to their homes to seek shelter. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan's mother came downstairs to check the situation, hoping to persuade Tang Chuan to turn back, only to witness the shocking scene of her son being shot dead. You killed my son. He was just a child. He just wanted to avenge his father. What did he do to deserve this? Without further words, Lin Feng pulled the trigger again, killing her instantly. A family's fate sealed. Fans of post-apocalyptic novels know that offending the male protagonist usually isn't fatal. Even if you were starving, the protagonist might show some compassion and let you live a few more chapters. But if you offend the female protagonist, no matter how strong or impressive you are, you usually won't last more than 3 chapters. Tang Chuan, a formidable figure of his era, unfortunately chose the wrong place and met his end there. Upon hearing the gunshots, the residents of Building 1 quickly shut their doors and armed themselves with kitchen knives and rolling pins for defense. Who is this person? Carrying firearms? Where is the law? Where is the security? The social order in Huaxia is so chaotic that a single gun can intimidate the vast majority. Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, climbed to the 2nd floor to check the other rooms. In one room, splattered with blood, Lin Feng used his spatial ability to collect all the furniture and flooring. In another, a family stood at the door with a kitchen knife, too scared to let Lin Feng in. I'm giving you a chance to live. Come out now and head upstairs. Lin Feng threatened, showing a grenade. Blocking the door won't help. I can blow it open any time. Terrified, the family dropped their weapons, opened the door, and hurried upstairs. This man wasn't only armed with a pistol, but also grenades. Is this even legal? After confirming there was no one left inside, Lin Feng collected the furniture and flooring into his space. He continued to the 3rd floor. The doors were tightly shut, and Lin Feng didn't plan to rob them. He blocked the peephole, scattered the old furniture and flooring to barricade the 3rd floor tightly, then took out 2 cans of gasoline and poured them upstairs. Jojo realized that she had to make her own decisions and could no longer remain a bystander. Lin Feng decided to tackle the problem by eliminating those causing it. He pulled out a lighter, ignited the gasoline, and threw it into the hallway. In an instant, the 3rd floor corridor was engulfed in flames. The hot weather made the furniture and flooring highly flammable, and 2 cans of gasoline intensified the fire dramatically. The residents, peering through the cracks of their doors, felt despair as they realized Lin Feng seemed intent on burning down the entire building. They were outraged by his ruthless actions. As the fire approached, the people on the 3rd floor did not hesitate to jump out of the building, preferring the risk of breaking their legs over being consumed by the flames. Meanwhile, for individuals on the 2nd floor saw the fire spreading and understood Lin Feng's intentions. They felt he was indifferent and unwilling to help them escape. Lin Feng calmly returned to the 2nd floor, showing no signs of panic. As the fire spread, panic ensued among the other residents. Those on lower floors opted to jump out to escape, while those on higher floors were trapped in despair. Even those who jumped faced grave injuries, which meant certain death in the absence of medical treatment. Lin Feng returned to Jojo's apartment and immediately began to act. He removed the door frame and welded a sturdy steel door in its place. This backup door was incredibly robust, capable of protecting Jojo even in dangerous situations. He realized he needed to confine Jojo to tame her wild nature and calm her down. Without hesitation, Lin Feng threw the bodies at the door out of the window, then returned to Jojo's place. He tossed the keys to Jojo, left her a handgun with ample ammunition, and then carried away Fengzi. This was not a robbery but a trade. Lin Feng had resolved the issue upstairs, taken a dog, and left Jojo with a safer door. He locked the door and left a spare key, thinking it prudent in case he needed to return in the future. Holding Fengzi, who did not resist as she was just a young puppy and not prone to biting, he waited in his car until he was sure the fire was under control before leaving. The upper floors were already consumed by the fire, leaving the residents in terror and profound grief. Already facing a dire situation with no water or food, the fire added to their misery, leading them to question who was responsible for this and whether such actions were befitting of humanity. Lin Feng felt utterly lost as he watched the devastating fire in front of him, leaving him feeling helpless and frightened. The sight of the building charred and smoldering evoked an indescribable pain within him. Lin Feng knew all too well that the fire was beyond salvage. All he could do was watch it wreak havoc helplessly. In the homeowners' chat group, panic and anger were intermingled, and Lin Feng could feel the blame and hatred directed at him from everyone involved. Despite the internal conflict he faced, he chose to remain calm and resolute. Faced with accusations and verbal abuse, Lin Feng was not shaken. Instead, he exhibited a detached demeanor. He understood that this was the path he had chosen for himself, and even amidst doubts and ostracism, he harbored no regrets. Perhaps there was still a trace of humanity left in Lin Feng, but in the face of adversity, he opted for a different path, one that set him apart, even if it meant being shunned by society. Zheng Dehai, Lin Feng's neighbor, is determined to be the first to punish Lin Feng. Who's willing to join him tonight? Sign up now. Gather at his house after sunset. Zheng Dehai loudly declared in the group chat that he will not stay silent, but instead seek revenge on Lin Feng, who caused his mother, Yu Jing, to be detained and also took over his safety house. Zheng Dehai's household is barely making ends meet, and this has deeply hurt him. Living so close, Zheng Dehai has noticed that Lin Feng's house has ample food, water, and even a power supply. The house seems comfortably warm. Surely it must have stocked food supplies. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's previous generosity has won him praise from everyone, making it hard for Zheng Dehai to find a reason to criticize him without causing trouble for himself. But now, he has finally found his chance. Lin Feng, you're in for it tonight. Everyone at Shishan Villa will join forces against you. Brother Hai, I have an electric drill. I'll join you as soon as there's a sign. Count me in. My brother was killed by the electric fence at Lin Feng's house yesterday. I must avenge this blood feud. I'm in too. Lin Feng, a heartless murderer like this, must be jointly dealt with swiftly and decisively. Watching this group of ill-intentioned neighbors, Lin Feng just smiled faintly. You cloak your actions with justice to come after me, but isn't it just a pretext to take over my safe house? Lin Feng isn't afraid of setting fire to his house in retaliation. After all, it was only a matter of time before they would come knocking on his door or smashing his windows. Even if he didn't set a fire today, Zheng Dehai, Wang Guifan, and Feng Qian wouldn't leave him alone. Lin Feng took out an ice cream and quietly observed, keeping silent while also paying attention to their plans and any potential threats. Lin Feng would not allow any mishaps. After observing for a while, Lin Feng lost interest. It seems they only planned to call a locksmith to pick the lock and break the window with crowbars. You think you can break through my titanium door with crowbars? It won't make me yield. Lin Feng played with his ice cream, bored yet resolute. Although not as voluptuous as Jojo, it was certainly better than Abe. Jojo's touch was incomparable. Lin Feng somewhat regretted sending Jojo away. Fengzi was obedient, letting Lin Feng do as he pleased. Meanwhile, Abe drooled, watching Fengzi as if deep in thought. Following Lin Feng not only provided food but also companionship. From now on, I, Abe, will follow Lin Feng's commands. Lin Feng looked at Abe, puzzled by his seemingly wise gaze. Abe, can you go get a cloth and wipe off your drool? Lin Feng asked tentatively, suddenly feeling a spark of realization. Woof. Abe wagged his tail, went to find a cloth, and started wiping the floor. Lin Feng was slightly surprised, as Abe usually didn't understand such complex commands. What's going on? Perhaps in this post-apocalyptic world, not only must one be cautious about letting people into a safe house, but even a dog must be treated with caution. Should I now get rid of these 2 dogs to prevent them from opening the door while I sleep? Abe. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the whole dog froze. Although Abe couldn't fully understand, he seemed to grasp Lin Feng's intentions somewhat. Lin Feng gently wiped the floor before carefully placing Anbei into the dog crate and softly closing the crate door. He felt a sense of relief, convinced that the safest place for Anbei was inside that crate in his world. He decided to monitor Anbei for any signs of mutation, silently warning the dog that any sign of disobedience would lead to an immediate transformation into a hot pot meal. Anbei obediently lay down inside the crate, not daring to defy Lin Feng. After all, Anbei was just a small dog with no ability to unlock a fingerprint and password-secured lock. Seeing Anbei so docile and well-behaved, Lin Feng took out an iron lock, deciding to lock Anbei up every night before bed as a precaution. Lin Feng's extreme caution, even towards a small dog, highlighted the extent of his meticulousness. Lin Feng browsed through the group messages for a while, feeling a sense of helplessness. The messages were all about traditional, unscientific solutions. Among those who had unfortunately fallen from buildings, some had died. Others were severely injured. A few had broken legs, some had minor scratches, and one was miraculously unharmed. They pleaded for help in the group, but no one responded. Now, with every household out of supplies and even the local committee member Wang Guifin unable to offer assistance, 7 survivors had no choice but to support each other and make their way to an empty room on the 2nd floor. The room was bare, stripped of everything by Lin Feng, leaving them with just a bit of water and uncertainty about how long they could last. Those who had jumped were too injured to be helped by the survivors, who were already struggling to fend for themselves. In such dire circumstances, self-preservation was everyone's priority. Even if Lin Feng had given away all his supplies, it wouldn't be enough to save everyone in the world. At this moment, looking after oneself was paramount. Lying in bed, Xiao Xiao felt increasingly hot, as if the room's temperature had soared to 70 degrees Celsius. The fire Lin Feng had started upstairs had turned the 2nd floor into an oven. Waking from the heat, Xiao Xiao sat up and looked around, shocked to find herself at home. Was everything just a dream? She shook her head, trying to dispel this disturbing thought. The idea that Lin Feng would only make physical advances towards her made her feel ashamed. He spent his days at home studying. How could he be such a novice? Moreover, the embarrassing dream she had made her feel incredibly awkward. Rising from bed, Xiao Xiao noticed a set of keys on the bed and a handgun with bullets on the table, which surprised her. It wasn't a dream after all. She had indeed done something shameful. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she wondered how she would face the future. It wasn't her initiative. Lin Feng's temptation was too strong for her to resist. The unbearable heat in the room was even worse than outside. Grabbing the handgun and bullets, Xiao Xiao prepared to go outside to check the situation but found the door had been changed. Was this Lin Feng's plot? Desperate to leave, she found the metal door handle too hot to touch. Feeling hopeless, she wondered if she would be roasted alive. Filled with despair and anger towards Lin Feng, she grabbed her phone and sent frantic voice messages, questioning why he was so cruel and heartless. Lin Feng, after hearing the messages, calmly replied, "Don't worry, the fire won't reach your house. There's still plenty of water in the bathtub. Just calm down and wait for the temperature to drop before going out." After receiving Lin Feng's message, Jojo was furious. "You've already planned an escape route for me? How petty can you be? I'm your beloved, and yet you're still so guarded against me." Unable to tolerate such treatment, Jojo grabbed her phone and a handgun and retreated to the bathroom, curling up in the bathtub where she found a slight comfort. Thankfully, the upstairs bathroom hadn't caught fire, and the temperature was somewhat cooler, though it still felt like a sauna. Saunas often exceeded 70 degrees Celsius, but having experienced such temperatures before, Jojo found the bathroom 60 degrees barely tolerable. Lin Feng, this is inhumane. Aren't you worried the drugs might be too strong and I might never wake up, only to be cooked alive? Lin Feng glanced at his phone, realizing for the first time that he hadn't considered this issue. He had made sure the fire wouldn't spread to the second floor and then left. Scratching his head awkwardly, Lin Feng wondered how to alleviate Jojo's resentment. He recognized his actions were indeed inappropriate and short-sighted. After all, experiencing something for the first time, Lin Feng found it hard to let go. Bringing Jojo to the safe house sooner would have been the better choice for both of them. Enjoyable times should be shared together to truly shine. Don't worry, I made sure the effects had worn off before I left. If you weren't so explosive, I'd really have wanted you to stay at the safe house. You're like a ticking time bomb. Am I going to be blown up while sleeping? Jojo glared at her phone, feeling the urge to explode. Being drugged the first time was utterly humiliating. How could she hold her head high if others found out? Jojo covered her face and dipped her head into the water, trying to calm down. But every time she closed her eyes, she visualized herself fiercely confronting Lin Feng. How did Lin Feng even find such drugs, and why did she remember it so vividly? The only consolation was that it was Lin Feng's first time too. Despite his smooth talking, he wasn't cruel-hearted. Could it be that I can only marry Lin Feng now? But would he take responsibility? Emerging from the bathtub, Jojo began to ponder her future. Women often cherish their first experiences deeply, some even falling in love with the person who gave them their first kiss. Jojo was no exception, and she hoped Lin Feng would understand her feelings. Lin Feng, stop being mad at me. Your actions really disappointed me. You changed the door locks, which shows you still care about my safety. We can sit down and talk calmly. After all, it's both our first time. If we can treat each other sincerely, why not consider marriage after the apocalypse? My request isn't too much, is it? Jojo mustered the courage to propose. Lin Feng, handsome and successful with a unique perspective, was indeed a prince charming in most women's eyes. Jojo, being a woman, was naturally attracted to him. Lin Feng looked at Jojo and admitted her request wasn't unreasonable, just a bit too much under the current apocalyptic circumstances. Their conversation was fraught with tension, as if they were on the brink of a verbal showdown. When Jojo saw Lin Feng's message, he immediately felt on edge. Upon their first meeting, Lin Feng had broken down in tears, recounting the loss of his brother, which left Jojo utterly shocked. He wondered who Lin Feng's brother could be and why he was so fixated on the past. Lin Feng's declaration that he intended to marry at least 8 wives to compensate for his brother's loss only deepened Jojo's confusion. He couldn't see any logical connection between the number of wives and the loss of a brother. Lin Feng's statements increasingly perplexed Jojo, who worried that Lin Feng's intentions might be legally questionable. Unreservedly, Jojo challenged him, accusing Lin Feng of knowingly breaking the law. However, Lin Feng's retort almost made Jojo faint with frustration. With a dismissive tone, Lin Feng asked, "Have you ever met my brother? Besides, how is it illegal if there's no marriage certificate?" Jojo was left fuming, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's reasoning. The photo Lin Feng sent further astounded Jojo. He couldn't believe Lin Feng would boast about such a picture. It was utterly baffling. Struggling to contain his anger, Jojo managed to say, "So, this is your brother? Why didn't you just tell me it was Kuan Kuan?" There was a hint of resignation and bewilderment in his voice. Lin Feng's reply left Jojo speechless, feeling as if he were being toyed with. Lin Feng's words fueled Jojo's rage. He was tempted to delete all of Lin Feng's video messages. He viewed Lin Feng's behavior as a personal affront, utterly intolerable. Jojo's anger burned fiercely within him, his disdain and outrage towards Lin Feng's questionable way of life growing deeper by the moment. Lin Feng hadn't expected the young wild horse to value her chastity so highly. To him, keeping the recording seemed like a clever move. He felt secretly delighted, having found a way to tame her. Deleting the video was out of the question. Instead, he decided to set it up for a timed release, just in case. If there ever came a day when he was suddenly gone, the video would be posted to his social circle. He knew Xiao Xiao's brother's WeChat ID and was confident he would see it. The cameras were not only in the bedroom but also in the bathroom, providing clear, unobstructed footage. Xiao Xiao was both impressed and helpless with this old six. He had no sense of preserving her image at all. If Xiao Feng saw how proactive she was, Xiao Xiao would regret it deeply. Lin Feng's actions were unbearable for her. She couldn't play this game anymore. This despicable and shameless man was so brazen. Driven to desperation, he resorted to cunning and deceitful tactics, even compromising his conscience. Xiao Xiao regretted not being more decisive in the past, not stopping Lin Feng from entering her safe haven. Who would dare touch anything belonging to such a vile person? Xiao Xiao was filled with remorse, realizing her innocence was doomed. She stood up, wanting to end it all. Perhaps only death could free her from this dreadful man's mental torment. Just then, Xiao Xiao's phone rang, and she looked at it, immediately boiling with anger. Don't you dare think about suicide, okay? If I find out you're dead, I'll send it to your brother and the whole internet since no one can sue me for portrait rights after you're gone. With your figure, the clicks would be through the roof, and I might even make some extra cash. Lin Feng, you bastard. Even in death, you won't let me go. What have I ever done to you? Why are you tormenting me like this? Xiao Xiao cried, driven to the edge by Lin Feng. It seemed Lin Feng was omnipotent, even sensing her thoughts of suicide. Hearing Xiao Xiao's sobs, Lin Feng felt a twinge of pity. Xiao Xiao was indeed a good girl, smart, brave, meticulous, loyal, and stunningly beautiful, her features celestial. Her only flaw might be her somewhat quick temper. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, he would definitely commit fully to her, from lovers to spouses, providing everything she needed, never straying. However, with the apocalypse at least 3 years away and the future unpredictable, who had time for romance? The very idea was laughable. After much deliberation, Lin Feng decided to reveal some crucial information to Xiao Xiao to prepare her mentally. After all, he still had the responsibility of human propagation. If she were to have one child each year until she was 60, how many could she bear? He had stockpiled so much. If not for his descendants, then who? He couldn't consume it all himself. Don't be sad, let me tell you about the current situation. Solar flares have damaged the ozone layer, and ultraviolet rays will harm all life. Current technology can't stop this natural disaster, and the Earth is no longer suitable for human habitation. As a college student, you should know how long it takes for the ozone layer to return to normal, right? The apocalypse is upon us, and the future will only get harsher. As Lin Feng's first woman, Xiao Xiao was moved to tears when he finally revealed some crucial information she had not known before. If what Lin Feng said was true, then everything happening now made sense. The ozone layer was damaged? Repairing it wouldn't be a matter of just a few years or decades. Did this mean living in constant fear every day for the rest of their lives? Even with 20 million in resources, would they just have to hide away indoors? That sounded worse than death, more torturous than prison. Even a peaceful night's sleep had become a luxury, with the constant fear of death looming over them. No wonder Lin Feng had built such a massive safe house. No wonder he turned the bathroom into a hot spring. No wonder he sent out millions in virtual red envelopes in the group chat. He knew he couldn't leave this place, which explained his otherwise irrational actions. Hoarding weapons and supplies, becoming cold and ruthless, killing without hesitation. If the ozone layer really was damaged, then all of Lin Feng's actions were justified. Lin Feng, can you give me some time? Xiao Xiao said firmly. I need to verify if what you're saying is true. If it is, I'm willing for you to take many wives, but I want to be the main wife. She continued, and I won't take that position for nothing. I'll bring 20 million in supplies as my dowry, enough to sustain us for a lifetime. Lin Feng was pleased with Xiao Xiao's intelligence. As long as she saw the reality and stopped complaining about fate, she would be welcomed into the safe house. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Feng mused that she indeed seemed to have 20 million in supplies, not just making empty claims. But where was she hiding them? Could it be in the warehouse downstairs? It was very likely, and perhaps worth a search tonight. However, stealing from his own woman seemed too ruthless. Besides, she couldn't escape anyway, so he needed to be more observant. Moving 20 million worth of supplies normally would have caught his attention. Xiao Xiao was smart and capable, making her a wife worth cultivating. Allowing her into the safe house as the main wife was not out of the question. As for someone like Li Ying, even without considering her lineage, Lin Feng would only see her as a plaything, never allowing her inside. She was all about mischief, and her offspring could even be problematic. No matter what difficulties you face, you can always turn to me. Once I confirm you're qualified to enter the safe house, we'll consider letting you in. Until then, you must help me with a task. For now, our relationship is purely transactional. Xiao Xiao blushed as she read Lin Feng's message, surprised he would discuss such private matters. But then, recalling that incident, there was something somewhat enjoyable about it. She shook her head self-deprecatingly. What am I even thinking? I've let this guy corrupt me. Indeed, joy is always something to be shared. Lin Feng took a deep drag of his cigarette. Tell Xiao Xiao that the damaged ozone layer isn't the end of the world. She'll understand eventually. Drawing on his past life memories, Lin Feng recalled that after the beautiful country lost control over a natural disaster, they were forced to expend their last bit of national strength to launch their final satellite. This satellite, in re-establishing global network signals, heralded the arrival of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the Baikal Lake Survival Base began broadcasting messages worldwide to recruit survivors. The beautiful country, having been dormant for centuries, found this satellite launch to be no easy feat amidst chaos. It seemed they wished to drag the rest of the world into turmoil with them. Despite the chaos, the beautiful country refrained from deploying nuclear weapons, knowing well that Huaxia, Bangzi country, and Russia each possessed nuclear arsenals aimed at them, which would only worsen their situation. In that year, Russia enjoyed relative tranquility. Global temperatures plummeted, with Siberia recording temperatures of just 50 degrees Celsius and the Arctic ice caps at around 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. However, such good days were destined to be short-lived. This was precisely why Lin Feng chose not to establish a shelter in Russia. Was he supposed to relocate every year? Such a transient lifestyle seemed far too troublesome. Moreover, there were unresolved issues with neighbors, including his uncle, former teammates, and even Feng Qian. If he were to leave, the situation could become more complicated should any of them awaken their special abilities. But rest assured, everything was just beginning. Lin Feng was determined to stay and navigate this journey with everyone, ensuring no one would regret coming into this world. He put down his cigarette, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Starting anew, he would take no risks. Should he encounter an insurmountable issue, he would simply have to utilize his minimal water manipulation abilities to resolve it. In Lin Feng's view, there was nothing he couldn't handle. Oh my God, is it really the end of the world? Jojo lay soaked in the bathtub, clutching her phone tightly, her eyes vacant. Thinking back on recent events, she began to believe Lin Feng's predictions. Perhaps only someone as resolute as Lin Feng could survive the apocalypse. Reflecting on her actions, Jojo realized that maybe things could have been avoided. If only she hadn't coldly turned away Li Ying. If only she had installed steel doors like Lin Feng. Could all that followed have been prevented? Now she understood why the attempt to assassinate Abe was necessary, why she wasn't allowed into the safe house. Perhaps Lin Feng never fully trusted her. After all, she had planned to take him down when he least expected it, despite their being strangers. Putting down her phone, Jojo started to think about future strategies. Fortunately, Lin Feng had left behind a steel door and a handgun for protection. The warehouse downstairs was stocked with ample supplies. Even if the entire city lost power and water, with the steel door, handgun, food, and water, Jojo could last a long time. Yet, lying in the bathtub, she still felt fear. What if she fell ill with a fever or heat stroke? With no medicine and no one around, facing death alone felt like waiting for the Grim Reaper's arrival. Indeed, a woman alone might not survive. Jojo felt utterly helpless. She thought of Lin Feng's youthful naivety, His eloquence in everyday situations, but hesitation when it mattered most. Was he really trying to spare her feelings? Covering her face, Lin Feng's image kept haunting her mind. No matter what, this bastard would forever be etched in her heart. Oh, how embarrassing. What was wrong with her? Why was she constantly thinking about that damned man who nearly had her roasted alive? Jojo covered her face, not daring to remember, but the experience was deeply ingrained in her heart. It was her first time, unforgettable. Eventually, the flames died down, and the room temperature began to drop. Jojo climbed out of the bathtub, staring at the murky water, indecisive. She had already bathed twice, and the water had turned quite dirty. But if she drained it, she would have no water for the night. What would she drink in the future? Oh my God, what was she thinking? It was just ordinary bath water, and yet she hesitated to keep it. Jojo felt like she was breaking down. She truly was breaking down. Remembering Lin Feng's automatically recycling hot spring, it seemed like paradise, and she had only seen the tip of the iceberg. The safe house had 5 floors. So many unknown rooms. What secrets did it hide? Jojo had always been curious, otherwise, she wouldn't have kept following Lin Feng. Now that she had glimpsed something, her desire to uncover its secrets grew even stronger. The safe house covered 50,000 square feet. How much had Lin Feng modified it? Oh, she hoped Lin Feng was just teasing her. She hoped the world would return to normal soon, and her brother would come home. Jojo looked at the water in the bathtub and finally decided not to drain it. She would wait for tonight's water supply. If there was water, she would change it then. Stepping out of the bathroom, she checked the handgun Lin Feng had left, careful not to pull the trigger too hastily to avoid wasting bullets. Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable relief surged through Xiao Qiao as she gazed at the steel door before her. It appeared exceptionally sturdy, seemingly capable of thwarting any intrusion. Although there might be attempts to pry it open tonight, Xiao Qiao no longer felt helpless. Even if she couldn't hold out, she could choose to end things swiftly, avoiding prolonged suffering. Inspecting the door, its solid welding somewhat validated Lin Feng's sincerity. Trading a dog for such a secure door seemed reasonable, considering keeping a dog was merely a waste of food nowadays. Perhaps by aligning with Lin Feng, Xiao Qiao could enjoy delicacies like Abe did, no longer relegated to subsisting on dog food and meat. However, as her thoughts drifted, Xiao Qiao's sense of grievance deepened. Being a maiden, it was disheartening to have given herself to Lin Feng first, only to be treated worse than the dog he had taken away. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved in such a situation? Lin Feng, what is this supposed to mean? Oh, he's even made me feel pity for him. Why do I feel this way? I should be plotting to get rid of him. Ashamed and infuriated, Xiao Qiao stomped her feet. Yet, as a girl who had just experienced her first romantic encounter, how could Xiao Qiao simply forget her first man? She stomped around the room and sighed. Well, having already killed and lost my innocence, I might as well make the best of my situation, she thought, resigning herself to her fate as she sat on the floor, her hope for the future dwindling. At midnight, the water supply was restored. Watching the water flow into the bathtub, Xiao Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. She drained the tub, waiting for it to slowly refill, which seemed manageable at this pace. With the water issue resolved and Lin Feng having dealt with the upstairs neighbors, Xiao Qiao, having nothing better to do, took out her night vision binoculars. From a distance, she saw a group of people, armed with various tools, gathering at Lin Feng's safe house. Were they there to protect her? The thought that Lin Feng might have drawn such a crowd just to assist her touched her, considering the risks he faced, including those who might set the building ablaze. Follow me. Tonight, we strike at Lin Feng. Zhang Dehai commanded, leading dozens of men armed with hammers, drills, and wires to Lin Feng's door, determined to unearth him. Witnessing this, Xiao Qiao felt unexpectedly worried for Lin Feng, then quickly shook her head in disgust. Why should I care if he dies? I should be the happiest, she mused, puzzled by her own transformation since becoming involved with Lin Feng. Why had she lost her usual decisiveness and resolve? Perhaps, just maybe, Xiao Qiao had fallen for the damned Lin Feng. After a moment of contemplation, She texted him, Lin Feng, do you need me to cover you from the second floor window? Draw some fire? If Lin Feng were defeated, he might post the video online, and how could she face that? Lin Feng's house was dangerously covered by a high-voltage electric grid. Zhang Dehai quickly warned everyone, and they all nodded in understanding. However, one of the younger members scoffed, What's Lin Feng anyway? I can slice through this door with one swing. He grabbed a watermelon knife and swung it with all his might, striking down hard. Clang! The blade collided, emitting a sharp sound, and the watermelon knife broke, sending shards flying towards his throat. Blood gushed out as he was left hanging by a thread, with no hope of recovery. Everyone was stunned. Why did he take such a risk? Zhang Dehai gently touched the titanium door, leaving only a faint mark, completely unscathed. He suggested that they let Lao Wang, a professional locksmith with over 30 years of unmatched experience, take a crack at it. Lao Wang nodded confidently, but upon seeing the lock on Lin Feng's door, he faced a challenge. Shaking his head, Lao Wang sighed, This is tricky. This lock appears to be a state-of-the-art facial recognition system combined with a mechanical lock, a PIN code, and a fingerprint scanner, all needing to be cracked in under 30 seconds. I can't do it. Despite his extensive experience, Lao Wang was at a loss. Zhang Dehai came up with a plan, thinking that if they could bypass this lock, they could dominate the area. Reluctantly, Lao Wang accepted the challenge and prepared to first tackle the mechanical lock before attempting to force the electronic, fingerprint, and PIN code locks. He carefully inserted his tools, trying to feel the internal structure in order to craft a key. Suddenly, Lin Feng chuckled from behind the door and turned off the power switch. Lao Wang cried out in pain as he was hit by a high-voltage shock. Another young man rushed to pull him away and was also struck by the electric current. Everyone was terrified. The door was equipped with such lethal high-voltage protection. What to do now? Zhang Dehai furiously opened Lao Wang's hand, and both their charred bodies lay quietly beside each other, completely blackened. They had never met before, but this incident made them comrades in fate. The leg twitching was just a natural muscle reaction from the electric shock, so there was no need for excessive panic. The tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat was so irresistible that it evoked a bizarre craving among the people facing two seemingly tender, well-cooked bodies. Zhang Dehai was frantic with worry when he saw his three teammates silent, which infuriated him. He shouted, What's going on? Bring a hammer and smash through the window. I refuse to believe their glass can conduct electricity. His words snapped everyone out of their daze. Shaking their heads, they picked up hammers and began to smash the glass. With a dull thud, Zhang Dehai's fingers went numb as the wooden handle of the hammer broke, and his palm was jolted violently. How strong was this glass? Zhang Dehai shone a flashlight on it, revealing that the glass was over a meter thick. Even if it wasn't bulletproof, it was too thick to break through with mere human strength. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could this be what Lin Feng's so-called private hospital was like? Upon closer inspection, Zhang Dehai noticed that the only damage was a small puncture in the sun-blocking film Lin Feng had applied to the glass. Determined, Zhang Dehai yelled, Pull the wires, connect the jackhammers, and let's drill through. They dragged over dozens of meters of electrical cable and prepared several jackhammers. Each strike left a white mark on the glass, giving Zhang Dehai and his team a glimmer of hope. Persistence would eventually break the glass, as constant effort wears away the hardest stone. Just then, Lin Feng, with a smile, picked up a hose and turned on the water, aiming it at the group. Water gushed out, fizzing as the outlet shorted and the water reached the high-voltage network. Those holding the jackhammers suddenly started dancing from the electric shock, quickly turning from strangers to familiar faces in their shared misfortune. Lin Feng, you must have water and supplies in there. I'm even conserving my drinking water, and here you are wasting it on us. Zhang Dehai was furious. Lin Feng had procured supplies worth billions, and it seemed he had intentionally reported a false alarm to hoard all the supplies in his house, enough to sustain the entire community of Shishan Biyuan. I have no place to even pour out my bathwater, and you're still out here? Lin Feng retorted as he waved the hose, causing everyone to retreat for fear of electrocution. Bathwater? Who are you kidding? Who needs that much water just for a bath? A single bathtub should suffice. Zhang Dehai kept his distance, fuming, while Lin Feng stopped the water flow. Calmly, he stated, "Poverty limits your imagination. I do use this much water for my baths." It turned out Lin Feng was telling the truth about his bathing habits. After bathing, he also had shampoo and shower gel, which, although not drinkable or suitable for watering plants, he stored for future use. Surprisingly, the sight of Lin Feng's bathwater made everyone salivate, not out of a desire to bathe, but from a desperate thirst. An elderly man, parched and desperate, lay down and began to drink from a puddle on the ground. At this moment, the sound of the bath water sizzling seemed to mock the intense thirst of the crowd. An old man transformed into someone familiar, sparking panic among the onlookers. Their hearts tightened, feeling a chill down their spines, powerless against Lin Feng's actions. Why was Lin Feng so cruel as to electrify the bath water, yet refused to spare even a drop for them to drink? Where was the humanity? They were parched and starving, nearly dying of thirst and hunger. Most of those who came tonight to confront Lin Feng had already run out of water and food at home, hoping to seize the opportunity to break into Lin Feng's house and take his supplies. However, the current situation made them hesitant to even approach, turning it into a daunting challenge. The crowd exchanged looks, with no one knowing how to successfully seize the resources from Lin Feng. Lin Feng was accused of arson that led to the burning down of a building and multiple fatalities, facing severe charges. Representing the police, Zhang Dehai came to arrest him, urging him to open the door and surrender for investigation. Holding high the banner of justice, Zhang hoped for Lin Feng's cooperation. However, upon hearing the accusations, Lin Feng scoffed. "You think I'm afraid of you coming in? Not just one person, even 10,000 wouldn't be able to enter." Realizing he couldn't forcefully enter Lin Feng's residence, Zhang Dehai devised a plan. He spread a message in a group chat claiming that Lin Feng had hidden 10 billion worth of resources in a safe house and invited those in need to come and share them. The news caused a sensation, and crowds rushed towards Lin Feng's safe house. Watching the unexpected turn of events, Lin Feng pondered whether to confront these people. Ultimately, he chose to stand down. The crowd attempted to break into Lin Feng's safe house, but found themselves unable to breach the iron walls, ending up in a quandary. Meanwhile, Lin Feng watched everything unfold on his monitors, deciding not to take any further action. Lin Feng stood at his doorstep, his brow furrowed in hesitation. He couldn't bear the thought of bodies piling up on his own land, fearing the outbreak of an epidemic that would be too dreadful to contemplate. The daunting task of dealing with the bodies made him shudder at the potential risk of infection. Thus, he decided to make these people leave. He couldn't bring himself to intervene physically and could only watch as they continued their assault. Lin Feng thought to himself that if he weren't so cautious, these people would probably lose their lives here tonight. This scene was unique to Lin Feng's doorstep. It was unlikely to occur elsewhere. As they attempted to break down the door with violence, they were unsuccessful, as if his door were made of iron. When Zhang Dehai spoke up, Lin Feng gave a wry smile and gestured for him to come closer. Lin Feng suggested they stop digging and invited Zhang Dehai inside to discuss matters. Zhang Dehai, misinterpreting Lin Feng's actions as a sign of weakness, arrogantly ordered his men to continue digging. However, Lin Feng's gesture secretly delighted Zhang Dehai, who believed that unity could solve any problem. Lin Feng then took out a hand crossbow, its arrow coated with a foul-smelling substance. He aimed at Zhang Dehai's ear and fired, causing excruciating pain. Zhang Dehai, panicked and in agony from the attack, realized the severity of his situation. Lin Feng, cautious of causing fatal injury, merely wanted to instill fear rather than kill. He knew all too well the endless troubles that killing Zhang Dehai would bring. After being struck, Zhang Dehai's face was covered in blood, and he roared in pain. He knew he had to treat his wound promptly to avoid a catastrophic infection. Despite his raging fury, Zhang Dehai had no choice but to set aside his vengeance and attend to his injury as a priority. Lin Feng showed no mercy, throwing a bucket of dog feces that hit Zhang Dehai squarely. Taken aback by the stench and caught off guard, Zhang Dehai was covered in dog feces, looking utterly disgraced. Before he could react, he was already seething with rage from Lin Feng's actions. The dog feces, difficult to wash off, left Zheng Dehai feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Lin Feng, just you wait. Zheng Dehai knew all too well that the consequences of getting dog feces in a wound were dire. He hurriedly covered his face and rushed home to clean up, knowing that if he didn't, he was done for. Meanwhile, Lin Feng walked briskly to where the men were digging pits. Without hesitation, he opened the firing slot, lit a Molotov cocktail, and threw it into the pit. Conveniently, the pit was ready, sparing others the effort of burying bodies later. As they pleaded with their eyes, 5 men struggled in the roaring flames, with no water to save them, quickly turning into charred corpses lying in the pits they had dug themselves. No need for anyone else to worry about burying them. The remaining people, witnessing the scene, quickly distanced themselves from Lin Feng's safe house, fearing they might be the next victims of his fiery wrath. After a night of chaos, hundreds died achieving nothing. As dawn broke, everyone left helplessly. They were thirsty and hungry, having wasted their energy. It was bound to be a tough day. Back at home, Zheng Dehai immediately jumped into the bathtub, desperately washing off the dog feces and cleaning his wounds, aware that an infection could be catastrophic. Why is there still water? Dehai, what's happened to you? Don't scare me, Yu Jing said, panicked upon seeing the bathtub stained with dog feces and fresh blood. Change the water quickly. You must clean those wounds, or an infection could have dreadful consequences. At that moment, Zheng Dehai's wife, Su Hongrui, also rushed over, anxiously opening the bathtub's drain and flushing Zheng Dehai's wounds with buckets of clean water. Dehai, did Lin Feng do this? Does he have no humanity? To not only shoot you but also throw dog feces? Su Hongrui was furiously livid. Being a strong-willed woman from the underworld, marked by tattoos of Guan Yu's eyes showing her fierceness, she never backed down. Quick, get the iodine and the first aid kit. Apply it. Yu Jing hurried to fetch it, as Zheng Dehai and Su Hongrui always kept anti-inflammatory drugs ready. Here it is. Dehai, bear with it. We can't afford any mistakes in this hot weather. If anything happens to you, I'll have to remarry with the children. Su Hongrui, seemingly indifferent to Zheng Dehai's pain, took the iodine from Yu Jing and poured it over his gaping wound. Zheng Dehai screamed in agony. Lin Feng, you wait. I'll catch you and won't rest until you're torn to pieces. The pain was almost unbearable as Su Hongrui mercilessly began stitching up the wound on Zheng Dehai's face, as if sewing up a pair of cotton trousers. Zheng Dehai's legs flailed in pain until he eventually passed out, his fate uncertain. Su Hongrui applied Yunnan Baiyao, leaving his fate in the hands of the gods. She had done all she could. Rest assured, Dehai. Even if you die, I will avenge you. No man of Su Hongrui dies in vain. Su Hongrui's words were sincere and believable, for she had blood on her hands before. Su Hongrui's ex-husband, a notorious gang leader, was brutally murdered. In a fit of rage, she wielded 2 machetes and chopped those responsible into mincemeat. Each injury she suffered was covered with a tattoo to hide the scars. Seemingly fearless of death, every inch of her body bore the marks of her battles, save for her face and the soles of her feet. However, life took a gentler turn when she married Zheng Dehai, who provided well enough for them, allowing her to step back from her former violent life. But today, it seemed she was ready to dive back into the fray. She scolded Zheng Dehai's subordinates fiercely. Are you all useless? Can't handle a single person? And you still have the nerve to come back and eat? No water or food for you today. Starve. After tending to Zheng Dehai's injuries, Su Hongrui began berating his men. They bowed their heads, uttering not a word, fully aware of the fearsome reputation of 13 Mei. Despite her years of peaceful living, they had no doubt she could still unleash terrifying violence. Hey, Wanggu, it's 13 Mei. My husband's been severely beaten, and it's touch and go. Do you still have guns and explosives? I need some for revenge. She spoke fearlessly. What? There's a shortage? I have to stay with you for 3 days to get them? Fine. I'll drive over tonight to pick them up. 3 days then. I don't want to see anything happen to you. The subordinates were utterly obedient, shocked at her audacity. Looking at Zheng Dehai, unconscious in bed, they felt a mix of respect and pity. Carry Dehai to the bedroom. When I return in 3 days, I'm blowing up Lin Feng's shabby house with dynamite. Useless bunch, can't you handle one lousy house?
Suongrui quemandi draichesli.
The men, skilled only in brute force, knew they were no match for her. Was the 2039 Huanghai Citibank heist really your work? The subordinates asked in awe. Big sister, you're incredible. We'll complete the task within 3 days. Motivated and with ample manpower, they began their preparations. Su Hongrui packed her bags, dressed in a backless, slit red dress, and applied bright red makeup, her tattoos on full display like a dangerously beautiful rose. Zheng Dehai might not have fully grasped her style, but had he known, it would surely have enraged him. After all, not just anyone could handle a gang leader's woman. Zheng Dehai, are you sure that child is yours? I'm blowing up Lin Feng's house with dynamite when I return. Su Hongrui left this stern warning with a determined look. Observing Zheng Dehai's unconscious form, she was filled with resolve. She had once blasted open the vault of Huanghai Citibank using tunnels. How could Lin Feng's house be any more secure? The subordinates silently accepted their tasks, determined not to let their formidable sister-in-law down. They worked meticulously, capturing people and digging tunnels, fully committed to fulfilling Su Hongrui's commands. Meanwhile, Su Hongrui was ready to set off, her luggage packed for the mission ahead. As dawn was just breaking, Lin Feng was puffing clouds of smoke into the chilly air, feeling restless. He would have taken action already if he didn't have to clean up the mess. Bored and slightly drowsy, Lin Feng casually pulled out his phone and started scrolling through it. He received a message from Fang Qian that brought a smirk to his face. Lin Feng, are you there? I'm really worried with so many people bothering you. It seemed that green tea actress Fang Qian couldn't contain her anxiety after Zheng Dehai spread rumors about Lin Feng owning billions in assets. Qian, I miss you so much. I was so scared last night with all those people harassing me. Lin Feng playfully replied, expressing a mix of helplessness and concern. I won't let you escape so easily. Meanwhile, Fang Qian and Wang Qing were at home struggling with their plain-boiled noodles, finding it hard to swallow. When will this nightmare end? Fang Qian angrily threw down her chopsticks. Being a spoiled heiress, she was totally unaccustomed to such bland food. Although living on the 8th floor of Building 5, her life was not tough. There was no shortage of water or food, and there were even some discounted steaks in the fridge. Yet, the food just didn't hit the spot. Earlier in the group chat, when Lin Feng claimed he had lost billions in assets and was running low on supplies, even down to his last packs of instant noodles, Fang Qian paid no heed. Why should your hardships concern me? My stakes are not for someone so spineless. However, last night, she accidentally discovered that Lin Feng's safe house was hiding billions in assets and even ice blocks. This realization made her yearn for more. After all, couldn't this spineless man be summoned with just a command? Qian, our current life isn't too bad. Look at the people outside fighting over a sip of water or a packet of noodles. I don't even dare to post pictures on social media anymore, fearing it might attract trouble. Let's just make do with what we have. Wang Qing pushed the bowl towards Fang Qian, urging her to keep eating. I don't want to eat this. I want lobster, steak, and a glass of chilled wine. That's the life I desire. Fang Qian pouted, throwing a tantrum. Wang Qing just shook her head, jokingly saying, in all of Huanghai City, probably only Lin Feng still has lobster, steak, and wine. Isn't he your devoted follower? The one who buys you bags and pays for your house in full? Has he replied to your message yet? Wang Qing too longed for a taste of wine and steak, but lacked such connections. Plain-looking and of average height, Wang Qing couldn't compete with Fang Qian. The wealthy young men they knew weren't interested in someone like her. They were after high-end goods, and she never had the chance to manipulate money and luxury items from devoted admirers like Fang Qian did. Check the messages. That devoted follower used to care so much about me, even delivering takeout at 2:30 a.m. Why hasn't he replied now? Fang Qian checked her phone and saw that Lin Feng's message had been delivered half an hour ago. Maybe the signal was bad? No wonder her phone hadn't rung. Humph. A devoted follower will always be just that. Look, he misses me. With just one word from me, he'll bow down and usher us into his safe house. Fang Qian gleefully showed the message to Wang Qing, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. How wonderful it would be if Lin Feng were as devoted to her. She wasn't greedy. Having a high-quality devoted follower like Lin Feng would be more than enough to satisfy her. Fang Qian and Wang Qing were discussing how to persuade Lin Feng to let them into the safe house. Fang Qian, clearly distressed, expressed her exhaustion with their current hardships. She mentioned that Lin Feng had 100 billion yuan worth of assets, which was more than enough for the three of them to enjoy for several lifetimes. Wang Qing's response made Fang Qian roll her eyes in disbelief, feeling that Wang Qing's approach was too submissive. Wang Qing, however, believed that by showing her resilience, she could easily gain favor. She playfully leaned in close and suggested Fang Qian learn how to handle such situations with a bit of flair. Wang Qing teasingly said to Lin Feng, "Look at what someone's having for breakfast, just boiled noodles. She's already dreaming of steak, but who knows if the weather will allow that wish to come true." As she moved her leg closer to the dining table, pretending to snap a photo of her noodles, she was actually flaunting her elegance. Continuing her tease, she added, "If you don't activate your charm, why not go overboard with your flattery?" Upon receiving the message and seeing the photo, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. She complimented Fang Qian, "You're really skilled at this game." She then pulled out a bottle of 82 Lafite, remarking, "I wonder why we still have so much 82 Lafite left. It's already 2050. She prepared a lavish breakfast of Wagyu beef, lobster, caviar, and other seafood, placing them on ice and sending a photo to Fang Qian, knowing her fondness for these delicacies. Lin Feng joked, "My breakfast is too lavish for one. Why don't you come over and join me, Qian Qian?" Seeing the photo, Wang Qing's eyes widened in astonishment and she exclaimed, "Qian Qian, just how much money do you have from being so flattering? Could it be that real estate mogul Lin Feng?" She gossiped further, "Didn't you hear? He sold almost 40,000 apartments in less than a month. His assets definitely exceed 10 billion. If you married him, you could bathe in Lafite. Why choose Lin Tian from Lin's real estate over him?" Wang Qing frowned slightly, puzzled by Lin Feng's words. She remembered how Lin Tian had suppressed Lin Feng in the past, and how she had sided with Lin Tian. But she hadn't expected Lin Feng to turn the tables. Now that Lin Tian was bankrupt, she had no desire to deal with him anymore. She sighed, "Never mind, I get it. A little sweet talk is all it takes to get some immediate attention. I'll focus on filling my stomach first." Lin Feng, recalling the 100 billion yuan worth of assets in her possession, jokingly said that 82 Lafite could be used as mouthwash. She explained, "I can't come out to meet you right now. Everyone in the Shishan villa knows I have 100 billion yuan worth of assets, and I'd be in danger if I stepped outside. You'll have to come here yourselves. Hardly anyone goes out during the day. Just call me when you reach the gate, and I'll let you in." Fang Qian and Wang Qing, upon receiving Lin Feng's message, had no doubts about her sincerity. Fang Qian felt anxious yet knew that Lin Feng might be feeling timid and hiding at home at this moment. Nevertheless, she decided to take the initiative to meet him. After all, taking a slight risk for the chance to savor such delicious food was worth it. Fang Qian looked at the message on her phone while Lin Feng sipped a glass of 82 Lafite, his mood somewhat heavy. The number of people surrounding him was increasing, and everyone was worried about his safety. Yet, he remained calm, continuing to check his messages. In the group chat, Wu Yong expressed his concern and support for the boss. Lin Feng smiled slightly, feeling a warmth in his heart. Although his subordinates were a bit rough around the edges, they genuinely cared for his safety, which was comforting. Opening a particular message, Lin Feng saw it was from Wu Daiyue. She jokingly offered to take care of him, promising to manage his daily life, and even claimed her cooking skills were comparable to a five-star chef. Lin Feng chuckled, appreciating that despite her young age, she knew how to show care and concern. He replied, "I'm okay, and these situations might happen again, so don't worry about me. You're still young with many paths ahead of you. Don't rush to take on worries for my sake." Wu Yong felt relieved upon receiving Lin Feng's reply, glad that his concern had not gone unnoticed. Holding his phone, he thought of his young and somewhat naive daughter, and an idea formed in his mind. "Honey, there's something I need to discuss with you," Wu Yong said, his voice carrying a mix of seriousness and hesitation. His wife, Dong Shi, although in her 40s, still looked stunning and well-maintained. The couple had a deep, loving relationship and rarely argued, preferring to discuss and resolve issues together. "What is it?" "Go ahead," Dong Shi said, listening intently, already guessing what it might be about. "Our daughter is 18 now, and it's time we start thinking about her future. You saw what happened yesterday. Do you think it would be best if our daughter stayed with the boss?" Wu Yong expressed his concerns for their daughter's safety. Dong Shi understood the situation clearly. She knew that many wealthy individuals were unreliable, except for Wu Yong. She was worried her innocent and kind-hearted daughter might not stand strong in society. However, Wu Yong's words made her reconsider. The boss is extremely wealthy and has unique vision, with a net worth over 10 billion. If our daughter could stay with him, at least her safety would be assured. If others knew about our own fortune of 130 million, could we really protect it with just a handgun? Without the boss's support, we might have already become prey in someone else's eyes. The boss has never been one to trade in material goods for profit, which shows the importance he places on resources over money. If our daughter could stay with him, she would at least not have to worry about food and clothing and could enjoy a secure life. Even after we pass away, we could rest easy. Wu Yong spoke with deep consideration and resolve. Dong Shi frowned slightly after hearing this. She had to admit that Wu Yong's words reflected the harsh realities and dilemmas of their situation. Without Lin Feng, their family might have already fallen victim to others. She decided to discuss this important decision with her daughter, resolving not to force her if she disagreed. If what happened last night were to happen again tonight, he would, like a brave man, unhesitatingly shoot both his daughter and himself, leaving no survivors. Dong Shi is a person with a broad mind, intimately familiar with the rules of the affluent society. In the past, the idea of her daughter marrying Lin Feng, a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines, would have been unthinkable. However, the current situation is not so simple. Well, if there's a chance, he'll discuss it with his boss. Wu Yong adjusted his glasses, resolutely deciding to take a risk. He walked into his daughter's room and pushed the door open. To his surprise, he found his daughter on her phone. Quietly approaching, he realized she was browsing through Lin Feng's photo album. Wow, he's so handsome. Only 21 years old. Lin Feng is so manly. Even if thousands of people were against him, he wouldn't flinch. If I could marry him, I'd definitely have a whole troop of kids for him. Hearing Wu Daiyue's infatuated words, Wu Yong had an epiphany. Silently stepping out of the room, his daughter's attitude was now crystal clear. She had become a huge fan of Lin Feng. Sigh, how different it is once your daughter grows up. Leaving the room, Wu Yong shook his head helplessly. Choosing a son-in-law is a serious matter, and he just hoped Lin Feng wasn't a heartbreaker and would treat his daughter well. Oh my! Oh my! Just then, a scream came from downstairs. Wu Yong was startled. Could it be an attack? But it was broad daylight. He quickly pulled out his handgun and hurried downstairs. However, upon arriving, he saw people pulling on a rope with 2 men hanging from it. Quick! Pull them up! What happened? Wu Yong rushed to assist, with others joining in to help. Together, they pulled the 2 men up. Both men had wet their pants, with urine trickling down their legs. What happened? What scared you so much that you wet yourselves? Wu Yong wiped the sweat from his forehead, then set down his handgun, feeling tense himself. Boss, it was terrifying. There was a pit. It was so deep. If it weren't for the safety rope, I'd be dead. One moment I was stepping forward, the next everything went dark. I even saw my grandmother waving to me from the bridge of helplessness. It was absolutely terrifying. It was more thrilling than bungee jumping. Who would have thought that you'd fall into a pit suddenly? After calming down, Wu Yong ordered, "Let's lower a bucket to see if there's water." They did as instructed and found water at about 30 meters deep. Wu Yong, amazed, looked at the bucket of water. "Boss, are you Superman? How did you know there was water here? And perfectly done with the safety rope too. Quick, Someone taste it. Let's see if the water is drinkable. Hearing this, everyone was intrigued. After taking a sip of water, the cool and refreshing taste instantly uplifted everyone's spirits. Having endured a long day, this moment was eagerly awaited. Everyone was exhausted. They had been focusing on their studies in the morning and couldn't wait to fetch water in the afternoon for a refreshing bath. As soon as the news spread, all the girls jumped up in excitement, with the boss treating them and delicious food to enjoy, and now a cool bath too. The boss was simply amazing. Meanwhile, Wu Yong slightly furrowed his brow, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. He had made up his mind to betroth his beautiful daughter, Wu Daiyue, to Lin Feng. He believed that Lin Feng would surely be captivated by her beauty.
Acquis.
Who's thinking about me? Lin Feng rubbed his nose, looking up in confusion. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Glancing at the monitor, Lin Feng saw Fang Qian and Wang Qing standing under the shade of the house, sweating profusely and panting, fanning the air with their hands. The sight of bodies strewn outside had nearly scared them out of their wits. If not for knowing the absolute security of Lin Feng's safe house, they probably wouldn't have dared to come at all. In this scorching heat, you two are like 2 cups of hot green tea. Lin Feng then turned off the doorbell and shut down his phone, declaring, I'm going to rest. You two go play cards with God. What's going on? It's been 5 minutes already. Why hasn't the door opened? It took Fang Qian over 20 minutes to walk here, and after another 5 minutes, Wang Qing was nearly roasted alive. She felt like she was about to be fried by the sun. Lin Feng sent a voice message to the bootlicker, but perhaps because the house was too large, he didn't hear the doorbell. Fang Qian took out her phone to send Lin Feng a voice message, yet 60 seconds passed with no response. Qian, what's going on? Even standing in the shade isn't helping in this scorching weather. I can barely hold up. You better ask what's going on. Wang Qing was truly desperate. A 60-degree temperature is no joke. Although there was no UV radiation under the house shade, Lin Feng's safe house was built of titanium alloy. This extreme heat was numbing Wang Qing's scalp. Under such intense heat, she felt like she could have a heat stroke at any moment. I need to make a call. Where has this bootlicker gone? Unable to withstand the heat, Fang Qian directly called Lin Feng.
Sorry.
The number you have dialed is switched off. This left Fang Qian in an awkward position. What now? Just wait in this scorching heat? Luckily, they had brought 2 bottles of water. Let's move a bit farther from this metal door. Use the sun umbrella. Wang Qing, thankfully, had the foresight to bring 2 bottles of water, though they had already finished one on the way. To protect against the sun, they were dressed in long pants, wearing sun-protective gloves and long-sleeved shirts, with mesh shoes. This attire was already making them sweat profusely in 30-degree weather, let alone now at 60 degrees. The two squatted far from Lin Feng's doorstep, holding up sun umbrellas to block the sunlight. Fang Qian kept sending voice messages to Lin Feng, while Lin Feng had already succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into a deep sleep. Feng, what are you busy with? Why aren't you answering your phone? I'm here now, Feng. Open the door. Feng? This scorching weather almost killed me. Didn't you say you'd take us out for steak, sashimi, and red wine? Fang Qian, having made the effort to come, certainly didn't want to just go back home to eat noodles. She continued to squat under the sun umbrella, sending messages to Lin Feng, reminiscent of Lin Feng's previous doting on her. But Lin Feng had gone overboard this time. His phone was turned off. When Fang Qian and Wang Qing couldn't hold on any longer, they just had a sip of water, which only added to their frustration. What exactly was going on? They'd still have to endure the high temperatures on the way back, and there was no food at home. The indoor temperature exceeded 50 degrees during the day and still reached over 40 degrees at night, a true ordeal. Looking at the sturdy iron wall before them, all they wanted was to get inside quickly and cool down on ice. Yet, half an hour had passed. Why hadn't Lin Feng replied? Meanwhile, Xiao had already picked up her binoculars, staring displeasedly at the two women outside. Lin Feng is really becoming more and more of a playboy. One woman is not enough for him. Now he's juggling 2 at the same time? Xiao has always been worried about him getting into trouble, and now she discovers that not only does he not respond to her messages, but he also draws his curtains? That's not like Lin Feng at all, unless he has someone in his room. Remembering the times when Lin Feng drew the curtains during their intense arguments, suspicion ignited in Xiao Xiao's heart. Could there be another woman in Lin Feng's room? Why else would he draw the curtains? Oh, what a jerk. I trusted him so much. How could he treat me this way? With tears in her eyes, Xiao Xiao sent Lin Feng a voice message. Despite knowing he was unreliable, seeing it with her own eyes was still hard to accept. For a moment, Xiao Xiao couldn't come to terms with it. She might have tolerated other women around Lin Feng since she was the main girlfriend, but watching them line up for him was too much. Her tears just wouldn't stop. Play all you want, Lin Feng. Goodbye. Send your videos to whoever you want. I won't bother with you anymore.
I'm angry.
The kind of angry that's not easily soothed. Xiao Xiao started to lose her temper. That's just how women are sometimes. She drew the curtains and blocked it all out. Just last night she was up all night, tense, holding a gun. Thankfully, the person fetching water saw the warning on the iron door and didn't disturb her, opting to go to the neighboring rooms instead. Wiping away her tears with a wet towel, Xiao Xiao prepared to rest, placing the damp cloth on her forehead as the only way to cool down. An hour later, Feng Qian and Wang Qing were squatting under a sun umbrella, their legs numb. Feng Qian finally understood what it felt like to be stood up, especially in 60-degree heat. Lin Feng, how could you stand me up? I'll remember this. Feng Qian didn't have the courage to send a scolding voice message to Lin Feng. She feared that after scolding him, she might never be allowed into his safe house again. Let's go, Qian Qian. If we keep waiting, we'll pass out from heat stroke, and then we're really done for. Wang Qing stood up, her legs numb. The fact that they managed to survive over an hour in such high temperatures with just one bottle of water showed how much they craved the sashimi. Let's go. Let's head home. This simp, I really misjudged him. Just wait, he'll regret this. With weak, trembling legs, Feng Qian slowly made her way home. After a half-hour walk, they reached home and collapsed immediately. They grabbed the water from the bathtub and started gulping it down. After a few cups, they stripped off their clothes and wiped their bodies with wet towels to cool down. Soon after, Feng Qian passed out on the bed, which gave Wang Qing quite a scare. If something happened to Feng Qian, how could she follow her into the safe house? After thinking it over, Wang Qing made up her mind. I'll take matters into my own hands. She picked up Feng Qian's phone, unlocked it, joined the homeowners group and added Lin Feng on WeChat, then placed the phone back where it was. Wang Qing then adjusted her profile picture, choosing her most beautiful photo and enhancing it. Elongating her legs and enlarging her bust, she perfected her image with beautifying filters. Lin Feng found himself willingly trapped, seeking refuge in a safe house while delighting in a sumptuous seafood feast. And what about Feng Qian? Her situation was easy to handle. Wang Qing had uncovered the truth about Feng Qian spending nights with several men. A simple revelation to Lin Feng would surely shake his unwavering loyalty. As for Feng Qian's fate, Wang Qing had little concern about that. To Feng Qian, Wang Qing was merely a confidant, a means to boast about her conquests. In the community group chat, a message stirred up quite a stir. Emergency supplies were on their way, with one portion allocated per person. Wang Guifen's announcement brought tears to many eyes, as it seemed the authorities were finally paying attention to their plight. Some had even endured food shortages and were eagerly awaiting the arrival of these supplies. However, anger also flared as some accused Lin Feng of hoarding supplies, causing market shortages. Wang Guifen simply smiled subtly, hinting that Lin Feng had angered many and was likely to face repercussions. The disaster was severe, and with rescue workers in short supply, it was challenging for officials to deliver supplies directly to every household. Therefore, they could only count the number of survivors and have the building managers distribute the supplies. Wang Guifan decided to distribute the supplies herself, planning to make a profit. Building managers began registering survivors, preparing to collect the relief materials. At this moment, hope seemed to dawn, and order was gradually restored. Although Xiao Xiao desperately needed supplies, she worried about the dangers of going out and chose to stay and protect her home. Lin Feng, on the other hand, dismissed the idea of collecting supplies, believing they would only last him 7 days and that the risk was too high. He decided to go the next day, lazily enjoying his comfort. Lin Feng glanced at his phone, ignoring Feng Qian's message, deciding to reply the next day. Suddenly, he received a friend request from Feng Qian's best friend, Wang Qing. Looking at Wang Qing's photo, Lin Feng marveled at her photo editing skills and couldn't help but be wary of such a green tea character, a term used to describe someone who appears innocent but is manipulative. Lin Feng thought of Qiao Qiao. He pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and felt terrible. Qiao Qiao was so upset she cried. Although she had been messaging him since midnight, asking if he needed any support and even offering to cover him by shooting from her window, her messages got buried under a flood of other notifications, including those from Feng Qian, and Lin Feng missed them all. Now, with Qiao Qiao's curtains tightly drawn, it was clear she was really angry. Lin Feng sighed, realizing that while her anger was understandable, jealousy wasn't helping. If she couldn't accept the situation, they might have to stick to a purely transactional relationship. After all, Lin Feng knew his future held many wives and descendants. It was an unavoidable truth, considering the resources at his disposal. Lin Feng sent a message to Qiao Qiao, who, wiping away tears, looked at her phone like a jealous girlfriend. She texted, "Leave me alone. Just let me die. Post those videos however you want. If I die, it's because you drove me to it. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." Reading this, Lin Feng sighed deeply. If Qiao Qiao really were to pass away, he would be devastated. How could he forget such a wonderful girl, especially since she was his first? Was he being too harsh? Too demanding? Was it all too much for her? Smoking a cigarette, Lin Feng pondered a solution. He knew making concessions was out of the question, as one compromise would lead to endless others. Thus, the only option was to make her concede. He proposed a deal. If she called him hubby each morning, he'd give her 3 ice creams. It was up to her to decide. Despite Lin Feng's insistence on the trade, knowing it was beneficial as he had nothing to lose, Qiao Qiao refused. "Who cares about your ice cream? I'd rather die of heat on the rooftop than eat your ice cream," she retorted angrily. Lin Feng was frustrated. Why was apologizing so hard? Why couldn't he just sweet-talk her? If she didn't want it, she could simply ask around in the group, couldn't she? They were supposed to be in this together, facing challenges as one. When a bunch of women would start calling him hubby, he'd be the one at a disadvantage. Lin Feng sent a photo of 3 ice creams. Qiao Qiao looked at them, swallowed hard. It had been days since she felt any coolness except at Lin Feng's place, and sleep had been elusive due to the heat. With a pout, she really wanted those ice creams. Imagining their coolness was tantalizing. Besides, this was much easier than spending a whole night with Lin Feng. "Hubby," she finally conceded. "Stop texting, send a voice message," she said. Lin Feng felt satisfied, knowing this compromise was a one-time thing, and he, Lin Feng, would never back down. When Jojo heard her husband call her endearingly, her cheeks flushed even redder, and a shy feeling naturally welled up inside her. Lin Feng always enjoyed being mischievous, and this time he was playfully testing Jojo with ice cream. He could have simply handed it to her, but instead, he chose to play these little games. However, Jojo's compliance greatly pleased Lin Feng. It seemed that truly no one could resist the lure of delicious food. Then, Lin Feng took a lobster from his spatial ring, placed it in a box, and loaded it onto a drone. He opened the window and said to Jojo, "Since you've been obedient, this is for you. As long as you keep listening well, there will always be a variety of gourmet treats waiting for you." Jojo quickly walked to the window and opened it, indeed finding Lin Feng's gifts, 3 ice creams and a lobster. Instantly, any anger in Jojo's heart dissipated. She felt Lin Feng's care and tenderness and couldn't help but feel grateful. In these apocalyptic times, it seemed no girl could resist the temptation of delicious food, and if there ever was an exception, well, just add an extra serving of tasty lobster. Qiao Qiao eagerly grabbed the ice cream, and upon her first bite, the chilly sensation made her shiver with delight. In such sweltering weather, indulging in the cool treat was nothing short of blissful. "Is it good?" The message from Lin Feng made Xiao Xiao nod proudly. This guy really knows how to charm, she thought to herself. After replying, Xiao Xiao suddenly wondered if Lin Feng was coming to pick her up again. Blushing, she searched online for images of couples eating popsicles together. Lin Feng, you're really too much. Can't you be nice to me without making me angry? Xiao Xiao fumed internally. Lin Feng chuckled. You'll get used to it. If you were more agreeable, I would have let you move in with me already. Instead of always trying to provoke me or stubbornly preserving your virtue, how can I trust you enough to let you in? Frustrated, Xiao Xiao finished her first ice cream and angrily opened another. I need to eat these quickly before they melt, she thought to herself. Maybe Lin Feng isn't completely wrong. Perhaps I am being a bit extreme. Surprisingly, Xiao Xiao found herself agreeing with some of Lin Feng's points. Maybe being influenced by him wasn't such a bad thing after all. If it weren't for Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao might have been long gone, possibly harmed by the Jian Shi. At least compared to them, Lin Feng seemed to be dealing with her more fairly. While enjoying her ice cream and chatting with Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao realized that without his flirtatious nature, she wouldn't have been so emotionally entangled. Savoring delicious lobster, she closed her eyes in contentment. It had been so long since she had enjoyed such tasty food, having only eaten snacks and puffed foods for a long time. Her mood improved significantly. Indeed, the way to a woman's heart was through good food. As they talked, it was suddenly 3 in the morning. Lin Feng had stopped annoying her, and Xiao Xiao felt much more relaxed. With Lin Feng around, the world seemed safer. Despite the crowded conditions in the neighborhood, there was a sense of order. The community saw hope as they knew the government hadn't abandoned them, with relief supplies being distributed. Maintaining order was crucial at such a time. Seeing the scene below, Xiao Xiao began to doubt the truth of Lin Feng's claims about the ozone layer damage. If the ozone layer was indeed compromised, why would the government still distribute relief supplies? Lin Feng, smoking a cigarette, shook his head. The government may seem weak externally, but they are doing their best for the people. They know the limits but don't want to see people starve. The building managers had received the supplies and were distributing them orderly. Everyone had a share, but the amount was exactly as Lin Feng had said, enough for only 7 days. Everyone received their supplies with dissatisfaction, hoping for a bounty of fish, meat, and vegetables, but were met with meager rations instead. Yet, did they realize the vast population of Huaxia? For the government, providing a week's worth of food daily was an enormous burden. Lin Feng understood that this was one of the main reasons behind the government's financial collapse. If the government had kept these relief supplies for itself, at least it wouldn't have completely lost control. In such a merciless post-apocalyptic world, it's survival of the fittest. This time, however, the government played the role of the ultimate altruist. If the government didn't fall, who would? Lin Feng was firm in his decision not to distribute supplies to those who were idle. What was the point of sustaining them? Having food and water might keep them quiet, but a lack of these essentials would lead to direct rebellion. Even though the waters of Lake Baikal could quench the nation's thirst for centuries, it did little to solve the current crisis. They would demand food. Once given food, they would start demanding protection for animals, the environment, and Mother Earth. With each demand fulfilled, they would only make more excessive demands without end. Lin Feng would not yield to them. Their choice to live or die was not his concern. He could only afford to lower the demands of those he traded with. Like with Jojo, he could offer her ice cream, but only if she called him husband. It was a form of trade. Without control in the early stages, the later stages would be uncontrollable. Some people were always willful. Would they listen to him or to themselves? Lin Feng lit a cigarette and released a drone, observing the unfolding chaos. In such times, there were always those who couldn't stay out of trouble. At the third building where supplies were distributed, Liang Qiuyu approached the pickup point, reeking of alcohol and with a vacant look in her eyes. Clearly, these days had not been kind to her. Her hair was messy, and she looked utterly exhausted. Facing the people before her, Liang Qiuyu felt a deep sense of despair. She had received a call from a leader informing her that this distribution of supplies would be the first and last. The leader, attracted by Liang Qiuyu's beauty, had called her personally. "Follow me," continue being a doctor, and enjoy the government-provided food, moving to an official underground shelter. Although you haven't lived a life of luxury, I can ensure you're well taken care of. If you don't follow me, stay at home and wait for death. The solar flares had damaged the ozone layer. Staying on the surface meant death was only a matter of time. After receiving the call, Liang Qiuyu immediately blocked the leader. Amen. Liang Qiuyu chose to wait for death. The food at home was running out. Zhou Kaihua had taken her 6 years of love and her own survival supplies. After days of reflection, Liang Qiuyu finally understood the actions of Li Ying. Li Ying had seen the situation clearly and traded her body for supplies, weapons, and a man. In a post-apocalyptic world, how long could a woman last without supplies, weapons, or a man? Liang Qiuyu learned a lesson from Li Ying. If she hadn't valued her chastity so highly, perhaps she could have kept Zhou Kaihua's heart. 6 years of love, yet shattered by a single encounter with Li Ying? Liang Qiuyu shook her head. Even if she had offered her body to Zhou Kaihua, the outcome would have been the same. An unreliable man can never be relied upon. Just then, the person in charge of the third building called out to Liang Qiuyu. She walked over lifelessly to pick up her last batch of supplies in this lifetime. Liang Qiuyu returned home exhausted and heavy-hearted, seeking nothing but a place to lie down and drown her sorrows in alcohol while she waited for death to arrive. However, just as she reached for the bottle, a deafening gunshot rang out. The building manager's head was struck, and blood sprayed everywhere. Liang Qiuyu was stunned by the horrific scene unfolding before her, a wave of fear and unease rising within her. Amid the chaos, a man with a scarred face brandished a handgun, intimidating the crowd around him. The men quickly retreated upstairs, fearing for their lives, while the women trembled with fear, too terrified to move. Liang Qiuyu alone remained calm. Without showing any fear, she approached the gunman and pressed her forehead against the muzzle of his gun, calmly stating, "Go ahead and shoot." In my life, Liang Qiuyu understood that death was inevitable for her, and facing it now would be a release. Wow, talk about being audacious. The man, his face marred with scars, raised his pistol, ready to pull the trigger. But Liang Qiuyu chose to close her eyes, opting to escape from this terrifying world. She felt utterly hopeless and disillusioned, having given up all hope and finding no reason to continue living. She was extremely disappointed with her experience and hoped never to endure such torment in her next life. As the gun was aimed at Liang Qiuyu's head, she closed her eyes, ready to bid farewell to this world, hoping not to return in the next life. The next moment, death would come, which, to her, seemed the only escape. The onlookers watched in shock as the scarred man paused. "Hey, young lady. Despite being covered in mud, you're not bad-looking. Don't rush to your death. Let me have a little fun first." He laughed crudely as he grabbed Liang Qiuyu's arm and began to tear at her clothes. They realized this was their last chance to get official supplies. If death was inevitable, why not go out fighting? Better to use firearms boldly than to struggle miserably in an official shelter. After all, in the shelter, one could only be a laborer at the bottom of the social hierarchy. With that kind of appearance, they couldn't even hope to find a partner there in this lifetime. This wasn't because the transporter suddenly became monstrous. It was the harsh reality. Those heading to the official shelter were either elites or laborers, destined to serve the upper class for life. So why go there at all? It's better to live freely or else life is just wasted.
No.
What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? Liang Qiuyu cried out in terror. She wasn't afraid of death, but she dreaded losing her dignity. It was clear she was not only facing death but also humiliation, in the most painful way possible.
Ah,
I don't mind your dirtiness, and you shouldn't mind my ugliness. Come on. Today, no one can save you. The man continued tearing at Liang Qiuyu's clothes, completely indifferent to the many onlookers. Liang Qiuyu, tears streaming down her face, clutched at her clothes. I was ready to face death. Must you treat me this way too? The bystanders did nothing. They were either powerless or too afraid to get involved. Lin Feng, observing through a drone, shook his head. Despite the great challenge Liang Qiuyu presented, he had thought about taking her home to use as a target for shooting practice. However, It was clear now that the world was in chaos, with guns rampant. If he wasn't careful, he could wound himself, wasting the stockpiled supplies for nothing. Lin Feng began recording, zooming in on the scene. The only thing I can do for you is to document this tragic moment. Perhaps when order is restored, I, Lin Feng, can use this footage to clear your name. Unconcerned with the outcome, Wang Lin simply focused on filming with the drone, indifferent to the consequences. Liang Qiuyu found herself in a dire situation, dressed in tattered clothes, her heart filled with helplessness and despair. As a medical student, her petite frame and frail body left her ill-equipped to resist such harsh conditions. Confronted with relentless mockery and insults, a look of helplessness and fear was evident in her eyes. Her tormentor, however, seemed increasingly pleased, reveling in the pleasure of seeing her cry in pain. He mercilessly ripped her clothes, seemingly intent on bringing her to a tragic end. No one stepped forward to help, and the presence of a weapon in the assailant's hand only added to her vulnerability. Meanwhile, Lin Feng relayed the chaotic scene via his camera to Xiao Xiao, who was shocked to see the mayhem that had ensued from the distribution of official supplies on her phone screen. The crowd was uncontrollable, and amidst them, a man with a scarred face approached Liang Qiuyu with a lecherous smile. Facing the imminent threat, Liang Qiuyu shed tears and closed her eyes, resigned to the fact that no one would come to her rescue. Lin Feng, however, seemed intrigued and insisted on a fair fight, adamant about not going against a woman's will. Xiao Xiao couldn't believe what she was witnessing, realizing the horrifying aspects of human nature. Compared to the others, Lin Feng seemed more humane, having at least secured Liang Qiuyu behind a sturdy iron gate. Suddenly, Zhou Kaihua ordered Shi Yuan to stop his actions. Confused, Shi Yuan didn't understand why Zhou Kaihua was interfering, especially since he had previously stated he would no longer follow official orders. Pointing at Liang Qiuyu, Zhou Kaihua commanded, "Shi Yuan, let that girl go." Hearing this, Liang Qiuyu saw a glimmer of hope, surprised that their 6-year relationship still held some sway. At this critical moment, she awaited Shi Yuan's help. Shi Yuan then told her, "This involves your sister-in-law. I'll handle it." Meanwhile, Zhou Kaihua approached Liang Qiuyu with a sinister smile, saying, "It's been 6 years since you've let me touch you. Do you know how I've managed all this time? Now that the apocalypse is here, I no longer need to restrain myself. Today, I'll let my brothers have their turn with you." Stunned, Liang Qiuyu was left speechless and overwhelmed. Liang Qiuyu was heartbroken, her trust in Zhou Kaihua completely shattered. She had once believed he was a confidant who truly cared for her, but his cold-hearted betrayal was more than she could have imagined. She had risked everything, even her life, to save Zhou Kaihua. The sweet memories of their past kept replaying in her mind, making his betrayal even more incomprehensible. Liang Qiuyu felt as if her heart was torn into a million pieces. The pain was unbearable. Just as Zhou Kaihua was about to act impulsively, Liang Qiuyu's close friend, Li Ying, intervened in time to stop him. Li Ying could not stand to see Liang Qiuyu being mistreated and bravely stood up, even risking a confrontation with Zhou Kaihua. She knew that standing up to him could jeopardize her own position, but she didn't hesitate to protect Liang Qiuyu's dignity. She was overwhelmed by the realization that all her sacrifices for Zhou Kaihua had only led to betrayal and hurt. She couldn't accept that her genuine feelings were met with such treachery. Her anger and pain were beyond words. Liang Qiuyu decided to leave on her own, refusing to associate with those who had betrayed her. She resolved to not let those who had hurt her get away easily, ready to pay any price for revenge.